Chapter 1. Am I dead? Gazing at the bloodied and contorted bodies on the bus, do you realize that he might indeed be dead? He stood outside the bus, his ethereal form swaying gently in the wind, his helpless eyes scanning the surroundings. All around him were bustling medical personnel and curious onlookers. Am I dead? A minute prior, a runaway truck had suddenly lost control, skidding in at a 45-degree angle, and its left front collided precisely with the center of the bus, killing Du. Instantly. Remarkably, apart from Du, the deceased, there were no other injured parties. Du found himself at a loss for words. Could there be a more unfortunate way to die in this world? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not so bad. Being unencumbered in this realm might offer the chance for a fresh start. But what was he now? A ghost? His body remained lodged within the crumpled bus, and medical personnel, having confirmed his death, were attempting to extricate him. He could hardly bear to watch the scene resembled a mosquito being swatted against a curtain, leaving a mess that still warranted a few curses. Before Du could come to terms with his own demise, an ethereal female voice drifted from above. Hello? Hello? Is that soul able to hear me? Du paused, bewildered. Was someone speaking to him? This was his first experience with death, and lacking any prior knowledge, he stood frozen in place, hesitant to respond. It seems this communication might be suffering from poor signal. By Gia, can yours work? They'll give it a try just a moment. The voices in the sky belonged to two individuals who began conversing amongst themselves. Moments later, the girl referred to as by Gia spoke up, raising her voice deliberately. Hey, that soul outside the bus. Can you hear me? Don't move, it could be troublesome if you leave. Du was now 100% certain someone was addressing him, but where were they? Darn, it seems it's still not working. He can't hear you, in that case. Let's hurry. Who were these two? What were they up to? Drawing upon his extensive cinematic experience, Du surmised that those who inexplicably instructed you to stay put were rarely benevolent. Perhaps it was best to seize the opportunity to escape. After all, he was already deceased. Could a situation worsen? Just then, a gust of wind swept through, prompting Du to adjust his form and float away. Before he could glide for even 3 seconds, an old van unexpectedly descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. What the? Du nearly found himself whisked away again by this sudden turn of events. Did the van have a flying mode? Few made it. Inside the vehicle were two girls clad in work uniforms, one in black and the other in white. The van halted before Du, and the doors opened automatically. Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please get in. The girl in black, who was driving, spoke to him. Du was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Were these girls the embodiments of the black and white impermanence? Was dying akin to the encounters depicted in folklore? However, this dilapidated van, resembling the clumsy visage of the legendary messengers of the underworld, truly embodies the essence of those fabled harbingers of death. Du could only muster a sense of helplessness. If this van could soar through the skies, there would be no escape for him. With that thought weighing heavily on his mind, he silently entered the vehicle. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the van appeared even more decrepit than it did from the outside. The most absurd detail was a sticker affixed above the radio, which read, "Please safeguard your personal belongings." No sooner had he settled into his seat than the girl clad in black, who was tasked with driving, inquired, "Hello, may I have the last 4 digits of your ID number?" Upon hearing this, Du felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. What on earth? Is this a ride-hailing service? Do I need to provide the last digits of my ID for a ghost vehicle? The girl in white, seated in the passenger seat, hastily interjected, "Oh dear, we are merely adhering to protocol. The Bureau of Soul Management has recently instituted new regulations. After all, there's been a notable increase in souls scattering after taking the ferry, and the higher authorities are taking this matter very seriously." Du was rendered speechless and pointed at the girl in white, exclaiming, "But aren't you merely the ferry service? Isn't it your doing that souls are scattering?" The girl in black was not pleased by his remark and retorted, "That is not the same. We operate as a legitimate unit with all the necessary documentation. There are plenty of unlicensed drivers vying for business, transporting souls and competing with unlicensed drivers." Du pressed his forehead in disbelief, never imagining that death could be so exhausting. Fine. The last 4 digits are 2213, Du muttered. "Very well. Mr. Du, shall we follow the navigation, or would you prefer to direct us?" "How could I possibly know the way?" "Just teasing." Mr. Du seemed to have quite the temper. Du chose silence, realizing that explaining himself to these two young women would be futile. The van executed a U-turn and gradually lifted off the ground. Du cast one last glance at his own lifeless body, still unclaimed. By the way, are you two truly the messengers of the underworld?" Du asked, observing the ascending vehicle. "Yes and no," the girl in white replied. The messengers are not merely two individuals, but represent two families. Members from both our families engage in the work of guiding souls, yet we cannot speak on behalf of the entire order. So that's how it is. Dio mused, surprised to learn such new knowledge in death. Yet he pondered the utility of this information. Let us confirm your file, the girl in white said, producing a folder and retrieving an A4 sheet. Do you, male, 26 years old, Han Chinese, employee at a state-owned enterprise. Cause of death as follows. Upon reaching this point, the girl in white fell into an evident silence. What is it? What does it say about my cause of death? Do you inquired. Oh, she glanced at the document and remarked, it seems your cause of death might qualify you for a wrongful death category. Wait, I don't understand. I died in a car accident. How could that be considered wrongful? Because today, you are not the one destined to die, the girl in black interjected. Indeed, according to the Book of Life and Death, the person fated to die today is named Zhou Zhuangshi, the elderly gentleman you attempted to offer your seat to prior to your demise. Had the girl in white not mentioned it, you might have forgotten that in the final minute before his demise, he had indeed intended to offer his seat to an elderly gentleman. Yet the old man had declined, striding directly toward the rear of the vehicle. The girl in white continued. Zhou Zhuangshi, age 36, 39, 42, and 55, has committed heinous acts against women and evaded legal retribution. His current soul summoning value has reached 97. Thus, even if he were not struck down by that truck, he would not survive today. Excellent, the girl in black remarked. Such a person deserves an early demise. I have acquaintances in the depths of hell who will ensure he receives his due punishment. Is that the crux of the matter? Dio could no longer contain himself. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that this old man will certainly die today, rather than why I am destined for death as well? According to your reasoning, this incident has nothing to do with me. Such matters are inevitable. The girl in white flipped through her files. According to records, Zhou Zhuangshi was supposed to accept your offer of a seat and then perish in that vehicle. The reason he did not accept is that he spotted a beautiful girl behind the car. However, theoretically, that girl should not exist in that position within this timeline. We will investigate this anomaly. I don't understand. Dio shook his head. I know, and I didn't intend for you to, the girl in white replied. Let me simplify things for you. If you're deemed to have died unjustly, you might consider yourself fortunate, as there are two welfare policies for the wrongfully deceased. Welfare policies? Indeed. The first is that if the wrongfully deceased have any attachments to the mortal realm, they may choose their next reincarnated family, be it a wealthy heir or a child of a star. Though one must enter a lottery, as desirable families are in short supply. The second policy is that if the wrongfully deceased have no attachments to the world, they may apply to become a Yama envoy or an envoy. However, entering the system is exceedingly difficult as most positions are reserved for those with connections. You might start as a contract worker, which offers similar benefits. After a moment of silence, Dio remarked, this feels strangely familiar. Am I truly dead? The vehicle sped through the air, and the two young ladies, clad in black and white, remained remarkably composed. The girl in black yawned while driving, while the girl in white took selfies with her phone. Were it not for the sight of his own ethereal form, Dio would have thought he was merely carpooling with strangers. We're nearing Fengdu City, by Jia. Let him fill out the form. All right, the girl in white replied, pulling a stack of papers from her folder and handing them to Dio. Although the authorities have yet to conclude whether your case is one of wrongful death, based on our experience, it is highly probable. Please sign the application for wrongful death welfare policy, she urged. As Dio glanced at the document, the heading boldly proclaimed, to mitigate the resentment of the wrongfully deceased, resolve spiritual disputes, and foster a harmonious underworld. Interim measures for the welfare policy of the wrongfully deceased, document number 78. He silently read the opening of the document and mused, I never imagined it would be so formal. Turning a few pages forward, Dio indeed found the two choices previously mentioned, by the black and white impermanence. Now, he had to select one of these options out of course. It's the wealthy heir, he replied almost without hesitation, swiftly inscribing his name with a flourish. His yearning for the mortal realm was not merely nostalgic for years. Dio had not even touched a woman's hand. After graduation, he had toiled away in a workshop, exhausting himself daily with little to show in savings. If he could relive his life, he certainly wished to experience the world in a carefree manner. Upon signing, he lifted his gaze, only to find that the sky had turned pitch black. He distinctly remembered it being afternoon. How could it be so dark? Before he could comprehend this, the van suddenly plunged straight down, diving into the earth amidst his startled cries. After a brief darkness, a vast space unfolded before him. A magnificent, ancient city loomed prominently underground. From a distance, the city glimmered with ghostly lights, each household illuminating a soft, eerie blue glow. The city was encircled by a pale green river, within which countless souls swirled restlessly. The van did not halt, speeding directly towards the city gates. In no time, they arrived at the entrance where a colossal stone gate, standing 300 to 400 meters high, towered before them, boldly inscribed with 7 prominent characters. Human, the gate of the underworld. Dee was astonished by this breathtaking sight, unable to believe that all of this was indeed real. We've arrived, just a moment. I need to find a parking space, said the woman in black as she maneuvered the van. At that moment, Dee noticed many similar vans traversing the skies, each carrying a pair of individuals clad in black and white attire, men and women, young and old, coming and going in a seemingly endless stream. The entire ancient city resembled a colossal trade hub. Before the Ghost Gate, he beheld at least 10,000 souls awaiting entry. Excuse me, I'd like to inquire why, as public servants, you don't have designated parking spaces here. You are quite naive. Do you have any idea how many people die, both naturally and unnaturally, each day? Just look at the fairy vans in the sky. There isn't nearly enough space for us to park. Dee silently nodded, realizing that even the underworld had its own challenges. After searching for a while, they finally found a parking spot. The 3 of them exited the vehicle and joined the throng of people waiting in line. Let me take this opportunity to explain our tour route, the woman in black said, retrieving a map from her bag and handing it to him. She pointed with her delicate finger to the bottom of the map. We are currently at the Ghost Gate, the entrance to the underworld. Surrounding the entire underworld is the River of Forgetfulness. To cross this river, one must pass over the Bridge of Helplessness. And before crossing the bridge, one must walk along the path of Yellow Springs. Oh, and at the entrance of the path, remember to visit Mang Pa's office to collect your Mang Tea. There's a summer limited flavor available right now. Following that is the reincarnation platform, and oh yes, you will also get to meet the 10 Yama Kings. The girl in black spoke incessantly about the famous attractions of the underworld. Yet do you remain silent? A prolonged silence ensued. What's wrong? Did I not explain well? The girl in black, noticing Du Yes' lack of response, felt uncertain about her narration. I must ask, Du Yu gritted his teeth. What is this? A vacation? The girl in black appeared puzzled. I am dead. I just died. It was only after encountering the Ghost Gate that Du Yu seemed to fully accept the reality of his situation. No matter what he faced in this realm, his life had irrevocably ended, and there was no turning back. It is already remarkable that I am not grieving. How can you present the underworld sights as if we are on a spring outing? Xiaohei, I believe he is right. There is no need to continue the tour, especially since he is an unjustly deceased. He does not necessarily have to traverse the road to the Yellow Springs, the girl in white interjected, addressing the girl in black. We have encountered many souls, but this is his first experience with death. Du Yu glanced at the 2 girls, unsure of what to say. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, teetering on the brink of anger. Yet he recognized that the 2 before him had done nothing wrong. Will we not meet again? Du Yu inquired. The road to the Yellow Springs is a one-way path. If you choose to be reborn, you will traverse it, gaze upon the stone of 3 lives, and we shall never meet again in this lifetime. However, if you choose to be an emissary, you need not embark on that journey, and there's a possibility we may become colleagues, the girl in white explained. Then this must be our last encounter, Du Yu said, though it may seem unnecessary. I ask for your names? Of course, the girl in black bowed slightly. Resembling an ancient knight, I am Fan Xiaohua, the Black Wuchang. I am Xie Jin, the White Wuchang. Chapter 2. The Ghost Gate of the Underworld. Xie Jin, Fan Xiaohua. Could it be true that legends hold validity? Do you recall from his readings that the White Wuchang was named Xie Bian, while the Black Wuchang was known as Fan Wujiu? Following Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, the trio advanced through the throng. The procession of thousands moved far more swiftly than Du Yu had anticipated, nearly jogging the entire way. Before long, they reached the forefront of the line. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua did not lead Du Yu directly into the Ghost Gate. Instead, Xie Jin stepped forward and addressed a grim-faced emissary. Greetings, sir. We have an unjustly deceased individual here, temporarily awaiting passage across the River of Forgetfulness. Could you summon a judge to assist? The dark-faced emissary nodded and turned to enter the Ghost Gate. Shortly thereafter, a burly middle-aged man clad in burgundy official robes emerged. He stood at nearly 2 meters tall, sported a full beard, and held a pure black rui in his hand. Who requires judgment? Please expedite, the man bellowed, his voice deep and resonant like a powerful engine. Greetings, sir. Xie Jin bowed to the man. It is us. We have brought an unjustly deceased individual who requires your judgment. Wrong dead. The burly man did not even raise his eyelids as he pulled out a notebook from his bosom, swiftly flipping through its pages. No, the quota for wrong souls has been filled these past few years. Let's classify him as an accidental death instead that will add 5 years to his lifespan in the next life. Otherwise, the workload would be too overwhelming. Having finished his statement, the man snapped the notebook shut and turned to leave, leaving Du and the others in a state of shock. Leader, Fan Xiao finally regained her senses and called out, "This deceased should be considered a victim of the Tai Shu influence. It cannot be overlooked." "And what are the Tai Shu?" the burly man retorted, turning back to face them. "The Bureau of Management has languished for nearly a millennium. Have you not encountered enough instances of the Tai Shu? If every death attributed to the Tai Shu were to be deemed wrongful, then what law would govern this world? What order could the underworld possibly maintain?" As he spoke, an aura of barely contained rage radiated from him, causing the two young women to retreat in trepidation. As three individuals stood in a state of panic, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind them, whistling past their ears and heading straight for the burly man. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in white robes materialized before them, his back turned to the trio. He wielded a colossal brush inscribed with numerous talismans. Facing the imposing figure, though the white-robed man's stature was far from that of the burly man, the latter's eyes widened in sheer terror upon seeing him. Before he could utter a word, the white-robed figure delivered a resounding slap to his bearded face. The force of the blow was so immense that the burly man spun around on the spot. 3 questions, the white-robed man spoke in a calm tone. First, from now on, do not speak in such a manner to other messengers of the underworld. Second, a wrongful death is a wrongful death, no matter how many perish. It remains the duty of the judge. Third, the Bureau of Legends has never faltered. This scene utterly terrified Du. The intimidating appearance of the red-clad burly man was frightening enough, yet the white-robed figure's slap had rendered him speechless. Who could this individual be? Before Du could process his thoughts, the burly man suddenly knelt, nearly in tears, and exclaimed, "At your command, Great Judge." Upon hearing the title of Great Judge, not only did the red-clad man kneel, but the dark and light messengers beside Du also quickly followed suit. Within moments, all the dark and light messengers and gatekeepers in the vicinity had knelt, leaving only a multitude of souls still standing. Subsequently, the souls gradually emulated the messengers and began to kneel as well, with Du following suit. In the vast square that once held thousands, only the white-robed figure stood, hands clasped behind his back. Judges come in different ranks. Who is this? Du whispered to Xie. Of course, judges are ranked. Xie replied softly. In the underworld, there are 4 great judges. Master Wei Zheng of the rewarding good, Master Zhong Kuei of the punishing evil, Master Lu Ji Dao of the investigating affairs, and the one before us is the foremost of the 4 great judges. Master Cui Ju, who oversees the Yin law. He is also the head of the 8 great messengers of the underworld, known as the literary judge. The white-robed figure slowly turned to face them. Possessing an appearance akin to a scholar, yet exuding an undeniable commanding presence. Rise, all of you. I am merely passing through. There is no need to escalate this matter. It could lead to trouble if the Yama Kings were to find out. Upon his words, the messengers gradually stood, bowing respectfully to Master Cui Ju before returning to their duties. Xie and Fan Xiao also stood, excitement evident in their demeanor as it was their first encounter with the great judge. You may rise as well, Master Cui Ju said to the still kneeling Du. This time, I shall personally adjudicate your case. Du was somewhat taken aback. Oh, thank you. Cui Ju waved his right hand, causing the soul-reaping pen to emit a radiant azure light, and the talismans atop it fell away like leaves in the wind. With a deft flick of his left hand, a tome resembling an account book materialized before him, boldly inscribed with the words Book of Life and Death. As the pages of the tome were turned at random, the azure glow of the soul-reaping pen intensified, prompting Du to rise slowly and inquire, Sir, do you require my name? I am Du. Cui Ju smiled in silence, poised to inscribe Du's name, yet his gaze became fixated upon Du's countenance. He seemed to wish to articulate something, but the words eluded him, lingering on the tip of his tongue. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Ju posed a question. What did you just call me? Sir, what is it? Du responded, puzzled as he regarded Cui Ju. Xie and Fan Xiao remained silent, acutely aware of the bewilderment etched upon the face of the grand judge. As someone well-versed in the arcane and the passage of time, what could possibly confound him? After an extended pause, Cui Ju finally inquired, in the 19th year of the Jingguan era, did we not meet? The 19th year of Jingguan? Du was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. let alone the Jingguan era. Even in the 19th year of the Republic, I could not possibly have existed. Xie Jin sensed the peculiarity of the situation and remarked to Cui Ju, Grand Judge, have you forgotten he is immortal? He should have no recollection of events from the Jingguan era. How strange, Cui Ju mused. Prior to encountering this young man, I had no memory of such an encounter. Yet upon meeting him, those memories surged forth like a gushing spring. But what could be the reason for this? Cui Ju had encountered countless souls over millennia. Yet only do you seem to stir remnants of his past. After a brief moment of contemplation, a bold hypothesis began to take shape in Cui Ju's mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Young man, I shall inquire, do you choose reincarnation or to serve? Reincarnation, as a wealthy heir, Diyu replied without hesitation. Cui Ju shook his head. Young man, while I could decree your demise as wrongful, you must understand that the number of wrongful deaths over the years is vast. And there is indeed a queue for reincarnation. Diyu nodded, acknowledging the words of the two ghostly sisters who had spoken to him earlier. You understand that you must queue, but do you have any idea how long you must wait? He asked. I do not know, he admitted. 726 years. Cui Ju replied with a faint smile. Until then, you shall remain merely a wandering soul in this realm of the dead. 700 years. Diyu was utterly astonished. Would the world he longed to return to still exist after such a long passage of time? Or would it have transformed into something unrecognizable? Observing the profound expression on Cui Ju's face, Diyu suddenly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Leader, do you have more to say? He inquired. Cui Ju smiled and nodded. Indeed, I require your assistance with a particular task. If you execute it well, I shall leverage my connections to expedite your reincarnation. Do we have a deal? A task? Both Diyu and his companions, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, were perplexed. Cui Ju, though a ghostly being, possessed considerable power, and it seemed curious that someone with such abilities would need the aid of a wandering soul. I must first clarify. Leader, Diyu stated, is this task perilous? Extremely perilous, Cui Ju replied. Should it be mishandled, the living may perish, and the dead may scatter. Diyu merely inquired symbolically, yet unexpectedly, Cui Ju readily admitted. Leader, are you speaking truthfully? This puts me in a difficult position to agree. I do not wish to deceive you. The matter you are assisting me with is indeed perilous. However, all of this is based on my conjectures and assumptions, and it is entirely possible that your involvement may not be necessary at all. Thus, I urge you to contemplate carefully 7 centuries of waiting, or seizing the chance to strive. Diyu hesitated noticeably. Throughout his life, he had numerous opportunities like this, yet he invariably chose to forego them. From the moment he was born, he was never one to strive for anything, not even during his days in the orphanage, where he never actively sought anything for himself. This may well be the reason he remained unadopted for so long. I acquiesce. Diyu responded with great caution. I will assist you in handling that exceedingly perilous task, if you permit me to return to the realm of the living. Cui Ju nodded, directing her gaze towards Xie Jin. 40 miles west of the Ghost Gate lies a mountain shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, known as the Een Mountain. One side is verdant while the other is obsidian. Mortals refer to it as the unreturning peak. At the foot of the mountain, there exists a dwelling. You two should escort Diyu there. Xie Jin, not daring to delay, hastily took hold of Diyu and Fan Xiaohua, setting off on their journey. After bidding farewell to Cui Ju, the trio returned to the van. Sister Bai, what is the situation here? Fan Xiaohua murmured as he started the vehicle. The Grand Judge gives off a rather peculiar aura. How can we possibly comprehend the thoughts of such esteemed figures? Let us simply proceed as instructed. Diyu gazed out of the window, his heart a tempest of emotions. Diyu, have you encountered Lord Cui Ju in the mortal realm? Xie Jin inquired. No, this is my first meeting with him, Diyu replied. That is indeed curious. As they conversed, Xie Jin's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he straightened his posture. Hello? Greetings, esteemed ancestor, Xie Jin answered with utmost respect. Oh, my dear grandson Jin, who are you with? In response to the esteemed ancestor, I am with Fan Xiaohua, escorting a wronged soul. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Fan Xiaohua chimed in, Greetings, 7th grandfather. Xiaohua, my dear, please extend my regards to 8th grandfather. Thanks to your kindness. 8th grandfather speaks of you fondly at home. Speaks of me. That old specter owes me a meal. I must say, my dear grandson Jin, you promised to teach me how to use the photo editing software today. Has it not concluded yet? Ah, esteemed ancestor, I sincerely apologize. Jin repeatedly expressed his regret and relayed the entire sequence of events to the person on the other end of the line. Du pondered silently, realizing that the one capable of invoking the name of the ancestral figure was none other than the infamous Seventh Master, Bai Wuchang, Xiebien. After listening to Jin's account, Xiebien was momentarily taken aback. My dear grandson, you just mentioned the name of the person you escorted. What is his name? His name is Du. For some inexplicable reason, there was silence on the other end of the line. What's wrong with the seventh ancestor? After a brief pause, Fan Xiaohua, who was driving, whispered the question. I do not know. Suddenly, the van soaring through the air began to shake violently, and the sky itself seemed to change. What? Observing the tumultuous vehicle, Jin initially panicked but quickly regained composure, turning to Du with urgency. Dear passengers, our vehicle has encountered turbulence. Please secure yourselves in your seats, fasten your seatbelts, stow away the small tables, and the restroom is temporarily out of service. What nonsense? What small tables and restrooms? Where did you learn this? Du quipped, reaching for his seat only to find there was no seatbelt at all. After a few moments of intense shaking, the space in front of the van suddenly warped, and Fan Xiao was slammed on the brakes, halting in midair. From the distorted space emerged a figure, standing suspended in the void. The figure was clad in white garments, adorned with a tall hat emblazoned with the words wealth at first sight. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and most astonishing was his breathtaking beauty. Though he was a man, he was strikingly captivating. What was perplexing was that he had several slices of cucumber affixed to his face. Seventh ancestor. Fan Xiao shouted. Ancestral master. Jin exclaimed, hastily exiting the passenger seat, only to forget her limited skills in flight, nearly tumbling down. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiebien halted her descent in midair. My dear grandson, there is no need for formality. I merely came to take a glance before departing. The first time Du encountered the legendary Bai Wuchang, Xiebien, he was so nervous that he could scarcely utter a word. Compared to the black and white work attire of Jin Fan, Xiabian's official hat and long robe appeared even more intimidating. Xiebien gazed at Du in the car for a long time, causing Du to feel increasingly uneasy. Finally, he slowly spoke. Du. Xiabian's expression gradually became frenzied, and then he laughed uproariously. Wonderful, Ju, truly wonderful. Ha ha. The three of them stood frozen in place, taken aback by Xiabian's astonishing presence. What on earth is happening? This is the first time I have encountered such an ancestor. Jin, dear grandson, I shall forego my photo editing software today. I will return to apply a facial mask. You must ensure that Du safely reaches the unreturning peak. With that, Xiebien waved his sleeve and vanished into thin air. Sister Bai, what is going on today? Why are the judge and the seventh ancestor behaving so strangely? Jin pondered for a moment before turning to look at Du. I do not know. I only sense that it seems to be connected to Du. A short while later, the three indeed arrived at the unreturning peak, shrouded in ominous energy. Beneath the peak stood a nearly completely dilapidated concrete house. Could it be this place? The three of them halted the car and slowly approached the house, where they noticed a sign, overrun with vines, beside the door. It read, Legend Management Bureau, Local Government Office. Chapter 3. The Legend Management Bureau. The three stood quietly at the entrance of the crumbling house, surveying their surroundings, only to find that not a single wandering soul or spectral being was nearby. Sister Bai, have you been here before? No. I have only heard of the Legend Management Bureau, but have never visited. The name suggests some formality, yet the atmosphere is so desolate. Our task is to escort Du inside. Merely standing outside will not suffice. Just as he spoke, Jin extended his hand toward the door. Du glanced at the dilapidated house, suddenly feeling a reluctance to enter. If you were to push open the door and discover a reality that diverged from your expectations, would you still proceed inside? An ethereal voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing the three to whirl around in alarm. An elderly man with flowing white hair had somehow taken his place behind them. His countenance radiated warmth, defying the passage of time, and he donned a simple, unadorned outfit, suggesting he had been standing there for quite some time. Without acknowledging Jin and Fan Xiaohua, he approached Du directly. If it were not as you envisioned, would you still enter? Du glanced at the elderly man, uncertain of his intentions. The old man continued to inquire. If you had not entered, would Ju still remember you? Du furrowed his brow, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Elder, are you implying? The old man nodded and replied, you are quite perceptive. There exists a cause for every effect, a principle we refer to as causality. Our time is exceedingly limited. Please follow me inside, for we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The old man brushed past the three and pushed open the door. Awaited me for quite some time. Du pondered, bewildered, as it seemed he had only been dead for a mere 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours. The elder glanced back at Du before entering. No, it is not merely 2 or 3 hours. We have been waiting for 9 centuries. The three cautiously followed the elder through the doorway, and the interior space unfolded dramatically before them. From the outside, it appeared to be a modest structure the size of a public restroom, yet within, it was astonishingly expansive. The entire room was constructed of pure white stone, bustling with dozens of individuals moving in and out. Most astonishing of all, the walls were adorned with numerous screens, each displaying surreal occurrences. On one screen, a colossal giant split the heavens and the earth, his form transforming into mountains, rivers, and seas. On another, a diminutive monkey wielded an enormous staff, wobbling as it ascended directly into the sky. Yet another screen depicted a frail woman weeping beneath the great wall, an unseen force shattering the ancient structure. Xie and Fan Xiaohua also surveyed their surroundings. Without exception, every screen showcased legends and tales both familiar and unfamiliar. So, the Legend Management Bureau has indeed been tirelessly at work, they realized. Indeed, every legend that has transpired does not fade. They become integral components of this world. Akin to cells, our reality is comprised of countless such cells, the elderly man explained earnestly. However, do you understand? Cells can become ill. Once a legend falls ill, it may unfold towards an alternate conclusion. And alterations in history can lead to transformations in our reality. If the effects are minor, it may inexplicably give rise to individuals who originally did not exist. We refer to them as Tai Shu. They can exert subtle influences on this world, such as your demise. Do you appear to grasp some of the concepts, yet remain somewhat perplexed? Xie interjected. Today, when you offered your seat to Zhou Zhuangshi, he should have accepted it as recorded in the book of life and death. However, he spotted a Tai Shu in the back seat and chose to stand with that lady instead. This unforeseen event triggered by the Tai Shu is beyond the predictions of even the book of life and death. Indeed, if a cell becomes ill, it can give rise to a Tai Shu. Should the ailment of the cell become severe, our world may cease to exist. For instance, what would happen if one day Panga suddenly decided against creating the heavens? But Du inquired, even if Panga truly chose not to create the heavens, would we not be powerless to intervene? After all, this pertains to ancient times. Well asked, young warrior, the elderly man remarked, stroking his beard and patting Du on the shoulder. Young warrior? This is precisely the duty of our Legend Management Bureau, to intervene in the legends. For those legends with minor inaccuracies, we can employ transmission to interfere. However, I must admit that minor inaccuracies typically bear no grave consequences. Yet, for legends that are gravely afflicted, we can only temporarily seal that narrative. Awaiting a remedy. A remedy? Do you seem to grasp the concept, realizing that they needed a remedy to heal the afflicted legends? Indeed, the elderly man nodded. But who exactly is this young warrior? My apologies, a woman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in professional attire approached, greeting the group. The director is somewhat forgetful and mistook you for someone else. And you are? Xie inquired. Greetings to you all, I am Dong Qianxiu, the assistant director of the Legend Management Bureau. Assistant director? Does that not make you the second in command of this bureau? Do you observe Dong Qianxiu? Noting that apart from her impressive figure, her meticulous appearance left a lasting impression. Her hair was impeccably styled, with not a single strand out of place. And her all-black uniform bore no hint of white. I may indeed be losing my faculties, having forgotten to introduce myself. I am Hisua, the director of the Legend Management Bureau. The elderly man smiled at the trio and then addressed Xie and Fan Xiaohua, saying, Rest assured, you have my word. You have worked hard. Just leave the matter to me and convey my regards to the Yanluos. Oh, we dare not take credit. They both insisted, waving their hands. We are merely descendants of our ancestors. You need not say more, I understand, Du interjected. My task is to assist you in finding that remedy to heal those ailing legends. Is it not? Did I not express myself clearly? Hisua remarked, It is not that you are to find the remedy. Rather, you are that remedy. I am a remedy. How is that possible? There is no time for detailed explanations. Dong Qianxiu perused the materials in hand and said to Du, in brief, we require you to immerse yourself in the legend and restore the narrative to its rightful course. Du was momentarily taken aback. Although he could comprehend the meaning of the words, their implications were entirely unexpected. 81 years ago, we uncovered a deviant legend that could only be temporarily sealed. And now that seal is on the verge of failing. If the trajectory of this legend diverges further, our present world stands on the precipice of annihilation. As Dong Qianxiu spoke, he guided Du toward a machine, beginning to connect various tubes from the instruments to him. Wait a moment. I'm a science student, not a humanities one. I have no understanding of your history or legends, and are we really going now? Du exclaimed. Caught off guard by the abruptness of the situation. I still have many questions. Why me? While making final adjustments to the machine, Dong Qianxiu replied, due to certain circumstances. Only a select few can enter the legend, and you happen to be the second person in 9 centuries. Though our Bureau of Legend Management is numerous, we are merely aides. We have not had an operator in 900 years. I still have questions. Don't you have any sort of employee training? What am I supposed to do? Du's voice trembled as he sought to grasp the nature of the ordeal ahead, especially since Cui Ju had warned him of its extreme danger. He turned to Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, pleading, you have to help me. Otherwise, you won't be able to account for it either. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua shook their heads in resignation. The Xie and Fan families had their ancestral teachings, the first of which was to unconditionally cooperate with the work of the Bureau of Legend Management. There's no time for employee training, Xiaozhan. He Suai said as he approached. The seal of this legend will be broken within an hour, and you must participate within that time frame. You have 7 days to complete the legend, otherwise. Otherwise what? He Suai stroked his beard, his tone laden with significance. Otherwise, you will dissipate in the past while we perish in the future. Is it truly that dire? Do you believe that his peril was solely his own concern? Yet he failed to realize that it pertained to the lives of many others. Which legend am I to enter? Du inquired at last. Upon hearing this, Dong Qianxiu reached out and pulled, causing a display screen to materialize before Du. On the screen appeared a dark and resolute figure, clad in coarse garments, drenched in sweat, laboriously tilling the earth with a hoe, face to the soil and back to the sky. As Du scrutinized the scene, he was astonished to see 10 suns blazing in the heavens. Is it the tale of he shooting down the suns? Du could scarcely believe his eyes. Could he truly intervene in a legend of such magnitude? Indeed, it is the story of he shooting down the suns, Dong Qianxiu elucidated. I shall now recount the script of this legend. Pay close attention. Ordinarily, you should have received guidance from an immortal at the age of 11. And through a decade of enlightenment, he would attain a semi-divine form. By the age of 21, he would draw his bow and shoot down the 9 suns, thus saving all of humanity. Am I being clear enough? Wait a moment. Do you felt a level of anxiety surpassing that of his college entrance examinations? What aspect of this legend is currently flawed? Dong Qianxiu adjusted his glasses. The issue lies in the fact that he did not receive guidance from the immortal at the age of 11 and remained an ordinary mortal until the age of 21. Upon hearing this, Du let out a bitter laugh thrice. Are you suggesting that, as a mere mortal, I am to assist another mortal in shooting down 9 suns? Indeed, had I known the arduous nature of this task, I would have never volunteered. From the outset, it is akin to hellish difficulty. If given the chance to choose anew, I would opt to wait 700 years instead. At least that way, I would not face disintegration of my soul, and I could revel in the life of a wealthy heir. I recall learning in elementary school that the heavens are graced by 9 great firebirds. Unfortunately, Dong Qianxiu shook his head and remarked that in previous legends, the 3-legged golden crows often represented the 9 suns. However, our associates have already conducted reconnaissance, and all 10 3-legged golden crows are currently perched upon the sacred Fusang tree, having made no moves. They remain oblivious to the current circumstances. Thus, the method to bring down the 9 suns rests entirely upon your ingenuity. What? Since you are also but a mortal, we shall extend our assistance as much as possible. Dong Qianxiu presented Du with a booklet resembling a menu and said, you may select 2 of these departed souls to accompany you into the legend. At critical moments, you can summon their spirits. However, be mindful that each spirit may only inhabit your body for a mere 5 minutes. Du took a glance and found a lengthy list, thoughtfully inscribed with the words, please mark a check beside the chosen soul. Possessing a soul? 5 minutes? Du cursed inwardly, questioning the utility of such a brief time frame. Even if one were to choose Sun Wukong, it would be inconceivable to bring down 9 suns within 5 minutes. Wait, Sun Wukong? Du was perplexed. wondering why he had suddenly seen the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, on this list. Had Sun Wukong passed away? Du could not help but exclaim. Not at all, replied Dong Qianqiu. When Sun Wukong attained Buddhahood, he relinquished 7 souls, and we have taken one of them. How splendid. Du thought to himself, in a span of 5 minutes, surely Sun Wukong could shoot down at least one sun, right? It is said that even if he transformed from shooting down 9 suns to just one, it should still be acceptable, shouldn't it? Very well, if you choose Sun Wukong. Simply mark it with a check. Have you decided on the second soul? Du scrutinized the list before him, and indeed, each name belonged to a figure of renown, including historical military giants like the illustrious Guan Yu of the Han Dynasty. However, the majority were mere mortals. Du pondered the practical utility of these souls. Without extraordinary powers, even venturing into the tale of De shooting the suns would be futile. He could only bring along one more soul. Yet as he gazed at the densely packed names, a singular thought lingered in his mind. No choice could possibly lead to success. At that moment, Hisuo approached slowly, settling beside Du Yu, and whispered, "A task that appears insurmountable surely possesses its own breakthrough. To uncover these points of leverage, mere strength is insufficient." He pointed to a name, Zhuge Liang, the strategist of the Han. Sometimes, you need to engage your intellect. Du gazed at the name, lost in thought. Is it truly beneficial to devise a plan to shoot down 9 suns? Even if Zhuge Liang possessed unparalleled intellect, he could not possibly design and construct an intercontinental cruise missile within 5 minutes, let alone strike the sun. Please, could you expedite the process? Dong Qianqiu displayed an expression of exasperation. Oh, it will be ready shortly. Du gritted his teeth, choosing not to quibble with the woman before him. After all, Zhuge Liang was Zhuge Liang. Though the old man appeared somewhat befuddled, his words were not devoid of reason. Thus, he picked up a pen and marked a check next to Zhuge Koming's name. Very well. Dong Qianqiu turned around and instructed a staff member, hurry and retrieve the soul. Prepare the grand package for traversal. The remaining personnel commenced the soul migration process. The entire management bureau became a hive of activity, as various instruments and screens flickered to life. Is it about to begin? Du gritted his teeth, for he had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Just a few hours prior, he had been seated on a bus, engrossed in his phone, yet now, he found himself on the verge of traversing into legend. It is imperative to remember that should he fail to fulfill the legend within 7 days, 10 suns would persist, casting their relentless glare upon the world, leading to untold suffering and devastation in both the past and present. In his final words of counsel, Dong Qianqiu placed an unusual headpiece upon Du Yu's head. Du felt a sharp throbbing sensation in his head, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 4. 10 Days of Scorching Heaven. Du found himself enveloped in darkness, his very being feeling weightless and disoriented. Can you hear me? A voice resonated within his mind. It is I, Dong Qianqiu. I will serve as your primary liaison for this operation. Where am I now? Du inquired. You are currently in a state of void, undergoing a physical transmission and reconstitution. In this mission, you shall descend as the traveler Pang Meng. To preserve the integrity of historical events, please refrain from revealing your true name. Additionally, various versions of the legend have been included in your time-traveling gift package. Remember to examine them thoroughly upon your awakening. Du has come to a realization. What is this? It is an all-encompassing, immersive experience of a 360-degree interactive murder mystery. Before Du could voice his thoughts, a flicker of light suddenly pierced through the darkness. As the light grew increasingly radiant, he realized he was hurtling towards it at great speed. A dazzling flash enveloped him, and upon regaining his senses, Du found himself sprawled upon the ground, which was extraordinarily hot beneath him. The location, Dongxing Shenzhou. The era, the age of Emperor Yao. The character, Feng Meng has descended. Awaken, my brother. A hand was persistently shaking Du. Du struggled to rise, his entire being enveloped in a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Before him stood a man and a young boy. Excellent. You are awake. Du gazed upon the man before him, who strikingly resembled the figure of Ho-E, depicted moments ago on the screen, lying face down in the dust. Ho-E. Ho-E. The man appeared somewhat astonished yet perplexed, replying, I am called De, not Ho. Are you here in search of someone? For reasons unknown. Du could not shake the feeling that this man, De, spoke with a certain indistinctness, as though he had something lodged within his mouth. Du found himself in a state of confusion as he rose to survey his surroundings. He had just been lying at the entrance of a village, seemingly having journeyed from a distant place before collapsing here. He gazed upward, where 10 suns hung in the sky. It was hot, yet not excessively so. Regrettably, he had never learned in school how to calculate temperatures based on the number of suns. If one sun could elevate the temperature to 20 degrees Celsius, what would be the effect of 2? If a single sun could raise the cosmic temperature from minus 273 degrees to 20, wouldn't T2 suns approach 300 degrees? With 10 suns continuously radiating heat, it would seem as if the atmosphere were akin to an oven, capable of incinerating all life and causing the seas to boil incessantly. Yet, that was not the case. Do you perceive that the conditions here were reminiscent of a summer in the south, with temperatures likely ranging from 40 to 50 degrees Celsius? While it would not result in immediate demise, it was undoubtedly uncomfortable. Is this person daft? A young boy observed Du Yu for a while before speaking. He must be faint from the heat, Du Yu remarked. Brother, come to my home. I have some water for you to drink. Du Yu patted his body, noticing a coarse cloth pouch slung over his shoulder, upon which were inscribed a few crooked characters. Gift package for time travelers. To be honest, judging by the quality of this bag, the contents within could hardly be of any merit. Are these fellows attempting to deceive me? Du Yu silently cursed. Brother? He called out again, yet Du Yu remained unresponsive. Igu, this person is truly foolish, remarked the young boy, digging in his nose. You are the foolish one. Du Yu shot a glare at the child, then suddenly felt perplexed, wondering if there were indeed children in the tale of Ho-E shooting down the suns. Be quiet. Don't speak carelessly, Du Yu admonished the young boy, then turned to Du Yu and inquired. What is your name, brother? I am Du Pengming. Du Pengming? No. I am simply Pengming. Du Yu regarded Du Yu with an expression akin to that of observing a simpleton. Indeed, I am Pengming. I have not forgotten my name. Please do not look at me in such a manner. Du Yu's heart was a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the 10 suns in the sky, his fingers brushing against the tattered time travel package at his waist, uncertain if he still had time for regret. The management bureau was abuzz with activity. A group of individuals huddled around a screen. Director, are you certain he poses no threat? Dong Chinchio inquired, his concern palpable as he observed Du Yu's demeanor. After all, our world currently has only one sun, does it not? This lad is quite clever. We shall see, Hisuai replied, glancing towards the door before whispering. If you have arrived, do not linger outside. Come in and take a seat. Upon hearing these words, the door creaked open, and 3 figures stepped inside. Upon closer inspection, the foremost 2 were the Grand Judge Cui Ju and the Black Impermanence, Master Xiebian. The third individual bore an exceptionally cold visage, clad in fitted black garments, wielding a soul-reaping chain, and adorned with a tall black official hat emblazoned with the 4 characters Tianxia typing. His entrance caused the temperature in the room to plummet. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing the trio, yet the other staff members of the bureau appeared indifferent, engrossed in their own tasks. Has Master Ba also arrived? Black Impermanence nodded silently. Alas, old he, if he had not shot down the 9 suns, our workload would have been immense. Xie Bian lamented, shaking his head as he glanced at the display screen nearby. What is the current situation? Hisuai exchanged a glance with Dong Chinchio, who nodded and began to peruse the documents, introducing the individuals before him. Just as the Grand Judge had surmised, Du Yu indeed had the potential to become an operator and return to the legend. The pressing issue lay in the fact that the very first task assigned to him was classified as Super A-level, a near-suicidal endeavor for a mere mortal. Moreover, judging by his earlier performance, which appeared rather reckless and clumsy, it seemed unlikely he would succeed. Cui Ju chuckled lightly. Is that so? Will he perish within the legend of he shooting down the suns? One could say the probability of failure is exceedingly high. He will not fail. Cui Ju interjected Dong Qianqiu. Although I cannot fathom how he, as a mortal, might shoot down a sun, he has not met his demise here. For I encountered him in the 19th year of Jingguan. He saw with a smile that held a hint of irony, remarked, every cause has its effect, Grand Judge. Should this lad perish here, you would forget the memories of the 19th year of Jingguan. Is that so? Cui Ju suddenly appeared disheartened, but only for a moment, before regaining his composure and stating that year's memories are insignificant. If he can return alive, promise me that I shall meet him. With that, Cui Ju flicked his sleeve and strode out of the room. Director, the Grand Judge. Dong Qianqiu contemplated Cui Ju's retreating figure. Indeed, even as a transcendent being, he harbors attachments, Hisuai remarked, turning to address Master Xie Bian and Black Impermanence. So, do you two have anything to convey? Nothing at all, the Black Wuchang remarked. I merely wish to ascertain whether you, old man, require my assistance. Ah, look at this. White Wuchang interjected, extending a finger toward Black Wuchang, and addressed he, old he. This fellow is quite obstinate. Upon hearing that an operator was present, he rushed over without even changing his attire. Black Wuchang scoffed. Are you not the same? Very well. Guests are to be treated with courtesy. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall refrain from formality. Du Yu sat in the dilapidated little hut, gazing at the wooden bowl in his hands. Rather than containing water, it resembled the remnants of a rinse, with droplets lingering from the washing. Brother, do take a sip. Our supply of water is rather meager, he said, casting a worried glance at Du Yu, fearful that he might find the quantity insufficient. Du Yu found himself unable to refuse. He grasped the wooden bowl and drank the last few drops of water in one gulp. How delightful! The water was indeed exquisite. This was Du Yu's first thought. In truth, it was not merely the water. He perceived that the air in this world was exceptionally sweet. What could be the reason for such a phenomenon? Brother Fongming, do you feel any better? I am feeling much better, Brother De Yi. That is truly wonderful. Despite De Yi's somewhat slurred speech, it was evident that he remained a decent fellow. Brother Fongming, you are not from this village. Are you here in search of someone? Du Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, I shall seek someone. Oh, please wait a moment, De Yi replied. I do not know many people, so I must consult my wife. After saying this, he turned towards the house and called out, Wife, come out and meet our guest. Du Yu gazed curiously around the room, pondering that he should have perused the script in advance. To his surprise, it seemed that De Yi had a wife. In the blink of an eye, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. A stunningly beautiful woman lifted the curtain and emerged from the back room. I am Hung Yi, pleased to meet you, brother, she said, gracefully bowing. In that fleeting moment, Du Yu was utterly captivated. Could such exquisite beauty truly exist in an era devoid of skincare and cosmetics? Her visage was flawless and pale, adorned with delicate brows above sleepy almond-shaped eyes. Her lustrous black hair cascaded neatly down her shoulders, embodying the essence of a woman who could evoke deep emotions with just a glance. What does my husband require of me? She inquired. He chuckled softly and replied, My dear, this brother Pang Meng has traveled from afar in search of someone. As my acquaintances are few, I thought it best to summon you for assistance. I see. She responded. If it is a matter of finding someone, please do tell, for I am familiar with the villagers here. Du Yu finally regained his composure, diverting his gaze from Heng Yi's face. After a moment of calm reflection, he slowly spoke. I seek one who can shoot down the sun. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of De Yi and his wife noticeably shifted. De Yi rose swiftly, hurried to the door, and closed it firmly. Returning, he respectfully addressed Du Yu, saying, Brother Fongming, such astonishing words. Might you be a celestial being? Du Yu shook his head and replied, No, I am merely immortal. After uttering these words, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why was it that the initial reaction of these two individuals upon hearing the notion of shooting down the sun was, this person must be an immortal? Should not the typical response of a reasonable person be, this individual is a fool? Upon hearing Du Yu's statement, Ho Yi shook his head and said, Alas, my brother, you jest. We are both mere mortals. How could we possibly engage in a discourse about the act of bringing down the sun? Du Yu gazed at the couple, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Although I am not a celestial being, I possess certain abilities. Moreover, the person I am searching for is named Yi, who has the power to shoot down 9 suns. De Yi's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Hung Yi. Brother Fongming, do not jest with me. Pray tell. There are 10 suns in the sky. How am I to bring them down? With what shall I accomplish such a feat? Du Yu found himself unable to articulate the phrase, shooting them down with a bow and arrow, for how could one utter such words in the presence of 10 suns? Indeed, it was a feat that Ho Yi had once accomplished by bringing down 9 celestial bodies, a narrative that unfolds so effortlessly in the realm of legend. Yet, when confronted with the stark reality of 10 suns blazing above, the words eluded him. With a heavy sigh, Du Yu resigned to his predicament, uncertain of his next move. Brother Pang Meng, he ventured, you must be weary from your travels. If it is not too much trouble, perhaps you might rest here for the day. This was undeniably the most unfortunate of beginnings, and Du Yu grasped that De Yi still regarded him as a fool. Yet what could he do? Du Yu could not bear to part from De Yi. His time was running short. It would be a blessing indeed if he could stay the night. With a hint of boldness, Du expressed his desire. "Oh, do not hesitate," De replied, gently patting Du on the shoulder as he led him to a side room. "You shall rest here for the night." While speaking, De tidied up the space, though it was already impeccably clean, indicating that the lady of the house was quite diligent. By the way, Du turned to Hung Yi and inquired, "Might there be anyone in this village, apart from De, named Ho Yi?" Du felt that he may have jumped to conclusions. Just because he had seen this man on the screen did not necessarily mean he was the protagonist. Perhaps the true hero was someone else entirely. As Hung Yi leaned forward, she spoke softly to Du. "I am but a humble woman, and I do not recognize any man by the name of Ho Yi in the nearby villages." "Is that so? Then I understand," he replied. Du found himself alone in a secluded chamber, oblivious to whether it was day or night. Lowering his gaze, he felt the small, tattered bag at his waist. The package of fate. With a sardonic chuckle, Du opened this so-called treasure. Inside were 2 jars, each adorned with a handwritten label reading the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong, and the sleeping dragon, Zhuge Liang. To his astonishment, they were contained in such ordinary glass jars. The most ludicrous part was that upon turning one over, he could still discern the inscription on the bottom: "Please consume before the expiration date." Du cast the jar aside and noticed a stack of papers. This collection was filled with numerous versions of the tale of Ho Yi shooting the suns. Just as Du was preparing to delve into the readings, he discovered something else within the tattered bag. What could it be? A bundle of exceedingly worn yellow paper, adorned with intricate patterns drawn in red cinnabar. "These are talismans." Suddenly, Dong Qianxiu's voice echoed in his ears, startling Du. "I told you, Qianxiu. Could you refrain from being so frightening? My purpose is to observe you continuously and provide answers to your inquiries. But I haven't even begun to ask yet." Du shook his head and inquired, "Are these talismans the kind often mentioned in cultivation novels?" "Quite similar," Dong Qianxiu replied, "but you possess no magical power. These talismans are merely rudimentary and can only serve a supportive role." Du examined each talisman and was astonished to find that the reverse side was printed with the functions and usage instructions. Among them were 2 teleportation talismans, 1 eavesdropping talisman, 1 amplification talisman, and 1 rejuvenation talisman. Surprisingly, the most formidable of these was the teleportation talisman, while the others were scarcely worth a glance, including the amplification talisman designed to increase one's speaking volume. This was utterly unlike the portrayals found in immortal cultivation novels. Where were the ice spears, the fireballs, the thunderous lightning? Du now finds himself at a complete loss for any breakthrough. The difficulty of this task is insurmountable for him. Grasping his hair in frustration, he gazes at these utterly useless props, growing increasingly exasperated with each passing moment. To hell with this. Du forcefully hurled 5 talismans against the wall. Yet only 4 fell to the ground, while 1 remained steadfastly affixed to the surface. A listening talisman? Du observed as the talisman emitted a faint glow, soon followed by a murmur of hushed voices. "Do you suppose that Brother Pang Meng might be aware of something?" "Surely not, my dear. You have concealed it so well over the years. If he intends to shoot the sun, let him devise a plan. It is beyond our capabilities." Indeed. Let us hope that no trouble arises. Chapter 5. I am an immortal. Du widened his eyes, for it became apparent that the couple was concealing something. But what could it possibly be? Du listened intently, only to discover that their conversation had ceased. Moments later, the eavesdropping symbol on the wall disintegrated into ashes. Having fulfilled its purpose, although he had gleaned a fragment of a clue, he remained convinced that the matter could not be coherently connected. Thus, he began to entertain bold hypotheses. What was it that he had concealed? Could it be that he possessed a semi-divine physique yet chose to keep it hidden? Yet, this notion seemed implausible. According to Chang'e, they were utterly powerless against the task of shooting down the sun. If he had indeed acquired divine powers, would the legendary feat not have been effortlessly achieved? If that were the case, might the hidden truth be linked to the sun-shooting affair? After contemplating for a while, Du spoke up. "Sister Qianxiu?" "I'm here," she replied. "Have you been watching the screen all along, able to see Yi's past?" "Yi's past?" Dong Qianxiu remarked. "Are you suggesting that I assist you in uncovering what he has concealed?" "Precisely. Regrettably, the Legend Management Bureau's screen offers only 2 modes of display. The first can only depict the beginnings and endings of legends, and Yi's prior occurrences fall outside this scope. The second merely displays the operator's image, which is what we are currently observing." "Very well then," Du sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "It seems I must rely on my own efforts." He then retrieved the script and began perusing various versions of the tale of Yi shooting the sun. What he discovered was astonishing. It turned out that Chang'e was. After an extensive examination, Du had a clearer understanding. If he were to select the most comprehensive and nearly flawless version, it would unfold as follows. One day, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The scorching heat of the suns devastated flora and crops, concurrently birthing 6 monstrous beings: Yaogu, Zhaoqi, Jiuying, Dafeng, Fengxi, and Zayush. The populace suffered immensely, their cries echoing in despair. At that juncture, a hero named Yi emerged. He vanquished the 6 monsters and shot down 9 suns, liberating the people from their plight. Overjoyed, the Queen Mother of the West bestowed upon Yi the elixir of immortality, which would grant him ascension to divinity upon consumption. However, Yi's wife, Chang'e, unable to endure their impoverished existence, secretly took the elixir and ingested it, successfully ascending. The heavenly emperor honored this unparalleled beauty with the title of Chang'e, the moon goddess, and awarded her the Palace of the Moon. Impressive, Bureau of Legends, Du remarked. You have summoned me to enact Yi shoots the 9 suns, yet it appears I must also gift you with a rendition of Chang'e flies to the moon. You are overthinking it. Dong Qianxiu replied, as long as Yi shoots the 9 suns, it will inevitably trigger Chang'e's flight to the moon. I have perused this legend countless times, without exception. Thus, you need not dwell too much on Chang'e's ascent. Is that so? Du mused softly. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. There is nothing peculiar about it. Dong Qianxiu's tone remained flat. You need only focus on Yi shooting the 9 suns. Do you no longer paid attention to Dong Qianxiu? He quietly pondered for a moment, then rose from the bed and walked to the adjacent room, gently tapping on the door. After a short while, the door swung open, revealing Dai. Brother Fongming, what brings you here? I wish to inquire about a few more matters. Please, come in. Du strode into the room, where Hang Yi was diligently mending Yi's garments. I wonder if you have ever heard of the 6 mythical creatures, Yu, Zhao Qi, Jiuying, Defeng, Fengxi, and Xiuxi? The two exchanged a glance, and Du, perceptive as he was, discerned the depth in their eyes. Brother Fongming, may I inquire as to your true identity? Dai asked with a hint of caution. Du was aware that Dai harbored some doubts about him, as he indeed appeared rather suspicious. After a moment's contemplation, Du finally spoke. In truth, I have deceived you. I am not an ordinary mortal, but rather a celestial being. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than astonishment flickered in the eyes of both listeners. Du, what foolishness are you uttering? Dong Qianxiu interjected within Du's mind. If your ruse is exposed, Dai will no longer place his trust in you. Du paid no heed to Dong Qianxiu. Instead, he stepped forward and inquired, do you not believe me? Very well, let us conduct an experiment. He gestured towards Chang'e, who was mending clothes behind Dai, and continued. You may inscribe a few words on the fabric at random, and I shall discern what you have written. Dai turned to glance at Chang'e, and it was evident that both harbored a profound skepticism. Brother Fongming, there is no need for further words. Proceed. Du declared with unwavering resolve. Chang'e, with a reluctant nod, contemplated for a moment before deftly stitching a few words onto the garment. However, Dai obstructed the view, leaving Du oblivious to her actions. What exactly are you up to, Du? Dong Qianxiu remarked with irritation. Brother Fongming, I have completed my task. Now, take a guess, Chang'e said, holding the embroidered piece behind her and directing her gaze towards Du. Du stood silently in place, his eyes gently closed, refraining from uttering a word. Brother Fongming? Dai called out. Do not rush, Du replied. I require a spell. Dai quietly took a step back and said, Oh, in that case. Brother Fongming, please proceed. Du ceased to be polite, and with a clap of his hands, he bellowed and began to dance with wild abandon. Xie Bian watched with great amusement from the screen. Ha! This lad is utterly delightful. Dong Qianxiu cast a sharp glance back at him and remarked, Seventh Master, do take this seriously. What if Du fails? Our very existence hangs in the balance. Is that so? I find him quite inventive, Xie Bian replied, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, Hai Wuchang Fan Wuju merely snorted beside them, remaining silent. On the screen, Du flailed his limbs for what seemed like an eternity, his movements utterly uncoordinated, betraying a complete lack of dance talent. Brother Fongming, don't you have a spell? Do not interrupt. Du bellowed, for this was indeed a critical moment. He spun around thrice, took a deep breath, and shouted the incantation. Hey, Qianxiu, assist me. Qianxiu, assist me. Qianxiu, assist me. Quickly, take a look. I implore you, as urgent as the law commands. Silence ensued. Not just within the room, but the entire Bureau of Legends seemed to freeze. What on earth? Chang'e and Hui exchanged glances, their toes gripping the ground in disbelief. Ha! Xie Bian laughed heartily. See? I told you this lad is quite amusing. Dong Qianxiu sighed in exasperation. Do you, if you truly require my assistance? You could have consulted me beforehand. Such a sudden assault. What if I hadn't been able to react? Do you, unperturbed, spun around once more and shouted, Hey! Then he muttered, Then let us perish together, perish together, perish together. Dong Qianxiu gritted his teeth, while Xie Bian behind him was nearly doubled over with laughter. Sighing softly, Dong Qianxiu turned the screen to examine it closely and remarked, Chang'e strike was the moon rises brightly. Ah, I see now. Do you took a deep breath? Pressing his hands downward as if he were concluding a practice. He then spoke slowly to the two, if I am not mistaken. Miss Heng Yi has inscribed the words, the moon rises brightly. Heng Yi, with a look of disbelief, retrieved the robe belonging to Da Yi from behind her. Da Yi hurriedly examined it, confirming that the collar indeed bore the inscription, the moon rises brightly. The moon, when it rises, is resplendent and luminous. It seems that Miss Heng Yi has a fondness for the moon. Du Yu remarked with an air of gravity. Brother Pangming, you are aware of this as well? Da Yi exclaimed in astonishment. You truly are an immortal. That your method of wielding power is rather peculiar. Let us not dwell on my methods. Du Yu interjected. Can you now enlighten me regarding the 6 demon beasts? The two exchanged glances, and Heng Yi began to narrate. Brother Pangming, are you perhaps here to exterminate the demon beasts? That is somewhat accurate. Slaying demon beasts is but a side endeavor. I have a primary vocation as well. Da Yi shook his head, saying, Brother Pangming, you are indeed an immortal. Your words are often difficult to comprehend. In truth, there are not 6 demon beasts, but only 4. The Yeyu was originally a divine beast raised by the late emperor. After the emperor's demise, the Yeyu returned to the weak water. However, the scorching sun renders the vastness of the weak water inadequate for its refuge, forcing the Yeyu to wander the earthly realm. Yet, with its humanoid head and beastly body, it is deemed ominous by all who behold it, and over time, it has been labeled a demon beast, inciting countless warriors to seek its demise, which only served to infuriate it. As for the Xiaoxi, it is inherently a creature of the water, now similarly condemned to roam aimlessly. Du Yu pondered for a moment. How do you come by this knowledge? Da Yi sighed and interjected, Brother Pangming, to be candid, although I am but a mere mortal, I remain deeply concerned for the world. When the 6 demon beasts emerged, I immediately set out to investigate, successfully vanquishing 3 of them. You killed 3? Du Yu exclaimed in astonishment. How could you, as a mortal, possibly slay 3 demon beasts? Though I am a mortal, I was raised in the mountains and excel in archery. The Zhao Qi and the Feng Tun are merely wild beasts to me and pose no threat. In the mulberry forest, I shot the Feng Tun. In the Chohua plains, I killed the Zhao Qi the Defeng. With the aid of a friend, was slain in the Qinxiu marsh. A friend? The revelation was overwhelming, and Du Yu momentarily struggled to process it. Da Yi possessed a friend of unfathomable strength. What of the remaining demon beasts? The Yeyu has promised me that it will not appear before the world for the time being, and the Xiaoxi has changed its name and gone into hiding. Now, only the Jiaoying remains in the world. Excellent. Let us proceed to slay the Jiaoying at once. Du Yu suddenly felt that he was but a step away from accomplishing his mission. Do not speak foolishly, Brother Pangming, Da Yi interrupted. The Jiaoying was born at the dawn of creation. It is a true ferocious beast, possessing the body of an ox and the tail of a dragon. With 9 heads, it can spew water and breathe fire. A mere mortal cannot stand against it. Upon hearing this, Du Yu immediately discerned that this matter was indeed formidable. Do you not have a friend? My friend? Da Yi raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something, and then earnestly asked Du Yu, Brother Pangming. My friend mentioned that if someone were to seek him out, he would like me to inquire a question on his behalf. If the individual can provide an answer, they shall be taken to meet him. Du Yu pondered for a moment, finding the individual to be shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he was the true immortal. What do you mean? Da Yi gazed intently into Du Yu's eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. To eliminate the chaos. To eliminate the chaos? What is that? A secret code? Da Yi looked at Du Yu with eager anticipation, yet Du Yu's mind was a blank slate. Sister Qianxiu, have you ever heard this phrase? Is there perhaps a continuation? Du Yu whispered a question to Dong Qianxiu, yet Dong Qianxiu offered no reply. The Bureau of Legends. Dong Qianxiu stared blankly at the screen, his mouth agape. The black and white impermanents slowly rose to their feet. The black impermanents, Fan Wujiao, began to murmur. To quell the chaos, one must confront the victor. He. The white impermanents, Xiebian, let out a bitter laugh. Old he, you have deceived us. He Sui approached slowly, smiling as he inquired, how have I deceived you? Fan Wujiao pointed at the screen and turned back, saying, your prized disciple, Zhan Qixing. How did you report on him initially? You claimed he had transcended the realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. We indeed found no trace of his soul and recorded it as you instructed. Yet, he evidently remains within the legends. Is that so? Little Zhan still resides within the legends? Old he stroked his beard and asked, then kindly elucidate for me. Is this legend considered within the heavens and earth or within the 5 elements? The black impermanence gritted his teeth and stood up, causing the entire Bureau of Legends to tremble slightly. So you are deliberately toying with us? If Zhan Qixing exists within the legends, how could you possibly complete his task? You already knew he was inside, didn't you? Old Ba, sit down. Xiebian, rarely losing his smile, spoke sternly to Fan Wujiao. Do not forget that our current standing is partly due to Old He's efforts as well. The black impermanence gradually sat down, calming himself, and addressed He Sui. My apologies, Old He. It's just that when the name Zhan Qixing is mentioned, an indelible hatred clouds my gaze, as if I cannot coexist with this individual. Rest assured, Wujiao, He Sui replied cheerfully, who says little Zhan will inevitably obstruct the mission. Has he not also taken action against the ferocious beasts? The black impermanence fell silent. Dong Qianxiu turned back and asked, Director, what should we do? Should we send to you to find Zhan Qixing? Currently, they must not meet, He Sui stated. You may concoct a signal for do you. After listening attentively for a considerable time, do you quietly sought confirmation from Dong Qianxiu, asking, is it true, Sister Qianxiu? Is this code reliable? Rest assured. Just say it as instructed, she replied. Upon hearing this, Du felt a surge of confidence. He raised his head to glance at Du, a cold smile escaping his lips as he remarked, your friend is rather mischievous. Although such signals may be unknown to mortals, I am an immortal. For beings like us, these signals are as trivial as a mere blink. Listen closely. Du, with a face full of anticipation, gazed intently at Du. Du raised the corner of his mouth, proudly declaring, to quell the chaos, one must first satisfy their hunger. This was not the first time Du had grasped the ground with his toes. Why was this individual before him so confidently fabricating nonsense? Something felt amiss. Noticing the subtle nuances in Du's expression, Du tentatively inquired. Brother Pang Ming. Du rubbed his temples and remarked, indeed, there is something a bit different. Hey, Dong Qianxiu, what is going on here? Du inwardly cursed, feeling vexed, yet he patiently explained to Du, as fellow immortals. My friend, and I may not be of the same ilk. Different factions possess distinct codes. Chapter 6, The Conquest of Victory. Given this, I cannot allow you to seek my friend, Du said, somewhat troubled. That is our agreement. Very well, Du replied, resigned. Without him, we shall still find a way. Brother Feng Ming, do you have any good ideas? Du inquired. Of course, Du said, leaning against the wall, deeply contemplating the ground. After a moment of reflection, he asked, have you ever heard of the Buddha of combat, Sun Wukong? Who is this Wukong you speak of? Du questioned, perplexed. Do you felt a moment of confusion, Sun Wukong? You do not know him? He exclaimed, immediately regretting his words. Where are we? Is this not an era where everyone has heard of Sun Wukong? We are in ancient times. With a resigned sigh, Du continued, forget about Sun Wukong. Lead me to Jiuying, and I shall vanquish it. After spending the day together, Du still found it difficult to comprehend Du's prowess. He gazed up at the blazing sun and said to Du, very well, in that case, I shall accompany you on our journey tomorrow. Jiuying resides in the northern Di River of Aolai Nation, not far from here, just a full day's journey. Du also glanced outside the window. Departing tomorrow? The sun seems as though it shall never set. How can one distinguish between today and tomorrow? The sun setting? Oh, Du fixated intently upon the sun. Why are there only 9 left? He initially presumed that the dazzling sunlight had caused an illusion, yet upon careful counting, he confirmed that there were indeed 9. Du inquired with a hint of perplexity, how many suns were there in the sky originally? Brother Fengming, are you confused? There has always been but one sun in the sky, came the reply. No, that's not it, Du responded, his urgency palpable as he pointed upwards. How many suns should there be now? There should be 10, Hui replied, still somewhat bewildered. But why are there only 9 now? Du Yu felt as though he had grasped a fleeting clue, yet it was tenuous, liable to break with the slightest pressure. If there were only 9 suns remaining, then the tale of Hui shooting down 9 suns could not possibly hold true. What difference does it make, 10 or 9? The suns in the sky fluctuate between 10 and 9. Dai remarked nonchalantly. To us, isn't it all the same? Du Yu bowed his head in deep contemplation. The sun, sometimes appearing as 10, sometimes as 9, could it be? One sun rises and sets as usual, while the others do not. This seems utterly unscientific. Wait a moment. Since he finds himself in the tale of Hui shooting down the suns, does science still hold significance? No, it does. The sun rising and setting is indeed correct. But why do the other suns remain inert? Do they merely hover in the sky? Even when darkness falls, they continue to illuminate the entire earth. Why is it that Hui cannot bring down the final sun? Du Yu endeavored for the first time to elucidate legends through the lens of science. If we follow such reasoning, then the 9 celestial bodies in the sky cannot possibly be the sun. Yet, what could these colossal orbs of fire, akin to the sun, truly be? Even if they are not the sun, can a mere mortal bring them down? Brother Pangming, are you well? I am fine. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that there are some matters I cannot comprehend. I must return to rest. As we agreed, we shall set forth tomorrow. After Du Yu finished speaking, he returned to his room. Outside, a small boy hid in the shadows. Only after Du Yu had left did he slowly approach the house. Aqiong, Dai smiled upon seeing the boy. What brings you here? Brother Yi, I feel that the one named Pang Ming is not a good person, Aqiong mumbled, lowering his head. How could that be? Dai drew the boy closer. There are still many good people in this world. Although he may seem untrustworthy, he is deeply concerned about the world, his mind filled with thoughts of shooting the sun and vanquishing monster beasts. Aqiong remained somewhat dissatisfied, yet Dai's words began to sway him. Aqiong, starting tomorrow, I will accompany him to slay the 9 infants. Can you help look after Sister Hingy at home? Slay the 9 infants? Aqiong exclaimed. Then you must bring Xiaoba along. Xiaoba. Dai shook his head. No, since I have renamed Xiaoba, I no longer wish for it to experience such things. I only hope for its safety. But can that person defeat the 9 infants? Honestly, I do not know. Dai sighed. Even if Brother Pang does not go, I must eventually face it myself. Aqiong stood there, feeling wronged and unsure of what to say. Hung Yi emerged slowly from the back room. Are you leaving? Yes, I am going with Brother Pang to slay the 9 infants. Is it possible not to go? Do not worry, my dear. I will certainly return safely. Hung Yi bit her lip, murmuring, you promised to grow old with me. That 9 infants is no ordinary foe. Since Pang Ming is an immortal, he should not require your assistance as a mortal, right? Dai rose and gently embraced Hung Yi, saying, Do not fret, my dear. Have you forgotten? Brother Jean told me that we will surely grow old together. Indeed, Brother Jean has foreseen everything. Aqiong felt somewhat superfluous at this moment and gradually retreated to the doorway. Aqiong, Dai called out, I entrust Sister Hingy to you. No, Hingy interrupted. Aqiong must accompany you. He can control Xiaoba, ensuring your safety. My dear, Dai replied, it is sweltering outside, and you must manage the household. I cannot bear to impose further. Let Aqiong assist you. Do not worry about me. Have you forgotten? If danger truly arises, I still have that. Upon hearing this, Hang Yi felt a semblance of relief. In the Management Bureau of Legends, Dong Qianqiu observed 2 screens showing Du Yu and Dai respectively. She meticulously recorded everything Dai said, yet she was uncertain about the secrets he was concealing. Du Yu, Dong Qianqiu addressed the figure lying on the bed. It seems the situation has changed somewhat. I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Sister Qianqiu. I am listening. Dong Qianqiu sorted through the materials at hand and addressed to you. Previously, we mentioned that you are the 2nd individual in 9 centuries to enter the realm of legend. Indeed, I recall, Du Yu replied. And the first was a man named Zhang Qixing. Zhang Qixing? Yes, 9 centuries ago, he ventured into legend and never returned. Did he encounter danger? No, to be precise, he betrayed the Bureau of Legend Management, Dong Qianqiu stated coldly, as if recounting the tale of a stranger. Betrayal? Why? The intricacies of that matter are not for discussion now. I must caution you that Zhang Qixing is likely involved in the tale of shooting down the suns. Is he with me now? Indeed, and he has severed his ties with the Bureau of Legend Management. We are unable to view his image, but just moments ago, I overheard a conversation between Yi and Chang'e, during which he mentioned a Brother Jean. This individual is very likely Zhang Qixing. Dong Qianxiu adjusted his glasses and continued. To quell the chaos, one must confront Zhang Qixing. This is the cipher he left behind. Thus, it was also Zhang Qixing who assisted Yi in slaying the monstrous beast. Dong Qianxiu's expression turned grave. I suspect he has been entangled in this legend for quite some time, yet we cannot ascertain his true intentions. Yu pondered momentarily, realizing that the clues at hand were rather chaotic. He sat up, retrieved a stack of scripts, flipped to the back, and picked up a charred twig from the ground, commencing to jot down all the current points of suspicion. Firstly, Yi is but a mortal. Dong Qianxiu had mentioned that he had encountered this legend countless times. Yet what could possibly account for the discrepancies in Yi's heritage? Secondly, of the 10 sons, one is destined to set, suggesting that one is indeed the true son. Yet what, pray tell, are the other 9? Thirdly, Yi and Chang'e harbor secrets. The nature of these secrets remains elusive, but there exists a subtle sense that Yi is not merely an ordinary man. Fourthly, there is Chang'e's penchant for wealth. Were it not for his acquaintance with Chang'e, Yu might have chosen to believe this narrative. However, he had witnessed the light in Chang'e's eyes when she gazed at Yi, a light that spoke volumes. Furthermore, as Yu touched the seldom-used side chamber, impeccably clean and well-maintained, it did not seem to align with the nature of a woman who merely craves opulence. Chang'e is indeed virtuous. She is well-educated and reasonable, and she possesses a deep affection for Yi. Fifthly, Yi's friend, Zhang Qixing. This Zhang Qixing is presumably the little Zhang referred to by the chief. Yu remains unaware of his allegiances or intentions, hoping only that he refrains from causing turmoil at a critical juncture. As Dong Qianxiu reviewed the clues meticulously organized by Yu on the screen, his perception of him softened slightly. Though he appeared somewhat boisterous, there was a certain depth to his thoughts, perhaps hinting at a glimmer of hope for the successful completion of their task. Yu carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom. Sister Qianxiu, traversing into legends is truly an extraordinary phenomenon, isn't it? He remarked. Dong Qianxiu replied in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, many things are difficult to fathom. For instance, the archer Yi, often hailed as a hero for shooting down the suns, is surprisingly unassuming. Quite so, Dong Qianxiu agreed. It is perhaps because he is merely a mortal, lacking any grounds for arrogance. Do you manage to wry smile? Reflecting on the peculiar circumstance that this great hero spoke with a certain slur, almost as if he had a speech impediment. A speech impediment? Dong Qianxiu furrowed his brow and remarked, indeed, in the earlier versions, Yi was not characterized by such a flaw. Oh? Yu pondered, perplexed. Is this unclear articulation of Yi a unique trait of this particular legend? Exercising caution, Yu retrieved the piece of paper from his possession and inscribed the 6th point. Sixth, Yi's initial speech was unclear. He felt an urgent need for a key that would interconnect all these disparate clues, though the day was still bright. Fatigue began to weigh upon Yu as he contemplated the chaotic threads of information, gradually succumbing to slumber. In the Legend Management Bureau, upon reaching a temporary conclusion of the legend, Xie Bian instructed Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua to return and rest. However, he and Fan Wujiao were resolute in their refusal to depart. Dong Qianxiu had no choice but to allow them to remain seated, while no one else in the bureau expressed a desire for respite. Time passed, and eventually, a knock echoed from the door. Yu unsteadily rose to his feet, only to discover that the heat outside had intensified compared to the previous day. He lifted his gaze towards the window, where 10 suns illuminated the sky. His brother, Feng Meng, and Yi knocked on the door once more. As Yu opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a perspiring Yi. Are we ready to depart, Brother Yi? He inquired. Not just yet. I need a favor from you, Yi replied, following him outside. Do you notice a grass mat laid at the entrance, upon which an elderly man lay, appearing to be in a dire state? Could you assist me in burying him? Yi asked. In silence, the 2 men proceeded, with Yu pulling the mat behind him as he followed Yi. They arrived at a clearing where Yi began to wield a hoe to dig into the earth. This scene mirrored precisely what Yu had witnessed on a screen before his journey through time. He had previously wondered why Yi toiled under such sweltering conditions, only to realize now that he was digging a grave for the deceased. The silver lining was that today only Uncle Tan had succumbed. Yet the grim reality was that his household had been completely wiped out, with no survivors among the 7. As Yi continued to dig, he spoke softly. In this village, a significant portion of the populace has perished from thirst and starvation. Brother Feng Meng, you must understand that I cannot shoot down the sun, and thus, I can only do my utmost to alleviate the suffering of the people. Do you first sense the profound sorrow emanating from De? Yet, in truth, these individuals need not have met with such a tragic fate. De dug into the earth with increasing fervor, as if desperately attempting to evade some haunting reality. They could have all survived. Their demise was solely a consequence of my actions. Du stepped forward and gently patted De's shoulder. What are you saying? These people perished because of the 10 sons. What connection do you have with that? De seemed oblivious to Du's words, continuing to dig, tears streaming down his face. Brother Fong Ming, if you had to choose, would you save all of humanity or live a lifelong journey with your beloved? Du shook his head and said, I have no one to love, so I do not know. Is that so? De turned to look at Du. There is something I have long wished to tell you. You need not seek the one who could shoot down the sun, the one named D. For that person no longer exists. At that moment, a thread began to weave all the clues together in Du's mind. Du's eyes widened in astonishment. You have long known that one day, 10 suns would appear in the sky, haven't you? Du inquired. Indeed, De replied as he set down his hoe, turned around, and gently laid Uncle Tan's lifeless body into the pit. Years ago, someone granted me the opportunity to choose, yet my choice was to grow old alongside Chang'e. Was there indeed someone who offered De a choice in those days? Who else in this world could foresee the emergence of 10 suns in the heavens? Du gradually began to piece together the puzzle. The individual known as Zhang Qixing had appeared during De's childhood. It was his presence that prevented De from transforming into a semi-divine being. Now that a breakthrough had been made, everything else seemed manageable. Was the one who offered you a choice Zhang Qixing? Du inquired. You? De slowly turned his head to gaze at Du. Do you know Brother Zhang? Acquainted, albeit not intimately, Du replied. We occasionally share a drink, yet when it comes to significant matters, borrowing money could prove challenging. Regardless of my relationship with him, I have but one question for you. Do you wish to shoot down the sun? Chapter 7. The Hidden Past. Do you wish to shoot down the sun? De fell into silence. Du originally believed that De would readily agree, but it now appears that he harbors reservations. If I were to shoot down the sun, Hui would undoubtedly depart from me, would she not? Du was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to provide an answer. While everyone extols the valiant tale of De shooting down the suns, has anyone ever inquired whether De truly wished to extinguish those 9 suns? Brother Pang Ming, let us embark on our journey, conversing as we proceed along the way. Du nodded solemnly, and the two of them buried Uncle Tan and bid farewell to Chang'e, with a bow and arrows in hand. De and Du embarked on their journey under the scorching sun, only to be halted at the village entrance by a young boy. You're poor? The boy, Yu Qiong, glared at Du and inquired, Who exactly are you? Why must you take good to confront Jiuing? Du had never intended to answer this question, so he concocted a casual response. Brother is an exceptional archer, and I have come to learn from him. Learn archery? Yu Qiong, being just a child, suddenly perceived Du in a more favorable light. So, you're Yi's disciple? He asked again. Indeed, a disciple. Du affirmed with a nod. Brother Fong Ming, this seems inappropriate. De murmured softly, how could I dare claim the title of a celestial being's master? No worries. Du waved his hand dismissively. Once my identity is established, it will facilitate our actions. Yu Qiong, lowering his head, seemed to be struggling to comprehend. All right, Yu Qiong, you may rest easy. De patted the boy's head. Remember to look after Sister Chang'e for me. As he watched the two depart, Yu Qiong did not return to the village. Instead, he sprinted to a colossal locust tree, which stood solitary, its leaves long fallen due to the sweltering heat. Xiaoba! Xiaoba! Yu Qiong called out several times. The ground around the locust tree began to tremble, as if a great beast lurked beneath. Moments later, a massive serpent, black as night with a dark yellow underbelly, emerged from the earth, stretching dozens of zhang in length. As it reared up, the sky seemed to darken. The serpent lowered its head to gaze at Yu Qiong and asked, Master, did you summon me? Its thunderous voice resonated, yet Yu Qiong appeared unafraid. Walking beneath the serpent and gently resting against its body, his small frame resembling merely a scale of the great beast. Xiaoba, I hope you can assist me with something, though it may be perilous. Master, my life was saved by you and De. If you require it, you may reclaim it at any time. No, Xiaoba, Yu Qiong cried, shaking his head, I wish for you to live well, and for Gu to thrive as well, but Gu may encounter danger. Gu, let us continue our previous discussion. Do you proposed on the road? Dai nodded thoughtfully and replied, Brother Fong Ming, there are many matters I have only shared with my wife and brother Zhan, yet for some reason, I feel an instant connection with you. Perhaps it is because you and Brother Jean share a striking resemblance. Both possess an uncanny awareness of all that is yet to unfold. Du Yusin pondered, is this not a necessity? I still carry dozens of scripts with me. I shall reveal to you a secret I have long concealed. If, after hearing my tale, you believe that I am still capable of shooting down the sun at this very moment, I am willing to make the attempt. 11 years ago, when I was merely 10, I accompanied my parents into the mountains to hunt. While they ventured deeper, I waited beneath a tree. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, my parents returned to retrieve me, only for the cacophony of cicadas to erupt from the tree, their cries echoing through the valley, preventing my parents from approaching. Believing I was an omen of misfortune, they abandoned me in the depths of the forest. Alone in this wilderness, I learned to survive, mimicking my parents' actions to fashion a bow from branches and vines. Whether it was my innate talent for archery or some divine favor, I managed to endure amidst the venomous creatures and beasts. After nearly 6 months, I encountered another soul on that mountain for the first time. On a hillside, I stumbled upon a girl of my own age, unconscious from a poisonous bite. Clad in exquisite garments, her beauty suggested she was no ordinary maiden. After 7 days of diligent care using various herbs, I revived her. However, she was reluctant to speak of her past, merely offering herself in gratitude for my kindness. Yet, I, a humble villager, felt unworthy of such a luminous and flawless being. Regardless of my protests, she refused to leave, and out of necessity, I took her in, and we began to coexist. Another 6 months passed, and I met a second individual in the mountains. How to describe him? He wore a black robe with patterned sleeves, a dark purple sash at his waist, and his long black hair was tied into a high bun. Tall and graceful, his eyes were deep and inscrutable. In my words, he was the kind who could be recognized as extraordinary at first glance. "Young man, are you Dewey?" he inquired, his voice commanding without anger. For the first time in over a decade, I found myself before a celestial being and was momentarily rendered speechless. "Do not be afraid. I am here to assist you." "Assist me? In hunting?" A hearty laugh escaped him. "Not at all. My purpose is far more significant than hunting. What I am about to say is crucial. You must listen carefully and not divulge it to outsiders." "Very well. At this time tomorrow, you will encounter an elder on the mountain. Do your utmost to assist him. In return, he shall bestow upon you a treasure of the celestial realm." I could hardly fathom such fortune. Helping an elder could lead to a celestial gift. Yet, I must present you with a choice. The man spoke. "The elder shall present you with a 9-rebirth primordial spirit pill or a celestial artifact. You may select only one. Your choice will directly influence your destiny. Should you choose the 9-rebirth primordial spirit pill, you will undergo a transformation, gradually becoming a semi-divine being. In your 21st year, a cataclysm will beset the world, and you must wield your semi-divine strength to avert disaster and save the populace. However, should you embark upon this path to divinity, you will inevitably grow distant from your wife, ultimately losing the one you cherish, destined to live a life of solitude." Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback. As if he truly glimpsed the future the man spoke of. Faint memories surfaced, envisioning himself as a semi-divine being, one who no longer required sustenance or sleep, living a life increasingly alien to his wife. Gradually, they would lose their common language, becoming like two strangers. The woman in his vision was none other than Hung Yi, with whom Yi's bond had recently deepened. He marveled at the vividness of these memories, as if he had genuinely experienced them. The man continued, "If you opt for the celestial artifact, you shall remain a mere mortal throughout your life. The artifact will only serve to rescue you in critical moments, ensuring your safety. You will be unable to save the masses, yet you may grow old alongside your beloved. As for the world, let those who wish to save it do so." He pondered this for a moment. The masses? Who were they? Were they his parents, who had abandoned him to fend for himself on the mountain? Were they the villains who had driven Hung Yi to the mountains, leaving her vulnerable to poisonous creatures? Yi was perplexed. Why should he forsake Hung Yi, the one who had stood by him, for the sake of these people? Strangely, unlike before, no matter how he envisioned it, he could not glimpse the future of growing old together that the man described, as if that possibility would never come to pass. But what did it matter? "It seems you have found your answer." The man observed Yi's expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. "This is only fair. Everyone should possess the right to choose their own life." With that, the man flicked his sleeve and vanished into thin air. Yi, fully aware that he had encountered a genuine celestial being, rushed home to share this revelation with Hung Yi, entirely forgetting the man's admonition of do not speak of this to outsiders. Upon hearing his tale, Hang Yi's cheeks flushed with color. She was indifferent to the notion of celestial beings. Instead, she bit her lip and asked, "Do you wish to grow old with me? I mean, would you like to take me as your wife?" Her fair face blushed deeply, and she lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her garment, exuding a breathtaking beauty. I would," Yi stammered in reply. Tears of joy streamed down Hung Yi's face as they embraced one another. At that moment, for Yi, was there anything more important in the world than Hang Yi? The following day, Yi indeed encountered an elderly man on the mountainside. This venerable figure, with hair as white as snow yet a visage reminiscent of youth, donned a pristine long robe. Engaged in an unknown mystic practice, he sat cross-legged upon a large stone, his eyes gently closed, palms facing the heavens. Before him, a black cauldron spun gracefully in the air, while beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he summoned forth a brilliant crimson flame to incinerate the cauldron. Yi pondered how he could assist this elder, for it was evident that he was no ordinary being. The flames beneath the cauldron intensified, causing it to sway ominously, as if the moment of magical exertion was approaching its zenith. At that instant, something rustled in the underbrush, slowly emerging from behind the elder. Yi focused intently, discerning two wolves. One bore a notably short front leg, rendering it unable to walk, and thus it rested upon the back of the other. Despite its affliction, its gaze was cunning, suggesting it had long awaited this pivotal moment to strike at the elder. Could it be a bay? Alarm surged within Yi as he recalled tales from his childhood, spoken by his parents, of a wolf born with a missing front leg, destined to ride upon others. These creatures were renowned for their exceptional intelligence and were known as bay. Such beings were rare, appearing perhaps once a century, yet when they did, they invariably led their pack to wreak havoc upon the world. Without hesitation, Yi swiftly drew an arrow, bending his bow to shoot down the wolf. The bay, deprived of its steed, tumbled to the ground. Before it could react, Yi loosed two more arrows, one struck its throat, while the other pierced its heart. As the bay lay gasping for breath, on the brink of death, Yi turned his gaze back to the elder, who appeared oblivious to the turmoil, still with eyes closed, urging the flames onward. In that moment, a muffled roar emanated from the cauldron, causing its lid to be forcefully propelled into the air. As a beam of golden light shot skyward, the elder's eyes finally opened, and he uttered softly, "Wishing to flee?" With a pointed finger, he summoned forth a purple gold gourd that soared towards the golden light. The two entities seemed to clash violently, but the golden light was clearly no match for the gourd. In a display of mystic prowess, the gourd absorbed the golden light, returning to the elder's hand. Gazing at the gourd, the elder uncorked it, tilting it to reveal a golden elixir that fell into his palm. To his astonishment, this potion possessed sentience, having just been forged. Fortunate indeed that it had not escaped. The elder slowly turned to Yi and remarked, "Young brother, I must express my gratitude. Had that bay ambushed me and seized this elixir, chaos would surely have ensued across the realm. You are aware of this, esteemed elder?" Yi inquired. The elder chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I am aware. However, had I acted recklessly in that moment, not only would the elixir within the cauldron have been reduced to ashes, but I too would have suffered grave harm to my essence." Yi nodded in understanding, contemplating whether this location might indeed be a celestial mountain. "Why do so many immortals appear? Young brother, you have saved my life. This is my destiny and your fortune." The elder presented a pill forward and then took out a wooden box, saying, "I came in haste this time and brought only these two items, a pill capable of elevating your corporeal form to that of a saint, and a celestial treasure that I frequently employ. Choose one, and from this moment forth, we shall have no further ties." Yi observed the scene before him, identical to what the man had described the day prior. "No further ties?" Yi inquired. "Why does the elder say this?" "It is not that I harbor any dissatisfaction towards you, young brother. Rather, as an immortal, I must sever all connections with the mortal realm each time I descend." The elder chuckled softly, saying, "Do not take it to heart. Simply make your choice." Yi refrained from further questioning, having already made his decision in his heart. He knew he needed only to act upon it. Thus, without even glancing at the pill, he reached out to grasp the spirit-infused little box. "Oh." The elder seemed somewhat taken aback, but soon regained his composure. "In that case, young brother, you have made your choice. Henceforth, we shall have no entanglements. Farewell." Dei remarked to Du. Just as Brother Jean said, I have remained safe and sound all this time, enjoying a loving relationship with Chang'e. Yet it is the common people of this world who suffer. Brother Fangming, am I being too selfish? Do you let out a deep sigh? Dei merely wished to remain with Heng Yi, but who decreed that Dei must sacrifice everything he currently possesses to save humanity? Do you wish to express more? But Dong Qianxiu suddenly interjected. Do you? Be cautious. It seems that a colossal entity has been following you. Chapter 8. Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Du turned to glance back, and indeed, at the distant horizon, a cloud of dust billowed, suggesting that something substantial was trailing them. Brother Fangming, what is it? No, it's nothing, he replied. Du understood that informing Dei about the presence of something following them would be futile at this moment. He then turned back and said, Brother Dei, I hope you disregard others and simply follow your heart. For yourself, do you wish to shoot down the sun? Dei pondered for a moment and nodded. I wish to shoot down the sun, but I also long to grow old with Chang'e. Du contemplated for a moment? It was not a daunting task. If we were to say that the archer possessed a semi-divine physique, and after a decade, he and Chang'e had lost all affection for one another, then it would indeed be plausible for Chang'e to pilfer the elixir of immortality and consume it to attain transcendence. However, the present situation is markedly different. Yi and Chang'e remain deeply in love. If they were to devise a means to shoot down the sun in their current state, neither would consume the elixir, thus preserving their bond while also achieving the feat of bringing down the sun. Alternatively, one might simply approach the Queen Mother of the West to request 2 elixirs. In truth, neither of these options presents a significant challenge. The true difficulty lies in how to bring down the sun. Du turned back to glance at the dust swirling in the distance, which seemed to maintain an unyielding distance from them, never drawing closer. Though a lingering fear resided in his heart, he could not bring himself to actively seek out that entity, so he and Dei continued their journey. Strangely, under the scorching sun, despite traveling for a considerable time, Du felt no fatigue. Had this been in the real world, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. Could it be attributed to the fact that he was already deceased? Throughout the day, Du looked back many times but saw no sign of that presence. After several confirmations from Dong Qianxiu that nothing was following them, he finally felt at ease. Brother Fangming, we have arrived in the kingdom of Ally. We must exercise utmost caution, Du remarked. Could you provide me with a detailed description of our current destination? A detailed location? He inquired. I have an odd feeling that I've heard the name Ally before. We are presently in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Near the treacherous waters of the Northern D in the kingdom of Ally, came the response. No, it's the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and the kingdom of Ally. Why does it all seem so familiar? Du pondered aloud. I used to recite it daily, but after years of work, I've completely forgotten. Familiar? Have you been here before, Brother Fangming? Dei asked. Not at all. I'm not from this region, and I haven't traveled extensively, Du replied. By the way, Du whispered, Sister Qianxiu, are there any notable figures from the kingdom of Ally? Dong Qianxiu sighed helplessly. It's surprising that you can delve into legends and yet be unaware of this. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the kingdom of Ally is home to the Flower Fruit Mountain. Ah, yes, Du exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Isn't that the location frequently mentioned in the tale of the Monkey King's birth? The Flower Fruit Mountain in the kingdom of Ally, where the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong resides. He spoke with fervor now, yet had been unable to recall it moments ago. Dong Qianxiu shook her head in exasperation. Don't blame me. This knowledge hasn't been useful since high school. Dei looked at Du in confusion. Who is this Qi something Wukong? Du waved his hand and, with unwavering confidence, let out a cold chuckle, saying, You need not know. Afterward, he patted his backpack and whispered, Grandmaster. Today we are in our home ground. There is no need for pressure. You shall take the starting position, and we will conclude this match in 5 minutes. Brother Fangming, are you feeling too warm? Dei inquired with concern. Haha, I am not too warm. Rather, I am in fiery form. Du strode forward with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision the lifeless form of Jiuying. Suddenly, a colossal fireball descended from the heavens, with remarkable speed. Dei swiftly tackled Du to the side. Du narrowly evaded the fireball, still reeling from the shock when a colossal dragon's tail swept through the air, striking him squarely at the waist and propelling him across the ground. Tangming, brother, Dei bellowed. I'm fine, Du gasped. Sprawled on the ground and retching, the impact was brutal, yet this body seemed remarkably resilient, as he felt no internal damage. Before him descended a creature cloaked in vibrant red fur, towering at Tinzhong, resembling a water buffalo with 9 heads, but with a scaly dragon's tail trailing behind. Has it arrived? Jiaoying? Di wiped the corner of his mouth and reached for his backpack. Tang Ming, I'll hold it off. You must find a moment to recite the incantation, Dai exclaimed, swiftly knocking 3 arrows and releasing them, each aimed directly at Jiaoying's eyes. Yet, Jiaoying was no ordinary foe. As the arrows approached, it deftly twisted its head, causing the arrows to whiz past its face harmlessly. With a thunderous roar, Jiaoying unleashed a torrent of water toward Dai. Utilizing his agility, Dai dodged and weaved, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Excellent. I merely need to stall, he thought, knowing that Tang Ming required time to chant the spell. As long as he remained unharmed until then, all would be well. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Dayu's direction. Sun Yukong. The distressed cry raised Dayu's alarm. Could it be that Tang Ming had completed his incantation? Behind the tree, Dayu gazed at the shattered jar in his waist pouch. That blow from Jiaoying had struck with such force that it shattered the vessel containing the soul of Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. Upon opening the pouch, he noticed a wisp of white smoke drifting away. Initially dismissing it, he realized that the ethereal plume was likely the soul of Sun Wukong. Ah! Dayu screamed in a frenzy. What am I to do now? Heavens! Dai exclaimed, sensing the urgency. Tang Ming's voice was particularly desperate, indicating the magnitude of the power he had just invoked. In the Bureau of Legends, Dong Qinxiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wuji rose to their feet in unison upon witnessing the scene. This is dire. Just then, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, having just finished their respite, were about to enter the door, each holding a cup of milk tea. Jin, my dear grandson, Xie Bian called out in a flurry. Quickly check the soul summoning records from 2,000 years ago. If you find the soul of the victorious fighting Buddha, alert me immediately. Yes, ancestor, Xie Jin replied, dashing away in haste. Blur, Fan Wujiao shouted. Immediately contact Cui Ju and Zhong Kue to examine all souls from the era of Emperor Yao to see if an extra vengeful spirit, Sun Wukong, has manifested. Of course. Esteemed ancestor, Fan Xiaohua took a quick sip of his milk tea before racing off. Director, Dong Qianxiu called out urgently. We must ascertain which part of the 3 souls and 7 spirits Dayu has taken with him. Why do you stand there in a daze? No. They both directed their grandchildren to work. It's quite awkward when you give me orders, Director. What time is it? Ah, yes. Hence, he ran away in a flurry. What terrible luck, Dong Qianxiu lamented, to have inadvertently released the spirit of Sun Wukong during the era of Emperor Yao. If Sun Wukong enters the underworld, it would lead to an unprecedented catastrophe. Brother Fang Ming, are you ready yet? He could scarcely hold on any longer. Although Jiaoying sprayed water, it felt as heavy as stone upon him, and his body was already covered in bruises. I can hardly hold out any longer. What are you even holding on for? Dayu dashed out from behind a tree, exclaiming that the plan had changed. We must flee. Huh? Dai, momentarily puzzled, could not comprehend the meaning. The wind is fierce. Run, Dayu shouted and took off. Despite not fully understanding, Dai turned and bolted after Dayu in a frantic escape. Seeing the two attempting to flee, Jiaoying decisively lunged for the nearest target, Dai. In an instant, it pounced forward and clamped its jaws onto Dai's shoulder. Ah! Dai screamed in agony. Dai! Dayu glanced back and steeled his resolve. You let go of my brother. As Dayu sprinted towards Dai, he swiftly picked up an arrow from the ground and leapt, fiercely thrusting it into the eye of Jiaoying. Caught off guard by Dayu's audacity, Jiaoying was momentarily unable to evade, resulting in one of its eyes being blinded. Wincing in pain, Jiaoying released its grip, allowing Dayu to immediately assist Dai, who was gravely injured on the shoulder, and they hurriedly fled. Brother Fang Ming, you must release me, Dai urged. If you carry me, we shall both perish. That is not an option, Dayu retorted through clenched teeth. I brought you out. I must ensure your safe return. Before long, Jiaoying regained its composure, seething with wrath, and unleashed several gigantic fireballs towards the pair. Trouble, Dayu exclaimed, realizing there was no way he could evade the oncoming inferno while carrying Dai. In a moment of desperation, the ground between them and Jiaoying began to convulse. And just as the fireballs threatened to engulf them, a colossal shadow erupted from the earth, absorbing the impact of the flames. A massive serpent, its scales scattering like shrapnel, emerged before them. Good heavens! What is this? Dong Qianxiu cried out in alarm. Do you? Be cautious. The Xiao serpent has appeared. In every legend, De would shoot out one of the Xiao serpent's eyes, making them eternal adversaries. Is this the end? Du exclaimed, pulling De along as they fled. De glanced back at the ground strewn with scales, struggling to respond. Xiaoba? I have come to save you. Good grief, you two are acquainted? Du smiled at the Xiao serpent, feeling a sense of camaraderie. The Xiao serpent, however, paid Du no heed, fixating solely on Jiuying. You cannot face it. Xiaoba, flee. De urged weakly. I cannot abandon you. My master commanded me to ensure your survival. The Xiao serpent stood resolute, seemingly unfazed by Jiuying's presence, which appeared to surprise the latter as well. Strange, Dong Qianxiu remarked. Why would the Xiao serpent fight so fiercely for Du? Jiuying took a tentative step forward. But upon realizing the immense serpent remained unmoving, it could no longer contain its impatience and unleashed a torrent of water. The Xiao serpent, being massive, found it impossible to evade and charged headlong into the deluge, colliding with Jiuying. The two colossal creatures engaged in a fierce battle in the clearing. Yet it was evident that the Xiao serpent was no match for Jiuying, which wielded sorcery capable of conjuring water and fire, while the Xiao serpent was merely a gigantic snake. Seizing an opportunity, the Xiao serpent coiled around Jiuying, but the latter retaliated without hesitation, its 9 heads striking in unison towards the serpent's body. In an instant, the Xiao serpent was left bloodied and battered, and Jiuying followed up with fireballs, causing the serpent to cry out in agony. Despite its suffering, the Xiao serpent maintained its grip on Jiuying, refusing to relent. What now? Du pondered. Observing the dire scene before him, he was the only one able to act, but what could he possibly do? A sudden realization struck him. Of course. I possess talismans specifically designed for cultivators. Du swiftly pulled out a rejuvenation talisman from his backpack and affixed it directly onto De. A radiant golden light emanating from it as the visible wounds on De's body began to heal. This? De gazed in disbelief at his own body, astonished that his brother Pang Ming had such a remarkable trick up his sleeve. This is the only time it can be done, Du remarked. That is sufficient. De felt a resurgence of strength and, seizing his bow and arrows, declared, I cannot abandon Xiaoba. I shall confront Jiuying at once. Wait. Du pondered for a moment before saying, Your arrows can evade. Just follow my lead, and we shall find a way. Oh, is there yet another contingency from Brother Pang Ming? Indeed, Du nodded. I have yet to employ my most formidable technique, the Qianxiu divine art. Qianxiu divine art? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback. I warn you not to act recklessly. I can only observe and transmit messages to your world, but I cannot cast spells. You need not invoke spells, Du replied. I recall the director mentioning that in the 9 centuries without operators, you often used sound transmission to intervene in legends, correct? Yes. So, you can transmit messages to anyone in the legends? Theoretically, as long as we can see that person. That is splendid. May I inquire if this sound transmission allows for channel switching? Channel switching? Yes, akin to headphones, where one can choose to listen through the left ear or the right. That function should exist, but I have never used it. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Dong Qianxiu, unusually anxious, inquired. Then it is settled, Du declared. Just shout hey, grandson to test it. What? I refuse to shout that. It's too embarrassing. Dong Qianxiu protested disdainfully. Sister, embarrassing? Du bellowed. I am on the brink of losing my life here. All right. After a long pause, Dong Qianxiu finally shouted. Hey, grandson. Excellent. Du exclaimed, Brother De. Come over. I shall inform you of the strategy. Meanwhile, Jiuying was entangled with the Xiao when it suddenly noticed a figure wielding a bow and arrow hastily approaching from its left. Aware that this individual intended to launch a surprise attack, it fixed its gaze intently upon him. At that moment, Jiuying suddenly heard someone from the right utter, Hey, grandson. The voice was so close, it felt as if it were right in front of him. Jiuying abruptly glanced to the right but saw nothing. Whoosh, a well-timed arrow flew in, striking and blinding yet another eye of Jiuying with precision. Confused, Jiuying scanned its surroundings, a look of bewilderment etched on its face. The Qianxiu divine art, with its boundless power, Du scoffed. Chapter 9. Ba Ling Brother Pang Ming truly possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of disturbing the minds of the demonic beasts. De could not help but admire silently. With the aid of Du's extraordinary skills, he had succeeded in blinding 9 of the 12 eyes of the 9 infants. Regrettably, the 9 infants possessed 9 heads, totaling 18 eyes. Only 6 remained. Du bellowed, urging him to continue. The 9 infants gasped for breath, bloodied and bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos, feeling as though someone nearby was mocking them relentlessly. Curiously, the voice, though seemingly lacking confidence and tinged with shyness, persisted in its taunts. Resolutely, it decided to disregard the voice. In subsequent shots, regardless of Du Yi's efforts, the 9 infants remained fixated on him. Dong Qianxiu, on the other hand, was in a state of desperation, incessantly shouting, "Hey, grandson," in front of all the staff. Utterly mortified, her once fair complexion now flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet, this was a crucial moment to defeat the 9 infants. If she ceased her cries, she feared she could offer no further assistance. "This is bad. The Qianxiu technique is about to fail," Du exclaimed urgently. "Keep going, Qianxiu." Dong Qianxiu gritted her teeth and shouted again. "Hey, grandson." She even improvised with a few lines. "Look over here. Come fight me." Deep down, she convinced herself that her actions were for the greater good, yet the embarrassment was overwhelming. Conversely, the 9 infants, undeterred by Dong Qianxiu's shouts, remained focused solely on Du Yi. "Enough," the Xiao Shi, entwined with the 9 infants, suddenly spoke, its strength significantly waning. "Now, I am confident I can slay it." "Slay? This does not bode well." Du Yi sensed impending doom. "Xiaoba, what are you planning?" Xiao Shi shook its head, replying, "Du Yi, please convey to the master that I can only fulfill half of my promise. He wishes for both of us to survive, but I have failed him." "No, this cannot be," Du Yi shouted. "Xiaoba, do not act rashly. My brother Pang Ming and I will find a way. You know well. Even if the 2 of you blind all its eyes, you cannot kill it," Xiao Shi remarked with a smile. "I should have perished on the day when 10 suns arose. I am content to have lived this long. I will return this life to you today." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Shi let out a thunderous roar, a beam of violet light shooting from its mouth, containing a deep purple orb. "What is this?" Du exclaimed in astonishment. "It is the inner core of a demon beast." Dong Qianxiu shouted, "Quick, take Du Yi far away. Xiao Shi is about to detonate its inner core." Upon hearing this, Du immediately rushed to seize Du Yi. "Brother Du Yi, we must leave." "No, it's futile. That serpent is beyond salvation. If we do not depart, it will perish in vain." Dragged away by Du Yi's insistence, Du Yi cried out, being pulled to safety. At this moment, Jiao sensed the gravity of the situation. A demonic beast reaching the size of a serpent must have cultivated for millennia. Yet it chose to self-destruct for a mere mortal with a lifespan of only a few decades? Jiao found it incomprehensible. It could not fathom such an act. Perhaps due to its absence of true sentience. "Oh, how I long to gaze upon the azure waters of Dongting Lake once more," the serpent uttered as its final words in this world. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, resonating with immense energy. What could this possibly signify? Dong Qianxiu was bewildered. She had never witnessed such an outcome between the serpent and Du Yi. "Report, ancestor." Xie Jin suddenly burst through the door. "My kin and I have examined all the soul summoning records, yet we found no mention of Sun Wukong from 2,000 years ago. Report, ancestor." Fan Xiao followed closely behind. Both Lord Cui Ju and Lord Zhong Kui have reviewed the Book of Life and Death. There is no registration of Sun Wukong during the reign of Emperor Yao. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao were perplexed. How could a solitary soul not be recorded? "Qianxiu." Hisuai approached. "It appears there is a complication. That fragment of soul represents evil, one of the 7 souls. If not eradicated swiftly, it could lead to significant troubles. We indeed wish to eliminate it, but where could it be?" Dong Qianxiu pondered thoughtfully. "Assistant Dong, I have tracked the image of that soul." A staff member suddenly exclaimed. "You've captured the image of the soul?" Dong Qianxiu gasped. "Why would that soul have a visual representation? Could it be another legend?" "Assistant Dong, you must come and see this." Dong Qianxiu, Xie Bian, Fan Wujiao, and Hisuai hastened to the screen. There, they beheld a wisp of white smoke drifting aimlessly. As it floated, it seemed weary, plunging downward and burrowing into a stone. "What legend does this depict?" Dong Qianxiu inquired of the staff member before the screen. "Report." "Assistant Dong, the legend displayed is the birth of the Monkey King." "I see." Hisuai exclaimed in astonishment. "In the land of Dongxing Xinzhou, in the kingdom of Alai. A millennium hence, this wisp of soul will gestate a stone monkey within this very stone." "Ha ha ha!" Xie Bian suddenly burst into laughter. "Is it solely evil among the 3 souls and 7 spirits? No wonder it causes chaos in heaven and hell." Fan Wujiao felt a sense of relief, glancing at Dong Qianxiu, then gestured with his thumb towards Du Yu in the distance, saying, That lad may indeed be a genius. Du Yu and De Yi gathered numerous stones to construct a tomb. Xiaoxi exploded into fragments, leaving no trace of his body. Xiaoba, I shall ensure that Dongting Lake is once again brimming with azure waters, De Yi remarked as he continued stacking stones. Thank you, Brother Fongming, for your assistance today. Without you, neither Xiaoba nor I would have survived. Setting aside their previous conversation, the two meticulously completed the construction of Xiaoxi's tomb. De Yi then took out an arrow and carefully inscribed the characters Xiaoling onto a stone. Brother De Yi, what does Xiaoling signify? De Yi replied calmly. Xiaoling refers to the tomb of Xiaoxi. De Yi pondered for a moment, then seized the stone inscribed with characters and forcefully struck it against another stone, continuing until both were reduced to fragments. Brother Fongming, what is the meaning of this? De Yi inquired, a rare trace of anger evident in his tone. You still refer to it as the Serpent of Repair? Du Yu replied coolly, in your heart, does it still remain the beast known as the Serpent of Repair? De Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, and then tears streamed down his face. No, it is not the Serpent of Repair, it is Xiao Ba. Du Yu nodded and patted De Yi on the shoulder. Let us carve anew. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Ba Ling. However, Du Yu was interrupted by Dong Qianqiu. No, Ba Ling is a geographical name in the real world. Please refrain from such arbitrary usage. Following De Yi's suggestion, it would be better to name it Xiaoling instead. Du Yu shook his head. I am sorry, Qianqiu Jia, but I cannot yield on this matter. It must be referred to as Bailing. Dong Qianqiu, however, paid no heed to Du Yu's insistence, while Xie Bian chuckled behind him. Seventh Master, what is it that amuses you? Assistant Dong, do not be too hasty. I was merely curious and took a glance at an online encyclopedia, where I stumbled upon something intriguing. Dong Qianqiu sensed the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Du Yu had altered history? She opened her phone and searched for the legend of Bailing, and there it was. Clearly stated, the Shui Jing Zhu records. The Basha snake measures 10 zhang in length and encircles 7 or 8 feet in girth. Its body is a vibrant tapestry of colors, blue, yellow, black, and red intermingled. It excels at concealing itself in the shadows, waiting for its prey to emerge before launching a sudden assault, ensnaring its victim with its massive form and subsequently devouring it whole. The Basha snake originally inhabited Lake Dongting. However, after 10 consecutive days of rainfall, the waters of Dongting surged, wreaking havoc upon humanity, causing immense suffering among the populace. Thus, he shot it down with arrows. From that moment onward, the place where the Basha snake perished was named Bailing, and it is said that the inhabitants there once witnessed an abundance of arrows scattered upon the ground. Fan Wujiao glanced at his phone and remarked, what did I tell you? That lad might be a genius. A genius? Dong Qianqiu retorted, he is merely exceptionally fortunate. Yet, despite her words, her heart was stirred. Bailing. Indeed. After a brief respite, Du Yu and De Yi set off on their journey back. The recent events involving the Ba snake had cast a shadow over their spirits, rendering both of them somewhat melancholic, and thus, silence enveloped them. With the 6 demonic beasts no longer posing a threat, their next course of action could only be to shoot down the 9 sons. Although Du Yu felt immense gratitude towards Ba Shi, the bond between them was not particularly profound, compelling him to offer what little comfort he could to De Yi. There was one matter that had perplexed Du Yu for 2 whole days. He had scarcely eaten or slept, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. After a long day of travel, the two returned to the village. To Du Yu's surprise, Hung Yi had been waiting at the village entrance, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat from the sweltering heat, yet she remained steadfastly in place. My husband, Hung Yi called out, her heart racing as she spotted De Yi, and she rushed towards him. At last, a smile broke across De Yi's face. He laughed and wept, enveloping Hung Yi in a tight embrace. How wonderful it is, my husband, that you are unharmed, Hung Yi exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the end, Hung Yi never inquired about the beast, her gaze fixated on the bloodstains on De Yi's body, her face etched with concern. Du Yu did not disturb them, but quietly stepped away. After walking a short distance, he spotted Yu Qiong standing on the street. Did Xiao Ba heed my words? Yu Qiong inquired. Du Yu suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Yu Qiong was merely a child. It had performed admirably, and without its intervention, both De Yi and he would have perished in that dire moment. Wouldn't he they? Yu Qiong seemed to yearn to inquire further, yet hesitated, lowering its head and murmuring softly. Indeed, how could it frame such a question? Ah, Diyu mustered a strained smile, recalling that Xiaoba had mentioned it would not be returning for the time being. Having discovered a wondrous place resembling Dawning Lake, where it intended to reside for a while. Is that so? Did Xiaoba truly say that? Yes. It is a beautiful place called Bailing, and when you grow older, we shall visit it together. Yo Qiong nodded slightly, opened its mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence and turned away. Although Diyu was burdened with heavy emotions, he was acutely aware that his mission remained unfulfilled. Sister Qianqiu, why do I not feel fatigued? Diyu inquired. I have never entered the legendary realm, so I am uncertain, Dong Qianqiu replied. However, I have heard that in the ancient epochs, the spiritual energy in the world was abundant enough to enable mortals to ascend to immortality. In the society you inhabit, the spiritual energy has nearly been depleted. Spiritual energy? Diyu mused. Indeed, the tales of cultivating immortals do not deceive me. Enough with the frivolities. Have you devised a plan to accomplish your task? Not yet. Diyu shook his head. Yet you have been observing me for 3 days. Do you not tire? Tire? Dong Qianqiu's tone remained as frosty as ever. I have been steadfast in this position, watching intently for several centuries, never once allowing myself a moment of negligence. Diyu conversed with Dong Qianqiu while returning to the side room of the Dai family. Is he truly a workaholic? Diyu scratched his head and remarked. To not steal a moment of idleness is rather terrifying. Enough of this nonsense, Dong Qianqiu interjected. This is my duty. Do you not realize that missing any crucial information could lead to significant repercussions? Sister Qianqiu, Diyu interrupted. How about we grab a cup of coffee when I return? A cup of coffee? Dong Qianqiu momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Indeed, I have few friends. Over the years, you have been the one I've spoken to the most, Diyu replied with a hint of resignation. You've been here for centuries. Aren't you much like me? A hidden emotion within Dong Qianqiu was pricked, yet she quickly regained her composure, stating, I am different from you. I have people to converse with and do not feel lonely. Xie Bian elbowed Fan Wujiao. What are you doing? Fan Wujiao asked irritably. Xie Bian, covering his mouth, whispered. If I heard correctly, is Diyu indeed flirting with Dong Qianqiu? After pondering for a moment, Fan Wujiao asked, what does flirting mean? Oh my, Xie Bian exclaimed, placing a finger on his head. Yu. He then waved at Fan Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua, come here quickly. Confused, Fan Xiaohua ran to Xie Bian's side. Great ancestor, did you call for me? Xie Bian gazed at Fan Xiaohua with affection and said, Xiaohua, please do not emulate your ancestor. Not only are you wooden yourself, but you also bring the entire Fan family into a solitary existence. Huh. Fan Xiaohua was taken aback by Xie Bian's startling words, unsure how to respond. This was not a favorable remark, was it? After a glance at Fan Wujiao, she noticed he remained unperturbed. What is wrong with that? Xie Bian continued. When I first met you, you spoke even less than Lao Ba. Thankfully, over the years, with Jean, my dear grandson, constantly by your side, you have become much more cheerful, haven't you? Great ancestor, you are correct, Fan Xiaohua nodded. Sister Bai has indeed taught me a great deal. Xie Bian waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the great ancestor business. Among the younger generation of the He family, you are my favorite. If you do not mind, I would like to take you as my adopted sister. Just call me Brotherin, and I shall take care of your marriage affairs. What? Both Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua exclaimed, while Fan Wujiu merely shook his head in resignation. Come here, my dear grandson. Xie Bian pointed at Fan Xiaohua and said to Xie Jin, call her grandmother. That cannot be. Fan Xiaohua found herself in a predicament, utterly bewildered by the situation. Come here, my adopted sister. Xie Bian pointed at the screen in front of Dong Qianqiu and inquired, I shall propose a marriage for you. Would you accept? Chapter 10, The 3 Treasures. It all becomes clear. Fan Wujiao observed Xie Bian's series of actions and finally comprehended his intentions. Fan Xiaohua, and do you? Indeed. They are quite remarkable. The operators of the Bureau of Legends, such an identity is not only befitting for Fan Xiaohua, but would also be suitable for the 7 sisters stationed at the Yao Pool. Should an operator be secured within the family, it would not only equate to possessing the authority to alter history, but also ensure the family's enduring prosperity. This was the very reason why the Xie and Fan families endeavored to curry favor with he in the past. However, the specter of Zhang Qixing loomed large. The mere thought of Zhang Qixing made Fan Wujiao clench his fists tightly. Who could guarantee that Diyu would not become the next Zhang Qixing? Enough of this. Dong Qianqiu interjected, it is still uncertain whether Diyu will return alive. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss such matters? Xie Bian chuckled softly and remarked. He must return. Otherwise, our dear Xiaowo will find herself a widow just as she steps through the door. Great ancestor! Fan Xiaowo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. When did I ever step through the door? Du Yu lay on his bed, meticulously reorganizing all the clues. This journey with Dai Yi to vanquish the 9 infants had unveiled numerous pivotal pieces of information. Firstly, Dai Yi was no mere mortal. He possessed a celestial treasure for protection. Secondly, although Dai Yi aspired to shoot down the sun, he found himself powerless. Thirdly, should the mission succeed, it would trigger the outcome of Chang'e ascending to the moon, necessitating the discovery of a harmonious solution. It was time. Du Yu felt the contents of his pouch, which contained the last remnants of the soul of the illustrious strategist Zhuge Liang. Sister Qinxiu, how should I utilize this? Du Yu inquired, holding the glass jar and gazing at the ethereal white mist within. Swallow it, came the reply. Swallow it. Du Yu expressed his confusion. Is it truly that straightforward? Indeed. Different souls will manifest distinct states upon ingestion, yet they share the commonality of lasting only 5 minutes. Now I understand, Du Yu nodded, placing his hand upon the jar's lid. Are you certain you wish to summon Master Kongming at this moment? Dong Qianxiu felt a twinge of unease. Was it too soon? If I do not have someone to help me untangle these clues now, I shall be rendered helpless in the days to come. Du Yu twisted the cap of the bottle and immediately directed the glass jar towards his lips. Almost instantaneously, he felt a chilling breath seep down his throat and permeate his body, causing him to shudder from the cold. However, as that fleeting moment passed, Du Yu realized that nothing about his physical form had changed. Is this it? Am I now the world's little Zhuge Liang? Before he could finish his thought, Du Yu suddenly raised his head, and a brilliant white light erupted from his mouth and eyes, a sensation akin to overindulgence leading to uncontrollable retching, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Moments later, a figure was forcefully expelled from him, standing before him. It turned out that Mr. Kongming was a manifestation of his external soul. Dong Qianxiu silently murmured to himself. Du Yu regained his senses and lifted his head, only to discover a figure standing before him. The individual gazed out the window, murmuring, 10 sons. What is this predicament? The person stood tall, measuring 8 feet, with a countenance as exquisite as jade. Adorned with a silk cap and draped in a crane feather cloak, he exuded an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being. Master Kongming, Du Yu exclaimed involuntarily. Was it not agreed that you would appear in spirit? How could Kongming be standing here so directly? Kongming turned his head, regarded Du Yu, then glanced at himself, and remarked, young brother, I should have perished long ago. What is the meaning of this? And what is the significance of the 10 suns outside the window? Du Yu gazed at Kongming, tears welling in his eyes, finally having encountered a reliable individual. He gathered his thoughts and conveyed the current situation to Kongming at a rapid pace, detailing the Legend Management Bureau, the current state of Dai Yi, and the events of the past few days. His words tumbled out in such a hurried and chaotic manner that even Du Yu himself struggled to comprehend them. Kongming, however, paused for a mere few seconds before breaking into a smile. I see now, he remarked. Mr. Kongming, have you truly understood? Du Yu exclaimed in awe. You truly are the sleeping dragon of this world. Ah, young brother, you jest. I am no longer of this world. Kongming waved his hand dismissively and settled into a meditative posture. Observing Kongming's calm demeanor, Du Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Have I not explained it clearly? I implore you to help me find a solution. How can we possibly shoot down these 9 suns? Ha ha ha. Kongming laughed heartily, picking up a charred wooden stick. Do not fret, young brother. I have indeed heard the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns. To think that a mere mortal could aspire to such an endeavor is, quite frankly, impossible. Impossible? Du Yu sank down in despair. If even the most renowned intellect declared it so, was there truly no hope? Kongming then took the piece of paper on which Du Yu had scribbled clues and tore it into 3 long strips. Mr. Kongming, what are you doing? Do not rush. Do not rush. Kongming replied as he swiftly began to inscribe characters on the paper with the charred stick. What do you call this paper? Young brother? Its craftsmanship is nothing short of divine. Du Yu sat on the ground, utterly exhausted. This is A4 paper. If you like it, take it, he said. Had I known better, I would not have heeded the old man's advice. Accompanied by Zhuge Liang, 5 minutes had passed, yet he had accomplished nothing. Shall I present this paper to you? Zhuge Liang waved his hand dismissively. No, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Not only will I not accept this, but I shall also gift you 3 items. 3 items? Du Yu inquired. Zhuge Liang then folded 3 slips of paper and addressed Du Yu. I shall bestow upon you 3 ingenious stratagems. Ingenious stratagems? Du Yu, filled with excitement, extended his hand to receive the message. Could it be that Kongming has devised a strategy? Is time truly running short? Kongming gazed at his ethereal form and inquired. Indeed, Mr. Kongming, time is indeed limited. Du pondered and concluded that merely a minute remained. Very well, I shall impart a few final words before departing, Zhuge Kongming said as he stroked his beard. All the clues you possess are fundamentally misguided, hence I have taken the liberty of discarding them. Misguided? Yes. If your sole focus is on how to shoot down the 9 suns, then no matter what, those suns in the sky will never fall. From this day forth, you must contemplate why there are 9 suns in the sky. Why are there 9 suns? This notion had never crossed Yu's mind. From whence did these 9 suns originate? And what gave rise to their existence? Kongming continued, I have heard the legend of Yi shooting down the suns countless times. In that tale, who was the person most delighted when the suns were struck down? Who might that be? Before Du had the chance to ponder, Kongming rose to his feet. Young brother, once you have grasped the essence of what has been conveyed, please unveil the first treasure pouch. As you draw nearer to the truth, kindly reveal the second pouch. When you find yourself utterly at a loss, do open the third pouch. Before Du could fully comprehend the words spoken by Mr. Kongming, his form began to wane. Young brother, there is yet another matter I wish to inquire about, Kongming said, turning to Du. Please, sir, speak, Du responded. In your era, has the turmoil of war come to an end? Do the common people live in peace and prosperity? Are the children well fed? Although Du felt a pang of sorrow within, he still managed a faint smile and assured Kongming, rest assured, sir, in my homeland, there exists no war. And the people live in peace and prosperity, free from the worries of basic sustenance. That is splendid news, truly splendid, came the response. A gust of wind swept by, and the spirit of Zhuge Kongming dissipated before him, leaving the spot where he had stood impeccably clean, as if he had never been there at all. Du clutched the 3 silk pouches in his hand, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. Sister Qianxiu, what shall become of Mr. Kongming? Will his spirit be shattered? Fear not, for what remains here is but a fragment of his soul. The true Mr. Kongming has long since been reincarnated. A sense of relief washed over Du as he absorbed this revelation. It must be said, Kongming had provided invaluable guidance. There was one individual who rejoiced following the sun's descent at the hands of Great Yi. Who could this person be? Was it the common folk of the realm? No. The matter is far more intricate. The joy of the populace pales in comparison to that of this singular individual. Du retrieved the legendary script of the Queen Mother of the West, upon witnessing Yi shoot down the 9 suns. The Queen Mother was filled with joy and bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, a potion that, when consumed by a mortal, could elevate their physical form to that of a saint. Such a potent elixir is rarely mentioned in legends. It has the power to spare a mortal a millennium of arduous cultivation, allowing them to ascend to the celestial realm in a single moment. Yet, why was the Queen Mother so elated? Drawing upon the words of Kongming, do you discern the answer? The 9 suns in the sky were undoubtedly connected to the Queen Mother. Thus, it became clear what Mr. Kongming intended to convey. Du lowered his gaze to the 3 slips of paper, recalling the words of Kongming. When you comprehend the essence of what is spoken, please open the first treasure pouch. Du unhesitatingly opened the first talisman, within which was inscribed a passage. Regardless of who you believe him to be, confront him directly. Only by understanding the circumstances can one administer the appropriate remedy. This was precisely my intention. Dong Qianxiu, feeling somewhat restless, inquired, what do you intend to do? He is none other than the Queen Mother of the West. Administering the right remedy is the key to effective healing. Du tucked away the talisman and remarked, Sister Qianxiu, if the underworld truly exists, then surely the heavenly realm must also be real. Dong Qianxiu, rubbing her forehead, retorted, what are you trying to show off for? If we manage to return this time, I shall give you a proper lesson. The Queen Mother does not reside in the heavenly realm, but atop Kunlun. Du felt a bit awkward, stating, I merely inquired about the existence of the heavenly realm. I never claimed I wished to go there. Very well. Dong Qianxiu replied dismissively. How does one use this teleportation talisman? Du promptly produced the talisman, placing it on his forehead and silently invoking the destination he wished to reach. Du carefully affixed the talisman to his forehead and silently chanted its incantation several times. Upon completing the invocation of Kunlun's summit, he felt a rush of wind swirling around him, as if he were lifted from the ground, compelling him to keep his eyes tightly shut. After a few moments, when the wind subsided, Du cautiously opened his eyes to find that the teleportation talisman had vanished. He stood amidst a mist-laden clearing, surrounded by a pristine expanse of white. Is this truly the pinnacle of Kunlun? Do you tentatively ventured forward? Discovering that this place bore little resemblance to Kunlun Mountain, for the terrain was exceedingly flat. However, the dense fog, which limited visibility to only 5 or 6 meters, strikingly resembled the celestial realm depicted in television dramas. Dio had taken no more than 10 steps when a figure gradually approached him, clad in silver armor. The individual possessed a lean physique and wielded a long spear, exuding the presence of a guardian of this place. Dio had yet to devise a way to initiate conversation when the other party spoke first. From where do you hail, wandering immortal? Why do you linger here instead of seeking individuals at the behest of the West Queen Mother? Wandering immortal? Seeking individuals? The term wandering immortal was somewhat comprehensible, as those who could appear in this realm were certainly no ordinary mortals. However, what could seeking individuals possibly signify? After a brief moment of contemplation, Dio devised a strategy. Quickly take me to meet the Queen Mother of the West, for I have found the person. Found them. The guard, filled with joy, immediately altered his demeanor. Esteemed immortal, please follow me. I shall notify her at once. Dio smiled faintly and nodded. What cunning scheme do you have this time? Dong Qianxiu had grown accustomed to Duyu's demeanor and felt no inclination to intervene. What can I say, Qianxiu? Unless I meet the Queen Mother of the West, how can I ascertain whom she is seeking? Very well, the Queen Mother of the West has a peculiar temperament. Do not be led to believe she is easily deceived. Dio no longer paid attention to Dong Qianxiu and followed the guard along the desolate path, devoid of any nearby souls. Is it usually just you here, dear guard? Dio attempted to strike up a conversation. In the Kunlun fairyland, how could it possibly be just me guarding alone? The guard shook his head, his tone tinged with an undercurrent of urgency amidst its calmness. At present, everyone has gone out to search for someone, leaving only one guard here to protect the Western Queen Mother. I see, Dio replied with a newfound understanding. Now that you have found the Celestial Venerable, all the immortals can return to their positions. Ah, indeed, the guard responded. Dio smirked slightly. The Celestial Venerable can certainly eat and drink, and he is still quite vigorous. Can eat and drink? The guard turned his head, puzzled. Is the Celestial Venerable no longer fasting? Don't ask too many questions. Dio said somewhat awkwardly. Please take me to see your superior promptly. The two traversed a vast square shrouded in swirling mist, where Dio vaguely discerned some colossal pillars, though the dense fog obscured their details. Before long, the soldier brought Dio to a colossal archway and said, Esteemed immortal, please wait here while I go to report. Dio slightly nodded, watching the guard enter through the archway. This place is truly remarkable, imbued with an ethereal aura. Dio rubbed his hands together, noting the slight dampness, wondering if the Queen Mother of the West suffers from rheumatism. After a brief wait, the guard emerged, bowing respectfully, and addressed Dio. Immortal, please step forward to pay your respects. Dio patted the soldier's shoulder and remarked, Young man, your future is boundless. The soldier gazed curiously at this peculiar figure. Despite standing guard here for many years, he had never encountered such an odd celestial being. Dio no longer hesitated and plunged into the archway, which appeared to be a vast hall. However, the dense fog within was overwhelming. Who could possibly inhabit such a place? Where are you, my lord? Dio inquired tentatively. I am here, come to me, came the reply. Dio followed the sound and discovered a shadow seated on a stone bench. Upon closer inspection, she was astounded by the scene before her. Chapter 11. The Queen of the Abyss. The figure on the stone bench bore little resemblance to a human. She lay sprawled like a cat, possessing an exceptionally enchanting visage. Yet her body resembled that of a tiger. Not only did she sport a coat of dark brown fur, but she also had a long leopard-like tail trailing behind her, resembling a living rendition of the Sphinx. Dio, having encountered demonic beasts before, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet, what on earth was happening with the West Queen Mother? This certainly was not how it was portrayed in the television series. Which celestial realm do you oversee? Why have I never encountered you before? As the West Queen Mother, with a human face and a tiger's body, spoke, Dio felt a shiver run through him, for he distinctly noticed the sharp tiger fangs protruding from her mouth. I initially served as a paladin in Azeroth for several years, and subsequently, I spent some time as a summoner in the Rune Lands. Dio babbled nervously, while quietly calling out for Dong Qianxiu. Sister Qianxiu, why does the West Queen Mother appear this way? At that moment, the West Queen Mother had not yet fully assumed a human form. She was merely a beast of immature intellect. You mustn't overreact, otherwise you may provoke her, Dong Qianxiu cautioned. An immature beast? Is that not akin to a large cat? Du Yu mused, believing himself quite adept at entertaining cats. Azeroth's Runelands? The West Queen Mother regarded Du Yu with skepticism. Is there a realm in this world that I have yet to hear of? What are paladins and summoners? Pray tell. Du Yu chuckled nervously. My dear leader, let us not dwell on such matters. Surely you have been searching for someone? Indeed, the West Queen Mother stood abruptly, nearly forgetting her purpose. I have heard you have located the celestial sovereign? Oh, I have found no one, and I am not even aware of whom you seek. Du Yu scratched his head, feeling increasingly uneasy. Found no one. The West Queen Mother leaped from her stone seat, adopting a fierce posture akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. Glaring at Du Yu. Are you mocking me? Not at all. Du Yu was at a loss for how to proceed. This fierce matriarch was utterly unexpected. My leader, please do not rush. I have something I wish to inquire of you first. Impudent. The West Queen Mother exclaimed, her voice laced with authority, followed by a thunderous roar as her leopard-like tail arched majestically. Not only do you mock me, but you dare to come to Kunlun to pose questions? My leader. You must trust me, Du Yu replied, his urgency escalating. Regardless of the celestial beings surrounding you, I am the only one who is wholeheartedly devoted to assisting you. Wholeheartedly assisting me. The West Queen Mother, suppressing her fury, replied with a scoff. Pray tell, what troubles do I face? How do you intend to aid me? Du Yu pointed to the ground beneath his feet and uttered, the sun. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the Queen Mother of the West noticeably shifted. What of the sun? She pondered. Initially intending to engage in conversation as an ordinary individual, it became apparent that such an approach was futile. Leader. I shall cease my pretense. I lay my cards on the table, Du Yu declared. I have journeyed from a distant realm to assist in extinguishing the 9 suns afflicting this world. You? The Queen Mother was momentarily rendered speechless, yet soon regained her composure. Her eyes shimmered with a golden light as she scrutinized Du Yu intently. After a prolonged examination, astonishment flickered across her features. You are but a mortal? I am more than a mere mortal, Du Yu replied. This is my first candid revelation since arriving in this realm. Allow me to be frank, if the 9 suns are not subdued, both the world you inhabit and the one I knew prior to my arrival shall vanish entirely. The common folk dwelling upon this earth will perish as well. The Queen Mother widened her eyes in shock, rendered speechless, her leopard tail drooping limply. Leader? Du Yu waved his hand before her. Do you hear my words? I never anticipated that I would cause such calamity, she murmured. Leader, might you enlighten me as to how this disaster came to be? After a prolonged silence, the Queen Mother replied, the chaos I have wrought is mine to rectify. There is no need to trouble you, an outsider. Leader, therein lies your error, Du Yu countered, shaking his head as he settled beside her. Ignoring her astonishment, he continued. I have laid my cards on the table, yet you remain reticent. My sole intention is to assist you in resolving the current crisis. You must candidly share the details of the incident for me to offer my aid. Remember, honesty begets leniency, while resistance invites severity. Du Yu gazed intently at the Queen Mother of the West, who appeared equally bewildered. What could this mortal possibly mean? Did he truly remain oblivious to his own identity? Du Yu, caught up in his enthusiasm, truly began to regard the Queen Mother of the West as a mere oversized feline. He reached out, caressing the fur upon her back, and remarked, even if you disregard your own well-being, you must consider that of your family. This was utterly audacious. The Queen Mother had never encountered such insolence. It was simply outrageous. Dong Qinshu was equally bewildered, realizing that this young man had taken his obsession with cats to an unprecedented level. Outside, the guards, upon hearing the Queen Mother's cry, rushed in with their spears at the ready. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, do you sense that he may have overstepped his bounds slightly? So he promptly rose to his feet and said, Leader, you must consider this carefully. I have genuinely come to assist you. The guard was somewhat perplexed. Although he heard the Queen Mother of the West voice piercingly sharp, he noticed her expression was peculiar, as she regarded Du Yu with an oddly inquisitive gaze. Are you all right, Queen Mother? He inquired. I'm fine. You may withdraw, she replied. Upon the guard's departure, the Queen Mother collected her thoughts and remarked, Even if I divulged this to you, what could a mere mortal like yourself possibly achieve? But if you share this knowledge with me, it entails no loss. And perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge, does it not? Du Yu countered. The Queen Mother sighed after a prolonged contemplation and shook her head, conceding, Very well. Let us hope your words ring true. Many years ago, the celestial master Lingbao bestowed upon me a precious artifact known as the 9 Treasures Luminous Lamp. This lamp is extraordinary, containing 9 pearls of true fire, which rotate in succession, their flames eternally unextinguished. I cherished it greatly, often playing with it by my side. However, a year ago, I accidentally toppled it. The 9 pearls, having developed sentience, soared into the sky as enormous fireballs, their flames persisting indefinitely, leading the people to mythologize them as 9 suns. Ah, I understand now. Du exclaimed. Leader, you must seek out the celestial master Lingbao, for he is responsible for after-sales support in such matters. Why would I pursue the celestial master Lingbao? The Queen Mother replied, furrowing her brow. He has long warned me against toppling the luminous lamp. Now that the calamity has unfolded, what remedy could he possibly offer? So the celestial being you seek is not the celestial master Lingbao? Du asked, somewhat bewildered. The Queen Mother regarded Du as if he were a fool. Then, after a moment's calm, she explained, perhaps it has been too long since I conversed with mortals, and I failed to articulate clearly. When it comes to true fire, there is but one immortal capable of resolving this, and that is the celestial master of morality. Du raised his eyebrows? For the name of the celestial master of morality struck a familiar chord within him. As he delved into his memories, a realization dawned upon him, and his brows arched in recognition. The celestial master of morality, was that not the same as the supreme Lord Laozi? Ah, Laozi. It was as if Du had an intimate acquaintance with this figure, for indeed, the Supreme Lord had always been associated with the manipulation of the 3 mystical fires. The Queen Mother of the West sighed deeply and remarked, yet, it has been an entire year since we have been unable to locate the celestial master of morality. Now that he is absent, how can we rectify the errors committed by this unfortunate soul? Now that Du had a clearer understanding of whom to seek, he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could leverage the extensive connections of the legendary Management Bureau to investigate the whereabouts of the Supreme Lord Laozi in this timeline. So, do you possess a solution? The Queen Mother of the West inquired, though her countenance betrayed a lack of optimism. As Du was about to speak, the visage of Mr. Kongming suddenly materialized in his mind. When your excellency feels close to the truth of the matter, please unveil the second pouch. Is this moment indeed the one to do so? Could Mr. Kongming have foreseen the present circumstances? Hey, I am inquiring of you, the Queen Mother of the West remarked, gently nudging Du with her forepaw. I am rather occupied, so please hold on for a moment, Du replied, deftly brushing aside the Queen Mother's paw. Such insolence from a mere mortal is utterly outrageous, she muttered under her breath. Yet upon observing the serious expression on Du's face, she dared not interrupt him. After all, the matter of resolving the sun was not to be shared lightly, and having an additional ally in this endeavor was indeed a boon. Du then retrieved a piece of parchment from his tattered satchel, unfolding it with great solemnity. The paper boldly proclaimed, despite the immense strength of such beings, they find themselves powerless against the 9 suns. This predicament can likely be attributed to 2 reasons. Firstly, the absence of a key individual, and secondly, the lack of essential artifacts. If a key individual is missing, why do they not reveal themselves? If essential artifacts are lacking, have they long been concealed from sight? Du pondered over Master Kongming's words, and in his mind, a few subtle clues began to magnify. Why did the Supreme Old Lord not reveal himself? Sister Qianqiu, a thought has suddenly struck me. What devilish scheme do you have now? Dong Qianqiu inquired with a furrowed brow. Do you recall the immortal mentioned in the tale of Di? You mean the one who bestowed the celestial treasures upon Di? Precisely. Di once stated that after the immortal concocted elixirs, he summoned a treasure to collect the golden elixir, known as the purple gold red gourd. May I ask to whom does this purple gold red gourd belong? Are you suggesting? Dong Qianqiu's realization dawned upon her. I shall investigate this immediately. The Queen Mother of the West sat beside Du, silent, her expression betraying her displeasure, yet apprehensive that he might possess some ingenious solution that would disrupt her train of thought. Du cast a glance at the expression of the West Queen Mother and couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, there's no need for concern. It's merely a cat that has damaged some furniture at home. Such occurrences are exceedingly common. Rest assured, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. A cat? The West Queen Mother glanced around, wondering if it pertained to her. Anger sparked within her, her tiger-like teeth nearly bared, as she inwardly scolded. This person is utterly audacious. I have discovered something, Du. You were indeed correct. The purple gold red gourd is a magical treasure specifically used by the Supreme Old Lord to contain elixirs. Dong Qianqiu declared. That confirms it, Du thought. Mr. Kongming is truly extraordinary. His analytical approach is quite ingenious. Even the West Queen Mother, the foremost among all immortals, cannot resolve this issue without the key individual. Yet, Why does the Supreme Old Lord remain absent? After some contemplation, Du spoke. I believe there are two possibilities. First, the Supreme Old Lord may be entirely engrossed in a task, such as alchemy, and therefore has been oblivious to the existence of 10 suns in the sky for the past year. Is that plausible? Dong Qianxiu inquired. I think it is. According to Di, the Supreme Old Lord enters a state of oblivion while refining elixirs, during which he would certainly be unaware of any anomalies in the heavens. Not to mention the Supreme Old Lord. I too have experienced such a state, dedicating myself to a task for an entire week without rest. Upon hearing this, Dong Qianxiu raised an eyebrow, reflecting that although Du seemed frivolous, he possessed a serious side as well. It is said that a man is most alluring when earnest. And in that moment, Du appeared somewhat more agreeable to her. What were you doing for an entire week without sleep? Dong Qianxiu asked. Playing video games. Do you? Dong Qianxiu exclaimed. If you continue to prattle on about trivialities, I shall ensure you face consequences. All right, I was merely jesting, Du replied. What I mentioned was but one possibility. As Mr. Kongming theorizes, there exists a second possibility that the resolution to this matter hinges upon a crucial element. Hence, even if we locate the Supreme Old Lord, it may prove futile. And what do you believe this crucial element to be? Dong Qianxiu pressed, suppressing her irritation. Mr. Kongming has provided the answer, Du remarked, glancing at the silk pouch in his hand, a relic long concealed from sight. To claim it is a treasure of the Supreme Old Lord, yet it remains hidden for ages, suggests only one possibility. Dong Qianxiu finally comprehended. Di. He possesses a treasure of the Supreme Old Lord, yet has kept it from manifesting for years. Thus, the ultimate answer to their predicament lay with Di. Leader, do you address the West Queen Mother? I have devised a solution for the suns. Is that truly so? The West Queen Mother, overwhelmed with excitement, felt her pupils dilate. It seemed that the West Queen Mother, with her tiger's body and human face, was ultimately just a large cat. Indeed, however, I must now verify this matter. As for you, I require a favor. Speak. When the matter of the sun is resolved, I hope you will present me with the elixir of immortality as a token of gratitude. That is easily arranged. The Queen Mother of the West scratched beneath the stone bench for a moment and declared, I can provide it to you now. Not for me, Du interjected. There will be a hero named E who will shoot down the sun. At that time, I would trouble you to descend to the mortal realm and deliver the elixir to him. E? The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment. Very well. I understand. Moreover, Du suddenly recalled something and added, it would be best if there were 2 elixirs. 2? Yes. Is there a problem? No, no problem at all. The Queen Mother of the West's pupils constricted momentarily. Excellent. Du was so elated he nearly leapt into the air. He rummaged through his tattered pouch for a while and finally produced a teleportation talisman, affixing it to himself as he said, Esteemed leader, I bid you farewell. By the way, do refrain from shrouding your abode in such dense fog. It is too humid and detrimental to the joints. Insolence. The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed sharply. Do you think I enjoy this? Were it not for the 10 suns incessantly scorching the jade pond, would there be such rolling mist here? Du gasped. So that is the reason? I thought it was intentional. With that, Du vanished in a flash. As she watched him depart, the Queen Mother of the West felt a blend of irritation and bewilderment. I forgot to ask his name. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled something and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the stone bench. Gently, she opened it to reveal the remaining elixirs. Only 1.5 remained. Chapter 12. The Fall of the 9 Suns. Upon arriving in the village, Du hurriedly made his way to Di's residence. As he pushed open the door, he discovered Di and Hung Yi nestled together, whispering sweetly to one another. Have I come at an inopportune moment? Du felt a wave of embarrassment and was about to retreat. Brother Fong Ming, Di called out, stopping Du in his tracks. With a somewhat muddled speech, he continued, It matters not. I was just recounting to my wife the moment when I was bitten on the shoulder by the 9 infants. And you turned back without a second thought to rescue me. Did that really happen? Du scratched his head, momentarily setting that aside. If it is not too much trouble, I have a request that I hope you can assist me with. Speak freely, Brother Fong Ming, Di encouraged. Du fell silent for a moment before asking, Might I have a glimpse of that celestial artifact? Celestial artifact? Heng Yi glanced at Di. Indeed, my dear. I have disclosed everything to Brother Pang Ming, Di replied as he rose to close the doors and windows. Brother Pang Ming, since you have inquired, I see no reason to decline. For all these years, this artifact has only been seen by my wife. Du nodded and remarked, I suspect that this artifact is the key to shooting down the sun. The key to shooting down the sun? Dai chuckled wryly. Hoping that what you say is true. This artifact is not forged from any weaponry. It is merely a household item. With that, Dai opened his mouth, revealing the artifact resting on his tongue. This. Dai's pupils dilated in astonishment. Everything suddenly aligned. Ah! Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, realizing the situation. No wonder Dai had been mumbling. He had been holding the artifact in his mouth all along. Dai then took the artifact in his hand and with a gentle flick, it grew to the height of a man. Brother Fongming, do you see this artifact? How does it relate to the sun? No, Brother Dai, you are mistaken. With this artifact, shooting down the sun is certain to succeed. Dai glanced outside, noting that there were only 9 suns remaining. We shall commence our actions tomorrow. Now, I will share all my plans with you, and you must listen carefully. The next day, 10 suns gathered in the sky, their heat reaching its zenith. The land was engulfed in flames, emanating intense heat. The mountains appeared as barren stones, stripped of vitality. Yet, if one looked closely, there stood a figure atop the desolate peak, wielding a longbow. Who is that? A few villagers, noticing the figure, whispered among themselves, soon speculating that the individual must have succumbed to the heat and lost their senses. Hey! A thunderous roar echoed, heard by all the nearby villagers. Dai was concealed not far behind a massive rock, adorned with a loud sound talisman. 10 suns, I, Dai, have endured you for far too long. Dai shouted towards the talisman. Upon hearing such audacious words, the villagers emerged from their homes, gazing at the figure atop the mountain. Isn't that Dai from the neighboring village? What is he doing? Even the impoverished rushed out, staring blankly at the peak. Is that Brother Yi? Today, I, Dai, shall act on behalf of heaven. With the bow in my hand, I will shoot you down. Dai imitated Dai's tone. Can Brother Fongming truly succeed? Although Dai stood confidently with his bow against the wind, he felt a rising tension as more people gathered below. Oh dear. Just do as I say, it will be fine. Dai covered the loud symbol and whispered to Dai. At that moment, Dai found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. He could only grasp his longbow, drawing it without an arrow. Meanwhile, Dai wielded Dai's treasured artifact, ready for confrontation. The object in Dai's possession was unmistakably a colossal fan. Few objects in the world can extinguish the true flames of samadhi, and this fan happened to be one of them. Legend has it that the elixir furnace of the Supreme Old Man was once overturned, spilling its contents onto the earth and igniting an entire mountain, which the people named Flame Mountain. The inferno atop that mountain blazed eternally, never to be extinguished, in his quest to quell the raging fire of Flame Mountain. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong, once borrowed this artifact from Princess Iron Fan, successfully extinguishing the true flames of samadhi. Perhaps it was fate that the Supreme Old Man had bestowed this very banana leaf fan upon Dai in the past. Typically, he had used it solely to fend off wild beasts, never anticipating that the gust summoned by this fan could indeed vanquish the true flames of samadhi. The sun. Behold the arrow. Dai let out a mighty roar, and upon hearing his command, Dai immediately feigned drawing an arrow, releasing the taut string. Taking advantage of the moment, Dai raised his arms and vehemently waved his fan towards the sun above. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds piercing through the air. The flames of the first sun began to oscillate violently, as if being tugged by an unseen force. In a matter of moments, the flames of the colossal fireball were dispersed by the wind, and the immense orb vanished from sight. With its disappearance, the temperature in the vicinity noticeably decreased. The villagers from several nearby hamlets, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, were rendered speechless in their astonishment. Did Dai truly shoot down a sun with his bow and arrow? Observing the chaos below, Dai finally felt a sense of relief. It turned out that what Brother Pang Ming had said was indeed true. This fan of mine can extinguish the flames of the sun. Overjoyed, Dai turned back to Dai and exclaimed, "Wonderful news, Brother Pang Ming. The people of the world are saved. Let us continue." Dai, in a state of disbelief, lowered his head to observe his hands, which were shockingly cracked and bleeding profusely. It was evident that such a celestial artifact could not be wielded by mere flesh. "Brother Fongming, what has happened to you?" he inquired. "Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all," Dai replied with a wry smile. "Let us continue. Dai, are you all right?" Dong Qianxiu asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "Rest assured, Sister Qianxiu, my true body resides within the Bureau of Legend." Dong Qianxiu glanced at Dai's true form not far away, which also bore wounds and bloodied hands. However, she understood that this was a critical moment and could not allow Du to lose focus. Do you, no matter what? Please do not overexert yourself, she urged. After Du once again drew his bowstring, Du swung the banana fan for a second time. And the second sun was spectacularly dispersed. Heavens! The villagers exclaimed in unison, proclaiming Du as a divine being. Yu Qiong gazed in awe at the mountaintop, and Chang'e slowly approached, standing beside him. Brother Yi is truly amazing, Yu Qiong murmured. The news of Du shooting down the sun rapidly spread. It reached the ears of the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun Mountain and Emperor Yao in Ping'an. Both were taken aback and promptly began to prepare their belongings to journey to Du's location. Du had extinguished 3 suns, his hands already a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. In response, he tore his clothing and wrapped the thick fabric around his hands. Du had long sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired about Du's condition, yet Du waved him off, insisting he was fine. The villagers also noticed that Du's speed in shooting down the suns had noticeably slowed, but none dared to urge him on. After all, this was a man capable of bringing down celestial bodies. It would be a mere trifle for him to pierce their skulls. I have rested sufficiently. Let us continue. Du tightened the cloth around his hands. Du nodded and drew his bow once more. With 2 powerful gusts of wind, 2 more suns vanished. In just a single morning, the 10 suns had dwindled to 5. Remarkable, do you? Dong Qianqiu exclaimed. However, upon turning around, she was startled to find a significant number of employees from the Bureau of Management surrounding her. What are you all doing? Don't you have work to attend to? Assistant Dong, please allow us just a glimpse. This is an extraordinary Class A mission being executed by mere mortals, and success is imminent. Such an occurrence is unheard of anywhere. The employees implored. Dong Qianqiu understood well that this situation was indeed beyond belief. Do you sense that his forearm had lost all feeling? His hands trembled slightly, and both arms had inexplicably turned a purplish hue. Damn it, Du gritted his teeth. This weapon is utterly unwieldy. Observing the scene, Dong Qianqiu finally grasped the situation and instructed several employees, quickly attend to Du's injuries. The legendary wounds have begun to take a toll on his physical form. The employees nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly departed. Du gritted his teeth, gazing at the 5 suns in the sky. Is there really still half of them? No, it cannot be. Du clenched his jaw resolutely and commanded, continue. Strangely, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from his arm, and the pain had diminished significantly. Drink. Du shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that dispersed a fireball. At this moment, the villagers below erupted into loud cheers. 4 remain. Huzzah. 3 remain. Huzzah. 2 remain. Du felt as though his teeth were about to shatter. Now the sky bore only 2 suns. Exhausted, he let his hand fall, causing the banana leaf fan to clatter to the ground. Brother Fangming. He rushed over to support Du. When Du lifted his gaze, he found Du's eyes brimming with tears. Brother Fangming, truly a paragon of chivalry. You act for the nation and its people. You could easily assume the mantle of this hero yourself. Why must you undertake the task of shooting down the sun in my name? This is a long story. Du shook his head. Only you can shoot the sun. I have been here from the very beginning to assist you, Brother Fangming. With tears glistening in his eyes, Du replied. Thank you for all you have done for the people of the world. For this final blow, let me take the lead. With that, Du bowed his head, retrieved the banana leaf fan, and concealed it behind a massive rock where no one could see, and with great determination, he struck out. Du gazed at the silhouette of Du, murmuring to himself, the plight of the world? How foolish. My fervent efforts are solely aimed at becoming a wealthy heir. After all, Du was merely a mortal. Even as he wielded the fan, blood streamed from his hands. In the past, Du would only resort to this fan in critical moments, each use fracturing his hands anew. Yet today, he witnessed Pang Ming astonishingly wield it 8 times in succession, leaving him bewildered as to the sheer willpower that sustained him. Following Du's final motion, the heavens were left with but a single sun. How splendid! The villagers embraced one another, weeping and rejoicing. The days that resembled a hell on earth had, without warning, drawn to a close. Truly, it was a moment of overwhelming joy, and Du was left in tears. Du forced himself to rise, uttering, there remains one task yet to be accomplished. Trembling, he grasped the powerful talisman and proclaimed with a resonant voice, listen well, last sun. I am the great Yi, and today I shall shoot down 9 suns. I shall spare your life for now. Should you dare to act recklessly in the future, causing the people to suffer, I, the great Yi, shall assuredly bring you down. After Du finished speaking, he collapsed stiffly, the powerful talisman on him turning to ashes. Brother Fangming. De exclaimed, hastily supporting Du, who had already lost consciousness. Yu Qiong, witnessing the entire ordeal, felt an emotional tempest raging within him. Brother he truly is no ordinary person, Yu Qiong murmured. I no longer wish to be called Yu Qiong. I shall henceforth be known as Hou-Yi. Yu Qiong? Hung Yi, standing beside him, noticed his murmuring and inquired. What are you rambling about? Sister Heng Yi, I have made up my mind. I shall establish a nation, named Yu Qiong to commemorate the legend of Brother De shooting down the 9 sons. With a chuckle, Hung Yi looked at Yu Qiong's serious expression and said, A nation, you say? I shall await its establishment. Suddenly, a villager shouted, Look, what is that? The crowd looked up to see a radiant light descending from the mountaintop where De had just shot the sons, revealing a woman clad in flowing robes descending gracefully from the heavens. It's the Queen Mother. The villagers recognized her resemblance to the images of Shi Wangmu and knelt in reverence. The Queen Mother, having transformed into human form through her magical powers, gently landed atop the mountain. De, witnessing the descent of a goddess, was momentarily speechless. Are you De? Shi Wangmu inquired coolly. Before De could respond, she noticed De lying nearby, his hands grotesquely disfigured and bleeding profusely. What has happened to him? The Queen Mother swiftly approached De. You must be a celestial being. Can you help save him? De wept, cradling De. This is utter chaos. The Queen Mother, observing De's grievous injuries, quickly summoned her powers. I knew you lacked wisdom, but I did not expect you to be so foolish. Despite her harsh words, the Queen Mother diligently treated De's wounds. After a considerable time, the bleeding from his hands finally ceased. Why is there no commotion since the Queen Mother descended? The crowd knelt at the foot of the mountain, hesitant to move. Do you think De's actions angered the Queen Mother? One villager speculated. Nonsense. De is saving the common people. Others chimed in, engaging in idle speculation. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Du gradually opened his eyes. He glanced at De, offering a faint smile, and then looked at Shi Wangmu. Big Cat. Chapter 13. The Unexpected Turned Big Cat. Both De and Shi Wangmu were taken aback. Shi Wangmu surveyed her surroundings, inwardly cursing. Big Cat? Is she referring to me again? Du struggled to rise, smiling as he addressed De, Brother De? This is the esteemed West Queen Mother. Hey, were you about to utter some impertinent remarks just now? The West Queen Mother scolded Du. The West Queen Mother. De was taken aback to find such a high-ranking celestial being before him, and with a thud, he knelt down. Brother De, please do not stand on ceremony. The West Queen Mother has come to bestow gifts upon you. Du helped De to his feet and gestured towards the West Queen Mother. Hurry, present it. You are exceedingly rude. How can one demand a gift with such an attitude? The West Queen Mother expressed her displeasure. Du Yusin remarked on the West Queen Mother's haughty demeanor and approached her, saying, We are all here to tidy up your mess, so let us refrain from blame. Quickly, grant him the elixir, so that I may conclude my duties. Although vexed, the West Queen Mother recognized that reasoning with someone like Du was futile. She retrieved a wooden box from her sleeve, preparing to hand it to De, only to be halted by Du. Wait, my esteemed leader, do you possess a loud sound talisman? A loud sound talisman? The West Queen Mother was somewhat perplexed. Given my current cultivation, it has been ages since I carried such low-tier talismans. What do you intend to do? I wish to shout a phrase. Could you assist me? The West Queen Mother nodded. It is simple. I shall convey your words. With that, she placed her hand on Du's chest. Speak. Taking a deep breath, Du shouted, Ah, is that not the West Queen Mother? Yes, I am De, the one who shot down the sun. What? Thank me. No need. No need. What? The elixir of immortality. A mortal who consumes it can become an immortal. Oh, how precious it is. You need not bring anything. Truly, it is unnecessary. The villagers at the foot of the mountain clearly heard this exchange. So it is. De is indeed our hero. De and the West Queen Mother stared blankly at Du. Even if you lack shame, the West Queen Mother retracted her hand from Du's chest. We still must maintain our dignity. That is of little consequence. Du sighed in relief, having resolved everything. Brother De, swiftly accept it and express your gratitude. De chuckled wryly and waved his hand. No, it is evident that you have exerted the most effort. I cannot accept the West Queen Mother's gift. Brother De, Du suddenly grasped his shoulder seriously. If you refuse this token of gratitude, all my prior efforts will be in vain. Thus, you must promise me to accept it. Very well. After pondering for a moment, De reluctantly nodded. I shall accept it. I suspect I will have no use for this elixir of immortality. Do you? Already aware of Deyi's thoughts, replied, regardless of whether you can utilize it, simply accept it. What do you two mortals take me for? A flower seller? The West Queen Mother, holding the box, stood by for quite some time before losing her composure. Ah, my apologies, esteemed leader. Do you hastily apologized? Presumptuous. Do not refer to me as a flower seller, nor as a leader. Brother Deyi, do you turn to Deyi, see how incensed she is? Quickly accept it. If you do not, it will be perceived as your lack of understanding. Ah, yes, yes. Deyi quickly acquiesced and took the box containing the elixir. Upon opening it, he indeed found the elixir inside, pristine and radiating a rich aura. Strangely, however, there was one whole elixir and one half. Eh? Deyi observed with some confusion. Esteemed leader, did you not promise me a total of 2? Why is there half missing? The expression on the Queen Mother of the West was somewhat intricate as she addressed Du. I actually possess only 1.5 of these. The complete one has the power to transform a person into a saint, enabling ascension to immortality. However, the half, due to insufficient spiritual energy, can at most allow some cattle and sheep to ascend. That is where you have erred. Du interjected. You should have informed me in advance. Do you? Dong Qianxiu suddenly interjected. Do not put the Queen Mother in a difficult position. That half was originally intended for her own consumption. Once ingested, it would allow her to fully assume human form. Now, she is willing to endure several more centuries of cultivation to bestow that half upon you, which speaks volumes of her sincerity. Upon hearing Dong Qianxiu's words, Du felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He raised his gaze towards the West Queen Mother, who still wore an air of arrogance, even elevating her head while offering an apology. You great cat, I did not expect you to possess such kindness. What? The West Queen Mother's face flushed with indignation. Impudence. Outrageous. All right. Du approached and gently patted her shoulder. Enough of that. Since you are here, would you care to join us for a meal at my home? I refuse. The West Queen glared at Du, exclaiming, I shall take my leave. With a flourish of her sleeve, she soared into the sky. Brother Peng Ming, is that West Queen Mother your acquaintance? She is quite peculiar. Indeed. While she may seem strange, she truly possesses a good nature. Du still felt somewhat unwell, so he leaned on Deyi and said, Brother Deyi, let us return home. Supporting each other, they descended the mountain as the villagers erupted in cheers, showering praise upon Deyi, oblivious to Du's presence. Sister Qianxiu, how do you find me? I completed the task in just 5 days. Du had anticipated a playful exchange with Dong Qianxiu, but was met with an unsettling silence. This was the first instance Du called out to Dong Qianxiu without receiving a response. Sister Qianxiu? He called out several more times, yet still no reply. How odd. Had she perhaps gone to the restroom? Du paid it no mind and followed Deyi back home. Deyi summoned Yuqiang. And Hung Yi prepared a sumptuous feast, creating an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie as everyone indulged in a delightful meal. For Du, this day marked the pinnacle of happiness since his arrival, as they savored their food and drink while welcoming the long-awaited sunset. As the sun descended, the earth quickly began to cool, and even lying in bed, one could hear the sound of the land cooling. Yet, Du could not shake off a sense of disquiet. In television dramas, such harmonious scenes often foreshadowed impending calamity for the protagonists. Sister Qianxiu, have you returned? Du called out to Dong Qianxiu once more, yet no one responded. A sense of unease began to envelop him, and an idiom involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. No matter how he framed it, he was merely a wandering soul. A ghost in this world. The notions of only a select few gaining entry into legends, or the privilege of rebirth for the affluent, might all be fabrications. They have forsaken me. These peculiar thoughts surged forth uncontrollably, leaving Du increasingly restless as he lay in bed. Was he destined to exist like this? Akin to Peng Ming, in this ancient age of Emperor Yao, a time of dire scarcity? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar voice broke through the silence. Sister Qianxiu? Du was uncertain how to address her. Why have you ignored me for so long? I'm sorry, Du, Dong Qianxiu replied, her tone laced with remorse and fatigue. It was not my intention. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely concerned for you. Du was taken aback by her apology, momentarily at a loss for words. What was troubling Dong Qianxiu? A myriad of questions bombarded Du. How could this meticulous workaholic display such vulnerability? Since she had reached out to him, did it signify that he had not been abandoned after all? Du, you should rest for now. Tomorrow after you wake, I have matters to discuss with you. Come on, Du replied, rubbing his forehead. How can I possibly sleep with you saying that? Just tell me now. Silence ensued. An unsettling hush. Sister Chinchio, do you ventured? I concede. I envision numerous grim outcomes just now. Regardless of what it is, I accept it. As long as you can reveal the truth to me and put my mind at ease. Dong Chinchio sighed and said, do you? There are indeed significant issues with the legend in which you find yourself. Significant issues? Do you pondered for a moment before realizing the implication? Could it be the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon? Precisely. I had intended to tell you that after the archer Yi shot down the suns, there would inevitably be the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon. However, I was mistaken, no matter how one predicts. The Chang'e in your narrative will not consume the elixir. After today's event of shooting down the suns, we had planned to conclude the legend. Yet the machine's predictions yielded results beyond anyone's expectations. It forecasted that if Chang'e's ascent does not occur, our current society will inexplicably generate 21 million taishus. Do you inhaled sharply? How can there be so many? It's merely a tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon. What difference does it make if that deity does not exist in the legend? You are mistaken. Had it not been for Chang'e, Marshal Tianpeng would not have been banished to the mortal realm due to his clandestine rendezvous with her. If Tianpeng had not been exiled, the world would have been devoid of Zhu Wuning, and the entire legend of Journey to the West would never have come to fruition, leading to consequences of profound significance. This revelation, articulated by Dong Chinchio, enlightened Du Yu, who now grasped the intricate connections at play. Thus, the palpable regret in Dong Chinchio's tone was unmistakable. She implored that Chang'e consume the elixir. What does this signify? Is this not a fate far worse than being abandoned here? That Yi and Chang'e, who are undeniably a pair of celestial lovers, are to be forcibly separated. Does this not render the previously proposed method of compromise a mere jest? Du Yu gazed out at the moon, his heart steeped in profound melancholy. Sister Chinchio, may I decline this proposal? He pondered. Yet, deep down, he feared the answer. Such was the very essence of the Bureau of Legend's existence. Dong Chinchio, uncertain of how to respond to Du Yu, could only utter, in light of the countless lives at stake, I prioritize their safety over Du Yi's feelings. I am truly sorry. Throughout the night, Du Yu remained awake, fixated on the rising sun. When dawn broke, Du Yu knocked on his door, but Du Yu did not answer. Brother Fangming, are you well? Du Yu inquired from the threshold. I am fine, merely lacking an appetite. Please do not seek me out today. Du Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. How could Brother Fangming, who had so joyfully celebrated just the night before, now seem like a completely different person? Du Yu's thoughts were in disarray. He found himself at a loss, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to sit upright on his bed. The strategy. The third stratagem of Master Kongming. He had once proclaimed that when faced with insurmountable challenges, one should resort to the third stratagem. Du Yu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Perhaps only Master Kongming could assist him now. He stumbled his way to his pouch and retrieved the last note. Master Kongming, please enlighten me. What must I do? Du Yu slowly opened the third pouch, and with just a glance, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground, unable to contain his tears. Is that so, Mr. Kongming? Is that truly your belief? The third pouch lay quietly on the ground, bearing only 4 words, caring for the people. Indeed, Mr. Kongming has been gone for many years, yet he remains concerned about the well-being of the world. Wondering if the common folk live in peace and whether children have enough to eat. Were he still among us, he would undoubtedly act in such a manner. However, Du Yu could not shake the image of Chang'e gazing at Du Yi, of the two of them embracing each other through tears and laughter. Do I truly have no choice? Dong Chinchio, witnessing Du Yu's desolation, felt his eyes welling with tears. He approached gently and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaodong. This is a test. Whether he can become a full-fledged operator hinges on this moment. We both wish to avoid a repeat of the incident with Xiao Zhan. As the sun set once more, Du Yu remained confined within his room. Du Yi, feeling a sense of concern, knocked on the door again. Brother Pangming. I plan to hunt some game for everyone shortly. Seeing you like this has us all worried. If anything is amiss, please do not hesitate to inform us. Du Yu listened quietly, refraining from speech. Du Yi, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and departed. As he turned the corner, he arrived at Yu Qiong's residence and said, Yu Qiong, my brother Pangming assisted me in shooting down the sun, but his injuries have yet to heal. Your sister-in-law is home alone, and I intend to hunt some wild beasts. If you are free, could you kindly look after them for me? Of course, Brother Yi. Yu Qiong replied enthusiastically, waving his hand. Also, Brother Yi, could you please refrain from calling me Yu Qiong in the future? I have changed my name. I aspire to be the second E after you, and I shall be known as Ho-E. Ho-E, Dai chuckled. Ha ha ha, splendid. After bidding farewell to Yu Qiong, Dai made his way toward the woods. Ho-E, that name seems familiar, Dai murmured to himself. But where had he heard it? The memory eluded him. As Dai walked further away and darkness began to fall, Dai gradually exited the room. He appeared as if in a trance, moving directly to the stove, where he picked up a sharp knife meant for skinning. He then turned and proceeded toward the bedroom where Hung-Yi resided. Dai knocked on the door, and shortly thereafter, Hing-Yi peeked her head out. Ah? Brother Pangmeng, how is your injury faring? Dai gazed at her with vacant eyes, then drew a sharp knife from behind him. Brother Fangmeng, what are you doing? Dai advanced step by step, forcing Hing-Yi to retreat continuously until they reached the room. Take out the elixir of immortality, Dai said coldly. The elixir of immortality? Hung-Yi responded, somewhat perplexed. Brother Pangmeng, I have heard my husband mention this elixir. He never intended to keep it for himself and wished to offer it to you. However, you did not accept it that day. Since you desire it now, I shall retrieve it for you. Dai bit her lip tightly? How could one be so kind? Each of you is so remarkably benevolent. How can I possibly assume the role of the villain? Chapter 14. The moon rises brightly. Hung-Yi rummaged through the basket beneath the bed for a while and retrieved a small box. Brother Fangmeng, my husband and I have discussed this matter, and we have no intention of attaining immortality. We simply wish to live a peaceful life together, growing old hand in hand. In retrospect, it seems most fitting for you to receive this elixir of immortality. Hung-Yi opened the small wooden box, revealing the half-spiritual pill that lay quietly within. Dai had not taken the elixir and continued to brandish his sharp blade. Brother Fangmeng, please present the entire piece, he said once more. Hung-Yi was perplexed. This man had risked his life twice for her husband, yet had refused the Queen Mother's rewards. Why, then, did he now seem like a different person? Hung-Yi procured the entire elixir and then placed half of it, along with the wooden box, down. Is this singular piece all you desire, Brother Fangmeng? Dai clenched his teeth and declared, consume it. Consume it? Hung-Yi gazed at Dai in disbelief, then turned her eyes to the elixir. Are you suggesting that I should ingest it? Indeed, you must swallow the elixir, he insisted. Hung-Yi remained perplexed. Brother Fangmeng, you arrive at my chamber in the dead of night wielding a sharp blade. And your motive is to compel me to consume this elixir and ascend to immortality on the spot? Precisely, Dai replied. His emotions tangled as he averted his gaze from Hung-Yi. I shall not partake. Hung-Yi resolutely placed the elixir back into its box. Although I cannot fathom your reasoning, I sense no malice in your intentions. You desire for me to attain immortality, yet I have no such aspirations. What do you intend to do now? Will you use that knife to wound me? Dai's hand trembled incessantly as he clutched the sharp blade. What was he to do now? Was he truly going to harm Hung-Yi? Yet, what motive could he possibly have to inflict injury upon her? Dong Qianqiu let out a soft sigh and turned his head away. For the Legend Management Bureau, such scenes had become all too familiar. Lady Hung-Yi, what I am about to say may be hard for you to believe, but I assure you, I am not lying. Hung-Yi gazed at Dai with confusion, remaining silent. If you cannot ascend to immortality, countless souls will perish unjustly in this world. I have no other recourse. I cannot conceive a solution that spares anyone from harm. If you ascend, you will not die, nor will Brother E, and those innocent lives will be spared. I will exhaust every avenue to beseech the Queen Mother of the West for another elixir. I will strive to ensure that Brother E ascends as well, so that you may be together for eternity. Brother Fangmeng, Hung-Yi interjected, you are deceiving me. If there were truly two elixirs, how could the Queen Mother possibly offer only half of one? Dai bit his lip, rendered speechless. Indeed, if two elixirs existed, why would the Queen Mother present merely half? My husband once remarked that you, like Brother Jean, possess the foresight to discern future events. Witnessing you aid my husband in shooting down 9 sons solidified my belief in this. Lady Hung-Yi, Dai was uncertain of Hung-Yi's forthcoming words. I have but one question for you. What future awaits my husband and me after I consume this elixir? Dai pondered for a moment and remarked, you shall become one of the most renowned fairies, destined to lead a vibrant and multifaceted life. However, Brother Dai, I am uncertain. Brother Pangmeng, judging by your tone, it seems that in the future, I will not be with my husband. Why then do you claim that my life will be so colorful? Brother Pangmeng, come sit by me, let us converse. Chang'e offered a bittersweet smile as she took a seat. Dai's heart was heavy with guilt. Yet he remained motionless in place. Do you know? 10 years ago, when I first encountered Dai on the mountain, he resembled a wild man, having neglected his hair for a full 6 months. A disheveled, untamed boy, he unexpectedly bowed to me with utmost respect upon my awakening. Can you imagine how amusing that scene was? Lady Hung-yi, what is it that you wish to convey? Eventually, we wed, vowing to cherish one another for eternity. We lacked a grand hall and did not believe in the heavens or the earth. Thus we bowed to each other 3 times as husband and wife. From that day forth, De became my entire world. He was my sky and my earth, my family. Henceforth, my eyes were filled only with him. When he rejoiced, I too found joy. When he suffered, I shared in his sorrow. Lady Hung-yi, when I first beheld 10 suns in the sky, an inexplicable feeling washed over me. I sensed that I was destined to lose De. Yet, I could not foresee when that loss would occur. Each time he ventured forth to vanquish the ferocious beasts, I would stand at the village's edge, plucking a branch from the peach tree daily to pray for his safety. Thankfully, he returned unscathed each time. However, my dear brother Pang Ming, you must know that the feeling lingers. The sensation of losing him persists. Du Yu's expression was deeply melancholic as he murmured, Lady Chang'e, I beg your pardon. Please cease your words. You and your husband are individuals of great vision, and I find myself utterly powerless to assist. If, as you claim, consuming this elixir could save countless lives, then I place my trust in you. I believe that even your husband would make the same choice as I would. Chang'e slowly held the elixir in her hand, yet upon closer inspection, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Fong Ming, I have shared so much with you merely to convey that I cannot part from De. If there exists even the slightest possibility, I implore you to facilitate our reunion in the future. This is my sole request. I shall surely grant your wish. De replied, his voice trembling, unable to meet Chang'e's gaze. Chang'e offered a faint smile as she swallowed the entire elixir and said, I have finally mended this garment of De's. I entrust it to you to deliver to him. As De grasped the garment, Hung-yi began to ascend slowly. Sister Hung-yi, Brother Fong Ming, are you there? Suddenly, Yu Qiang burst through the door, and the scene before him left him utterly speechless. Fong Ming stood poised with a sharp dagger directed at Hung-yi, who floated gracefully in midair, holding an open medicinal box, with only half a spiritual pill remaining inside. Fong Ming, what are you doing? Yu Qiang, momentarily stunned, finally reacted with a furious shout and rushed forward, colliding with Du, seizing the dagger from his grasp. In his desire to avoid harming Yu Qiang, Du hastily relinquished his hold. You must not be disrespectful. I willingly consumed this spiritual pill to ascend as an immortal. Hung-yi declared, rising slowly, her beauty breathtaking under the moonlight. From now on, you two must take good care of De. Before either could respond, Hung-yi broke through the roof, soaring into the night sky. The evening air was particularly cool, and many people were outside enjoying the night. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, a stunning maiden ascending on the night of the full moon. Though her attire was not extravagant, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Ah, it is Hung-yi, a villager exclaimed. Hung-yi has flown to the heavens. Soon, the villagers' shouts stirred more onlookers, and people from nearby villages emerged to witness Hung-yi's celestial ascent. She flew straight towards the moon, as if she were always meant to be a celestial being. Her gaze was like a breeze that had never touched the mortal realm, encapsulating a lifetime of sorrow in a single glance. Inside the house, Yu Qiang regained his senses and glared fiercely at Du. Fong Ming. You. Yu Qiang brandished the dagger towards Du. It must be you who sought to seize the spiritual pill, forcing Sister Hung-yi to consume it herself. I did not. Du shook his head in anguish. You did not. Why then do you hold the dagger? Yu Qiang shouted. Du was at a loss for how to respond, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the garment of De in her hands. Since the moment she encountered Hung-yi, she had been diligently mending this piece of clothing, with each stitch infused with her affection for De. As she glanced at the collar, she noticed the embroidered words "The moon rises brightly," and a flood of memories surged within her. Overwhelmed, she cast the garment aside and wept. Do not feign compassion here. It is you who has robbed me of ever seeing Sister Hung-yi again. It is you who has condemned De to be forever separated from his beloved. With a furious roar, Yu Qiang lunged at Du with a sharp blade. Caught off guard, Du could not evade in time and felt the knife pierce her lower abdomen. With a cry of anguish, she pushed Yu Qiang away and staggered out of the room. Du. Dong Qianqiu exclaimed in alarm, swiftly turning to assess Du's physical state. She noticed a fresh wound on her lower abdomen, blood gushing forth like an open faucet. Quickly, help her tend to the wound, Dong Qianqiu shouted. Du was fleeing in disarray along the road. What could have transpired? How did it come to such a conclusion? Du pressed his hand against his abdomen, feeling as though the entire world was drifting away from him. He walked towards the outskirts of the village, consumed by a singular thought, to leave this place. The next day, the news of Chang'e's ascension spread like wildfire. Some claimed that she could no longer endure the hardships of life and, seizing the opportunity while Hui was absent, had stolen the elixir and descended to immortality alone. Others asserted that Hou Yi's disciple, Ping Meng, had taken advantage of the night to seize the elixir, leaving Chang'e with no choice but to consume it herself. Regardless of the tales spun, Chang'e had indeed flown away, forever departing from Hui. Hui sat alone in his home, dismissing both narratives. He could not believe that either Chang'e or Ping Meng would resort to theft. Yet, why did Ping Meng also vanish on the night of Chang'e's ascension? All Hui sought was an answer. Even if someone insisted that Ping Meng had indeed stolen the elixir, Hui remained unconvinced. He had witnessed the elixir presented to Ping Meng numerous times, and he had never so much as glanced at it. Why would he suddenly resort to theft on this particular night? As Hui pondered, he found himself at the summit of the sun-shooting mountain. He gazed up at the solitary sun in the sky, his heart aching. Queen Mother of the West, please, reveal yourself. He cried out to the heavens, but received no response. Queen Mother of the West, I am aware that you immortals must sever all ties with the mortal realm each time you descend. You have yet to satisfy me. If you do not appear, I shall call for you here every day. His voice trembled with desperation as he called to the sky. Not long after, a radiant light flashed, and the Queen Mother appeared. What is the matter with you, mortal? I have granted you all the elixirs, yet here you are lamenting to me. What more could you possibly desire? Upon seeing the Queen Mother, Hui found himself at a loss for words. The Queen Mother surveyed the surroundings and inquired. The loquacious one who was with you? I do not know. Humph. The Queen Mother scoffed. Speak, what do you wish for? I wish to ascend to immortality. A joke, the Queen Mother retorted sharply. The elixir has been given to you. If you wish to ascend, simply consume it. Why call upon me? Hui shook his head. I have only half an elixir remaining. I implore you, Queen Mother, grant me another half so that I may reunite with my beloved. Reunite with your beloved? The Queen Mother paused, realizing that the Chang'e who had ascended last night was indeed his beloved. Chang'e? Yes, she ascended last night and has been conferred the title of Chang'e, residing on the full moon, bestowed with the palace of the moon. Queen Mother. Hui fell to his knees, pleading, please grant me another half of the elixir, so that I may ascend to the moon and be reunited with my beloved. A joke. Are you willing to forsake your dignity as a man for the sake of ascension? The Queen Mother of the West regarded the man before her with a hint of disdain, astonished that he would weep and cry out to become an immortal. She mockingly remarked that the remaining half of the elixir he possessed could only elevate cattle and sheep, not humans. Then I shall become a cattle or sheep. Dei replied without hesitation. As long as I can reunite with my beloved, I would not mind transforming into livestock. You. The Queen Mother gazed at this man, at a loss for words. Would he truly prefer to become a beast merely to ascend to immortality? Perhaps he and his beloved shared a bond that transcended ordinary experiences. If I am not by her side, I cannot fathom how she will survive. Your Majesty, could you grant me this one favor? The Queen Mother had been called upon thousands of times, all for fame and fortune, yet he was the first to desire to become a beast. She shook her head and sighed. Very well. Tell me, what kind of livestock do you wish to become? After a moment of contemplation, Dei murmured. In this past year, my beloved has often appeared worried and deep in thought. I wish to transform into a creature that possesses eyes capable of discerning her thoughts and ears that can hear her unspoken desires. She cherishes the pristine, unblemished moonlight. Therefore, let me become a white creature. Are you truly resolved? The Queen Mother inquired, seeking confirmation from Dei. I am resolved, he replied without a second thought. Sighing, the Queen Mother waved her hand, and Dei immediately slumped down, wishing that all lovers in the world may eventually unite. During the days following her ascension, Chang'e sat in the vast and opulent moon palace, enveloped in melancholy. Though the space was grand, it lacked the laughter of Dei, who would return from hunts with a beaming smile. Chang'e often gazed into the distance, tears streaming down her face. I wonder if Dei has worn the garment I mended for him? Lost in thoughts of Dei, an immaculate white rabbit appeared seemingly from nowhere, hopping joyfully to her side and affectionately nudging her leg. Chang'e was taken aback. She had never encountered such a close and friendly rabbit. She lifted the creature into her arms, its eyes sparkling with a certain intelligence, as if it could speak. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an immediate affection for this rabbit and placed it on her lap, gently caressing it. How delightful. Now I have a companion, she remarked with a wry smile. You shall share in my longing for my husband. The rabbit twitched its nose, as if it understood her words. Upon closer inspection, one would notice 4 delicate characters inscribed on the rabbit's neck. The moon rises bright. As the Book of Songs states, the moon rises bright, the fair one draws near. With graceful elegance, my heart is burdened. The moon shines clearly, the fair one is enchanting. With gentle grace, my heart is troubled. The moon illuminates, the fair one ignites. In the 15th chapter, Return, the operator Du entered the 7th day of the legend, and chaos ensued within the Legend Management Bureau. This rare day was marked by an unprecedented accomplishment. A completely inexperienced newcomer had completed an ultra-class task with an astonishing success rate of 94. This achievement ranked among the highest since the Bureau's inception, and for reasons unknown, the success rate continued to rise. Yet despite this, no one in the Bureau could muster a smile. Shortly after Du was struck in the abdomen by the spear, the Legend Management Bureau lost all visual contact with him. 9 centuries prior, the victorious warrior had deliberately severed his connection, plunging the Bureau into panic. Now, 900 years later, Du faced a similar fate. The eerie sense of déjà vu, coupled with an entirely different emotional turmoil, left everyone in the Bureau on edge. Would Du perish? An employee finally broke the silence, voicing the unthinkable. Perish? How could he possibly die? Since Du's image vanished, Dong Qianxiu had remained by his side in silence, meticulously tending to his wounds. At that moment, there was an inexplicable sorrow about her. Once fastidious in her appearance, with each strand of hair perfectly in place, she now bore a disheveled look, her face haggard, and dark circles faintly shadowing her fair complexion. He cannot be dead. His body continues to breathe steadily. And he still owes me a cup of coffee. How could he be gone? Dong Qianxiu felt overwhelming guilt. Had she not insisted on sending Chang'e to the heavens, Du would not have been injured, nor would he have vanished. Let us go. Xie Bian waved at Fan Wujiu. I just sent Jean and the others to investigate. Du is alive? Fan Wujiu nodded. The matter here had reached a temporary conclusion. The next consideration was how to reintegrate Du upon his return. As they exited together, Xie Bian stretched lazily. That was quite a lengthy film indeed. I haven't applied a face mask in ages. My skin has deteriorated. Is that so? Fan Wujiu replied nonchalantly, about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Xie Bian. By the way, did you see the moments from yesterday? Moments? Xie Bian inquired, perplexed. What about them? Wu Gang. Wu Gang? What about him? Could you please finish a sentence for once? While chiding Fan Wujiu, Xie Bian retrieved his phone and opened the social media app, discovering that last night, Wu Gang had posted a picture of the Moon Palace. In the image, the silhouette of the goddess Chang'e was faintly discernible, accompanied by the caption, "Good heavens. Chang'e seems to have transformed into a different person. I've been here chopping osmanthus trees for centuries, and for the first time, she asked if I was tired and even brought me osmanthus cake. So who was that Chang'e who used to ignore me with disdain? Can someone please enlighten me on what has transpired?" Ha ha ha. Xie Bian burst into laughter. Isn't this splendid? Chang'e's disposition has undergone a transformation. She is no longer the infamous gold digger she once was. Wu Gang's fortunate days have arrived. Fan Wujiu remained silent. For his concern did not lie with Chang'e. He cast a fleeting glance at Xie Bian and remarked, Du's capabilities are of great significance. We must swiftly seek to win him over. Du felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, as if he were on the brink of death. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes, only to find himself lying within a cavern. The walls of this cavern were remarkably smooth, suggesting they were not formed by natural processes. Where am I? Du pondered, attempting to rise, but a sharp pain surged from his abdomen. I advise you not to move recklessly. I have not tended to your wounds, and any sudden movement could very well lead to your demise. A dispassionate voice echoed faintly from the entrance of the cave. Upon glancing to the side, Du beheld a figure clad in black, standing at the cave entrance. Lowering his gaze to his abdomen, he confirmed that the blood had merely coagulated temporarily. The wound, resembling a blooming crimson flower, continued to exude a vivid and captivating allure. Du was uncertain about the current situation, thus he softly called out to Dong Qianxiu. By the way, I have temporarily severed your connection with the Management Bureau, so they can neither hear your voice nor see your image at this moment. Du clutched her abdomen, struggling to sit up. Who are you? And who am I? You must have already guessed. The figure turned, revealing an inscrutable gaze. Indeed, it is I who has triumphed in battle. Du never anticipated that he would encounter Zhang Qixing in such a manner. What do you wish to do? Du inquired. Zhang Qixing approached Du slowly and replied, I merely wish to pose a few questions to you. If your answers please me, I shall allow you to return. If they fail to satisfy, your fate shall be sealed here. Upon hearing this, Du was filled with indignation. The individual known as Zhang Qixing spoke with an audacity that was simply unbearable. You think you can conclude my fate here? Who do you think you are? Du gritted his teeth and declared, Do not presume that because I am injured, I am powerless against you. I have only ever heard of seasoned employees bullying newcomers. I have never encountered a former employee harassing a novice. Zhang Qixing let out a cold chuckle, extending his left hand with a dismissive wave. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a massive chasm was carved into the stone wall of the cavern. Goodness, Du thought, had he not been wounded, he would have leapt with excitement. To shatter the stone wall with a mere gesture, could such a being truly exist? Was this meticulously crafted cavern forged by the very person standing before him? Zhang Qixing proclaimed, The primary distinction between us lies in my 4 millennia of mastering the path of time, enduring countless tribulations to evolve from an ordinary mortal into an immortal. Yet, upon ascending, I discovered that there was no suitable role for me among the celestial ranks, as an adept capable of traversing time at will. The Bureau of Legends became my sole recourse. But you betrayed them, did you not? Betrayal? Zhang Qixing pondered for a moment. What an apt term. Is this how they now characterize me? Is it not true? You severed ties with the Bureau of Legends and left chaos in your wake. Zhang Qixing cast a cold glance at Du and retorted, Chaos? Let me ask you, what were your thoughts when you compelled Chang'e to ascend to the heavens? The memories, which Du had preferred to forget, surged forth as Zhang Qixing spoke. He was transported back to the previous night, where a breathtaking beauty, tears glistening in her eyes, soared towards the moon. Are you content? Zhang Qixing pressed on. Do you believe you are acting righteously? I do not discern right from wrong. I merely follow the course of legend. A farce. Zhang Qixing thundered. If one day a group of assassins from the future informed you that you would obliterate the world, and thus demanded your death now, would you willingly accept your demise? This is an entirely different matter. Du protested. If Chang'e had not flown to the heavens, countless lives would have been lost unnecessarily. The principle remains the same. Regardless of how many perish, what connection does Chang'e have to them? People from millennia hence will die. Yet they blame a frail woman from eons ago for their misfortunes. Is that just? Why must their lives be dictated by legend, leaving them bereft of the right to choose for themselves? As Zhang Qixing spoke with increasing fervor, the entire cavern began to tremble slightly. Zhang Qixing, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable, Du remarked coolly. I have afforded you respect, yet you persist without end. Do you think I desire to be here? Do you think I have pursued this perilous endeavor in the 9 suns shooting for millennia for some trivial reason? Zhang Qixing snapped back to attention, observing Du with confusion. I am but a mortal. Du shouted weakly, in the end, it is those deities who collectively deceived me. Do you think I had any choice in the matter? Since the moment of my demise, I have been escorted by a group of strangers, ultimately leading me to this fabled realm. Unlike you, I find myself in a position where disobedience to their directives would condemn me to eternal stagnation in this place. I am bereft of even the right to aspire to remain a human. How dare you engage in this discourse of right and wrong with me? Du extended his trembling hand, pointing at the void created by Zhang Qixing's earlier strike, and continued, with a single palm, you can split mountains. Yet I find myself needing 2 strikes merely to split a watermelon. Within the Legend Management Bureau, there are dozens of individuals. Do you truly believe I can stand against any of them? One by one, they command me to act, and one by one, they emerge to cast blame upon me. On what grounds? Zhang Qixing seemed to ponder for a moment, then turned to Du and said, If you harbor such discontent, why not join me? Let us remain in this ancient era, free from the control of others. Would that not be liberating? Liberating? Du's lips turned pale as he let out a cold snort. It is precisely because of your so-called liberation that I have been forcibly brought here. Compelled to make De shoot down the sun, and to force Hung E to consume the elixir and ascend to the heavens. You may feel liberated. But what about me? You expect a mere mortal like myself to remain in this era teeming with monstrous beasts. How is that liberation? Zhang Qixing contemplated in silence, gazing at Du without uttering a word. You harbor grievances, and I do as well. Du bit his teeth and declared, Do not place all the blame upon me. If you are truly dissatisfied, then go and destroy the Legend Management Bureau. Is holding a wounded mortal captive your only display of prowess? Noticing Zhang Qixing's silence, Du paused before continuing, Indeed. I admit that I feel remorse for the fates of De and Heng Yi, but I had no choice in the matter. I lacked the authority to alter their destinies. It felt as though a multitude of deities held knives to my throat. This is a dilemma akin to a runaway train. You have placed me on the tracks, forcing me to choose between the deaths of De-Yi and Chang-Yi or the annihilation of countless innocents. I understand that whatever choice I make will bring scorn upon me, yet the train was always meant to collide with them. Thus, I am left with no alternative. I cannot, simply because of my acquaintance with them, divert the train's course to strike those who ought to survive. Zhang Qixing listened attentively to Du Yu's words. Deep in thought, Du Yu sensed that his physical condition was far from ideal, yet he could not contain his frustration at Zhang Qixing's attitude. He continued, "It was you who altered the course of this train, which was originally on a proper track. Now you question me as to why I wish to revert it back. What sets you apart from me?" Du Yu coughed softly, causing his wound to split open, and he curled up, crouching down. "Is this true? It appears that there exists someone like you in this world." Zhang Qixing gazed at Du Yu, murmuring to himself, "Very well, let me observe how far you can go." Do you wish to express something further? Yet his consciousness began to fade. "Assistant Dong," an employee exclaimed, "we have received a visual feed from Du Yu." Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Qianxiu rushed to the screen. "Wonderful, wonderful," she exclaimed, though her heart sank at the sight of Du Yu collapsed on the ground. Unresponsive to all calls, with blood pooling around his abdomen. "Activate recall mode immediately," Dong Qianxiu commanded, manipulating the switches beside the display. In an instant, the operation mode was engaged, and the aftermath team reconfirmed the Taishu, while the soul recall team prepared for immediate action. Report. The anticipated Taishu generated from this legendary traverse is 0. Report. The soul recall is ready. The Legend Management Bureau was abuzz with activity. "Assistant Dong, you might need to come take a look," an employee shouted, having noticed something unusual. "Set everything aside. I need Du Yu to return alive." Dong Qianxiu was undeterred, continuing her work on the screen. "Assistant Dong, something truly seems amiss." Biting her lip, Dong Qianxiu shouted, "All team members, continue with the recall operations. I will take a quick look and return immediately." She hurried to the employee responsible for the aftermath of the legend. "What is it?" "Assistant Dong, the completion rate of the legend has reached 98 and is still climbing." "What?" Dong Qianxiu gasped. 98? Is that not the highest completion rate since the establishment of the Legend Management Bureau? But Du Yu has clearly not participated. How can the completion rate continue to rise? Quickly, switch to the visual feed. The staff, not daring to delay, promptly adjusted the screen. The image revealed an elderly man accompanied by several attendants, hastily making their way to the village of Dai. "Is that Emperor Yao?" Dong Qianxiu recognized the elder immediately. The elder and his attendants entered the village, inquiring from each household who had shot down the sun. Without exception, the villagers informed him that the archer was named Dai. However, despite searching the entire village, no one knew the whereabouts of Dai. "Your Majesty, do you truly wish to find this Dai?" one attendant inquired. Indeed, upon hearing of someone who could shoot down the sun, this emperor set forth from Pingyang immediately, taking 2 full days to arrive here. "No matter what, I must bring the one called from this village. I intend to appoint him as an official. This is not merely to express gratitude for saving the populace, but also a prudent strategy to stabilize the hearts of the people." "Ah, I see, Your Majesty." The attendant nodded in understanding. Whether he could indeed shoot down the sun was of little consequence. What mattered was that they must take someone named E from this village. For such an act would ensure that the entire realm recognized Emperor Yao as a wise ruler. Report. An attendant approached the emperor and bowed. "We have inquired, and there is only one child named Hui in the nearby villages." "Hui?" Yao Di raised an eyebrow, confirming that no one else bore the name E. Indeed. The legendary archer who shot down the suns had vanished, leaving only this child named E. According to the villagers, this Hui shared a close bond with the great E. "Very well. I shall appoint this child to an official position and broadcast the news that the one named E from the village has been taken by me." "Understood." Dong Qianxiu gazed at the screen, where the completion rate had reached 99. What could this mean? Hui, the great E? She promptly opened her phone's encyclopedia, delving into the legend of E shooting down the suns. It turns out that the commonly told tale of Ho E shooting the suns was merely a rumor. The true archer was the great E, while Ho E was the monarch of the Yoqiang kingdom during the Xia dynasty, who, in admiration of the great E, altered his name to Ho E. It is said that Ho E was also a master archer, leading to the gradual confusion between the two figures. So, who truly shot down the suns, the great E or Ho E? The era was too distant for anyone to recall. Thus, the legend of Hui shooting the suns came to be. Dong Qianxiu watched in astonishment as the completion rate reached 100, illuminating the entire screen with a golden glow. For the first time in history, a perfect score. Assistant Dong, Duyu's soul has returned. A staff member exclaimed. Chapter 16. Amoxicillin A mortal became an operator for the Bureau of Legends, achieving a legendary completion rate of 100 on his first execution of a superclass task. This occurrence swiftly spread throughout the celestial realm, causing a stir not only in the underworld but also in the heavenly court. However, the protagonist of this event, Duyu, remained in a deep coma. Upon learning of his severe injuries, the 10 Yama kings promptly dispatched elixirs, their intentions unmistakable. Among the 8 lords of the underworld, aside from the second lord, the judge Zhong Kuei, the first lord, the literary judge Cui Ju, the third lord, the bull-headed A Bang, the fourth lord, the horse-headed Rakshasa Ma Mian, the fifth lord, the golden general Jia Yi, the sixth lord, the silver general Sua Yi, the seventh lord, the white impermanence Xie Bian, and the eighth lord, the black impermanence Fan Wujiu, all sent their treasured elixirs. These potions, when placed among mortals, were exceedingly rare, be it the millennium old Heishou Wu, the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, the Tianshan Snow Lotus, or the Kunlu Ginseng. Each family brought forth their most cherished treasures. In addition to these figures, Mengpa, the king of Xidagarba, the great emperor of the northern Yinfengdu, the great emperor of the eastern peak, and even the rarely seen empress of the earth, Ho Tu, sent their condolences via email. Notably, at Fan Wujiu's persistent urging, Fan Shaowa reluctantly delivered medicine. Yet, she brought a box of amoxicillin worth merely 12.8 yuan, intended for inflammation, which stood out conspicuously among the plethora of rare treasures. Shaowa, what on earth are you thinking? Xie Jinwan inquired while walking alongside Fan Shaowa, who insisted on gifting the cheapest and least effective medicine to Duyu, despite all attempts to dissuade her. What else can I think? I simply do not want the older generation to dictate my marriage. Fan Shaowa pouted, her expression one of reluctance. However, Duyu could not be so lacking, could he? He was not unattractive and possessed a certain charm, Xie Jin remarked. Yes, that may be true, but Sister Bai, do you not sense it? If it were just me and him, I might feel quite at ease. Yet, once our ancestors intervene, my motivation dissipates, Fan Shaowa murmured, her head bowed. I have yet to truly understand what sort of person he is, and yet my elders insist I must marry him. The pressure is overwhelming. Indeed, Xie Jin replied, gently patting Fan Shaowa's head. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. With our Shaowa being so delightful, how could there be a lack of admirers? In the Bureau of Management, Duyu awoke to find an array of elixirs and offerings piled beside his bed. Have I perished? Why are there so many tributes? It soon dawned on Duyu that something was indeed amiss. He had truly met his end. Duyu turned his head and beheld Dong Qianxiu, who was asleep at the edge of the bed. Her hands, for reasons unknown, were stained with dried blood, and a few strands of hair fell across her fair face, giving the impression of exhaustion. It must be said that her current appearance, in contrast to her usual meticulous demeanor, appeared far more approachable. Wasn't it said that she hadn't left that display screen for centuries? How is it that she now slumbers here? Duyu fixed his gaze intently on Dong Qianxiu, who seemed to sense something and furrowed his brow, opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. You have awakened? Duyu pondered for a moment, managing to squeeze out a smile. Hee, indeed, Qianxiu Jie. How are you? Does the wound still hurt? Wound? The one who is injured is the legendary me, not the real me. As Duyu spoke, he twisted his body and suddenly experienced an excruciating pain in his lower abdomen. Duyu, the legendary you and the real you are intertwined. The pain you endure is very much real. Ouch. Do you been over in agony? So, is that how it is? I truly need to take care of myself then. Actually, this matter is partly my fault, Dong Qianxiu said anxiously. Although I also wish not to let Chang'ao ascend to the heavens, such is the recorded legend. No one can alter it. All right, Qianxiu Jia, I was just joking with you. Duyu flung aside the covers and jumped out of bed. It was somewhat painful, but not unbearable. Look, I'm still lively and bouncing. Stop. Upon witnessing Duyu leap from the bed, Dong Qianxiu immediately turned her head away. Qianxiu Jia, what's wrong? Duyu glanced down and realized that his clothes had been removed without him noticing. They needed to undress you to treat your wound. Oh no. Duyu quickly burrowed back under the covers, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Seeing you lively reassures me. I shall have someone fetch your clothes. Dong Qianxiu stood up and slowly exited the room. Before leaving, she turned back to say, currently, You are the only operator in the Legend Management Bureau. If you were to perish, I would bear a heavy responsibility. Do you watch as Dong Qinshu departed? Casting a glance at the plethora of miraculous elixirs scattered throughout the room, and sighed softly. Who could possibly be responsible for amassing such a multitude of boxes? I heard you have awakened. A figure stepped through the door. The Grand Judge? Do you? Exclaimed, surprised that he was already aware of his awakening. The visitor was none other than Grand Judge Chueju. I intended to send a message through old he, requesting that you come to see me once you regain consciousness. However, I did not anticipate that your recent mission would be executed so exceptionally. A line of people eager to befriend you is already formed. And fearing they might get to you first, I decided to come seek you out myself. Oh, is my performance truly commendable? Do you inquired, feeling a swell of pride? Indeed, theoretically speaking, it could not have been executed any better. Then what about the arrangement we previously discussed? Do you pressed? Are you referring to the matter of reincarnation? Chueju chuckled. Even if your task was flawlessly accomplished, it cannot compare to 7 centuries of time. Though you had anticipated this outcome for some time. He could not suppress a sense of dissatisfaction and could only manage a wry smile as he replied. So, must I continue in this role? When will it ever come to an end? Will you? Tell me, how do you perceive this assignment? Chueju asked with utmost seriousness. You contemplated for a moment and remarked, it is somewhat enjoyable, certainly far superior to my previous experience as a factory worker. However, it does entail a degree of danger. I have come perilously close to death on several occasions. Typically, in a realm, such hazardous occupations are compensated handsomely. Compensation? You made Chueju laugh with just one sentence. What was so amusing? Slowly retracting her smile, Chueju pointed at the myriad of elixirs filling the room and remarked to you. As soon as word spread that an operator from the Bureau of Legends was injured, every notable figure from the underworld rushed to present you with these miraculous potions. Given your current status, what need is there to discuss remuneration? You stared blankly at the room filled with items, most of which were encased in exquisite boxes crafted from rare wood, some adorned with golden embellishments. Is all of this for me? Indeed. Everyone is still awaiting your choice of which family's elixir you will use to mend your wounds. Selecting a particular family's potion is tantamount to accepting the olive branch they have extended. You was initially quite pleased, but upon hearing Chueju's remarks, a look of disdain immediately crossed his face. How troublesome. I have brought your clothes. Dong Qinshu entered the room, holding the freshly laundered garments of Yu. Oh, the official has also arrived. You turned towards Dong Qinshu and offered a faint smile, accepting the garments and donning them beneath the covers. He then descended from the bed to inspect the myriad wooden boxes scattered throughout the room. My heavens, what are these? Can they truly heal wounds? Upon opening the first box, Yu was taken aback. Inside lay an object resembling fish scales. This is the reverse scale of the candle dragon. A gift from King Qingguang. Yu set the object aside and opened the second box, revealing a glimmering small stone within. It was a 5-colored stone. A gift from the Equal King. You stared blankly at the third box, which contained a severed finger. It was a relic of the Buddha, delivered by Ma Mian. Enough is enough. You waved his hand at Dong Qinshu, saying, Sister Qinshu, you need not introduce these items to me. I have no desire for any of them. Please return them. That simply cannot be. Dong Qinshu exclaimed. If these prominent figures discover that you have accepted nothing, how will you explain yourself? Explain myself? You looked at Dong Qinshu in confusion. I am but your employee. What is there to explain to them? Besides, I am merely a mortal. Do you truly believe these items can heal my wounds? I fear that consuming them would be akin to courting death. He approached the table and picked up a box of amoxicillin, continuing, for ordinary folks like us, all we can resort to is this sort of medicine. The rest is of no use to me. After speaking, you turned to glance at Chueju. By the way, leader, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Chueju pondered for a moment before responding. I would like to request your assistance with a matter. There's no rush. Take your time to consider it. At Fan Wujiao's residence, Xie Bian happened to be visiting. Observing the numerous gifts that had been returned, the two fell into contemplation. I hear that you rejected all the gifts, leaving only a box of amoxicillin worth less than 20 yuan. This was indeed a miscalculation. Yu's character is rather peculiar, Xie Bian mused. I am curious as to who possesses such cunning to send a box of medicine meant for mortals, Fan Wujiao remarked. It seems there are hidden talents in the underworld. Standing nearby, Fan Xiaowu looked bewildered. Ancestor, what did you say you kept? Amoxicillin. Why, Glor, do you know who sent it? Suddenly, Xie Jin, who stood behind Xie Bian, could not contain himself and chuckled. Eighth ancestor. It was Guo who sent the amoxicillin. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly so? Fan Xiaobo was utterly perplexed, wondering how a simple box of medicine could cause such a stir. That's wonderful, Guo. Fan Wujiao said, a rare smile gracing his face. You have truly put thought into this. Our clan relies on you, and do you to forge a strong bond. Do you learn from Dong Qianxiu that he had been in a coma for 13 days? During this time, the Legend Management Bureau had continued its operations, with only Dong Qianxiu taking leave to care for him. This was the first time in centuries that Dong Qianxiu had requested time off. Sister Qianxiu, how long must I remain in this state? Du Yu lamented, as Dong Qianxiu persistently forbade him from getting out of bed. For days, she had either tended to him or sat by his side, imparting knowledge of legends. You may rise once you have fully passed my assessments. Du Yu sighed. Oh. Spare me. Now, let me pose a question. Are all deities immortal? Du Yu pondered for a moment before replying. That should be the case, right? Wrong. Dong Qianxiu retorted sharply. What have you been listening to? I have told you countless times that while immortals may enjoy a longer lifespan than mortals, they are not truly immortal. For deities, there are numerous ways to extend their life, such as the peach banquet and transcending heavenly tribulations. As far as we know, the longest-lived immortal has existed for 180,000 years. Is that so, Sister Qianxiu? I have read the Immortal Chronicles, and some immortals are said to have lived for millions of years. Dong Qianxiu shook her head in exasperation and inquired, Do you? Let me ask you, which book about immortals was penned by an immortal? This question left you momentarily speechless. Indeed, all literature concerning immortals seems to have been authored by mortals. The accounts of the immortals you are familiar with are all derived from the writings of ordinary people, and many of the titles attributed to these deities were bestowed by emperors throughout the ages. But do you truly know what they are like? If we consider that perspective, it is indeed true. Do you realize how long humanity has existed in total? Counting from the time of monkeys, it has only been 4.5 million years. What does it mean for an immortal to have a lifespan of millions of years? Are they akin to monkey immortals? Dong Qianxiu continued, moreover, with 5,000 years of recorded Chinese civilization, where would you find these immortals of such immense age? Du Yu helplessly curled his lips and said, You, please continue. Sister Qianxiu, then I shall proceed with my enlightening discourse. Du Yu listened to the theoretical knowledge with a sense of lethargy, finding it far more tedious than entering the realm of legends, to the point where he felt drowsy. After an hour had elapsed, he could no longer endure it. Sister Qianxiu, perhaps we should just stop. What? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback. How can we stop? This knowledge could very well save your life in the future. But you will be there, won't you? Me? Indeed. When I enter the legends, you will be by my side, won't you? Dong Qianxiu opened her mouth but remained silent. Or will you disregard me as you did last time? How could that be? Last time was a unique circumstance. Thus, if you learn this knowledge, it is tantamount to me having learned it as well. Du Yu leaped off the bed and patted Dong Qianxiu's shoulder. Don't be so weary. Let us go out for a bit, perhaps to enjoy a cup of coffee. Dong Qianxiu gazed at the man before her with a hint of confusion, letting out a soft sigh. After all, he was the last hope to restore the former glory of the Legend Management Bureau. Where shall we go for coffee? Sister, this is your domain. How could I possibly know? Seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, the two of them dashed out of the Legend Management Bureau, to Du Yu's surprise. Despite Dong Qianxiu's apparent high status, she did not possess a vehicle. Sister Qianxiu, is this all you are wearing? Du Yu questioned, observing her black work attire. Don't girls usually dress up nicely when going out? I have been wearing this for quite some time, Dong Qianxiu replied, having faced countless inquiries about her attire. Yet this particular question rendered her somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, should I buy a nice outfit? Never mind, Du Yu said. I cannot quite imagine you in anything else. This looks just fine. The two exited the Unreturning Mountain, their destination being Fengdu City. However, the journey from Unreturning Mountain to Fengdu City spanned a full 40 miles. And with Du Yu still nursing an injury, they feared it might take an entire day to arrive on foot. As they spoke, an old van flew overhead, circling around before gently descending upon noticing the two on the ground. Sister Yin Chai? Du Yu squinted, recognizing the driver as Fan Xiaobo. Assistant Dong and Du Yu? Fan Xiaobo looked puzzled. Are you two heading out? Yes, Du Yu exclaimed. It is wonderful that you are here. Could you give us a ride? Dong Qianxiu shook her head, stating, Du Yu, Xiaobo might have business with the director. We shouldn't interrupt others' work. Oh, it's nothing of the sort. Assistant Dong, I am actually here on the orders of the ancestors to bring something for you. Wherever you are headed, I can take you there. And once I drop you off, I shall leave immediately, as I have some matters to attend to in Fengdu City. Do you, no longer courteous? Pulled Dong Qianqiu into the car. The three of them were enshrouded in a subtle atmosphere as they soared towards Fengdu City. In the dilapidated van. Aside from Diyu occasionally initiating a conversation, the two girls chose to remain silent. Diyu was perplexed by their reticence, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the eccentricity of Xiejin. Dear passengers, our vehicle is encountering some turbulence. Please stow your tray tables, lower the sunshades. Fasten your seatbelts, and note that the restroom is temporarily out of service, Diyu instructed, mimicking Xiejin's mannerisms. Yet, the girls remained unresponsive. Fan Xiaohua wore an expression of embarrassment, internally chiding herself. Fan Xiaohua, what on earth are you doing? Dong Qianqiu has invited Diyu out, yet you have no feelings for him. Why are you meddling in this? It was Dong Qianqiu's first outing in centuries, and her emotions were quite complex. On one hand, she felt anxious, as though she had committed some wrongdoing. On the other hand, she was conflicted, aware that the Fan family intended to use Fan Xiaohua to win Diyu over. Now, she was uncertain whether she should proactively relinquish this opportunity, allowing Fan Xiaohua to have some private time with Diyu. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance to the underworld, struggling to find a parking spot before finally halting the vehicle. Upon disembarking, Fan Xiaohua feigned panic, exclaiming, "We've already arrived. I have matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you both." With that, she turned to leave. Wait, do you grasp Fan Xiaohua's arm? Huh? What is it? Incha sister. Didn't you say you had something to give me? Diyu looked at Fan Xiaohua in confusion. Are you really just leaving like this? Oh, right. Fan Xiaohua suddenly recalled that she had come to deliver something on the orders of her ancestor. She rummaged through her small handbag and produced a pitch-black scroll. Here. For you. What is this? Diyu took it, examining it closely. It resembled the bamboo scrolls frequently seen in television dramas, but it was entirely black. This is a set of cultivation methods, which my ancestor instructed me to hand over to you. Cultivation methods? Diyu exclaimed in astonishment. Are these the kind of extraordinary techniques that cultivators receive in fantasy novels? Sort of, Fan Xiaohua scratched her head, but these methods are generally not meant for cultivators. They are intended for demonic practitioners or monsters. Wait, what? Diyu was puzzled. If you all wish to bring about my demise, shouldn't you be a tad more discreet? Being so forthright makes it challenging to ensnare me. You misunderstand, Dong Qianqiu interjected. Most of the immortals in the underworld, aside from a few prominent figures, were once earthly demonic practitioners, having spent their lives surrounded by energy and spirits. They ascended to become immortals. Is that so? Diyu glanced at the scroll in his hand. But I'm merely immortal. It will take me countless years to master this method. Do you not possess any other, more suitable techniques? Fan Xiaohua let out a helpless sigh and said, It is not my intention to discourage you. Rather, since the last global celestial realm survey in 1945, it has been conclusively established that the spiritual essence of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, has been utterly depleted. From that moment onward, it has become impossible for anyone to cultivate the path of immortality, and the progress of all celestial beings has stagnated. Fortunately, the ancient ancestor bestowed upon you this art of utmost darkness and malevolence, which does not require spiritual essence and can be mastered swiftly. Diyu was somewhat taken aback. The notion that such a nefarious method was employed by practitioners of evil was already unsettling. Yet it was even more alarming that it was a technique of the utmost darkness and malevolence. Diyu, as he spoke, unfurled the scroll, revealing 4 shimmering golden characters, the record of ghosts from all directions. Upon seeing this, Dong Qianqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. The record of ghosts from all directions. She murmured the name several times before suddenly recalling something. Could it be the record of ghosts from all directions associated with the Earth Mother? Diyu scrutinized the scroll, and the content inscribed within was quite peculiar. Rather than mere text, it resembled an intricate pattern. This design featured directions of east, south, west, and north, along with divisions of up, down, left, and right, culminating in 8 arrows pointing to distinct locations. Sister Qianqiu, are you familiar with this? Familiar? It is said that the 8 directions ghost record was utilized by the Earth Mother during the establishment of the underworld. However, many believe it to be a mere fabrication. Hence, few take it seriously. After all, the powers attributed to the 8 directions ghost record are exceedingly enigmatic. You have stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. You must express your gratitude to the Fan family. Do you, still somewhat perplexed, replied, Xiaoguo, please convey my thanks to your ancestor. Is that all? Fan Xiao was seen taken aback. Very well, I shall take my leave. Once Fan Xiaoguo had distanced herself, do you turn back to inquire further, Sister Qinxiu? Is this truly so formidable? Indeed, although it remains a mystery how Fan Wujiao acquired the 8 Directions Ghost record, since he has entrusted it to you. You should take out a golden pen and inscribe your birth date and name within its confines. This record will belong solely to you, unless you choose to relinquish it, in which case no one can take it from you. But what is the purpose of the 8 Directions Ghost record? Do you ask? A hint of concern in his voice. If it is indeed so powerful that even the Earth Mother requires its strength, how can it be deemed a practice of utmost darkness? Dong Qinxiu gazed at the softly glowing 8 Directions Ghost record and replied, It is a long story. The term 8 Directions refers to east, south, west, north, heaven, earth, life, and death. The possessor of the 8 Directions Ghost record can summon 8 spirits to guard these 8 directions, meaning one can eternally harness the strength of these spirits. It is rumored that the technical department of the Management Bureau once attempted to replicate the principles of the 8 Directions Ghost record, but they could only manage to allow a soul to possess a body for a mere 5 minutes, a trivial duration compared to the capabilities of the record. Is that so? Do you paused, realizing the vast number of spirits in the underworld? If I were to take 10 formidable spirits, would that not render me invincible? In theory, yes, Dong Qinxiu responded. However, spirits possess their own will. Having a group of untrustworthy entities around you may ultimately lead to unease. After finishing her explanation, Dong Qinxiu turned to see that you had already signed his name and birth date. You mentioned, Sister Qinxiu, that once I inscribe my name, it becomes mine, unless I choose to forfeit it. Thus, I shall stake my claim now. As for which spirits I will summon to guard me, that can be decided later. I must caution you, however, to choose your spirits with great care. Once a spirit becomes one of your 8 directions, it will remain with you for eternity, unless it is completely obliterated. You glanced at the black specter ledger in his hand and nodded silently. After a brief moment of preparation, the two set off towards Fengdu City. Sister Qinxiu, I had hoped you would show me around the underworld. Yet it seems you are in no better shape than I am. Indeed, I have not ventured out for nearly a millennium, Dong Qinxiu replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. However, I still recall some interesting places. There is a pedestrian street by the Sanqing Stone on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. We can visit there. With their destination confirmed, they began their journey. As Du had anticipated, the spectral officials of the underworld did not recognize Dong Qinxiu, nor did they acknowledge him, the newly appointed operator. They appeared as 2 ordinary souls, wandering the streets. By the way, Sister Qinxiu, there is something I have long wished to inquire about. What is it? The place where we work is called the Legend Management Bureau's office in the underworld, correct? Yes. It sounds merely like a local office. But why does the director work here and not at the main headquarters? Well, it is indeed a query worth pondering. Our previous workplace was not in the underworld, and the main office of the Legend Management Bureau is situated in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court. Du was taken aback by the magnitude of this organization. Then why isn't the director in the Heavenly Court? It's a long story. Since the betrayal by Zhang Qixing 9 centuries ago, the Legend Management Bureau has been without operators. Our ability to intervene in legends has greatly diminished, and our status has plummeted. Although we once had offices in the Heavenly Court, Dragon Palace, the Mortal Realm, and the Underworld, we have gradually been marginalized. Consequently, we have been forced to relocate repeatedly, ultimately ending up in this small corner of the Underworld, beyond the mountains of oblivion. Du felt a surge of indignation. How superficial these people were, flattering when there were operators, yet ostracizing when there were none. Dong Qinxiu offered a wry smile and said, It is all right. We have operators now. Du was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Indeed, I am now an operator. Sister Qinxiu, wait for me. I shall soon persuade the Heavenly Realm to grant us a territory. Dong Qinxiu smiled, her eyes curving gently as she replied, Very well. I shall await your success. Wow, Sister Qinxiu, I never knew you could smile. Du remarked. Are you looking for trouble? Dong Qinxiu retorted. After a leisurely 20-minute stroll, the duo arrived at the 3 live stone walking street that Dong Qinxiu had described. The place surpassed Du's expectations of prosperity. It was a street steeped in antiquity, adorned with a myriad of neon signs. Above, ancient colorful banners fluttered alongside modern light strings, creating a unique aesthetic that harmoniously blended the old and the new. The pedestrians were a diverse assembly. Some women donned kipayos while others wore short skirts, and the men varied from those clad in armor to those in shirts. My goodness! Du exclaimed in bewilderment. Why are there so many people residing in the underworld? Quite simple, Dong Qianxiu explained. Not everyone wishes to reincarnate. Many souls prefer to dwell here. Living here? Du pondered for a moment. It didn't seem so bad after all. Wandering about. They eventually arrived at a minimalist CAF, its concrete facade emblazoned with the glowing words Bitter Wait. Bitter Wait, what an intriguing name for a CAF. Du remarked. Glancing up. Shall we enter this establishment? Dong Qianxiu nodded and reached for the door. However, as she opened it, a piercing scream erupted from within. Watch out. Dong Qianxiu swiftly pulled Du aside, just as a figure crashed through the doorway. What on earth? Du gasped, startled by the chaotic scene. Had it not been for Dong Qianxiu's timely intervention, he would have been knocked over. Who dares to cause trouble here? Dong Qianxiu shouted angrily. The CAF fell into an eerie silence, as if no one dared to utter a word. With a disdainful sniff, Dong Qianxiu gradually stepped inside, revealing a strikingly tall woman standing at the center of the CAF, where the patrons and staff were too frightened to speak. Why did you suddenly resort to violence? A trembling staff member inquired of the imposing woman. The woman slowly turned around, clad in sleek armor from the Warring States period. Her beauty striking yet incongruous with her nearly 6-foot stature and commanding presence. Why did I strike? She mused, glancing at her clenched fist. I was simply in a foul mood. Du, summoning his courage, followed closely behind Dong Qianxiu, peering ahead. Good heavens! Is there truly such an audacious individual in the underworld? Is it permissible to strike someone simply due to a foul mood? The female shopkeeper, seemingly unafraid of the formidable woman before her, felt it her duty to intervene in the matter. Alas, this individual is gravely injured. Suddenly, someone outside shouted. The shopkeeper hurriedly rushed out, only to find a man lying unconscious on the ground. How can you be so unruly? She yelled angrily at those around her, urging them to call for the enforcers. My goodness, to render someone unconscious so casually. Qianxiu, teach her a lesson. Du chimed in from behind, adding fuel to the fire. No, we cannot. Dong Qianxiu hesitated, realizing the seriousness of the situation. We must find a way to escape. Huh. Du was taken aback. Is this person truly that formidable? Just as he spoke, the woman turned around and happened to spot Dong Qianxiu. It's you? She murmured, but quickly averted her gaze. Disregarding Dong Qianxiu, she righted the chair she had just overturned and sat down, casting a sweeping glance around the shop. She addressed the patrons. Anyone who dares to look at me again will find themselves thrown out. The customers hurriedly lowered their heads, none daring to meet the gaze of the towering woman. Du, let us go, Dong Qianxiu urged, tugging at Du as they prepared to leave the shop. The woman paid them no mind, indulging in the dessert on her table. Who dares to cause a ruckus? A furious roar echoed, and a figure descended from the sky. Clad in official garb, his face as dark as coal, he appeared to be an enforcer. How dare you create disturbances on my watch today? I shall show you the might of the footpath. Footpath? A name I have never heard before. Dong Qianxiu stepped forward and seized the enforcer. What do you want? Who are you? An accomplice? The enforcer, known as Footpath, inquired with irritation. I am Dong Qianxiu from the Bureau of Legends. You cannot resolve this situation. Quickly summon your superior, Bullhead, Horseface, or even Lord Chains. Anyone will do. Nonsense. If you are truly Dong Qianxiu from the Bureau of Legends, then I am the esteemed Isua. The enforcer shoved Dong Qianxiu aside and charged into the shop, pointing at the tall woman. Demonis. I am the enforcer Footpath. Who are you? State your name. Before the enforcer could finish his words, the woman swiftly appeared before him, her fist larger than that of an ordinary person's, mere inches from his nose. Goodness, she is not playing by the rules. Du gasped, taken aback as the woman struck without allowing anyone to introduce themselves. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, and everyone who had gathered was pushed back a step. Dong Qianxiu stepped forward to shield the enforcer, grasping the woman's fist tightly. Zhang Lichun, grant me a favor. Dong Qianxiu spoke with a hint of tension in her voice. Chapter 18. Have I gained superpowers? The woman named Zhang Lichun, upon hearing Dong Qianxiu's plea, remained expressionless. With a sudden tremor in her arm, she forcefully repelled Dong Qianxiu, who had grasped her fist, staggering her back 3 steps. Oh, you dare to strike an envoy? Exclaimed Bu Zudao, the imposing figure finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Although Dong Qianxiu had managed to block the formidable punch from the towering woman, The sheer force of the blow had nevertheless knocked his official hat askew. With irritation, Dong Qianqiu admonished, "I told you before. Hurry and call your superior." "Why you wait?" Bu Zudao stammered, flustered as he hurriedly adjusted his hat and fled. Observing the envoy's retreat, Zhang Lichuan showed no inclination to pursue. She cast a calm glance at Dong Qianqiu and remarked, "What makes you think you deserve my consideration?" Dong Qianqiu bit her lip, pondering that perhaps venturing out today had been ill-fated, having encountered the underworld's most notorious villain. One after another, they seemed intent on disrupting her indulgence in dessert. Zhang Lichuan gave a dispassionate glance at Dong Qianqiu and inquired, "You wish to be struck, do you?" Dong Qianqiu was acutely aware that the individual before her was not easily intimidated, despite having transformed into a celestial being. She lacked absolute confidence in her ability to vanquish this adversary, even though they had met a millennium ago. She doubted that this lunatic would show any regard for past affections. With a swift whoosh, Zhang Lichuan's fist lunged toward Dong Qianqiu, gritting her teeth. Dong Qianqiu waved her hands, conjuring a massive round shield that appeared just in time to block Zhang Lichuan's punch. This shield, unbeknownst to her origin, astonishingly absorbed the force of such a powerful blow. Seeing her punch thwarted, Zhang Lichuan momentarily expressed confusion, but quickly regained her composure, snorting disdainfully as she swung her other arm, delivering a barrage of strikes upon the shield. Before long, the once formidable barrier began to fracture under the relentless assault. What on earth? Du Yu, hidden nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. The artifact Dong Qianqiu had summoned was evidently a celestial treasure, yet, could such a treasure truly be shattered by mere fists? As Zhang Lichuan unleashed a storm of punches, the shield disintegrated into fragments, and the damage inflicted upon the artifact left Dong Qianqiu wounded, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Sister Qianqiu," Du Yu cried out, rushing forward, only to be halted by a sudden mental transmission from Dong Qianqiu. "No, you must not approach this person. You are injured. Flee at once." Du Yusin was in a state of frantic urgency as she gazed at Dong Qianqiu, realizing that if she were to depart at this moment, she would scarcely endure even a minute. However, the towering figure before her was utterly intimidating. Even the ethereal Dong Qianqiu was unable to contend with her, leaving Du Yusin, a mere mortal, feeling utterly powerless. Step by step, Zhong Lichun advanced towards Dong Qianqiu, her gaze fixated solely on her target. While no one in the vicinity dared to intervene, Dong Qianqiu attempted to rise several times, only to collapse again, her spiritual essence compromised, rendering her incapable of action and subject to the whims of others. Zhong Lichun raised her fist once more. "Stop!" A commanding shout echoed through the air, causing Zhong Lichun to momentarily freeze. Turning her head, she beheld Du Yu, who had been cowering behind the door, now trembling as she stepped forward. "Do not harm her." Dong Qianqiu internally lamented the situation, recognizing that Zhong Lichun was a senseless maniac. Anyone bold enough to step forward now would surely meet their demise. "Do you flee at once? This person will not heed your words." Du Yu was acutely aware that if he fled at this moment, Dong Qianqiu would undoubtedly meet her demise. Yet, he found himself devoid of any means to confront this formidable Zhang Lichun and could only devise a strategy to buy time. "Please, do not harm Sister Qianqiu." For the first time, Du Yu felt an overwhelming sense of fear. The pressure emanating from this woman surpassed even that experienced during his battle with Jiuying. The woman stood there, staring blankly at Du Yu, frozen in place for an eternity. Dong Qianqiu mused, puzzled by the scene unfolding before her. Zhong Lichun fixed her gaze upon Du Yu, gradually unclenching her fist, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. Du Yu gazed at the dramatically transformed Zhong Lichun, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that I have acquired superpowers? Although Du Yu wore a perplexed expression, he realized that the current situation was one of control. "Please, take a seat over there." He indicated towards the table where Zhong Lichun had previously sat. To his astonishment, the towering figure of Zhong Lichun obediently nodded like a docile lamb and proceeded to sit down. What on earth is happening? Du Yu's mind was inundated with a myriad of questions, yet he understood that this was not the moment for answers. He hurried to assist Dong Qianqiu, inquiring, "Sister Qianqiu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just need to catch my breath. But how did you manage this?" Dong Qianqiu looked at Du Yu with a puzzled expression. "You've truly come to the right person," Du Yu replied as he gently draped Dong Qianqiu's arm over his shoulder. "Give me a few days. I shall concoct a suitable explanation for you." Before they could make their exit from the establishment, Zhong Lichun rose once more. Instantly, both of their nerves tensed. What was this woman up to now? To their surprise, Zhang Lichun approached with a plate of delicate pastries, carefully presenting it before Du, and asked, "Would you like some dessert?" Du glanced up at Zhang Lichun, who wore a mask of indifference, yet her gaze remained fixated upon him, imbued with an enigmatic essence that was difficult to decipher. Standing at least 9 meters tall, she appeared rather intimidating and unattainable. "Well, perhaps I shall forgo eating." Du chuckled lightly. "I am currently on a diet, and this dessert is excessively sweet." "Do you not enjoy sweet things?" Zhang Lichun inquired, pushing the dessert aside. She turned to the attendant with a frigid tone, commanding, "Bring out the unsweetened desserts immediately, or I shall ensure your souls are scattered." "Pardon?" The attendant, bewildered by the unfolding events, stammered, "Unsweetened desserts? Where am I to procure such a thing?" "Do not blame me then," Zhang Lichun replied coldly, her aura exuding a palpable menace. "Stop!" Du exclaimed in a moment of panic. "No harm should come to anyone." Instantly, Zhang Lichun retracted her threatening demeanor, standing motionless beside Du, resembling an obedient retainer. This unexpected turn left not only Du and Dong Qianxiu but also all the patrons and staff in utter confusion. "What on earth is happening?" "You stay right here. I shall fetch some oranges for you," Du boldly said to Zhang Lichun. She nodded obediently in response. "What a strange woman, but thankfully I can control her for now. Qianxiu Jia, let us make our exit," he whispered to Dong Qianxiu as he hurriedly led her away. Not long after, they encountered a specter named Bu Zudao, who was accompanied by several others, marching towards the CF with great fervor. "Elder brother." Just ahead, Bu Zudao called to one of his companions, gesturing toward the CAF. "Very well, I shall see who dares to challenge my brother's words. Men, follow me." As Du and Dong Qianxiu brushed past this group, she shook her head in resignation. Such figures as Bu Zudao and his ilk truly lack significance. They are merely courting their own demise. Why do they not summon the likes of Neo2 and Mamian? "Let us not concern ourselves with them," Qianxiu Jia. Du urged, pulling her forward with haste. "I will take you somewhere to recuperate." Turning a corner, they stumbled upon an establishment named Sleep Must Die. "How about here?" "Qianxiu Jia?" Du suggested. Dong Qianxiu glanced up and replied, "Any place will do. I merely require a moment to recuperate." "Please do not overthink this." "I certainly will not overthink it. I was merely inquiring if you mind resting in such a place." Should you continue to prattle, I shall arrange for you to become the White Dragon Horse, thus entwining you in the entire legend of Journey to the West." "That would be unwise," Du exclaimed in alarm, hastily assisting Dong Qianxiu into the inn. She produced her specter identification, and the proprietor, recognizing her authority, promptly prepared a room. Once inside, Dong Qianxiu settled herself cross-legged in the center of the bed, closed her eyes, and began her meditation. Dong Qianxiu, while meditating, expressed his concerns, saying, "I still harbor some apprehensions regarding those spectral agents. Please make a call to Lords 7 and 8, urging them to intervene and address the matter." Du nodded. Having obtained the phone number and several ghostly currency notes from Dong Qianxiu, he stepped out of the hotel. "Alas, I should acquire a mobile phone in the underworld. In this day and age, where can one find a public telephone?" As Du muttered to himself, he made his way onto the street, pondering whether it was still timely to make a call, feeling that it would take only a minute for Zhang Lichun to defeat those few spectral enforcers. Despite these thoughts, Du sought out a small convenience store, spent a ghostly bill, and made a call from a public telephone. Du had never encountered Fan Wujiao, so he decided to call Xie Bian. After briefly explaining the situation, Xie Bian calmly remarked, "The situation is not severe. It will improve after applying the facial mask." As Du hung up the phone, preparing to return to the inn, he was suddenly startled by a commotion in the street. "Hey, have you heard? It seems the inn officials are about to apprehend the notorious villain Chun." "The villain Chun? The infamous Zhang Li? How could that be?" "I don't know. Let us hurry and see." A few wandering souls shouted in the street, capturing Du's attention. Was Zhang Lichun truly caught? He pondered. Could it really be possible with just those inn officials? Regardless, Du felt compelled to investigate. If that brother Bu Zu from the Bu Zudao indeed possessed cultivation surpassing that of Dong Qianxiu, he must certainly be a significant figure in the underworld. Yet, why had he never heard of such a person before? Du strode forward, swiftly rounding the corner to arrive at the CAF named Bitterweight. There, he found Zhang Lichun standing motionless, just as she had been when he departed, surrounded by 7 or 8 specters wielding weapons. A wound marred her forehead, blood streaming down her face, yet her expression remained impassive. She did not even glance at the specters beside her. "What is the matter? Weren't you just boasting?" Zhu taunted, slapping Zhong Lichuan's face. Aren't you going to strike me? He added with a sly grin. Brother, I must say, you've done well this time. This individual is notoriously malevolent. Chun. With this, our promotion is surely within reach. Following this, Zhu delivered a brutal kick to Zhong Lichuan's abdomen. She let out a muffled groan but quickly regained her composure, standing tall and emotionless. Is Zhong Lichuan truly daft, or is this a ruse? One of the lackeys inquired. Such resilience, it must be an act. Zhu unsheathed an iron chain, spinning it several times, summoning all his strength to strike Zhong Lichuan's waist with a ferocious blow. Oof. The impact nearly caused her to falter, but she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain upright, muttering something under her breath. What did you say? Zhu inquired. Straining to listen, bemused that this villainous figure was still speaking. What is she saying? He leaned in closer to discern her words, and Zhong Lichuan uttered, that was close. I almost moved. Is she truly out of her mind? Zhu remarked, swinging the iron chain again. Move, and if you do, this time, I shall ensure you cannot rise. Cease this at once. Do you burst forth with a thunderous cry? His heart brimming with an indescribable fury as he beheld the scene before him. Zhong Lichuan, what has happened to you? You wondered. Perplexed by how someone capable of effortlessly defeating Dong Qianxiu could be besieged by these malevolent spirits. Zhong Lichuan lifted her head, revealing a fleetingly exquisite smile. You have returned. Were you able to procure the oranges? And do you's mind? The only thought that lingered was his earlier instruction to Zhong Lichuan. Stay here and do not move. What on earth is going on with Zhong Lichuan? Why does she obey me so unquestioningly, even in the face of danger? As he gazed at Zhong Lichuan's blood-stained visage, which still bore a smile. Do you felt a genuine surge of anger? Are you truly officials of the law? Do you directed his ire at the shadowy figures around him, questioning? Did you not see that she has not retaliated at all? A group of you attacking her. What kind of enforcement is this? One of the figures, Zhu, stepped forward, scrutinizing Du Yu from head to toe, and remarked, What era did you perish in? I have never seen you before. Upon recognizing Du Yu, Zhu exclaimed, it is him. He is in cahoots with that arrogant woman from earlier, who falsely claimed to be a member of the Bureau of Legends. He approached Du Yu, declaring, Impersonating a shadowy official is a crime punishable by the severest of fates. Du Yu coldly remarked, if you have the guts. Come at me and see who ends up regretting it. Oh, you really are quite arrogant. Zhu stepped forward and shoved Du Yu. Oddly enough, at the moment of the push, the entire CAF seemed to tremble slightly. What was happening? The Bu brothers were momentarily bewildered, glancing around, only to discover that a dense aura of menace was emanating from Zhong Lichuan, so potent that it caused the whole establishment to shudder. Stop, don't. Do you implore Zhong Lichuan, leave this matter to me. If you kill the official, it will only compound the error. Zhong Lichuan froze, feeling at a loss. She could endure harm herself, but she could not allow Du Yu to come to any harm. Yet, Du Yu insisted she stay out of it. What was to be done now? Is that all? Du Yu took another step forward, pushing again. If you have the courage, stand up and face me in a duel. A duel? You think I fear you? He was snapped back, regaining his composure and shouting, Do you truly wish to meet your end? As the term duel was uttered, several shadowy figures encircled Du Yu, but just as they prepared to act, a portion of the air above began to distort violently. And after a fierce upheaval, a figure clad in white appeared in midair. The shadowy figures immediately knelt, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Lord Seven. Suddenly, Lord Seven, Xie Baiyan, emerged, droplets of water still clinging to his face, indicating a hasty arrival. He began patting his face while surveying the scene. But after a brief examination, a perplexed expression crossed his features. Didn't Ti come to rescue the shadowy figures from Zhong Lichuan? Why does it appear that she is about to be subdued? Chapter 19. A heroic youth. The shadowy figures knelt on the ground, frozen in place. It was a rare occasion to see Lord Seven, Xie Baiyan, in person. Lord Seven, what brings you here? Zhu inquired with a forced smile. What brings me here? Xie Baiyan, still patting his face to aid absorption of the essence, wondered internally. I came to stop Zhong Lichuan, but it seems this situation no longer concerns me. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Du Yu standing behind the shadowy figures. Wait, weren't you the one who called me? What are you doing here? Du Yu replied. I didn't wish to come, but the circumstances are rather special. The shadowy figures exchanged glances, realizing that this man was acquainted with Lord Seven, and they had inadvertently landed themselves in serious trouble. Before Du Yu and Xie Baiyan could exchange pleasantries, a booming roar echoed again as the air distorted once more. revealing a massive figure. Who struck my subordinate? A gruff voice bellowed. Xiaobian couldn't help but chuckle. This had turned amusing, as a lively character had arrived. Oh, old seven, you're here too. The robust man, with a voice as resonant as a bell, landed with a thud and patted Xiaobian on the back, greeting him warmly. Ah, third brother, you have come as well. Xiaobian smiled in response. You looked up and beheld a rather peculiar figure. The individual was tall, possessing a bovine head atop a human body, with enormous horns protruding from the temples. Undoubtedly, he was one of the most renowned emissaries of the underworld. Known as the Ox Head. I have heard that someone is seeking to harm my subordinates. Who is it? Xiaobian chuckled softly and pointed at Zhongli Chun, saying, There she is, go and confront her. Upon closer inspection, the Ox Head was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, Zhongli Chun. Is this some sort of jest? What's the matter, third brother? You ought to be able to hold your own against her. Xiaobian added fuel to the fire. Go on. Use your self-detonation to subdue her. Old seven, are you mocking me? The Ox Head retorted vehemently, then turned to Xiaobian and whispered, How was I to know I would encounter someone of such caliber on this pedestrian street? I have no magical artifacts on me. If it comes to blows, my nascent soul would surely be obliterated. Suppressing laughter, Xiaobian composed himself and asked, So what do you propose we do? Should your underlings simply endure the beating? Actually, my subordinates haven't been harmed. I merely wish to make an impression, the Ox Head confessed, feeling troubled. He leaned closer to Bai Wuchang and said, Old seven, your wits surpass mine. Help me devise a plan. I cannot lose face in front of my subordinates. With a mischievous grin, Xiaobian suggested, Third brother. It's quite simple. Just inquire who the accomplice is and deal with them instead. Indeed, old seven, your intellect is commendable. The Ox Head smacked his forehead and turned to several emissaries, declaring, I shall deal with this woman momentarily. But first, tell me, aside from her, is anyone else causing you trouble? Upon hearing their leader's words, several subordinates gained newfound confidence and pointed at Du, exclaiming, Him. He just obstructed our attempt to apprehend this villain. Very well. The Ox Head glanced at Du, noting he was merely a mortal, and immediately adopted a confrontational stance. You dare to oppose my subordinates? Me? Du looked at Xiaobian, who was suppressing laughter, and nodded. I indeed find them quite disagreeable. I shall give you a resounding slap. The Ox Head swung his arm back. Hey, third brother. Just as the hand was about to strike Du's face, Bai Wuchang called out to the Ox Head. The Ox Head's hand froze midair as he turned to Xiaobian, asking, What is it? Well? Xiaobian pondered for a moment. It's nothing significant. Why don't you go ahead and strike first, and we can discuss it afterward? Oh, very well. The Ox Head nodded, raising his hand once more, but as he contemplated, he sensed something amiss. Gradually lowering his hand, he turned to Xiaobian with a look of innocent confusion. Old seven, are you playing a trick on third brother? If I strike, I would be in grave trouble. Wouldn't I? Please tell me, who is this person? At last, Xiaobian could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, Oh, third brother, after 10 years apart, your intelligence has soared to new heights. Hee. Indeed, indeed. The bull proudly proclaimed, I am not foolish. Xiaobian chuckled, covering his mouth for a considerable time before finally responding. You have gravely misjudged the situation. The person you struck is none other than Du, the newly appointed operator of the legendary management bureau. What? The bull's eyes widened in astonishment, its nostrils flaring in alarm. An operator. The bull's heart raced with trepidation, realizing that had he delivered that blow, the consequences would have been dire. An operator could traverse time. He might have vanished from existence altogether. Oh dear. The bull's expression transformed into one of sheer delight as he exclaimed, Ah, I see. It is an operator. What a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Du found himself somewhat at a loss, murmuring, You are indeed quite transparent. Your thoughts are written all over your face. You rascals, quickly get up and apologize to Du Laudi. The Ox Head shouted at the several Grim Reapers kneeling on the ground. The Grim Reapers were perplexed. Just moments ago, their leader had vowed to stand up for them, yet now he wore a countenance full of smiles. How significant could their opponent be? The brothers Buzuda and Buzushua realized that they were likely in dire straits, as even the Ox Head dared not provoke the personage before them. Yet they had been forcefully shoved by Buzushua. With a forced smile, the Ox Head approached Du, saying, Ah, we are all part of the same family. Du Laudi, do you recall that I presented you with a returning essence pill? Please do not speak carelessly, Du replied, shaking his head. I returned every single pill to you. I did not keep even one. Oh dear. The ox head chuckled awkwardly, although you did not accept the returning essence pill. My intentions remain sincere. Suddenly, the ox head spun around and kicked Buzushua in the rear, catching both Diyu and the kick Buzushua off guard. Hey, boss. Why did you kick me? You lot are nothing but troublemakers. Go away. The ox head, fearing Diyu's retribution, sought to hastily dismiss his troublesome subordinates. Wait. Diyu interjected. Du Laudi, you possess great magnanimity. Please do not be angry with my inept subordinates. Diyu was indeed somewhat angered. The sight of the injuries on Zhong Lichun filled him with profound guilt. Although Zhong Lichun had initiated the conflict, it was inexcusable for a group of enforcers to encircle and assault him. The true culprits were those wretched individuals. He cast a glance at Xie, who appeared pensive. Do you realize that he had only known Xie for a few days, but he had been brothers with Niu Tu for millennia? In the event of a confrontation, would Xie truly side with him? After a moment of contemplation, Xie seemed to have an epiphany and spoke. Third brother, the operator may release these individuals, but you must deliver their biographical records to him. He mentioned that he has some leisure time these days and wishes to explore the past. Niu Tu was taken aback and hurriedly interjected. My dear brother, are you not asking for the lives of my subordinates? They have served me for over 1,000 years. Diyu was somewhat bewildered and quietly remarked, Seventh Master. Although I am quite frustrated, these individuals do not seem to be legendary figures. However, Xie paid no heed to Diyu's concerns and continued, Fourth brother. Have you not considered that if we Yin Chai can abuse our power, why cannot the operator? The several Yin Chai, upon hearing this, began to plead with tearful voices. They frantically prostrated themselves on the ground, the dull thuds echoing until their foreheads were swollen and bruised. After a lengthy pause, Xie finally stepped forward with a slight smile, saying, Enough, consider this a minor lesson. While enforcing the law is permissible, bullying the meek is utterly unacceptable. Third brother wishes to protect you. You must also uphold his honor. Matters of soul disputes should be handled by the Yin Law Bureau. If you assault him now, it will only reflect poorly on us, providing no justification to pursue him. The Yin Chai, upon hearing this, continued to bow their heads in fear, rendered speechless. Witnessing their suffering, Diyu felt a sense of relief. After all, he was merely immortal, and if the situation escalated, Niu Tu might not always extend his favor. Thus, he slowly remarked, Alas, what Seventh Master has said resonates with my thoughts. Take heed of your actions. The individuals, as if granted a second chance at life, hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Diyu and Xie, clutching their foreheads as they scurried away into the distance. Du, my dear brother. Niu Tu exclaimed with joy, gesticulating animatedly. You are quite a decent fellow. Shall we share a drink together? Diyu softly uttered a no, and then walked directly to Zhang Lichuan. I remained still. Zhang Lichuan appeared to be in considerable pain. Yet she still managed to display a captivating smile. I understood. Diyu was concerned as he gazed at her, although I was unaware of what had transpired. The impression Zhang Lichuan left on him was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, with a foolish grin, Zhang Lichuan lost consciousness and collapsed into Diyu's embrace. He caught her, and despite his towering stature, she seemed remarkably fragile in his hold, leaving one to wonder where her immense strength originated. Seventh Master, what on earth is happening? Diyu inquired, looking at Zhang Lichuan beside him with confusion. What is the matter? You refer to Zhang Lichuan? Xie scratched his head. She is the foremost among the top 10 villains of the underworld. Although she hasn't committed any heinous crimes, she is notoriously difficult to provoke. Capable of shattering souls with a mere flick of her wrist. She has a multitude of lawsuits against her, and even if one were to capture her, there would be little recourse. Her soul is incredibly resilient. Even the most severe torture could not disperse it. In your mortal terms, how would you say it? Xie pondered for a moment and then remarked, Yes, it would be termed deeply resentful. I am not inquiring about that. Diyu shook his head. What I wish to understand is why such a notorious villain would heed my words so readily. Xie observed keenly that Zhang Lichuan appeared to be an entirely different person in Diyu's presence. I cannot say for certain, he contemplated. Perhaps there is only one possibility. She has encountered you before. Encountered me? Indeed. Now that you are an operator, it would not be strange for you to appear in someone's memory, Xie asserted with some conviction. But who is Zhang Lichuan? Is she a legendary figure? What kind of figure? Xie laughed. Assistant Dong mentioned wanting to help you brush up on your knowledge of legends. It seems that was insufficient. Zhang Lichuan, with the surname Zhong and the given name Lichuan, was born in Wuyin County, Shandong Province, and is also known as the Lady of Wuyin, for convenience. Many refer to her as Zhong Wuyan. There are even tales that describe her as exceedingly unattractive, hence she is sometimes called Zhong Wuyan. Zhong Wuyan. Du gazed at the peacefully sleeping Zhong Lichuan in his arms, her beauty surpassing even that of Chang'e, and wondered how she could possibly be the infamous unattractive Zhong Wuyan. I do not know. What on earth has happened to Zhong Wuyan? I do not know. Why does she trust me so implicitly? I do not know. Du looked up at Xie Baiyan with a sense of helplessness. Seventh Master. How is it that you know nothing? Indeed, Shaduzi, your question is rather absurd, Xie Baiyan replied, speechless. You belong to the Bureau of Legends. Why do you keep asking me? That is true. Du nodded, lifting Zhong Lichun into his arms. I will uncover the truth eventually. For now, our urgent priority is to tend to her wounds. Observing Du carrying Zhong Lichun, Xie Baiyan expressed his confusion. Where are you heading? There happens to be a place nearby where she can receive treatment. Don't act recklessly. She is a young girl, severely injured. What can you, a grown man, do? Du lowered his gaze to observe Zhong Lichun. Xie Baiyan's words certainly held merit. He was unable to even assess her injuries. Yet what could he do? The only person with whom he shared a reasonably amicable relationship, Qian Xiujia, was also injured and could not assist in caring for Zhong Lichun. Seventh Master, could you do me a favor and bring Fan Xiaogua here? Fan Xiaogua. Indeed. Du nodded. Please bring her here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. After Du finished speaking, he swiftly embraced Zhong Lichun and departed. Before they reached the hotel, Zhong Lichun regained consciousness, realizing she was nestled in Duyu's arms, causing her heart to race. You're awake? Du inquired. Just a moment. I shall take you to a place for your recovery. Please set me down. I am fine, Zhong Lichun softly replied. It's of no consequence. Your injuries stem from my involvement. I will arrange for assistance. Soon, Du led her into the establishment known as Sleep is Fatal. The hotel owner, upon noticing Du carrying an exquisite beauty, felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't this individual just visited? And he and T brought this woman before. Forgive me, boss. The payment was made earlier, Du remarked as he passed by the front desk. The owner nodded curtly, pondering the nature of this intriguing guest. Du carried Zhong Lichun into the room, where Dong Qianxiu was still in meditation. Sister Qianxiu, due to certain circumstances, I must place Zhong Lichun here for her recuperation. Dong Qianxiu glanced at Du and Zhong Lichun, her expression filled with confusion. The first point of perplexity was that Du would actually tend to the wounds of this malicious woman. The second was the astonishing fact that, given Zhong Lichun's cultivation level, someone could inflict such injuries upon her. Could it be that the Earth Mother had descended upon the world? Even if she lies here, I am unable to assess her injuries, Dong Qianxiu remarked. I understand. I have also sought assistance. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. Du finished speaking and dashed out of the room. In front of the CAF, Xie Baiyan utilized his spatial shifting abilities twice, instantly bringing Fan Xiaogua before him. Fan Xiaogua was queuing to buy milk tea when, unexpectedly, Xie Baiyan descended from above and seized her, leaving her utterly bewildered. What are you doing, seventh ancestor? She exclaimed. Do not call me seventh ancestor. Call me brethren, Xie Baiyan replied, gently lowering Fan Xiaogua to the ground. A familiar face requires your assistance. Fan Xiaogua turned her head and was astonished to see the formidable Niu Tu, causing her to hurriedly bow in respect. No need for excessive formalities. I am not the one in need of help. Niu Tu waved his hand. But, old Qi, how can you allow this young one to call you brethren? What is wrong with that? I have taken her as my sworn sister, Xie Baiyan asserted with firm conviction. That is absolutely unacceptable. Fan Xiaogua feared the impending scenario. Indeed. How can this be? If you call her your sworn sister, what shall I call her? Niu Tu pondered for a moment and proposed, to avoid confusion in titles. Let us each refer to her differently. You shall call her sister, and I shall call her granddaughter. See, third brother, you have always been clever, Xie Baiyan retorted. Miffed that his words had reduced him to a mere grandson. As they conversed, Du came running from a distance. Wonderful. Sister Incha. Upon spotting Fan Xiaogua, he seized her arm eagerly, urging, come with me. Before Fan Xiaogua could comprehend the situation, she was being pulled along by Du. Not far ahead, they arrived at the entrance of Sleep Must Die. Sister Incha, this situation is unique. You must assist me. Huh. Fan Xiaogua glanced at the sign and nearly fainted. What do you take me for? Even if the situation is dire, we cannot rush into this. What are you thinking? Help me save someone. Du replied, slightly confused but quickly regaining his composure. Save someone? Du pulled Fan Xiaogua as they dashed past the front desk. the front desk manager. Glancing at the sight of Du escorting 3 different beauties into a room within half an hour, spoke enviously, heroes emerge from youth. Chapter 20. A play sigh? What am I even doing? Fan Xiao was silently pondered while tending to the wounds of the woman before her. In this modest room, besides the previously encountered Dong Qianxiu, there was now an unfamiliar woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, a comparison that left Fan Xiao feeling inadequate. How could that scoundrel Yu abandon me and run off? Fan Xiao fumed internally, realizing that she had become the most awkward one in the room. After examining the woman's injuries, Fan Xiao began to bandage her wounds. The woman was indeed hurt quite seriously, yet her expression remained utterly stoic, not even sparing a glance at Fan Xiao. Before long, Dong Qianxiu, having completed her meditation, rose to her feet. Xiao, how is her condition? Dong Qianxiu inquired, casting her gaze towards Zhong Lichuan. Her injuries are severe, but this sister possesses remarkable resilience. She will likely recover swiftly, Fan Xiao replied. Dong Qianxiu nodded, studying Zhong Lichuan intently, and warned, though I am unaware of the circumstances, should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall not let you off easily. Zhong Lichuan remained expressionless, casting a glance at Dong Qianxiu and scoffing. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? Dong Qianxiu retorted, I care not for your affairs, but if you dare to harm Du, I will not allow it. He is the lifeblood of the entire Legend Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichuan paused, murmuring to herself, so his name is Du. Fan Xiao will retrieve some bandages and medicinal pills from a bag, preparing to tend to the woman's wounds when she finally spoke. What are you doing? Huh? I'm bandaging you, Fan Xiao replied, puzzled. There's no need. I've endured worse injuries, and I shall heal shortly. Nevertheless, you must be bandaged, sister. Continuously bleeding can lead to numerous detrimental effects on your health. I said there's no need. Do you not understand? Huh. Fan Xiao furrowed her brow, taken aback by the woman's demeanor. After all her efforts, the woman had not even uttered a word of thanks, but her attitude was downright hostile. How could someone be so ungrateful? I refuse to back down. I will bandage you today, no matter what. Zhong Lichuan was momentarily taken aback. And even Dong Qianxiu was startled. This little girl, Fan Xiao, was exceptionally tenacious today. After a thorough and binding bandaging, Fan Xiao finally sighed in relief and stood to wash her hands in the restroom while asking, Assistant Dong, what exactly transpired? How did she get injured in such a short time? It's all thanks to this woman. Dong Qianxiu shot a glare at Zhong Lichuan. Did you engage in a scuffle? Who, pray tell, is this tall sister? It is Zhong Lichuan, Dong Qianxiu replied coldly. Fan Xiao felt a chill run through the water she was washing her hands with. Could it be that Zhong Lichuan? Indeed, it is the very Zhong Lichuan you envision. My goodness, Fan Xiao gasped. Was I just bandaging Zhong Lichuan? Upon observing this sister's extraordinary demeanor and stunning features, she could hardly conceive that she was the infamous ugly Zhong Lichuan. Yet, whispers abound that Zhong Lichuan is not only exceedingly unattractive, but also possesses a notoriously irritable temperament, capable of striking terror into the hearts of others at her whim. However, this sister did not seem to embody such traits. Zhong Lichuan sat up, examining her bandaged body. Even lifting her arm proved difficult. With an expression devoid of emotion, she remarked, What a nuisance. To be wrapped up like this is terribly bothersome. Just then, Do you knocked on the door? Ladies, may I come in? Instantly, Zhong Lichuan's face brightened, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed towards the entrance. Please do come in. Convenient? What nonsense. Fan Xiao thought, as she realized Zhong Lichuan, freshly bandaged, was clad in nothing at all. In a flurry, she grabbed a coat and draped it over Zhong Lichuan, exclaiming, Sister, even if you are Zhong Lichuan, you cannot be so neglectful of your appearance. What a bother. Zhong Lichuan's gaze suddenly turned steely. You've wrapped me up like this, rendering my limbs immobile, and I have yet to settle the score with you. You could not discern the conversation within the room. Upon opening the door, he stepped inside. How's the bandaging? He inquired of Zhong Lichuan, glancing at her. Alas, this sister Fan Xiao sighed, shaking her head. Just as she was about to speak, Zhong Lichuan interjected. The bandaging is exquisite. So meticulous. It is hardly bothersome at all. Zhong Lichuan exclaimed with fervor. Fan Xiao furrowed her brow, having seen her fair share of the world. She found this sister's rapid change of demeanor astonishing. Sister, are you studying acting? Confusion lingered in her heart as she turned to look at Dong Qianxiu, who merely shrugged in resignation, equally perplexed. Well, that is good. That is good. Du said with a smile, pulling an orange from his pocket. Look, I bought you an orange. For me? A radiant expression of joy illuminated Zhong Lichun's face as she solemnly accepted it. How wonderful. This is the third time you've gifted me something. The third time? Do you ponder deeply? Xiaobai had mentioned he had seen Zhong Lichun before. This assertion was evidently not baseless. Perhaps her answers lay solely within the annals of the Bureau of Legends. So you two are already acquainted? Fan Xiaobo inquired, her confusion growing. After a moment of contemplation, her mouth fell agape. Could it be that the two sisters are quarreling over jealousy? Dong Qianqiu shook her head in exasperation. Jealous? Nonsense. Do you press down on Fan Xiaobo's head? Sisterine, if we cannot converse, we need not speak at all. Hey. Fan Xiaobo pushed the U.S. hand away. What are you doing? Just then, a knock resounded through the room. Do you wondered? No one should know we are here. Do not be alarmed. I ordered takeout. Fan Xiaobo waved her hand dismissively and opened the door. A delivery person clad in a black vest and helmet stood outside. The words "Are you starving?" emblazoned on their chest. Hello, here is your delivery. Upon closer inspection, 4 cups of milk tea were revealed. You seem to have a fondness for milk tea, do you remarked? Indeed, milk tea is the very essence of my existence. Fan Xiaogua declared earnestly, distributing the cups among her companions. Milk tea? Dong Qianxiu regarded the peculiar concoction curiously, noting the assortment of additives within the oddly colored liquid. Is this what the youth of today consume? I have tasted milk and tea separately. But what exactly is milk tea? You should try it too. Full sugar with a milk cap. It's incredibly sweet and absolutely delightful, Fan Xiaogua encouraged. Before you had the chance to respond, Zhong Lichun suddenly interjected. Hey. Fan Xiaogua was startled. What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble? Zhong Lichun slowly rose to her feet. You does not enjoy sweet beverages. Please bring forth the unsweetened tea and milk. You are being unreasonable. Fan Xiaogua pouted, who would drink unsweetened milk tea. With that, she offered her half-consumed milk tea forward, saying, This one is much better. You should try a sip. Zhong Lichun suddenly appeared irate. How dare you offer me leftovers? Leftovers? Fan Xiaogua found herself in a predicament, thinking that Zhong Lichun was rather peculiar. Leftovers? You quickly stood up. No. Noticing Zhong Lichun's fierce demeanor, he hurried over to placate her. Zhongli. This sister from the Yin Chai is merely being kind. She is sharing something she enjoys. Along with Qianqiu over there, they're all my friends or colleagues. And you must not harm them. Is that so? Zhong Lichun softened, lowering her gaze. Did I cause you trouble? Not at all. You shook his head and picked up a cup of milk tea from the side. You should also regard them as friends. Look, if she didn't consider you a friend, how could she possibly buy you a cup of milk tea? You inserted the straw into the cup and presented the milk tea before Zhong Lichun. Give it a try. Upon hearing Yu's words, Zhong Lichun gingerly accepted the milk tea and took a sip. A visage of astonishment immediately manifested. What is this marvel? It's absolutely delightful. Hee. Fan Xiaogua, observing Zhong Lichun's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Zhong Li is rather endearing, after all. Having swiftly consumed an entire cup of milk tea, Zhong Lichun still craved more. She took a deep breath and let out an impressively loud belch. Burp. Oh dear. Fan Xiaobo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sister Zhong Li, you are so beautiful. You shouldn't belch so loudly. Zhong Lichun, with a puzzled expression, inquired, I am full. Why can't I belch? You found the situation quite amusing. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman was earnestly belching, and the contrast of the scene was simply too humorous. A few individuals were in the room engaged in lively banter when Dong Qianqiu's phone rang. What's the matter, Qianqiujia? You inquired. It must be something important. Only those from the Bureau of Legends know my number, Dong Qianqiu replied as she retrieved her phone. If there is something, then answer it. Dong Qianqiu cast a nonchalant glance at Du, saying, we are currently neglecting our duties. Du scratched his head, acknowledging her point. Answering it will inevitably lead to a scolding. Though Dong Qianqiu feared reproach, she was more concerned that something serious might have occurred. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to answer the call. Hello? An elderly voice resonated from the other end. Director? It's me. Have you all had enough fun? Dong Qianqiu was momentarily taken aback. Shall I extend your holiday by another day? No need for that. She chuckled softly, little Dong. Although this is your first outing in nearly a millennium, and I would love for you to enjoy a few more days of leisure. There is an overwhelming amount of work accumulated over the past 900 years that requires operators to address it. Understood. Dong Qianxiu inquired further before hanging up the phone. Do you? We must return. Oh, do you nodded? Very well. Dong Qianxiu rose and approached Fan Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua, we may still need your assistance. The group boarded the vehicle and sped towards the direction of the unreturning mountain. After some time, Fan Xiaohua could no longer contain her curiosity. I must say, there is really no need for me to take you back, she remarked, glancing at Zhong Lichuan in the rearview mirror. But why does Sister Zhong also need to go to the Bureau of Legends? Do you inquired? Indeed, Miss Zhongli, do you not need to return home? Home. Zhongli Chun pondered, what is home? After a moment of contemplation, Du replied, home is a sanctuary where one can unwind. A place where you need not pretend to be strong, and it is filled with those you hold dear. As Zhongli Chun listened to Du's description, a slow smile emerged on her face. She pointed at the van and asked, so, according to your words, this is home, correct? Du glanced around, unsure of how to respond. Was this vehicle, for Zhongli Chun, even more comfortable than home? Did it house anyone she cherished? Your inability to communicate with her is apparent. Allow me to inquire. Dong Qianxiu waved at Du and turned to Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun, where do you usually reside? Zhongli Chun contemplated. When I'm tired, I sleep on the streets. When I'm hungry, I take what I need from wild spirits. When I'm dirty, I bathe in the river of forgetfulness. Huh? Fan Xiaohua pouted and asked, so, you don't take care of your skin at all? Sister Incha? Is that the crux of the matter? Du replied irritably, aside from bubble tea, the thing you enjoy most is killing the vibe. Isn't it? Fan Xiaohua shot a glance at Du before continuing to drive. Doesn't living like this make you sad? Dong Qianxiu asked. If I feel sad, I just indulge in something sweet, Zhongli Chun responded. For some reason, Du felt a pang of sympathy for Zhongli Chun and asked, as a girl, do you really wander the streets like this? Girl? Dong Qianxiu almost thought he misheard. Could Zhongli Chun truly be associated with the term girl? A female demon lord would be more fitting. Is this what you call wandering? Zhongli Chun listened attentively to Du, reflecting before shyly admitting. I thought everyone lived similarly to me. Not even close. Fan Xiaohua interjected. We still have to take care of our skin. How is your skin so good if you don't? Focus on driving. Du kicked the back of the front seat. Is this about skincare? You sleep on the streets and bathe in the river. But I really want to know. Fan Xiaohua glanced at Dong Qianxiu. What do you think, Assistant Dong? I too wish to inquire. Dong Qianxiu looked seriously at Zhongli Chun. Don't you ever take care of your hair? How about we cease this discussion and simply sit in silence? Du covered his forehead. Before long, the group arrived at the Bureau of Legend Management for the unreturning mountain. Dong Qianxiu knocked on the door, and a staff member emerged to greet them. Upon seeing Zhongli Chun, the staff member's expression noticeably shifted, but soon returned to normal. Assistant Dong, the director wishes to meet with you and the operator. Fan Xiaohua exchanged a few parting words with several individuals before departing in the dilapidated van. Under the guidance of the staff, Dong Qianxiu, Du, and Zhong Lichuan soon encountered Hisui, who was engrossed in reading a newspaper titled The Underworld's Early Notice. Director, we have arrived, they announced. Hisui looked up, ready to respond, but his gaze fell upon Zhong Lichuan. Oh, this is indeed a rarity. Zhong Lichuan, however, paid no heed to Hisui, fixating intently on Du. Dong Qianxiu approached and firmly grasped Hisui, recounting the events of the day. Is this truly the case? Hisui displayed little surprise, turning to the group and stating, since you are here, you are guests. Ordinarily, I would allow Zhong Lichuan to sit freely, but today as circumstances are exceptional, she cannot remain here to observe. He waved to summon a staff member. Take Miss Zhong to Du's room for some rest. Upon hearing this, Dong Qianxiu appeared to grasp the underlying implications. Why? Inquired Zhong Lichuan. This is a regulation of the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qianxiu explained. In legends, one cannot witness oneself. The tale today is likely intertwined with you. In legends, one cannot witness oneself? Du echoed, perplexed. What does that signify? Since ancient times, this stipulation has been upheld by the Legend Management Bureau. Hisui stroked his beard thoughtfully and elaborated. No individual is permitted to observe the recreation of their own legend within the confines of the Bureau. Chapter 21. The mobile phone of the underworld. Du gently patted Zhong Lichuan on the shoulder, saying, oh, it's nothing. Your injury has yet to heal. Now is the time for rest. Hearing Du's words, Zhong Lichuan reluctantly agreed. By the way, please bring my coat to the room. Thanks. Du removed his outer garment and handed it to Zhong Lichuan. Cradling the coat in her arms, Zhongli Chun followed the staff as they departed slowly. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, Hisua said, stroking his beard. The tasks are not urgent, but they are numerous. Numerous? Hisua continued. Indeed. Countless legends have accumulated over the years, predominantly of a C-grade nature. Now that we have an operator, it would be prudent to gradually resolve these legends to eliminate potential issues. With a wave of his hand, a pizza box appeared before them. Hisua pointed to the box, saying, "Take a close look at these legends. The first is called the Legend of the Rich Cheese Pizza." Director, it seems your condition has worsened. What you've summoned is a pizza box, not a screen, Dong Chinchio remarked, adjusting his glasses. Is that so? Hisua focused his gaze, hastily discarding the pizza box and instead pulling over a display screen, nonchalantly stating, "Now, pay attention. I have categorized these legends into 3 types, Inchai, Shinchai, and historical figures. The Inchai type primarily involves familiar acquaintances, should any issues arise with these legends. It could prevent these acquaintances from becoming Inchai, thereby altering the structure of the underworld. The Shinchai type essentially pertains to celestial beings. Given the multitude of their legendary tales, the likelihood of complications is significant. Lastly, the historical figures category encompasses tales like that of Miss Zhongli, which narrate the lives of mortals from birth until death. Do you glanced at the screen, which was filled with names reminiscent of a KTV song list, featuring dozens of legends, both large and small, some of which he had never even heard. The old man felt that the pressing matter at hand should be the resolution of these 2 legends. Thus, he pointed decisively at Cui Ju, the tiger of dismemberment, and the Yinyang twins. Dong Chinchio nodded in understanding, as if grasping the director's intent. The great Judge Cui Ju and the Yinyang twins had evidently extended an olive branch to the Legend Management Bureau, and now that their legends faced complications, it was an opportune moment to solidify their relationship. By the way, do you recall the matter that the great judge entrusted to you? Dong Chinchio inquired with a hint of concern. I remember, Do you replied, casting a glance at the screen, but I do not intend to prioritize their affairs just yet. He also surveyed the screen, asking, do you have other options? Du extended his hand, pointing to the name in the corner of the screen, Wu Yin. This Wu Yin must be Zhongli Chan, right? Du inquired. Indeed, Hisua nodded. It is Zhongli Wu Yin. I wish to discover what transpired between us. Du mused. This individual truly piques my curiosity. Oh. Setting aside the matters concerning Depongguan and the 7th and 8th elders, are you prioritizing Zhongli Chun? Hisua contemplated for a moment, then remarked with significant intent. I do not strongly advise you to pursue this. You must consider your decision carefully. Du glanced at Hisua, perplexed by his meaning. The legend of Zhongli Chun is rather intricate. Firstly, she was born during the Warring States period, a time rich with mortal legends that are deeply interconnected, where pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Secondly, her tale is a relatively rare long-standing legend. Although classified as a low-difficulty level C task, it necessitates the operator's repeated interventions throughout her decades-long life, which is quite resource-intensive. Is that so? Du pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are there many such enduring legends? While not exceedingly common, there are indeed a few, Hisua replied. Legends like those of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong are examples of long-standing narratives. Given this, I might seize the opportunity to hone my skills with this level C legend. Wouldn't that be fortuitous? Well, you are the operator, and the decision rests with you. We are merely here to offer guidance, Hisua nodded, stating in that case. We shall formally embark on the tale of the saltless woman starting tomorrow. It's getting late today, so let us rest for now. After speaking, Hisua recalled something and retrieved an item from his pocket, handing it to Du. As an operator of the Legend Management Bureau, you ought to possess your own mobile phone. This one has been provided by the Bureau. You may use it. Du took the object and examined it closely. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Director, this is a remote control, isn't it? He then rummaged through his pocket for quite some time before finally retrieving a mobile phone, which was indeed the correct item. Du expressed his gratitude to he and then, holding his phone, walked towards his room alongside Dong Chinchio. Sister Chinchio, do we have any vacant rooms here? He inquired. Are you looking to settle Zhongli Chun? Indeed, she has been in my room for quite some time, and it doesn't seem quite right. I will take her to stay with me shortly, Dong Chinchio replied. We have few mortals here. Most do not require sleep. So there is only that one guest room available. However, I have an independent office where Zhongli Chun can stay. Upon entering the room, They discovered Zonli Chun curled up quietly on the bed, resembling a well-behaved kitten. She held onto a piece of Duyu's clothing, peacefully asleep, yet curiously. Tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Do you observe Zonli Chun and turn to Dong Qianqiu? Didn't you just say that only mortals require sleep? If I'm not mistaken, Zonli Chun is a mortal, yet she seems unwilling to reincarnate, remaining here in the underworld. You mean, Duyu glanced incredulously at Dong Qianqiu. You were nearly dispersed by a mortal today? Yes, though it sounds unbelievable. Zonli Chun cannot be comprehended through the lens of ordinary reasoning. She appears to possess some understanding of immortal cultivation techniques, yet without systematic training, she channels celestial power through her mortal form. The specifics elude me, as I have never delved into the legends surrounding Zonli Chun. As they conversed, Zonli Chun gradually opened her eyes. You're back? Her gaze flickered past Dong Qianqiu and landed on Duyu. I didn't disturb anything here, did I? Rest assured, Duyu replied with a smile, even if you had. No one would hold it against you. Zonli Chun managed a faint smile in response. Zonli Chun, Dong Qianqiu interjected. It is inappropriate for you, and Duyu to remain here alone, being a man and a woman. Allow me to take you to my place. Zonli Chun glanced at Dong Qianqiu. Why is it inappropriate? Why? Dong Qianqiu's irritation surfaced. Do you lack basic life knowledge, or even moral understanding? Although Zonli Chun could not grasp the full meaning, she sensed the reprimand in Dong Qianqiu's tone. She looked at Duyu and asked, Do you wish for me to leave? Duyu was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Miss Zonli, you must understand. My suggestion for you to leave is not because I find you a nuisance, but rather because your presence here may not be ideal. Miss Zonli? Zonli Chun gazed at Duyu, resembling a child who had erred. If you call me Miss Zonli and I leave, will I never see you again? Never see me again? Duyu was taken aback. How could that be? I plan to remain here for at least 100 years, as long as you wish to see me. You may come. 100 years, Zhong Wuyan silently mused. How could a mere century suffice? To see you again. I have already waited in this dim underworld for 2,300 years. Miss Zonli, what are you saying? Duyu inquired. It's nothing. For the first time, Zhongli Chun did not respond to Duyu's question. She appeared somewhat choked up. Casting a glance at Dong Qianqiu, she said, Hey, take me to your place. Before the two departed, Dong Qianqiu tossed a note to Duyu, saying, You have a phone now. This is my number. You also have the numbers of 7th Master and 8th Master. Let's connect on Ghost Message so we can keep in touch. What on earth is that? Duyu thought he misheard. Ghost Message? Indeed. Don't you mortals use it? How remarkably absurd, Duyu thought. We wouldn't name our communication tool something so morbid. After bidding farewell to the two, Duyu lay on his bed, beginning to fiddle with his new phone. Though termed new, it was evidently a second-hand device, showing clear signs of wear. Observing the arduous conditions of the Bureau of Management, Duyu was certain this phone had been discarded by some employee. Nevertheless, despite its age, the phone possessed all the essential features. Duyu searched for a moment and opened the ghost message, marked by a black icon depicting a small white ghost. The interface was nearly identical to the one he used in the mortal realm, yet it was imbued with an otherworldly aura. Features such as find nearby spirits and Ash's driftbox were distinctly abnormal at first glance. Duyu opened the friend request feature and entered the phone numbers of Dong Qianqiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiao, sending out his requests. To his surprise, Xie Bian accepted within less than 3 seconds. Is that you, esteemed operator? Xie Bian promptly messaged him. Please don't tease me. Just call me Brother Du. Duyu replied. All right, little Du, I am quite flattered. Am I your first friend? It appears so. After exchanging a few brief messages, Xie Bian ceased his replies. Leaving Duyu in a rare moment of tranquility, he began to explore the other functionalities of his phone. Noting that this spectral device was remarkably similar to those in the mortal realm, complete with short video applications, social networking platforms, web browsers, and even photo editing software. Before long, Duyu was startled to see his ghostly messaging app inundated with incoming friend requests. Upon opening it, he discovered that over a dozen individuals had sent him requests. What is happening? Just as Duyu pondered this, the friend requests continued to pour in, and within a short span, more than 30 individuals had reached out to him. Duyu stared at the ghostly message in bewilderment and opened his social media feed. He noticed that Xie Bian had just posted a status 3 minutes ago, the newly appointed operator of the Bureau of Management, Ghost Signal. I personally attest to its absolute authenticity. For those in need, please transfer the required amount of ghost coins, payment first, then the service. What? Do you could hardly believe that Xie Bian had ventured into his line of business. Seventh Master, this is rather excessive. Do you message Xie Bian? Oh, have you already made new friends so swiftly? Xie Bian asked, feigning ignorance. Thanks to Seventh Master, I've been fortunate enough to make acquaintances far and wide. No need for formalities, Du replied. However, Seventh Master, there is something I wish to inquire about. What is it? Du smiled faintly. How shall we divide this money? Divide? Xie Bian on the other end of the line looked bewildered. I, Xie Bian, earned this money through my own efforts. Why should I share it with you? In that case, Du pondered for a moment and replied, I will simply decline all these friend requests. After all, adding them brings me no benefit. No. Let's discuss this, Xie Bian said, a hint of panic in his voice. If you don't add them, I'll be deemed a fraud. Precisely, Du said with a mischievous grin. I don't ask for much, just a fair split. For every sum I receive, I'll add one person. Alas, I, Xie Bian, have been wise all my life. Yet today I've been outsmarted by you, he lamented. Not at all, Seventh Master. Du reassured Xie Bian. If I'm to add so many friends and greet them, I must exert effort as well. With a heavy heart. Xie Bian transferred a sum to Du, leaving him utterly astonished. The transfer amounted to a staggering 100 million. After some reflection, he realized that the denomination of ghost money was indeed substantial, and the purchasing power of 100 million was not as significant as it seemed. Du, indifferent to the amount of money he had received, began to accept all friend requests indiscriminately. Among them were some recognizable names of celestial beings and immortals, while others remained unfamiliar, likely ordinary officials or wandering immortals. In a mere moment, Du's circle of friends swelled by nearly 100, and the number continued to rise. Observing this eclectic assembly of individuals, one could aptly describe it as the four heavenly kings and divine generals, along with the deities of the stove, earth, and river. Additionally, there were the esteemed true ones and grand magicians. Du mechanically toiled for half a day, when suddenly a name caught his eye, Chang'e the Celestial Maiden. Ah, indeed, I shall not transfer the money intended for Chang'e, as I did not inquire about her payment. It was voluntarily offered to her. At that moment, a message from Xie Bian arrived. Why have you introduced me to Chang'e the Celestial Maiden? For what purpose? After pondering for a moment, Xie Bian continued. Given that you are somewhat acquainted, it seems only natural to add a ghostly message, does it not? Du accepted the friend request from the celestial being Chang'e, yet he was at a loss for words when she unexpectedly initiated a video call. Oh dear. Du found himself momentarily bewildered. Despite living for so many years, he had never engaged in a video conversation with a girl, let alone with someone as extraordinary as a genuine fairy. Amidst the urgent ringing of the call, he spent an eternity adjusting his hairstyle and attire before finally tremblingly pressing the accept button. Du had not yet spoken when a flurry of chaotic sounds erupted from the other side. This is bad. This is bad. Why is it a video? How do I turn this off? It's over. After waiting for a considerable time, with the screen still dark, Du tentatively inquired, Chang'e, are you all right? Suddenly, the screen brightened, revealing Chang'e's face. Although she appeared unprepared, her features and makeup were still exquisitely refined. Peng Ming, it truly is you. Yes, Miss Chang'e. It is indeed I, Du replied somewhat awkwardly. He felt uncertain about how to face Chang'e, especially since he had failed to fulfill his promise to take good care of Dadi. How wonderful. I don't know many people, and you are one of them. It truly brings me joy to see you again. Chang'e beamed, her smile reminiscent of a reunion with an old friend. Really? You seem so happy, he remarked. Indeed. It's rather peculiar. Ever since I heard that the Legend Management Bureau had a new operator, I felt an unsettling anticipation, as if I had known this operator all along. It is said that the Bureau retraces the past to set legends right, and for some reason, you immediately came to my mind. Chang'e smiled again and continued. At that moment, a bold thought crossed my mind. Could it be that my dear Peng Ming has come from the Legend Management Bureau? This realization made everything fall into place. However, Du was puzzled and asked, Miss Chang'e, if I may inquire, when was the last time you saw me? Perhaps over 4,000 years ago, Chang'e pondered. 4,000 years? You have remained in the Moon Palace all this time. Do you not feel lonely? After all, I have not fulfilled my promise to let Dai accompany you. Hee. Chang'e giggled, covering her mouth. Truth be told, I am not quite sure why, but I used to live in a state of sorrow, resentment, loneliness, and anxiety. Yet, just a few days ago, it seems I suddenly came to understand many things. Moreover, I recently discovered a remarkable secret. A secret? Indeed, Chang'e said with a mischievous smile. My husband has always been here. Ah? Do you responded in surprise? Could this be the beginning of a ghost story? Has Deyi's spirit been haunting the empty moon palace all along? With a wave of her hand, a plump white rabbit suddenly thrust its face into the camera, grinning at Deyu playfully. Is this the Jade Rabbit? Deyu, having heard the legends, knew that everyone was aware of the Jade Rabbit by Chang'e's side. Yet the rabbit's expression was so casual, almost human-like. You have done it, Pang Ming, Chang'e declared. Just a couple of days ago, I noticed that the Jade Rabbit, who has accompanied me for 2,000 years, has 4 small characters inscribed upon its neck. She lifted the Jade Rabbit, positioning it before the camera for Deyu to examine closely. Yu Chu Jiaoshi. Deyu exclaimed. Dei. Indeed. Chang'e said with a smile. The appearance of my husband may indeed be related to that remaining half of the spirit medicine. No wonder this Jade Rabbit has always been able to perceive my thoughts and feelings. I wonder if it was originally Dei, or if it transformed into him due to your presence, Brother Pang Ming. Nevertheless, I now possess countless beautiful memories from these past 2 millennia. As Deyu's tears flowed down, the mischievous little rabbit grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Deyu murmured, That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Chang'e, with tears in her eyes, smiled and added, Thus, as a couple, we intended to have a chat with you, only to find ourselves in a video call. This high-tech device has always baffled me. Deyu felt genuine happiness for the first time since arriving in the underworld. Seeing the 2 of them like this filled him with immense joy. The Jade Rabbit is indeed Dei, but that is our little secret, Chang'e remarked, a secret known only to me. Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, patting Chang'e and then itself. Ah, yes, my husband knows too. He may transform into human form within a few years, Chang'e continued. So Brother Pang Ming, you must keep this a secret for us. Deyu smiled, of course. After concluding the video call with Heng Yi, he lay on his bed with a contented smile. It was truly delightful. As the evening wore on, Deyu accepted several friend requests and collected a red envelope sent by Xie Bian, then silenced his phone and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The video conversation with Heng Yi had granted him an exceptionally restful night. The following day, Deyu arrived at the workplace with familiarity, encountering Dong Chinqiu. However, Zhong Lichun remained barred from entry by He Suo, indicating that the adage of not seeing oneself in legends was indeed a stringent rule. The previous tale of Yi shooting down the 9 sons had been rushed, lacking a formal preparatory meeting. This time, it could be conducted more systematically, Dong Chinqiu remarked. Deyu accompanied Dong Chinqiu and several staff members to a round table, where they began to organize the materials at hand. Goodness, Deyu murmured. Is there really a preparatory meeting for the round table? It seems to be becoming increasingly formal. Enough of idle chatter, Dong Chinqiu said as he glanced at one of the staff members, a boy named Xiao Jin, and instructed him to present the synopsis of the legend. The boy, who appeared slight of build, yet possessed notably bright eyes, looked at the documents and began. Zhong Lichun, the daughter of a general from the state of Qi during the Warring States period, was tall and robust, born in Huaiyi, Shandong Province. She is also referred to as Zhongli Wu Yuan, Zhong Wu Yuan, and the Wu Yuan Maiden. From birth, she was incomplete, with 4 of her 7 souls missing: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, leaving only anger, sorrow, and hatred. To cultivate her spirit, her parents sent Zhong Lichun to study at Giga Mountain under Giguzi, becoming his 5th disciple and the only female disciple he would ever have. Mastering military strategy, politics, and martial arts on Gigu Mountain, she remained in seclusion. Unable to marry until the age of 40, when the state of Qi faced decline, she married King Xian of Qi, offering sage counsel that quelled rebellion and ultimately saved her state from ruin, becoming a legendary figure. Dong Chinqiu nodded and turned to another young woman, saying, Xiao Qi, please explain the current issues arising from the legend to the operator. The girl named Xiao Qi nodded timidly and began. In this version of the legend, Zhong Lichun's father, a general, unfortunately perished in battle during her childhood, and her mother, Hua, was forced to remarry a scholar. Zhong Lichun's temperament was difficult, leading to her stepfather's disdain, resulting in long-term abuse, and she narrowly escaped his predatory intentions. Fortunately, she possessed the ability to protect herself, preventing her stepfather from getting too close. However, this situation meant she would be unable to ascend the mountain to learn, ultimately leading to a life of mediocrity. With no trace of Zhong Li Wu Yuan remaining, was this stepfather truly a scoundrel? Du asked, somewhat indignantly, but soon realized that Zhongli Chun was born in a time of chaos during the Warring States period, when men and women alike were mere driftwood in a turbulent world. In such an era, a scholar would not face punishment for violating a foster daughter. Indeed, even taking Zhongli Chun's life might go unpunished. As a stepdaughter, she might not even hold a status greater than that of a servant in her own home. Do you have any questions regarding the legend's synopsis? The group turned to him in unison. Not at the moment, Du replied. I simply wish to know how many times I am required to descend and the duration of each visit. There is little distinction between long-term and short-term legends, but each descent cannot exceed 7 days. Typically, long-term legends manifest 3 to 5 times based on actual circumstances, with each occurrence lasting 1 to 5 days. And it is prohibited to take away bottled souls, as this would incur significant costs for the Legend Management Bureau. Very well, Du contemplated before stating, I will descend once first to assess the situation, then decide on my course of action moving forward. Dong Qianxiu glanced at Du with a hint of concern and said, Du, the historical legends and anecdotes from the Warring States period are astonishingly numerous and intricately interconnected. I hope that at crucial moments, you will prioritize the greater good. To speak frankly, even if the figure of Zonglichun were to be absent from history, it would hardly affect modern society. Therefore, you must not allow personal emotions regarding Zonglichun to disrupt any of these legends. Understood, Du replied. As Dong Qianxiu continued to attach various tubes to him, she cautioned. You are aware that the scars from legends will manifest upon you, so you must exercise utmost caution. The initial descent of long-cherished legends lasts but a day. Be mindful of the time. Just as all preparations were complete, and Du was about to lie down on the apparatus, a thought struck him. By the way, Qianxiu, could you possibly prepare 2 additional items for me from the time-traveling gift package? The era is the tumultuous Warring States period, and the setting is the land of Qi and Lu, where the servant awe descends. Du opened his eyes and found himself standing in a corridor of an ancient mansion, clad in coarse garments and wielding a broom made of bamboo. Goodness, has my identity been reduced to that of a servant? He glanced down at his attire and thought, Sister Qianxiu, could you not assign me a role of higher standing? A more distinguished character would surely influence other legendary tales. For an operator, the less conspicuous the identity, the better. Sigh, very well. Do you toss the broom aside? Where is Zhongli Chun now? Du, be careful behind you. Before he could react, he felt a sharp kick to his rear. What on earth? He exclaimed, falling to the ground. Turning back, he saw a burly man with a face full of beard glaring fiercely at him. Have you lost your mind? The man scolded. You're shirking your duties and tossing the broom aside. Who are you? Du retorted, not in the mood for pleasantries. Who am I? Are you truly out of your wits? The man stared at him, astonished. Do you even know where you are? This is Zhongli Chun's residence. Zhongli Chun, Du replied. The man hurried over to inspect Du's head. Have you been struck senseless? Who did this to you? I'll take care of it. Du's eyes darted quickly. Elder brother? A clever plan formed in his mind, and he pressed his hand to his forehead, slowly collapsing to the ground. Awu, what on earth is wrong with you? The burly man hurriedly rushed to support Du. Elder brother, I don't know what's happening to me. I can't remember anything. Du said weakly. Have I lost my memory? Am I on the verge of death? Suddenly, tears streamed down the man's face. Awu, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have beaten you, nor should I have brought you here to be a servant. If only you had stayed home and tended to the fields, you wouldn't have met such a fate. Elder brother, before I die, I have but one wish, to meet my brother Zhongli Chun. I have longed for her. The man sobbed, snot running down his face. Awu, I understand what you mean, but who exactly is Zhongli Chun? What do you mean? Du sprang to his feet, wasting no time on pretense. Doesn't Zhongli Chun live here? Awu, the burly man stared at Du, astonished. Unable to utter a word. Is there really no one? The lady who remarried with her daughter is named Zhongli Chun. Ah, the man's face was clearly one of shock. That girl. Du was somewhat puzzled. He contemplated for a moment, preparing to play along. Indeed, she's that girl. After a brief pause, Du nodded in agreement. Brother, I have already fallen deeply in love with her, pledging our lives to one another. I must see her, no matter what. The burly man looked at Du with a worried expression. Alas, heavens, why must my brother suffer from such a strange affliction? Stop with the nonsense, elder brother. Take me to see her at once. Unable to refuse Du, the burly man guided him through the front courtyard, past the main hall and the side wing, directly to the back kitchen. The man opened the small door to the kitchen, behind which lay a pig pen. He bent down and stepped inside. Du harbored an ominous premonition, yet he followed the burly man inside. Upon entering, a foul stench assailed his senses. The pigs, confined to this small space, spent their days eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, resulting in an exceptionally unpleasant odor. "Oh, is that not a da and a woo? What brings you to the pigsty?" remarked a particularly grimy man, scratching at the flabby flesh on his waist. "I must feed them now. Do not let your presence sully the area." With that, the man grasped a wooden bucket and, standing in the midst of the pig pen, poured out a putrid mass of rotting food, mingled with an assortment of unidentifiable wild grasses and vegetables, which promptly began to flow forth. Du suppressed the urge to retch. This substance would be an insult even to pigs. Yet, the swine in the pen showed no disdain, rushing eagerly towards the mound of putrid food. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Before Du could finish his sentence, a humanoid figure darted from a corner of the pig pen, pushing past several pigs as she reached the foul pile, grabbing handfuls of the viscous substance to shove into her mouth. It was a frail young girl, seemingly no more than 15 or 16 years old, dressed in tattered rags. Her body was caked in mud and excrement, exuding a foul stench. She appeared oblivious to the presence of anyone, engrossed in her own consumption. Zhongli was rendered speechless in shock. "Zhongli, are you saying you have developed feelings for this 10-year-old pig girl?" 10 years old. Du had not anticipated that Zhongli Chun, who appeared to be in her teens, was actually only 10. He slowly approached, disregarding her filth, and firmly blocked her path. "You are a human, not a pig. You cannot eat this. Look at me. Do you even remember your name?" To Du's astonishment, upon seeing him advance, Zhongli Chun immediately bared her teeth and glared fiercely, as if to protect her food. "Du, watch out," Dong Qianxiu shouted. But before Du could react, Zhongli Chun swung a punch at his chest, sending him flying. Chapter 23. Child Counseling Expert. Good heavens, Du thought, feeling utterly unfortunate to have endured 2 blows within mere minutes of his arrival. "Are you all right, Wu?" A burly man named Du rushed over to assess his injuries, but he was repelled by the noxious odor emanating from Du before he could get close. "My goodness, it reeks." "I'm fine," Du replied, glancing at Zhongli Chun, who wore an expression akin to that of a wild beast guarding her food. Her face was smeared with mud and filth. Had it not been for those cold, piercing eyes, Du would scarcely believe this was Zhongli Chun. "Little Zhongli, you are human, not a pig," Du said, clutching his chest as he approached slowly. "Are you truly content with this existence?" Zhongli Chun stared at him and delivered another punch to his face. Although he anticipated this blow, Du noticed a change this time. Her strike was not as forceful as before. Despite nearly being knocked down again, he managed to remain upright. "Du, I advise against approaching Zhongli Chun so forcefully. She has lost her humanity. All that awaits you is harm." "Qianxiu, have you ever trained a dog? If you show weakness when a wild beast is asserting itself, you will never enter her world." Du disregarded Dong Qianxiu's advice and slowly approached Zhongli Chun once more, steadfast in his resolve despite Zhongli Chun's attempts at intimidation. "Little Zhongli, have you noticed? I do not seek to usurp your sustenance." "Ada, what is wrong with your younger brother?" The pig farmer was also puzzled. Why had this fellow suddenly taken an interest in the pig girl? Du slowly approached. Although Zhongli Chun assumed an offensive stance, she remained motionless. She bared her teeth in a display of intimidation, persistently challenging Du. "You are human, not a beast." Du murmured. The show of teeth may frighten emotionless creatures, but it cannot deter those who genuinely care for you. Du approached Zhongli Chun, extending his hand to boldly stroke her hair. To everyone's astonishment, Zhongli Chun did not resist. She merely gazed blankly at Du. She was but a 10-year-old child. What manner of parents could be so cruel as to treat her like livestock? "Elder brother, I must take her away." "Take her away?" Du appeared taken aback. "You cannot be serious, little brother. Do you fancy this girl? She is not only foul and unattractive, but she is merely 10 years of age. If you seek a bride, I can certainly arrange a suitable match for you." "Enough of this," Du interjected. "I cannot allow little Zhongli to continue suffering here." "Elder brother, you know I have lost my memory. May I inquire about your position in this household?" Du asked. "I am the guardian of the courtyard." Du replied. "That is splendid," Du remarked. "With your position as the guardian, it will be more than sufficient for you to provide me with cover." Upon finishing his words, Du gently lifted Zhongli Chun into his arms. Although she still wished to resist, she could distinctly feel the tenderness of his movements. His hands emanated a warm sensation, and he possessed a fragrant aroma. Once upon a time, Zhong Lichun recalled another who had cradled her in a similar manner. His hands, too, had been warm, and his actions equally gentle. The figure from her memory was clad in armor, exuding an aura of authority without anger, yet would reveal a kind smile solely in her presence. With her eyes closed, Zhong Lichun endeavored to recollect the visage of that individual. Her mind flooded with the sounds of his voice calling her by her childhood name. Chunner, come here. Chunner, your father has gathered persimmons for you. Chunner, do you prefer poetry and literature or weapons? Chunner, would you like to learn to ride? Yet, the image of that person remained elusive. After 5 years of residing in the Jiwa, tears finally streamed down Zhong Lichun's cheeks. Du Yu carried Zhong Lichun as he exited the courtyard through the back door. Under Dong Qianqiu's guidance, they proceeded southward, drawing scornful glances from numerous onlookers in the streets. Some even covered their mouths and noses in disdain. However, Du Yu paid no heed to them and continued onward with resolute determination. Along the way, Zhong Lichun gazed around in curiosity, as if everything in this world was a delightful novelty to her. After approximately half an hour, the pair arrived at the bank of a small river outside the city. Du Yu gently set Zhong Lichun down and said to her, "Little Zhongli, remember that you are a person. If you ever find yourself dirty, come to this river to bathe." As Du Yu spoke, he gently removed the mud and grime from Zhong Lichun. Initially, she felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the river water, but Du Yu tenderly lifted her, allowing her to stand amidst the flowing stream. The cool water cascaded around her feet, sending a shiver through her. At last, a smile graced Zhong Lichun's face. She extended her hand, cupping a handful of river water, and joyfully splashed it over herself. Very good, Du Yu remarked with a smile. "You clean yourself here. I shall fetch some things." With that, he ventured into the small grove by the riverbank. "Qianqiu, in ancient times, did people typically use soap pods for bathing?" "Indeed," she replied. "But what do soap pods look like?" Du Yu inquired. A moment of uncertainty crossed Dong Qianqiu's face as she pondered how to describe it. They resemble large edamame and emit a scent somewhat akin to that of bayberries. Aware that her description was rather abstract, she had done her best. To her surprise, guided by Dong Qianqiu's clues, Du Yu discovered soap pods on a tree. The pods appeared like oversized edamame, and upon picking one, he squeezed it, finding seeds within. Under Dong Qianqiu's direction, Du Yu casually selected a large leaf, filled it with water, and added the soap pod seeds to boil. The water within the leaf transformed into a pale yellow hue. Du Yu patiently allowed the water to cool before presenting it to Zhong Lichun. The young girl, still joyfully playing with the water, watched as Du Yu demonstrated how to cleanse her body using soap pod water, then discreetly stepped aside. Although Zhong Lichun was merely 10 years old, her stature resembled that of a blossoming young woman. In a short span of time, she had thoroughly washed herself, clearly recalling the art of bathing. Du Yu gazed upon her delicate and pristine visage, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her hair, and could not help but smile. He then led her to the riverbank, addressing her reflection in the water. "Xiao Zhongli, behold, you and I are alike. We are human, not beasts." Zhong Lichun echoed his words. "Indeed, indeed." Du Yu nodded affirmatively. "No one shall bully you, do you understand?" Zhong Lichun remained silent, quietly contemplating the reflection upon the water's surface, uncertain whether she was observing herself or Du Yu. Suddenly, Du Yu recalled something and exclaimed, "I have a delightful treat for you." He rummaged through his waist pouch for a while before producing a few candies. "Look," he said, presenting the inexpensive fruit candies before Zhong Lichun, who appeared perplexed. "A few days ago, I heard from a friend that when one is feeling down, it is essential to indulge in something sweet." As he unwrapped the fruit candy, he continued speaking to Zhong Lichun, however. "I am unaware of what sweet delights exist in your era, so I requested Qianqiu Jie to bring me some candies. I hope these little treats can brighten your spirits. Here, for you." Du Yu handed a piece of unwrapped candy to Zhong Lichun. "Open your mouth," Du Yu instructed Zhong Lichun. Following Du Yu's example, Zhong Lichun widened his mouth. Du Yu tossed a fruit-hard candy into Zhong Lichun's mouth. "Huh." Zhong Lichun was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. She had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Once, she had found a putrid fish head in the swill meant for pigs, and at that moment, she thought she had stumbled upon a delicacy fit only for the nobility. Yet, all of that was utterly eclipsed by this tiny piece of candy in her mouth. "Surely, it must be an elixir of immortality? You remind me of a friend of mine," Du Yu remarked, who, when feeling down, enjoys indulging in something sweet. Sweet. As Zhong Lichun spoke, the fragrance of fruit wafted from her lips. Yes, something sweet, Du Yu nodded. This is quite sweet, Zhong Lichun said, pointing to her mouth. Of course, Du Yu replied, rummaging through her backpack to produce another 7 or 8 candies, all of which she offered to Zhong Lichun. I have plenty more. They are all for you. Zhong Lichun's eyes widened at the sight of the candies. She had thought such delicious treats could only exist in singularity, never imagining there could be so many. Let us go. Du Yu took Zhong Lichun's hand, exclaiming, I shall take you to savor even more exquisite delights. The two returned to the city. Although Zhong Lichun still wore tattered clothing, her clean visage exuded an extraordinary grace, attracting the attention of many passers-by. While Zhong Lichun appeared somewhat timid, Du Yu confidently led her into an eatery. Innkeeper, bring forth the finest dishes, delicacies from land and sea, poultry and fish. Serve it all. The proprietor was taken aback. These two did not seem like affluent individuals, yet they entered with such grandiose demands. A server approached with a forced smile. Sir, the items you request are rather numerous and will require a substantial amount of gold. Gold? Do you take me for a fool? Du Yu declared, slamming her backpack onto the table, creating a loud clatter. Listen, what sound is that? The server, slightly flustered, replied. As long as what you possess inside is not mere stones. What nonsense? Du Yu retorted, pulling out a handful of copper coins sharp as a knife. What is this? Stones? Before entering the realm of legends, Du Yu entrusted Dong Qianxiu with the task of preparing 2 items for him. One was a confectionery treat, and the other, the knife-shaped currency of qi. I shall present your dishes shortly, just wait. The bustling kitchen sprang into action, and in no time, an array of copper bowls and wooden basins was brought forth. The culinary offerings of the Warring States period were indeed modest, consisting primarily of boiled or steamed dishes. However, the quality of the ingredients was exceptional, showcasing an abundance of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. As the sumptuous dishes continued to arrive, Zhong Lichun was left utterly mesmerized. Du Yu seized a piece of venison and began to devour it, completely oblivious to the gazes of those around him. It's acceptable, though a bit bland. Du Yu mumbled through his mouthful. Zhong Lichun, standing nearby, dared not move, merely observing Du Yu's hearty feast. It wasn't until he finished gnawing on a bone that she tentatively reached out towards it. Put it down, Du Yu commanded. Startled, Zhong Lichun quickly withdrew her hand, causing the bone to tumble to the ground. She gazed at the fallen bone, her face etched with sorrow. From now on, you must never eat what others have left behind. If anyone offers you leftovers again, feel free to strike them, Du Yu declared, presenting her with a generous chunk of meat. This is what you should be consuming. Just as he spoke, a wild dog sauntered in from the street, snatching up the bone and scampering away. See, leftovers are for beasts, while we are human. Zhong Lichun stared at the meat in her hand, her heart racing with exhilaration. Could this be the life of a celestial being? Imitating Du Yu, she took large bites, savoring the exquisite flavor. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at her. She felt apprehensive, uncertain whether this newfound existence was merely a fleeting dream. Du Yu, Zhong Lichun managed to utter with great effort, will you always stay by my side? Du Yu was taken aback. His time of arrival was limited to only a day, and he would soon depart. After a moment of silence, he conveyed, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. I must leave after today. However, rest assured, I shall return to find you soon. Zhong Lichun felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, but dared not reveal it. She could only gaze at Du Yu with cautious eyes. The two swiftly consumed all the food on the table, leaving Zhong Lichun's small belly slightly protruding. Du Yu let out a hearty belch, startling Zhong Lichun. Little Zhong Li, listen, Du Yu exclaimed, taking a deep breath and producing another loud belch. There, that proves I am full. Full? Zhong Lichun looked at her own little belly, which indeed felt somewhat bloated. Imitating Du Yu, she inhaled deeply and let out a tiny belch. Ha ha. Du Yu laughed heartily, just like that. I told you, you resemble a friend of mine. She always lets out a big belch after a hearty meal. Dong Qianxiu shook his head in resignation, saying, Du Yu, could you not have her learn something more refined? Du Yu waved his hand, summoning the waiter. Young man, please calculate our bill. The waiter hurried over, a broad smile adorning his face, and said, Esteemed guests, it has already been calculated. The total amounts to 77 coins. Du Yu let out a cold smile and remarked, It's not too expensive. He then reached to feel for his backpack, but after a few moments of searching, He was taken aback to discover that his backpack had mysteriously vanished. Huh. Du glanced around, realizing that the bag, which had been resting on the table moments ago, had inexplicably disappeared. Sir, is something the matter? The innkeeper inquired with a knowing smile. Du raised his head to glance at him, realizing that he had likely stumbled into a den of iniquity. In these tumultuous times, the existence of such establishments is hardly surprising. He observed the young Zhongli Chun, merely 10 years of age, and understood that now was not the moment for conflict. Little Zhongli, he whispered to her, I shall teach you a secret technique. If we find ourselves unable to pay after our meal, employ this trick. Secret technique? Du slowly grasped Zhongli Chun's hand and shouted, Run. Chapter 24. The farewell of the overlord. The two of them dashed frantically through the streets, with Zhongli Chun still holding a piece of bone in his mouth. Behind them, a throng of henchmen pursued relentlessly. Goodness, even after finishing his meal, he remembers to pack it up. What a promising future. Du glanced at the bone clutched in Zhongli Chun's mouth and exclaimed while running, Ulu, Ulu, Lula, replied Zhongli Chun. I couldn't understand him at all. Spit out the bone before you speak. Du distinctly recalled that in the television drama, the thugs from the black market were not overly arrogant, as their actions were illegal and criminal. Typically, if they couldn't catch up, they would not dare to pursue any further. However, at present, they had chased him all the way to the outskirts of the city, and the relentless group of over 10 individuals showed no signs of yielding. They continued their pursuit until they reached the riverbank, where Zhongli Chun was bathing, yet the relentless pursuers did not relent. Du gazed at the river flowing before him and his assailants behind. This scene felt oddly familiar. Was he about to reenact the tragic farewell of a hero and his beloved? The group of men clad in black, brandishing wooden clubs, gradually encircled him, with the leader being none other than the previous innkeeper. Dear guest, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Du asked with irritation. What more do you want after taking all the money? The innkeeper shook his head and replied, Allow me to speak frankly, dear guest. We are of the same ilk. You plan to sell this girl sooner or later. Why not sell her directly to us? She possesses considerable beauty, and we can offer you a handsome price. Du Yusin remarked upon the absurdity of the situation, observing that these individuals seemed to regard themselves as traffickers. However, upon further reflection, one could understand their reasoning. Suddenly escorting a ragged girl to a tavern for a lavish meal appears akin to granting her a final feast before selling her off. Moreover, although Zhongli is merely 10 years of age, she bears a striking resemblance to a girl of 15 or 16, precisely the type that traffickers tend to target. Little Zhongli, Du called out, they are villains, and now I shall teach you not how to steal, but how to punish wrongdoers. Hey, Du. Why do I get the feeling that Zhongli Chun's transformation into one of the 10 most notorious villains is somehow linked to you? Dong Qinxiu felt that Du's methods of child guidance were somewhat questionable. Sister Qinxiu, what time do you think it is? We are in a critical situation. Du pointed directly at the group of individuals and said to Zhongli Chun, Now, I will say something, and you shall repeat it. With a bone clenched between her teeth, Zhongli Chun nodded and mimicked Du, also pointing at the crowd. You wicked scoundrels, Du declared fiercely. You vile rogues. Zhongli Chun echoed, still holding the bone. Quickly hand over your money and provisions. Hurry and deliver them to me. I shall spare your lives. Oh, how could you refuse? Spit out that bone. Return the bone to me. I am speaking to you, sister. Release that bone, Du exclaimed, seizing Zhongli Chun. Your bravado is utterly diminished. What is the most crucial element in a fight? It is the spirit. Zhongli Chun gazed at Du with reluctance, her expression pleading, as if asking whether she truly had to part with the bone. Du wore a serious expression, while Zhongli Chun, feeling helpless, could only remove the bone from her mouth. She meticulously wiped it clean of saliva before placing it in her pocket. Although she was satiated this time, her future meals were uncertain. With this bone, she could at least sustain herself for a while. Brother, that girl seems a bit foolish, one of the thugs remarked, referencing the earlier shopkeeper. Foolishness is advantageous. It makes her easier to control, the shopkeeper replied. In all my years in this trade, I've never encountered such a prime specimen. We must ensure she does not escape. Du readied himself, stepping forward to inquire, Is this truly the extent of your numbers? Are you really prepared to engage in combat? Oh, the innkeeper found this intriguing. We have 14 men here. How many do you think you can defeat? With a cold sneer, Du replied, Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother, why is this person not the least bit afraid of us? Could he truly be a master? One of the thugs speculated. A master? The innkeeper surveyed Du Yu's attire. A master would not serve as a mere lackey. Calmly, Du Yu turned to Zhongli Chun and stated, "Leave the leader to me. The remaining 13 are yours. Is that agreeable?" "Indeed." Zhongli Chun nodded earnestly. What did he just say? The thugs were bewildered. Had he mistakenly reversed his words? The innkeeper was also momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, asserting, "It matters not. First, capture that girl. I shall dispatch this one with ease." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhongli Chun leaped into the crowd. Before the innkeeper could react, Du Yu surged forward to confront him. "What audacity!" Du Yu declared. "You dare to strike at me? Who exactly are you?" The innkeeper stammered. "If you have elders at home, I suggest you return and inquire about the techniques that triumphed over the 9 infants in the era of Emperor Yao." The era of Emperor Yao? The innkeeper wore a look of disbelief. "Are you unwell?" Whether he was unwell or not, Du Yu coldly smiled. Forming a hand seal and chanting fervently, "Qianxiu divine art." What? Dong Qianxiu never anticipated that trouble would come to him at home. "And what business is it of mine? Handle your own affairs. There is but one adversary. Drink. Qianxiu, lend me your strength." Ignoring Dong Qianxiu's pleas, Du Yu continued his incantation. "I am still injured. I cannot endure. I cannot endure." With resignation, Dong Qianxiu shook his head, murmuring, "One day, I shall transform you into the white dragon horse." To the innkeeper's astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable servant, merely shouting a few incantations, had indeed invoked a supernatural power. An impatient female voice echoed in his ears, persistently declaring, "Hey, grandson." As Du Yu seized the opportunity each time the waiter hesitated, he would dart to the other side and deliver a fierce punch, landing a series of 7 or 8 blows until the waiter was left with a bruised visage. "What sorcery is this?" the waiter inquired. "I have mentioned this before. It is known as the art of eternal years," Du Yu replied, glancing at the waiter. "Are you still inclined to continue?" The waiter, aware of his inability to combat the man before him, eagerly anticipated his subordinates to swiftly apprehend that girl and come to his aid. Yet, upon turning around, he was rendered speechless with shock. Of the 13 subordinates, only 2 remained, trembling and standing, while the rest lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The girl approached the remaining 2, extending her right hand and delivering an uppercut, causing one of them to soar into the air, spinning several times before crashing down heavily. "Simply astonishing," the waiter murmured. The last remaining thug let out a terrified scream, discarded his weapon, and fled in haste. "Alas, I have indeed met my match today," the waiter reflected, glancing at Du Yu. "What was it you said at the beginning?" At the beginning? Du Yu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the waiter's inquiry. Du Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Initially, I inquired why you have taken all the money. What more do you desire?" "No, that isn't quite right. It requires further contemplation." Du Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Zhongli, how about this? I say a line, and you respond. We're almost there, just a bit further. Hand over your money and provisions, and I shall spare your lives." Yes, that's the line." The tavern attendant swallowed hard, questioning whether that statement held any weight. Du Yu, with a glint in his eye, replied, "Of course it counts. Absolutely." Hearing this, the attendant finally felt a sense of relief. After rummaging in his bosom for a while, he produced a string of knife coins and handed them to Du Yu. "We brothers were in such a rush to depart that we only brought this. Your bundle is still at the inn. If you're not in a hurry, leave an address, and I shall send someone to deliver it to your residence." "No need," Du Yu replied. "There is nothing of value in my bundle anyway. The coins within will suffice to cover our meal." "Ah?" The tavern attendant thought he had misheard. "Wait, brother, I have a question. Are you actually robbing us?" "Indeed we are," Du Yu remarked as he pocketed the knife coins. "We've already resorted to violence, so it is undoubtedly robbery." The attendant dared not inquire further. The peculiar situation of these 2 robbers also paying for their meal was baffling. "Well then," the attendant said, "shall my brothers and I take our leave?" Du Yu waved his hand dismissively. The attendant, receiving the signal, hurriedly roused his companions, and they stumbled away into the distance. "Xiao Zhongli, did you see that?" Du Yu tossed the string of knife coins to Zhongli Chun. "This is called money. With this, you can purchase delightful food." Zhongli Chun caught the coins, feeling their weight in his hand. Is it truly that simple to acquire good food? As the sun dipped low, the evening glow spread across the land. The 2 sat by the riverbank, silently observing the flowing water, neither uttering a word. After a long silence, Du Yu finally broke the stillness. "Xiao Zhongli, I shall be leaving soon. Before we meet again, you must take good care of yourself. Do you understand?" Zhong Lichun cast a meaningful glance at Du Yu and nodded. After a while, Zhong Lichun asked, How long? How long? Du Yu mused. Are you inquiring about my return? I cannot say for certain. In any case, I promise I will return. After a brief pause, Du Yu added, Do you know of Gaguzi? No, Zhong Lichun replied. Du Yu began to ponder. If he wished to restore the legend of Zhong Lichun to its rightful course, it was imperative for her to seek knowledge at Gu Mountain. However, time was of the essence, and he was uncertain of the mountain's location. How could he possibly facilitate Zhong Lichun's ascent? Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. Indeed, he had a plan. Sister Qianxiu, how much longer do I have before I must return? Dong Qianxiu glanced at her watch. At most, 2 or 3 hours. That is sufficient, Du Yu replied. I have devised a method to ensure Zhong Lichun successfully reaches the mountain, though it may involve a degree of risk. Oh? Dong Qianxiu inquired, intrigued. You have another clever scheme? Indeed, but I will require your assistance. Du Yu stood up and gently patted Zhong Lichun's head, saying, Little Zhongli, I must take my leave. In the coming days, if anyone comes to seek you and invites you to find Guzi, you must not refuse, otherwise, you shall not see me again. Zhong Lichun also rose to her feet, confronting the reality of parting for the first time in her life. Unsure of how to maintain a demeanor that would not evoke sorrow. Remember, seek Guzi, Du Yu urged. Zhong Lichun nodded in acknowledgement. Guzi, she repeated. Nodding once more. Du Yu remained unconvinced and said, Repeat it for me. Guzi. No, that's not right, Du Yu exclaimed. That is your future master. You must not be disrespectful to the esteemed elder. It is Guzi. Guzi, Zhong Lichun murmured. Yes, indeed. Very well. Du Yu settled Zhong Lichun and, under the cover of night, ventured into the city. He meandered through the streets until he arrived at the residence of Zhong Lichun's former home, now inhabited by her stepfather and biological mother. Initially, he entered the bedroom, finding no one, and then proceeded to the main hall, where he encountered a middle-aged man, seemingly Zhong Lichun's stepfather, who was teasing a maid. Paying him no heed, Du Yu hastened to search other rooms. At last, in a shrine, he discovered a middle-aged woman clad in opulent garments, unexpectedly engaged in prayer. This, he surmised, must be Zhong Lichun's biological mother, Madame Hua. O Queen Mother of the West, I beseech you to bless this wretched woman, that she may live in peace and never suffer for sustenance in her twilight years. Du Yu scoffed quietly, thinking to himself that a woman who neglects her own daughter could hardly expect the Queen Mother's favor. Dear Queen Mother, if I am to enjoy my later years in peace, I shall ensure that your incense is perpetually offered. Du Yu shook his head and inquired, Sister Qianxiu, can you see her? Indeed, I can. Very well, let us proceed as planned. I shall speak a phrase, and you shall respond. The moonlight illuminated the face of Zhong Lichun's stepmother, who could never have imagined that the Queen Mother of the West, whom she worshipped day and night, would manifest on this very day. Zhong Lichun's mother, Hua Shi, stepped forward. Hua Shi lifted her gaze and scanned the vicinity. Finding no sign of any presence, the voice speaking was undoubtedly that of the manifested Queen Mother. Your Majesty, you have spoken? I, the Empress Dowager, command you to approach. Dong Qianxiu's voice echoed sternly in Hua Shi's ear. Not daring to delay, Hua Shi hurriedly moved closer to the statue of the Queen Mother. Oh no, oh no. She has advanced too far. I can no longer see her, Dong Qianxiu said anxiously. For the inability to see meant she could not convey the message. What? Du Yu was somewhat bewildered. All right. I shall move a bit closer. You take care of the situation. With audacity, Du Yu inched forward to catch a glimpse of Hua Shi. Dong Qianxiu hastily interjected. Hua Shi, I apologize, but please take a step back. Hua Shi pondered the peculiar nature of the Queen Mother, yet dared not show any disrespect, kneeling down and shifting back slightly. All right, this is sufficient, Dong Qianxiu continued. Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu exclaimed urgently, you are the Queen Mother. Please refrain from speaking so casually. I am aware. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly, tell me what comes next. Listening to Du Yu's words, Dong Qianxiu cleared her throat and addressed Hua Shi. Hua Shi, I beseech you to explain why you would abandon your daughter in the pigsty, disregarding her fate. Upon hearing this, Hua Shi burst into tears, exclaiming, Oh, Queen Mother of the West, I did not wish for this. It is all my husband's fault. You, as the mother of Zhong Lichun, surely possess the authority to remove her from such a place? How can you turn a blind eye to your husband's actions? Queen Mother, I truly find myself in a dire predicament. I am neither skilled in farming nor in embroidery. Should no man take me in, I would inevitably perish on the streets. Thus, I must remarry, yet my status in this household remains woefully low. If I do not obey my husband, I too shall be cast out. Do you listen from outside the window, shaking his head in resignation? In this world, there exist women like Shishir, who single-handedly support their families by selling tofu, while others, like Hua Shi, can only rely on the men around them. Alas, Qianxiu, let us not burden her any further. Let us get to the crux of the matter. Chapter 25. An apprenticeship at Gigu Hua Shi. The words I am about to utter are of utmost importance. You must heed them closely. Dong Qianxiu continued in the tone of the Queen Mother. Your Highness, please proceed. I shall do my utmost if it lies within my capabilities. Your daughter, Zhongli Chun, is destined to become a figure of great renown across the 7 kingdoms. She must not be confined to a pigsty, or she will surely incur divine wrath. Divine wrath. Hua Shi hurriedly bowed her head, exclaiming, I dare not. I shall never dare again. Zhongli Chun is currently camping by the river outside the city. You must send someone at once to find her and escort her to Gigu Mountain to study under Master Gigu. In years to come, she will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure, renowned throughout the world. I understand, Hua Shi murmured softly, kneeling on the ground. Is this satisfactory? Dong Qianxiu inquired, observing Hua Shi's acquiescence. Du scrutinized Hua Shi's expression, sensing an underlying disquiet. Her demeanor did not convey acquiescence, but rather hesitation. This was troubling. Sister Qianxiu, this woman is even more ruthless than I had imagined. Her current thoughts likely center not on how to send Zhongli Chun to Guegu Mountain, but on whether Zhongli Chun will seek retribution after achieving fame. Although I am aware that Zhongli Chun would disdain such actions, this woman's perspective is entirely different. Could such a thing occur? Dong Qianxiu inquired, somewhat astonished. Aren't they mother and daughter? This woman, willing to cast her daughter into a pigsty for her own lavish comfort, is not to be trusted. Sister Qianxiu, we must proceed. I have a few more words to share with her. Dong Qianxiu nodded, and thus Du spoke, echoing her words. Hua Shi, your intentions are nefarious. What? Upon hearing the goddess's words, Hua Shi was so terrified that she fell to her knees, trembling in fear. I dare not. I wager with you. If you do not locate Zhongli Chun and escort her to Guegu Mountain in the swiftest time possible, not only will your current husband be demoted to a commoner, but you will also spend the remainder of your life in a pigsty, surrounded by the foul stench, until you grow old and perish from starvation. Du grew increasingly fervent. In the future, you shall descend into the 18 layers of hell, traversing each one repeatedly for an eternity of 100,000 and 80,000 years, never to be reborn. Every soul in hell will encounter you and strike you once. Each year, you shall be beaten 100,080 times. Qianxiu Jie, do speak up. This seems rather akin to a street curse, which may not be entirely appropriate, Dong Qianxiu said with difficulty. Du reflected for a moment, realizing that in his excitement, he had begun to curse this woman. With no further unnecessary words, the noblewoman advised, take heed of your actions. Indeed, I shall comply, the woman replied, her voice trembling as if genuinely terrified. This time, the woman was thoroughly intimidated. For her, the promise of her daughter achieving great renown paled in comparison to the threat of an unsettled life for the remainder of her days. Upon opening his eyes, Du beheld Dong Qianxiu beside him, meticulously extracting various tubes from his body. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Du inquired. It is manageable, Dong Qianxiu affirmed with a nod. The staff has already commenced accelerated observations. The following day, Hua Shi sought out Zhongli Chun, embarking towards Gigu Mountain. Goodness, can your observation machine really fast forward? Du asked. Certainly. Otherwise, how could you descend multiple times throughout her decades of life? That makes sense, he conceded. Du rose to his feet, twisting his neck as he approached the display screen, inquiring, what happened next? Did Zhongli succeed in becoming a disciple? You can see for yourself. In any case, there was a minor twist in the tale. Du settled in front of the screen, where the figure of Zhongli Chun materialized. A group of individuals, resembling servants, escorted her up a mist-shrouded mountain. At the summit, several quaint bamboo huts stood, and upon arriving at their destination, the servants turned and departed, leaving Zhongli Chun standing alone. Ignoring the departing servants, she strode directly towards the bamboo hut. At the entrance, 2 young men were engaged in a spirited debate over a map. Brother Pang, your strategy for cutting off supplies is truly ingenious, one declared. placing a piece on the map. However, if I were to forsake reinforcements and launch a surprise attack from 3 directions to seize this city, what would you say then? The man referred to as Brother Pang glanced at the map, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Ah, Sun Shitty, you seem to have deciphered my military tactics perfectly. Not at all, Brother Pang. Your military prowess is indeed exceptional. I merely possess the ability to glimpse your thoughts at times, the younger man replied. Humph, Brother Pang scoffed, tossing the game piece aside in frustration. Forget it. Sun Shitty chuckled lightly, preparing to stow away the map and pieces when a delicate face suddenly leaned in from the side, scrutinizing him intently, and uttered 3 chilling words. Ghost dog? Oh my! Sun Shitty exclaimed, startled, nearly causing Brother Pang to topple over. Who are you? Both young men scrambled to their feet, only to find themselves face to face with an exceptionally beautiful young woman, which set their hearts at ease. Pray tell, who might you be? Zhongli Chun did not respond immediately, but turned her gaze to Brother Pang and inquired, Are you the ghost dog? Brother Pang, bewildered, replied, Is this girl here in search of a dog? She appears rather foolish. Perhaps we should send her down the mountain. Absolutely not, Sun Shitty interjected hastily. It is far too perilous for a young lady to venture down the mountain alone at night. What is the commotion outside? 2 slender youths, having heard the ruckus, emerged from the hut. They immediately spotted the extraordinary presence of Zhongli Chun. Wow, what a beautiful girl! One exclaimed, gazing at her. We have a madwoman here. Brother Pang retorted irritably. Brother, refrain from such nonsense. Su Shitty, Zhong Shitty, please go inform master. Sun Shitty called out, then approached Zhongli Chun, bowing slightly. Miss, my name is Sun Bin. This is my elder brother Pang Wan, and these behind us are my junior brothers Su Qin and Zhang Yi. May I inquire your esteemed name? Diyu was sipping water, silently nodding his head. Sun Bin and Pang Wan. It turns out that when Zhongli Chun ascended the mountain, these 2 had not yet embarked on their journeys. Dong Chinxiu interjected, Indeed. The 4 disciples of Master Gigu are Pang Wan, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. Each one of them was a renowned figure during the Warring States period. It is somewhat shameful not to have studied history properly. Wasn't Pang Wan the one who dug out Sun Bin's kneecap? Diyu remarked, reflecting on the fact that they were actually brothers in the same sect, yet turned against each other. Moreover, Su Qin and Zhang Yi were also rivals. Dong Chinxiu added with a profound expression. This implies that the disciples of Master Gigu are quite disunited, Diyu responded. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, I don't know much about Su Qin and Zhang Yi. What were their accomplishments? Do you? I have heard that in the mortal realm, students studying history must take examinations. What scores do you usually achieve? Diyu offered an awkward smile. Sister Chinxiu, you have somewhat put me in a difficult position. To put it plainly, I haven't studied history since the first year of high school, and during my middle school days, my highest score was just shy of 20 points from passing. Dong Chinxiu sighed in resignation, flipping through the materials in her hands. Then allow me to enlighten you. The most renowned events involving Su Qin and Zhang Yi occurred during the formidable period of the Qin state, which faced a near cataclysmic downfall. This was when the other 6 states, excluding Qin, simultaneously launched an offensive against it, a historical incident known as the Alliance of the 6 States. Alliance of the 6 States? Diyu exclaimed in surprise. Why would all 6 states join forces to attack Qin? Were their relationships that amicable? The relationships among the 6 states were far from cordial. And this brings us to the figure of Su Qin. With sheer determination, Su Qin convinced the 6 states to unify, wielding the seals of all 6 states and commanding their military forces. In other words, he assumed the role of chancellor for 6 nations on the same day. Dong Chinxiu continued, Thus, the simultaneous assault on Qin was entirely orchestrated by Su Qin. This is the alliance strategy he learned from Mr. Gigu. Impressive. But if that is the case, why was Qin not annihilated? Diyu pondered aloud. The reason Qin survived the onslaught was that prior to the formation of the alliance, they had just recruited a strategist named Zhang Yi. He adeptly organized their troops to defend the borders and devised multiple counter-schemes to dismantle the alliance. Furthermore, he forged alliances with several states that had withdrawn from the coalition to turn against Su Qin. This was the strategy of counter-alliance he learned from Mr. Gigu. Alliance and counter-alliance? Diyu muttered, contemplating how such formidable individuals could merely be disciples of Mr. Gigu. The world has a 4-character phrase to describe the 2 masters of strategy with just their prowess. They could reshape the entire landscape of the Warring States period. Dong Chinxiu adjusted her glasses and remarked, Thus, Mr. Gigu, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi are collectively regarded as strategists. There are many legends surrounding them. Hence, your current task demands utmost prudence. You must not focus solely on Zhong Lichuan. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Du muttered as he gazed at the screen, where Zhong Lichuan began to speak. I am Zhong Li of Waiani, seeking to find Geguzi and become a disciple. The four were momentarily taken aback. Geguzi? Could that be referring to Master Gigu? Just as they were at a loss, an elderly man emerged from within, holding a wine gourd. Despite his age, his eyes gleamed with clarity as he scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Zhong Lichuan. Young lady, are you looking for me? Are you Geguzi? She inquired. I am Wang Su, residing in this Gigu, and thus, people also refer to me as Master Gigu. Indeed, Zhong Lichuan seemed to recall something, nodding as she said, It is Geguzi, not Geguzi. Pang Wan hurriedly approached Master Gigu, exclaiming, Master, do you think this girl has lost her wits? Upon hearing this, Geguzi fell silent, extending his right hand to perform a calculation, revealing a profoundly significant expression. Born with a fragmented soul and a tumultuous fate, one possesses the potential to become either a remarkable figure or a nefarious rogue. Upon hearing this, Du nodded hastily and remarked, Indeed, the master of the Ghost Valley is truly unfathomable. She merely cast a glance and discerned the issue concerning Zhong Lichuan. Dong Qianqiu also nodded in agreement, stating, There are countless talented individuals in this world, and in the legends to come, you shall encounter even more. Before long, Geguzi slowly approached Zhong Lichuan and inquired, Young lady, I ask you, why do you wish to take me as your master? After pondering for a moment, Zhong Lichuan shook her head and replied, I do not know. Geguzi's interest was piqued, and he further questioned, If you were to acquire the skills, what would you intend to do? Once again, Zhong Lichuan shook her head, responding, I do not know. Geguzi contemplated for a while before stating, In that case, I cannot accept you as my disciple. Not accept me? On what grounds? Zhong Lichuan glared fiercely at Geguzi. Simply because you have no understanding of your own path. Geguzi smiled knowingly and continued, Unseasoned girl, I shall neither take you as my disciple nor send you down the mountain. You may ponder for yourself. If you discern what you truly desire, then come seek me. If not, you may remain here until the end of your days. With that, Geguzi entered the dwelling with several of his disciples. Zhong Lichuan stood in a daze, gazing at the sky. Indeed, what was my purpose in coming to this valley? Dong Qianqiu pressed the fast-forward button and remarked, Zhong Lichuan's contemplation lasted for 6 months. Although she resided on the mountain, it seemed as if Geguzi and his disciples were oblivious to her presence, and there was no interaction whatsoever. Du expressed his concern, stating, I truly cannot fathom what Zhong Lichuan desires. For her, this question posed a significant challenge. Dong Qianqiu remarked, Among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, there exists one spirit known as desire, and Zhong Lichuan is inherently deficient in this aspect. And in the end, Du inquired, What is it that Zhong Lichuan seeks? Dong Qianqiu's expression turned somber as she pressed the fast-forward button, saying, It is you. Me. Dong Qianqiu nodded slightly, explaining, What Zhong Lichuan has comprehended over 6 months is simply I wish to see you. Upon finishing her words, she pressed a button on the screen, and Zhong Lichuan's voice resonated. Old man, I have thought of something. Very well, do share it with me, the old man replied. Geguzi seemed to have timed his arrival perfectly, waiting outside for Zhong Lichuan. I wish to meet someone, she said, and he told me that as long as I study here, I will surely be able to see him. Zhong Lichuan spoke slowly. After listening, Geguzi's expression became peculiarly perplexed. He took a deep breath and then calculated with his fingers, furrowing his brow repeatedly. Master, what troubles you? Sun Bin inquired from the side. It is truly strange, Geguzi replied, his face reflecting confusion. According to the divination, this saltless girl's ambition should be to pacify the state of Qi. Yet she has provided me with an entirely different answer, which is most unusual. As my divinations rarely err, Zhong Lichuan remained expressionless. Pacify the state of Qi? What relevance does it have to me? Then, Master, what do you think? My junior sister has endured living in the woods on this mountain for 6 months. It has been quite arduous for her, Sun Bin said with a tinge of sympathy. Please allow her to enter the sect. I must deliberate carefully, the old man replied, as he sensed something amiss in Sun Bin's words. Saltless. Quickly think, Master, Sun Bin exclaimed, acknowledging that the old man accepted her as his disciple. Zhong Lichuan was still processing the situation, but it appeared that this fellow named Sun Bin had employed some cunning. You rascal, are you trying to deceive me? Geguzi, in a fit of anger. Hurl the wine jug at Sun Bin. Master, what you have taught me is that the way of warfare is deceit, Sun Bin shouted while dodging. Finally, a weight lifted from Zhong Li Chun's heart, and she bowed her head to the ground, exclaiming, I pay my respects to Master. Chapter 26. A return. Upon witnessing this scene, do you felt a sense of ease wash over him? Sun Bin is quite a remarkable individual, he remarked, aligning with my previous impressions. It seems as if you are familiar with him. Indeed, he is one of the few historical figures I have come to know. Du Yu stretched languidly, concluding the first day on a satisfying note, preparing to clock out. Clocking out. Come here first. There are several crucial milestones I need to show you. Dong Qianxiu selected a few time periods, playing them while explaining. After Zhong Li Chun entered the fold, Master Gue Gu neither taught her the art of strategy nor imparted military tactics. Instead, he bestowed upon her a technique known as Ning Xianju. Oh, Ning Xianju? Du Yu gazed at the screen as Gue Guzi earnestly addressed Zhong Li Chun, saying, Wu Yuan, if you wish to cultivate others, you must first cultivate your heart. Your soul is inherently incomplete. This technique will enable you to attain the remaining 4 souls, regardless of the time it takes. Once you have perfected all 7 souls, I shall undoubtedly assist you in becoming a paragon among men. Zhong Li Chun, with an impassive expression, accepted the technique and replied, All right. Gue Guzi, rubbing his forehead, remarked, It seems that to instill humility and courtesy in you, we shall have to wait until your 7 souls are complete. Dong Qianxiu pressed the fast-forward button, leaping ahead a full 20 years. Wait a moment, Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu exclaimed, bewildered. Why did we skip ahead 20 years? Isn't that a bit excessive? When is my next descent? It is precisely 20 years from now. This time you shall have 3 days, Dong Qianxiu informed him. This year, Sun Bin and Pang Wan descend from the mountain and officially enter the chaotic world. Du Yu felt a sense of disquiet. Was it not nearing the appointed time? You have 10 minutes of rest. The second descent will occur in 10 minutes, she continued. Goodness. Du Yu chuckled wryly. No one ever informed me that this task would be so time-sensitive. Du Yu hurriedly made his way to the restroom, initially hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhong Li Chun, but he could not locate Dong Qianxiu's office. By the time Du Yu staggered back to the operation room, Dong Qianxiu had already grown impatient. Hurry up. We've been waiting for you. I'm coming. Du Yu replied as he reclined into the apparatus. This was all so sudden. Have you thought about what to bring this time? Dong Qianxiu inquired. How could I possibly have time to think? Du Yu responded. Somewhat irked, we only have 10 minutes in total. Du Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, Sister Qianxiu, when men and women reunite after a long separation, what gifts do they typically bring? Dong Qianxiu let out a cold laugh and replied, You ask me? Do I appear to be someone well-versed in matters of the heart? Du Yu found himself in a quandary and suggested, What about flowers? Flowers? Dong Qianxiu's displeasure was evident. Fine, I understand. You may leave now. The era was tumultuous, set in the Warring States period, and the location was the land of Qi and Lu. The servant, a Wu, had arrived amidst the biting cold of winter, where the mountain winds howled fiercely. Upon arrival, Du Yu sensed something amiss. Although he had descended upon Gigu Mountain, he was still clad in the garments of a servant, brandishing a broom. Sister Qianxiu, have I miscalculated? Why am I still a mere servant? There's no alternative, Dong Qianxiu explained. This area is sparsely populated, and neither Guguzi nor his 5 disciples can be portrayed by you. You must make do. Du Yu opened his time-traveling gift pack, only to find it utterly devoid of contents, save for a single delicate white flower. Pouting, Du Yu inquired, Sister Qianxiu, do girls truly appreciate receiving such a flower? A white one, no less, and only a solitary bloom at that. To which Dong Qianxiu retorted with indignation, having anything at all is better than nothing. Whether you choose to give it or not is entirely your prerogative. Puzzled, Du Yu was left speechless, taken aback by her unexpected anger. Du Yu habitually tossed aside the broom, feigning indifference to his status as a servant, and made his way towards the bamboo cottage on the mountain. Having previously familiarized himself with the terrain through the screen, he navigated effortlessly to Master Gigu's residence. As he pondered how to make his entrance without feeling awkward, he was startled by the cacophony emanating from within the house. Quietly, he approached the window to eavesdrop. Wu Yan, how have you come to this? Upon Master Gigu's utterance, all 5 disciples fell silent. Master, what has happened to our junior sister? Sun Bin inquired with a note of concern. Du Yu slowly lifted the bamboo window, peering inside. Zhong Li Chun knelt on the ground, surrounded by her 4 senior brothers, while Mr. Gu sat opposite her, engrossed in his calculations. Du glanced at Zhong Lichun and noted that aside from her towering stature and enchanting beauty, she exhibited no other changes. It was perplexing. Despite having reached the age of 30, her countenance still resembled that of a youthful maiden. Du pondered. This truly was a mystery. Guzi, deep in thought, furrowed his brow in confusion. Although Wu Yin had cultivated the 7 spirits, why were only the spirits of anger, sorrow, and malice present, while the remaining 4 were solely manifestations of love? After much contemplation, Guzi, confirming his calculations, inquired, Wu Yin, what has become of your spirits of joy, fear, and desire? What thoughts occupied your mind while practicing the tranquil heart technique? One person, Guzi asked, a mix of concern and anger in his voice. Who is so significant that they can directly influence your soul? What is their name and whereabouts? I do not know. Guzi found himself in a quandary. He had anticipated that by helping Zhong Li Wu Yin cultivate the 7 spirits and imparting to her the arts of strategy and warfare, she would thrive. Yet, it appeared that despite mastering the 7 spirits, she remained incomplete, destined to live a life devoid of understanding joy, fear, or desire. Also, Guzi continued, how long has it been since you last consumed food? I cannot recall, perhaps over 30 days. Su Qin and Zhang, he exclaimed in unison. No wonder we could never find you during mealtimes. Little junior sister, are you not hungry? I am not hungry. I have felt quite full lately. Though I cannot seem to belch, Zhang Lichun replied earnestly. Wu Yin, come closer so I may examine you, Guzi instructed. Zhang Lichun, her expression unchanged, stood and approached him. In comparison to her height, Guzi appeared almost childlike. He grasped her slender wrist and began to take her pulse, but after a brief moment, his face filled with astonishment. Wu Yin, have you entered the realm of qi refinement? Qi refinement? Both Zhong Lichun and her 4 disciples were bewildered. What did that entail? Guzi was puzzled. He had only taught Zhong Lichun a method for cultivating the heart, yet she had somehow attained immortality. Wu Yin, tell me, have you experienced any changes in your body recently? Zhong Lichun pondered for a long time on how to articulate her experience, finally pointing to her abdomen and saying, it feels a bit swollen, and then, with a bang, I find I no longer require food. Sun Bin remarked, sensing a familiarity in her words. Isn't that a sign of digestive issues? It happens to me when my stomach is upset. What nonsense are you spouting? Guzi scolded. That is the manifestation of repressed energy. Your junior sister has entered the initial stage of becoming an immortal. An immortal? The 4 disciples could hardly believe their ears. No wonder I have seen little junior sister chop wood without an axe, Zhang Yi murmured. I have always used my hands to chop wood since childhood, Zhong Lichun replied coldly. Zhang Yi felt a touch of embarrassment. How many times had that junior sister told him to call her senior brother? Wasn't that a good thing? Sun Bin, regaining his composure, remarked. A celestial being is destined to emerge from our Giga sect. Alas, Guzi shook his head, lamenting, truly, talent is often envied by the heavens. Although Wu Yin possesses extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, capable of transforming a nurturing technique into one of celestial quality, her incomplete 7 souls render her unable to ascend to immortality. She is fated to remain immortal. This superficial cultivation may merely enhance her physique and preserve her beauty. The 3 senior brothers expressed their regret, while only Pang Wan sneered from the side, saying, I knew it. Such good fortune is simply too far-fetched. A foolish woman dreaming of becoming immortal. Pang Wan, how long has it been since I last defeated you? Zhong Lichun cast a cold glance at Pang Wan, inquiring icily. Let us agree first. Gentlemen, do not resort to violence against words. Pang Wan hastily retreated behind Guzi, exclaiming, Master, look at her. She is about to rebel again. Who told you to constantly speak ill of the junior sister? Sun Bin shook his head, stating, the junior sister has never struck me. Pang Wan scoffed, replying, Master, let us not concern ourselves with this foolish woman. You summoned us today for another matter, did you not? Indeed, Guzi nodded, calming his thoughts, and said, You have been studying for quite some time. Given the current chaotic era, do you harbor thoughts of descending the mountain? Descending the mountain? The 4 brothers had considered it, yet they were uncertain how to broach the subject with their master. Now that their master had brought it up, it was an excellent opportunity. As spirited young men, who among them did not wish to make a name for themselves in turbulent times? Master, I wish to descend the mountain. Pang Wan exclaimed, kneeling down with a thud. Upon seeing Pang Wan kneel, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi followed suit. Master, we wish to descend the mountain. Deguzi smiled gently, as if he had anticipated this. Go and gather a flower for me, and I shall grant you permission to descend. He instructed. A flower? The four brothers exchanged glances, observing the wintry landscape outside. What flowers could possibly remain on the mountain at this time? Pang Wan pondered for a moment and readily agreed. Master, I shall go at once. Seeing Pang Wan depart, Sun Bin and the others felt a surge of nervousness. Such a splendid opportunity lay before them, and they could not let it slip away. In a flurry of activity, the remaining 3 disciples rushed out of the house. Will you in? You should go as well, Deguzi gently encouraged Zhongli Chun. You have also completed your 7 souls. Now seek a flower for me, and I shall illuminate your path forward. Zhongli Chun stood up expressionlessly, feeling slightly troubled. She glanced at Deguzi before turning and stepping out the door. Within her, a strange energy was coalescing. Although her strength was increasing, enabling her to withstand the harshness of winter and summer, there were still some things she could not endure. Had she truly been at Giga Mountain for 20 years? Was this not too long? Zhongli Chun lowered her head as she turned the corner, whereupon a figure resembling a servant appeared before her. Xiao Zhongli, he called. Upon glancing at him, Zhongli Chun's expression suddenly grew intricate. Lacking an innate sense of joy, she found it difficult to convey the emotions of a long-awaited reunion. She furrowed her brow and parted her lips. Her gaze, once cold, softened yet failed to reflect any joy. After a prolonged moment, she managed to muster a faint smile and uttered softly, You have come. How have you been? Du Yu inquired, his heart heavy after recently heeding the words of Deguzi. I do not know, Zhongli Chun replied, lowering her gaze. After a brief pause, she retrieved an object from her bosom, causing Du Yu's expression to dim upon its revelation. It was a piece of cheap candy, its packaging faded by time, the contents having melted and resolidified repeatedly over the years, now entirely misshapen. Zhongli Chun continued, her eyes cast downwards. You told me that when feeling sorrowful, one should indulge in something sweet to feel better. She slowly placed her hand over her heart. Yet, thinking of you causes me discomfort here. Pointing to the area of her heart, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She lifted her gaze to Du Yu, her expression filled with a poignant sense of injustice. Why does it hurt so much? Is it truly such a painful thing to long for someone? I wish to consume this last pill, believing it might alleviate my sorrow. Yet I fear that you may never return. This pill represents my sole aspiration in this lifetime. A frigid wind howled, causing the entire bamboo grove to crackle with sound. The first time Du Yu heard Zhongli Chun express so many sentiments, it felt as though she had poured forth all her emotions. Du Yu's heart grew somewhat peculiar in response to her words. For certain special reasons, I cannot remain by your side at all times. However, you must trust me. Everything I am doing now is to help you become your true self. To help me become myself? Zhongli Chun queried, perplexed. Indeed. If you do not heed my words, it is highly likely that you will fade away, and we shall never see each other again. A fleeting glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhongli Chun's eyes. Will we still be able to meet in the future? Yes, as long as you follow my guidance. You will encounter me many times throughout your life, I assure you. What is it that you wish me to do? Zhongli Chun gradually drew closer to Du Yu, the atmosphere turning somewhat strange. What do you wish me to do? Du Yu responded, confused. Slowly, Zhongli Chun reached for her sash. I have heard from my senior brothers that I am a woman, and when men behold me as such, they often desire to unfasten my garments. If I were to do this, would you promise never to leave my side? As Zhongli Chun's garments cascaded to the floor, revealing her flawless, alabaster skin, the chill of the wind enveloped her, reminiscent of a jade statue, which gazed impassively at Du Yu. By drawing the energy into her being, Zhongli Chun's physical form was eternally preserved in its most exquisite state. The fragrant scent of the locust tree mingled with the biting cold wind, striking Du Yu's face with unrelenting force. Du Yu suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Has my presence caused Zhongli Chun to become this way? Was she once the person she used to be? Du Yu picked up Zhongli Chun's garment from the ground and draped it over her shoulders. This cannot be. He lamented. I do not wish for you to endure such trials. I only desire for you to lead a life of tranquility. In this world, no one can unravel the ties of your skirt. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat. Could it be that no one could liberate Zhongli Chun from her attire? No. Du Yu understood a profound truth within his heart. Ultimately, Zhong Lichun would wed King Qi Xian. This was an immutable historical fact. Chapter 27. Enlightenment of the flower. Gue Guzi sat within his abode, gazing at Du Yu and Zhong Lichun not far from the window. He extended his right hand to perform a calculation, clearly astonished. Are there truly such extraordinary beings in this world? After a brief moment, Gue Guzi shook his head and began to mutter to himself. Heaven and earth traverse through the ages. Legends abound for your dominion. One cannot roam freely without constraints, nor can one be untroubled or unfeeling. Gue Guzi laughed heartily a few times, then turned his gaze away from the two, choosing instead to close his eyes and cultivate his spirit. Du Yu meticulously arranged the garments for Zhong Lichun and gently said, Let us not dwell on sorrow any longer. I have several days at my disposal this time. We can enjoy our time together. Zhong Lichun nodded faintly, mustering a faint smile. Did not Mr. Gigo ask you to seek out flowers? I have brought one for you. Du Yu extracted a pristine white blossom from his enchanted bundle and extended it to Zhong Lichun. This is the second time you have gifted me something, she remarked. Her spirits lifted as she accepted the flower, clearly enamored by it. Little junior sister. What brings you here? Sunbin approached, holding a vase, and inquired, Who is this person? Zhong Lichun hesitated, unsure how to introduce Du Yu, as she did not even know his name. I am merely Miss Zhong's servant, fulfilling my master's wishes to ensure her well-being. Du Yu interjected, attempting to ease the situation. Oh, in that case, wait. How did you know my surname is Sun? Sunbin scratched his head, pondering the strangeness of the encounter. Disciples, if you have gathered flowers, please come in and take a seat, Guguzi called from within the house. Sunbin, upon hearing this, promptly entered, not daring to delay with his vase in hand. Little Zhongli, you go ahead, Du Yu urged. I shall wait for you outside. I am in no hurry to leave. We can catch up later. Zhong Lichun glanced at Du Yu and replied, I will not go. I will keep you company. Just as Du Yu was at a loss for how to respond, Guguzi's voice resonated from within. Do bring your servant inside as well. The wind outside is quite fierce. Do not let him catch a chill. Du Yu was taken aback. Is this not your domestic affair? Gigu, is it appropriate for me to enter? Guguzi smiled gently and replied, Our domestic matters require your attentive care even more. Do come in. Du Yu was perplexed by the meaning behind the words of Gue Guzi, yet it seemed evident that if he did not enter the room, Zhong Lichun would also remain outside. Very well, Gue Gu, I shall step inside, though I apologize for the inconvenience. Please refrain from calling me Gue Gu. I am surnamed Wang. Understood, Wang the Great. Du Yu led Zhong Lichun into the bamboo house. After a brief wait, Pang Wan returned. Upon entering and seeing the gathering, he said nothing and found a vacant seat to sit down. Initially, he wished to inquire about Du Yu's identity, but noticing that Du Yu remained behind Zhong Lichun, his interest waned. The last to arrive were Su Qin and Zhang Yi, whose animated discussion echoed from afar, seemingly embroiled in a spirited quarrel, yet their tone carried a playful air. We have guests, exclaimed Su Qin upon spotting Du Yu. Please, do not be rude. You too, take a seat. After the words of Gue Guzi, he surveyed the 5 neatly arranged disciples within the room and continued, I desire a flower. Have you all brought one? The expressions of the disciples varied, uncertain if they had indeed found one. Wan you shall go first. Present the flower you have found to your master, Gue Guzi instructed as he glanced at Pang Wan. Pang Wan shrugged, responding, Master, I did not find a flower. Gue Guzi, upon hearing this, quietly remarked, If there is no flower, what then lies within your sleeve? Aware of his master's keen insight, Pang Wan knew he could not deceive him. Initially, he had aspired to present a vibrant bloom, but in this season, he reluctantly extracted a rather withered flower from his sleeve, unsightly in appearance, and handed it to Gue Guzi. Master, please have a look. Gue Guzi examined the flower and pondered for a moment before stating, This flower, having withstood the scorching sun of Gue Gu, has withered. Its proximity to the spirit and the commission suggests that you will rise to prominence in the state of Wei. However, you must not lie to me. Your competitive spirit and penchant for deceit are evident. I fear that your future may be shaped by both your triumphs and failures through deception. I bestow upon you an 8-character mantra. Encounter sheep and flourish. Meet horse and perish. Remember this well. Pang Wan, upon hearing these words, quickly knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master, for illuminating my path. You may depart, Gue Guzi remarked with a knowing glance at Pang Wan. Yes, Pang Wan replied, exhilarated, for after years of waiting, he was finally poised to unleash his potential. As Pang Wan exited, Gue Guzi turned to Sun Bin, saying, Bin it is your turn. Sun Bin nodded and produced his flower vase, which contained a chrysanthemum he had plucked during the summer, now entirely dried. Finding it aesthetically pleasing, he had kept it in his room, and knowing that no flowers would be found on the mountain at this time, he decided to present this vase to his master. Gue Guzi examined the desiccated chrysanthemum and remarked, Bin your nature is pure and unpretentious. You do not relish competition, hence your offering of this faded flower is unsurprising. Yet, its withered state may foreshadow a future fraught with imperfections. Originally a summer bloom, its perseverance through the harshness of winter signifies that you too shall navigate through adversity, emerging resilient. Someone will, like this vase, shield you from downfall. I gift you a pouch. Should your life ever be in peril, open it and take heed. Upon hearing this, Sun Bin felt a weight upon his shoulders, as if his life would not proceed smoothly. Trembling, he cautiously accepted the precious scroll from the hands of Giguzi. Sister Chinchio, this Master Gigu is truly remarkable, Diyu murmured. What kind of ability does he possess? Can he discern a person's future with merely a flower? It is a form of physiognomy, Dong Chinchio replied. Throughout history, many have practiced various forms of this art, though most have faced the peril of shortening their own lifespan. This time, Giguzi has, for the sake of his disciple, risked revealing secrets of the heavens. I am quite curious, Diyu inquired. What is inscribed within that scroll? Diyu once received a precious strategy from Master Zhuge, which piqued his interest inexplicably. I just had my colleague, who is responsible for Sun Bin, investigate it. The strategy contained the words, in times of national strife, one cannot serve both family and country. To survive, one must feign madness. This counsel would later save Sun Bin's life when Pang Wan sought to take it. Diyu silently nodded, uncertain of what to say. Perhaps the one who suffered the most was Giguzi. His disciples were continually embroiled in mutual conflict. Had he foreseen this all along? Then Master Sun Bin inquired, May I descend the mountain now? Giguzi replied, The time is not yet ripe for you. You must remain for now. Wait until the arrival of spring, when flowers bloom, and then you may depart. Upon hearing Giguzi's words, Sun Bin dared not defy him and, after kneeling in gratitude, retreated to the side. Qiner, what about you? Giguzi turned his gaze towards Su Qin. To his surprise, Su Qin and Zhang Yi stepped forward together. Su Qin produced a deformed flower from his bosom. Two blossoms, one standing upright and the other horizontal, intertwined. Master, we searched for quite a while and finally found this flower. Shouldn't it count as two? Zhang Yi also inquired. Giguzi lowered his head in contemplation and responded, This flower, long sought after, signifies that you two shall face a prolonged period of unfulfilled aspirations, only to be discovered in due time. The flower's arrangement, one vertical and one horizontal, represents that you shall become renowned in the art of stratagems, with Su Qin initiating this pursuit, followed by Zhang Yi. However, the moment for you both to descend the mountain has not yet arrived. The timing of your departure rests solely in your hands. Su Qin and Zhang Yi immediately knelt in gratitude. Finally, Giguzi turned to Zhong Lichun and asked, Wu Yuan, where is your flower? Zhong Lichun replied, It is in my possession. I do not wish to present it to you. Giguzi shook his head and said, I do not seek your flower. I merely wish to glance at it. Really? Zhong Lichun reluctantly retrieved the small white flower gifted by Du Yu from his bosom and presented it before Giguzi. Do you felt a twinge of anxiety? Gue Guzi could discern the myriad phenomena of the world from a single flower. Yet this flower was a gift he had bestowed upon Zhong Lichun. Would this not create a flaw in the narrative? Gue Guzi glanced at the flower in Zhong Lichun's hand, smiled, and remarked, This blossom is not of the mundane realm. It is a rare treasure granted by noble benefactors. It has transcended a millennium, signifying that your heart, Wu Yin, will remain untainted and pure, just like this white flower. Upon hearing Gue Guzi's words, Zhong Lichun hastily concealed the white flower in her bosom, fearing it might be snatched away. Master, when may I descend the mountain? Zhong Lichun inquired. When you have mastered all my strategies, political wisdom, and the art of warfare, he replied. Humph, Zhong Lichun scoffed. I have listened to your teachings daily. I have already learned it all. Sun Bin, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, Junior sister, do not overestimate yourself. The knowledge of our master cannot be grasped merely by attending a few lectures. Zhong Lichun cast a glance at Sun Bin, and then pointed at Du Yu behind her, stating, I have indeed learned it all. I wish to descend the mountain with this person. Oh, Gue Guzi's interest was piqued. He knew that Zhongli Chun had never spoken a falsehood in the past decade. Vinner, among my disciples, your military prowess is the most profound. Would you engage in a few strategic discussions with Wu Yan? This disciple obeys. Di was at a loss regarding the current developments. Logically, after completing her studies, Zhang Lichuan should descend the mountain, but had she truly finished her training? To everyone's astonishment, for an entire afternoon, Sun Bin endured the most dreadful nightmare of his life. Over the course of 12 strategic matches, apart from a single narrow victory for Zhang Lichuan, the remaining 11 were resounding defeats. How peculiar, Sun Bin exclaimed, gesturing to the array of small pieces on the table. You initially had fewer troops, yet you divided your forces into 6 paths, employing 6 different strategies, launching simultaneous feints and full assaults, directly targeting my stronghold. Is there truly such a method of warfare in existence? On the battlefield map, Sun Bin's main forces were still engaged at the front, while his stronghold had been decimated by a mere 600 troops. Zhang Lichuan coldly inquired, "Shall we continue?" Sun Bin shook his head, conceding, "No need to. Junior sister, I humbly acknowledge your prowess. You possess abilities that rival any man. I sincerely hope we do not meet on the battlefield. Master, we too wish to test our skills." Su Qin and Zhang Yi could scarcely contain their excitement. It was indeed astonishing to encounter someone capable of defeating Sun Bin in 12 consecutive matches. Junior sister, your tactical acumen is exceptional. If we join forces, we should pose no challenge, correct? Zhang Lichuan's expression remained impassive. How troublesome, but very well. Su Qin and Zhang Yi drew upon their lifelong training, and indeed, they found themselves evenly matched against Zhang Lichuan. We are on the verge of success. Zhang Lichuan remarked coldly as she seized a small piece that had long been concealed near the enemy's stronghold, initiating a sudden assault with her assassination unit. Su Qin was taken aback, but Zhang Yi was prepared. He swiftly flipped over the wooden plaque of their stronghold, revealing a hidden piece, a formidable force of 3,000 troops. Junior sister, I anticipated you would employ such a tactic. Thus, I chose to endure a more arduous battle while retaining a reserve of 3,000 troops in our stronghold. Zhang Lichuan did not respond, but gently placed her 100-man piece atop the 3,000-man piece, and with a slight touch, the larger piece shattered. Hey, Zhang Yi exclaimed. Junior sister, you are cheating. You cannot use brute force to destroy pieces. I did not resort to brute force. Once confronted by my assassination unit, your 3,000-strong force is destined to fail. That is absurd. Zhang Yi retorted. Junior sister, do enlighten me. How can 100 troops defeat 3,000? What strategy did you employ, and what plan did you devise? Zhang Lichuan quietly picked up her small piece and stated, because I am the commander of this unit. As they focused closely, they realized that there were no flags in Zhang Lichuan's stronghold, indicating that the main commander was absent, while the piece designated as the assassination unit proudly bore a flag. What? Both Su Qin and Zhang Yi were bewildered. You, as the main commander, actually led the assassination unit to eliminate the opposing commander. Why not? Zhang Lichuan tossed the piece aside. Do you truly believe that 3,000 troops can withstand me? Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, can 3,000 souls truly stand against Zhang Lichuan? The answer remains uncertain. Ha! Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Yaguzi exclaimed with laughter, for this military strategy is not only sublime, but can only be wielded by one as unique as Wien. Do you smile in response? You laugh. Do you understand? Dong Qinqiu inquired. I do not comprehend, yet I am profoundly shaken, she replied. Yaguzi slowly approached Zhang Lichuan, stating, Wu Yuan, it is time for you to descend the mountain. Your fortunes have shifted since the arrival of this servant. Really? Zhang Lichuan rarely displayed such joy. Indeed, Yaguzi nodded, filled with myriad emotions, contemplating that perhaps among all his disciples, only Zhang Lichuan would meet a favorable end. This was likely the second time in her life that she faced separation, and an odd sensation enveloped her heart. Junior sister, are you truly leaving? Sun Bin expressed a hint of reluctance. Will we never see each other again? Su Qin added. Junior sister, remember to write, Zhang Yi urged. Zhang Lichuan bit her lip, feeling a peculiar discomfort that was difficult to articulate. Old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, Zhang Yi, she called out, gazing at their faces one by one. The group turned their attention to Zhang Lichuan. It is quite cold. You all should wear more clothing. They exchanged glances, surprised by her concern for them. Zhong Lichun silently took Du Yu's hand and walked towards the door. Just as they were about to leave, she turned back, bowed deeply, and expressed, "I am truly grateful to you all for these past 20 years. Watching her depart, Zhang Yi could no longer contain his emotions and cried out, "From now on, you must call me senior brother, you impudent girl." Sun Bin and Su Qin discreetly wiped away their tears, glancing at their master, who was already overcome with sorrow. Chapter 28. Little Summer, where shall we go next? To bathe in the river? To indulge in delicious food? Or to seize wealth? Zhong Lichun could hardly suppress her joy as she consistently attempted to engage Du Yu in conversation. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Du Yu too felt deeply inspired. "Little Zhongli, how about we return home?" he suggested. Du Yu recalled the legend that after Zhong Lichun completed her training on Mount Gigu, she had remained in seclusion. It seemed wise to return her home now, although it might require some effort. "Home? What is home?" Zhong Lichun inquired. "I mean to take you back to your mother and your stepfather," Du Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichun paused, as if lost in thought. Soon, a cold expression enveloped her face, and a flood of repressed memories surged forth. Those dark days spent in squalor, living among swine, subsisting on putrid food. "The last time we met, you rescued me. This time, are you sending me back?" Zhong Lichun murmured. "Though it saddens me, if this is your decision, I am willing to return." No. You misunderstand." Du Yu hastily waved his hand. "Little Zhongli, I do not intend to send you back to that wretched place. This time, no one shall dare to bully you. You have not only acquired skills, but have also become a half-immortal. No one will dare to mistreat you again." "Really?" Zhong Lichun regarded Du Yu with a questioning gaze. "Indeed," Du Yu affirmed with a nod. "Even if they attempt to harm you, I shall never permit it." The two spent nearly a day traveling before finally returning to Yanyu. Fortunate that Zhong Lichun still remembered the path from years past. In the distance, she spotted a small river, a cherished memory from her decade-long absence. As the sun dipped low, they strolled along the riverbank and ventured into the town. Zhong Lichun had blossomed into a striking young woman, capturing the attention of all who beheld her, regardless of age or gender. After all, her beauty was undeniably captivating, though her height was somewhat imposing. They arrived at the site of Zhong Lichun's past sorrows, intending to send a servant to announce their presence. However, to their surprise, the entrance was deserted. Although the residence was brightly lit, not a single servant was in sight. Strange, where could everyone have gone? "Listen." Zhong Lichun pointed towards the main hall. "There." "Oh." Du Yu heard nothing but, trusting her instincts, he decided to follow her lead. They approached the main hall, where a throng of people gathered, and as Du Yu pushed the door open, a cacophony of voices erupted. Upon closer inspection, he saw a group of servants and maids encircling a scene akin to a play. In the center knelt a frail woman, clad in scant clothing, her body marred with wounds and her expression one of utter despair. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman, Zhong Lichun's biological mother, the aging Hua, who held a switch in her hand, mercilessly striking the frail figure. "I shall not tolerate your disgrace," Hua scolded. "You wish to soar to greatness, do you? You intend to cast me aside?" The switch fell like rain upon the woman's body. Du Yu carefully observed the scene, noticing Zhong Lichun's adoptive father, that despicable scholar, seated in the main hall, coldly watching everything unfold. "You shameless wench, do you truly believe you possess any allure?" he sneered. "Today, I shall expose your wretched form for all to see." As Huasher spoke, he began to tear at the woman's garments, but she clutched herself tightly, preventing his advances. "I always said, this little Xia resembles a vixen," remarked a maid beside Du Yu. "Who knows how many souls she has ensnared?" "Indeed," chimed in another maid. "Just because she's beautiful, does she think herself exceptional? She is no different from us, destined to serve as a maid." Du Yu glanced at the male servants beside him, their faces flushed as they fixated on the figure of the maid named Xiaoxia. It seemed to them that no matter what transgression Xiaoxia may have committed, it mattered little. They merely awaited the moment when the mistress would strike with greater ferocity, anticipating the instant when Xiaoxia would shed her close-fitting garments. "Speak up," Madame Hua exclaimed, jabbing a finger forcefully at Xiaoxia's forehead. "Are you mute?" Xiaoxia lifted her head and said, "Madam, I am truly wronged." "Wronged?" Madame Hua appeared to be driven to madness, yanking Xiaoxia's hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face before throwing her to the ground. Xiaoxia let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Slowly, she raised her head. Her eyes filled with despair as she looked at the scholar seated in the main seat and implored, Master, in all honesty, who is it that has seduced whom? Was it I who lured you? Or were you the one who took liberties with me? Taken liberties with you? The scholar scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. With my standing, what manner of woman could I not have? Would I stoop to taking liberties with you? Dia let out a cold snort and remarked, scum. 10 years ago, I witnessed you toying with a maid. This unfortunate girl, Xiaoxia, truly met with misfortune by encountering you too. Xiaoxia silently rose to her feet, wiping the blood from her mouth. Although she was not born into a prestigious family, she had been well versed in the principles of ethics since childhood and would never indulge in disgraceful acts. Now, wrongfully accused of adultery by the lady of the house, Xiaoxia found herself powerless to resist and could only seek death to prove her innocence. Before anyone could react, she hurled herself toward a pillar with great force. Bang! A loud crash reverberated, leaving everyone stunned. Suddenly, a tall woman appeared from nowhere, extending a pale hand to block the collision between Xiaoxia and the pillar. Zhong Lichun frowned, thinking to herself that the girl had exerted too much force. Even her hand felt painful pressed against the pillar. Had she not intervened, the girl would undoubtedly have met her demise. Hey. Dia was taken aback. When did you rush out, Xiao Zhongli? Is it worth it? Zhong Lichun inquired of Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia felt somewhat dazed. Although she had collided with the hand, she was still a bit confused. Who are you? Who is this? The scholar suddenly sat up, declaring, entering an official residence at night is a capital offense. Several guards rushed over, wielding wooden clubs. The scholar glanced at Zhong Lichun and, with a wicked smile, said, wait. Capture her alive. Huasher regarded the tall woman before her with a sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place her. Zhong Lichun cast a cold glance at the guards, her face betraying a hint of disdain. One guard shouted as he swung a wooden club at her, but Zhong Lichun did not flinch. Instead, she extended 2 fingers and gently flicked them. The club was instantly severed upon contact with her fingers, and the guard was sent flying. In a mere flick, Zhong Lichun unleashed an unfathomable power, leaving everyone astounded. And no guard dared to approach thereafter. The old man told me never to take a life unless absolutely necessary. Zhong Lichun surveyed the scene. If anyone wishes to fight, I shall not hold back. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. You interjected, leaping from the crowd. We are all family. Let us not fight. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice cried out, and a burly man surged forth from the crowd. You recognized him as the older brother of Ada, now aged and worn. Brother, Du exclaimed. Ada rushed forward and kicked Du in the backside, causing him to howl in pain. Where have you been for the past 20 years? Ada asked, his voice filled with concern. Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for news of you? Why haven't you changed at all over these past 2 decades? Brother. Please don't worry. I've returned to clarify everything. Du smiled and nodded at the crowd before turning to Madame Hua, saying, Madam, for the past 20 years, I have followed the young lady in the Ghost Valley. Today, she has returned from her studies under the Master of Ghost Valley. And not only is she well versed in politics, military strategy, and the art of negotiation, but her martial prowess is also unparalleled. Young lady. The house staff exchanged glances. Bewildered. Was it not rumored that the master had no heirs? Where could this young lady have come from? Suddenly, some of the servants recalled the whispers of a young girl. A few hesitated, on the brink of voicing something, yet thought better of it. Wouldn't that be courting disaster? Although they remained silent, it was clear that memories stirred within them, though none dared to mention them. Is it truly the young lady who has returned? One of the servants murmured softly. The expressions of the master and Madame Hua were particularly telling. Madame Hua initially feigned joy, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, ironically still holding a bloodied switch in her hand. She had presumed that the wild child she cast away on the mountain had perished, yet here she was, unexpectedly returned. The master, surnamed Zhongli, slowly rose, his gaze a mixture of disbelief and a hint of lewdness. Madame Hua hurried to his side, saying, Master, the day we sent this girl to the mountain, you were promptly promoted. Could it be that the words of the Queen Mother of the West bear truth? Humph. There is no such Queen Mother in this world. Though the master scoffed, internally he was apprehensive. The day after he sent Zhongli Chun away, he had been elevated by King Chi Wei, and his household had seen a decade of tranquility, allowing him to act with impunity. Perhaps it was wiser to err on the side of believing in the supernatural. Madam, I do not mean to offend. Du interjected, moving closer to Madame Hua. The young lady's return should be a day of great joy. How can you chastise the servants in this main hall? Madame Hua's expression shifted rapidly, and her ire flared. It is not my intention. It is merely that this wretched girl has entangled herself with the master. Enough, Zhongli Chun said coldly. This maid will stay by my side from now on. No one is permitted to bully her. Turning to Xiao Xia, she inquired, what is your name? I am surnamed Xia, but I have no given name, Xiao Xia replied timidly. Xia, you say? Zhongli Chun nodded, committing it to memory. The other servants observed in astonishment as Xiao Xia transformed into the personal maid of the young lady. Many turned to Madame Hua, uncertain of how this situation would unfold. Though Madame Hua's composure faltered, Zhongli Chun's aura was undeniably formidable. Her eyes devoid of emotion, she radiated a subtle yet menacing energy. After a prolonged silence, Madame Hua finally managed to say, since the young lady has chosen you, I shall spare your life. A personal maid cannot be without a name. I bestow one upon you. Huasher pondered for a moment and realized that he must promptly win over his long-lost daughter. Thus, he declared, let us name her Ingchuan. Today's farce shall be regarded as a celebration of her return. What? Do you nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment? Summer, welcome spring. What is wrong with you, Awu? Ada inquired from the side. Duyusin expressed her dissatisfaction, referencing the age-old adage, in times of trouble, it is Zhongwuyan. In times of peace, it is Xia Yingchun. Legend has it that both Zhongwuyan and Xia Yingchun were consorts of King Xian of Qi. Whenever the state faced adversity, King Xian would summon Zhongwuyan to address the crisis. Conversely, in times of tranquility, he would revel in the company of Xia Yingchun. It is foretold that Xia Yingchun would eventually become Zhong Lichun's foremost rival. While such narratives may elude the pages of history books, they are vividly portrayed in television dramas. Yet, what can one do? This is the essence of history, an unalterable truth. The master and the Hua family arranged for Zhong Lichun a remarkably exquisite chamber, far surpassing the conditions of a pigsty. And even the bamboo cottage on Giga Mountain pales in comparison to this elegant room. Xia Yingchun became Zhong Lichun's personal maid, while Awu, having successfully assisted the young lady in her studies, also took on the role of her protector. The trio returned to Zhong Lichun's quarters, where her expression was inscrutable. She appeared perpetually unaware of her actions, her gaze aimless and devoid of direction, though she would often steal glances at you. Miss, upon entering the room. Xia Yingchun gradually knelt down, first wishing to express her heartfelt gratitude for the young lady's life-saving kindness. Du and Zhong Lichun were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind Xia Yingchuan's words. However, Zhong Lichun quickly waved her hand and said, there is no need for that. I merely feel that you resemble my younger self, facing hostility from everyone in this household, and I cannot bear to witness your demise. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to repay the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. Furthermore, I must respectfully decline the offer to become your personal maid. Xia Yingchun bowed her head to the ground, her voice heavy with sorrow. Du was taken aback, pondering whether this Xia Yingchun was not the renowned green tea recorded in historical texts. How could she appear so humble and polite, yet also grateful? Refusal? Why? Zhong Lichun inquired. Because Yingchun harbors deep resentment towards the master and mistress, and fears she may disrespect the young lady. Although she is grateful for the young lady's life-saving grace, she cannot serve you with such sentiments. Yingchun shall naturally leave this residence, lighting incense thrice daily to pray for the young lady's well-being. If that is the case, I have no objections, Zhong Lichun replied. I too harbor profound resentment towards them. From now on, you shall accompany me, and there is no need to show them respect. Xia Yingchun was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the unexpected response. Xia, please rise, Du said softly, unable to bear the sight. Although I know you must be wrong this time. I am aware of the master's true character. Xia Yingchun shed tears and, once more, prostrated herself deeply on the ground, her forehead striking the earth with such force that it drew blood. Great kindness, she murmured, I shall never forget. The name Yingchuan can be discarded if you dislike it. Zhong Lichun remarked nonchalantly, her gaze drifting over the room's decor. No, Xia Yingchun responded earnestly, looking up at Zhong Lichun. From this moment forth, Yingchuan's life belongs to the young lady. I shall live solely for you. Chapter 29. A heart's desire. Zhong Lichun filled a basin with water and gently wiped Xia Yingchuan's face. Xia, do not be so foolish in the future. The guilty ones are not you, but them, she spoke coldly. Unlike the young lady, Yingchun lacks such formidable abilities and can think of no other way to prove her innocence but through death. Xia Yingchun said, tears welling in her eyes. There are other methods, Zhongli Chun observed, gazing at Xia's cleansed face. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly turned to Du Yu and asked, Eh? Is she not beautiful? Ah? Du Yu was taken aback. What are you saying? I cannot discern. Zhongli Chun shook her head, pointing at Xia Yingchun and inquiring. Is Xia not lovely? Du Yu glanced at Xia Yingchun's face. Although it might not rival Zhongli Chun's beauty, it was undoubtedly captivating in its own right. Indeed. You are quite attractive, Du Yu remarked. Zhongli Chun nodded and said, Xiao Xia, with such beauty, why have you chosen to be a maid? Miss Xia Yingchun seemed puzzled. What did her appearance have to do with her role as a servant? After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli Chun realized there was indeed no correlation. Miss, please refrain from wiping my face any further. Yingchun cannot bear such attention. There is nothing to bear. We are of the same essence. Xia Yingchun carefully observed Zhongli Chun and then inquired, Miss, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. They say you are already 30 years old. Is that true? I am uncertain. It is likely true, Zhongli Chun replied nonchalantly. But why do you appear to be merely 17 or 18? I do not know, Zhongli Chun answered. Du Yu glanced over and interjected, she is considered a semi-immortal, able to retain her youthful appearance and enjoy a lifespan longer than that of an ordinary person. Since you two seem engrossed in conversation, I shall take my leave. Are you leaving? Zhongli Chun turned to look at Du Yu. Huh. Du Yu shook his head. I meant Miss Zhongli. I must step outside to keep watch. After all, I am a guard. Zhongli Chun nodded in silence, watching as Du Yu exited the chamber. Miss, are you truly an immortal? Xia Yingchun blinked her large eyes at Zhongli Chun. Oh my, does that mean you can remain this beautiful forever? Zhongli Chun paused her actions, glancing at Xia Yingchun, and uncertainly asked, Am I beautiful? Absolutely. Xia Yingchun exclaimed joyfully, her hands dancing in delight. You possess both beauty and a kind heart. I can hardly fathom who will be fortunate enough to marry you. Marry me? Zhongli Chun pondered. What does that entail? Huh. Xia Yingchun was taken aback. You don't know? I do not. To marry you means to wed you, to remain together for eternity. Growing old side by side, Xia Yingchun smiled. He will call you wife, and you will refer to him as husband. Wed. Zhongli Chun's face flushed instantly. Yes. Xia Yingchun observed Zhongli Chun's reaction, unable to suppress a playful smile. Do you perhaps have someone special in mind? Someone special? A sudden tightness gripped Zhongli Chun's heart, eliciting an indescribable feeling within her. Hee. Xia Yingchun chuckled mischievously. Whoever has won your affection must be a remarkable person. Zhongli Chun rarely displayed such a radiant smile. Xia, I believe I may have someone I like. Really? Ignoring her various injuries. Xia Yingchun eagerly grasped Zhongli Chun's hand, her face alight with curiosity. Quickly tell me, who is it? Do you sat outside? Only able to hear the incessant chattering from within the room, yet the specifics of their conversation eluded him. The spiritual energy during the Warring States period was evidently less abundant than in the era of Emperor Yao, and Du Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Qianxiu, sister, Du Yu called out. Yes, what is it? Dong Qianxiu promptly replied. It's nothing. I just realized that I haven't called for you in a long time. Du Yu said, slowly closing his eyes. You're incorrigible, Dong Qianxiu retorted with mild annoyance. If you're tired, you should take a rest. Du Yu slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Dong Qianxiu's words. Sister Qianxiu, he inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. What do you do every time I fall asleep? Me? Dong Qianxiu replied with a detached tone. I watch over you until dawn. Ah? Du Yu was taken aback. So, every time I rest, you remain awake. Indeed, she confirmed. But how can that be? You must be exhausting yourself, he remarked, shaking his head. Moreover, it feels rather strange for you to watch me sleep like this. It is my duty, Dong Qianxiu elucidated. As your operator, I cannot afford a moment of negligence. Should any danger arise while you are asleep, I will awaken you at once. Upon hearing this, Du Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart and said, Qianxiu Jia, you must take care to rest. If you exhaust yourself, who will serve as the messenger? I am not weary. I shall rest once you return, she replied. Ah, truly a stubborn woman. As dawn broke, Du Yu was roused by the sound of light, hurried footsteps. Opening his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Xia, who flashed him a smile before darting out of the courtyard. Huh. Du Yu, still groggy, was yet to grasp the situation when Zhongli Chun emerged from the house. Rubbing his eyes, Du Yu inquired, Did you sleep well last night? Zhongli Chun, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and murmured, I did not sleep. I learned many things from Xiao Xia last night. Ah? Do you suddenly became alert? Xiao Zhongli, you must not emulate her. That's Xiaoying Chun. Du Yu's words momentarily faltered. He needed to exercise utmost caution in his choice of phrases to avoid altering the course of history. Now, should he inform Zhongli Chun that the young Xia is not a person of good character? What troubles you about Xia? He inquired. Nothing significant, Du Yu replied, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli Chun asked, I've always wanted to know, what is your name? My name? Du Yu hesitated. For in this tale, he could not reveal his true identity, yet he did not wish to deceive Zhongli Chun by claiming to be a Wu. I cannot divulge my name at present, he said, shaking his head. However, there will come a day when you shall know my name, and I will share everything with you. Zhongli Chun nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, I trust you. Little Zhongli, what shall we do today? Du Yu inquired. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you. Today, however, Zhongli Chun shook her head and replied, I do not wish to go out. Can you wait for me here? Wait for you. Indeed. After Xia returns, I have something to discuss with you. Du Yu glanced in the direction where Xiao Xia had just departed, perplexed by the intentions of Zhongli Chun, and could only nod in acquiescence, stating, Very well then. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Xiao Xia finally returned, panting and cradling a bundle in her arms. Miss, I have returned. This is what my mother left behind. She exclaimed. Zhongli Chun, feeling somewhat anxious, called out, No. Xiao Xia cast a hurried glance at Du Yu and stammered, Yes, yes. What is it? Du Yu inquired, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening here? Zhongli Chun tugged at Xiao Xia, and the two entered the house. Just before entering, Xiao Xia turned back to close the door, cautioning Du Yu, You must not come in. Staring at the closed door, Du Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Qianqiu Jia. What is going on? I am unsure. Let me take a look for you, Dong Qianqiu replied, for her vision extended beyond merely seeing Du Yu. She could also perceive the legendary protagonist. Did you see anything? After a considerable period, Du Yu noticed that Dong Qianqiu remained unresponsive and thus inquired. Dong Qianqiu was at a loss. She had never anticipated such a situation and was momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, she finally managed to utter, Du Yu. Perhaps you should consider fleeing. Du Yu's mind became increasingly muddled. Flee? What on earth is happening? Is Zhongli Chun preparing to strike me? Before he could take a single step, the door slowly opened, and Xiao Xia emerged with a smile, followed closely by Zhongli Chun. Du Yu fixed his gaze? Utterly mesmerized, Zhongli Chun, adorned in a resplendent deep red brocade gown, her head crowned with an exquisite phoenix tiara, had meticulously crafted her makeup. Silently, she knelt before Du Yu, performing a profound bow, and then, with a gaze filled with deep affection, she spoke. I, Zhongli Chun, wish to become your wife from this day forth, to grow old together, never to part. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Du Yu gazed at the scene before him, utterly at a loss. He had never felt so beleaguered, not even in the face of 9 sons. He pondered over Xiao Zhongli for a considerable time, utterly unsure how to decline her advances. The moment he beheld Zhongli Chun in her current state, his mind went blank. He was acutely aware that his days here were numbered, with only 1 day remaining, and it was uncertain how many years would pass before their paths would cross again. I'm so sorry, Du Yu murmured before turning and dashing out of the courtyard. Xiao Xia, witnessing Du Yu's abrupt departure, was filled with indignation. How could he act this way? Miss, please wait, she exclaimed, immediately following Du Yu. This left Zhongli Chun alone, silently kneeling there, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of disappointment that she struggled to suppress. Stop right there, Xiao Xia shouted as she pursued him. Du Yu, upon hearing Xiao Xia pursuing him, couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. He halted his steps and turned back to inquire, Xiaoying Chun, what exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Xiao Xia paused momentarily, then retorted, Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why did you run away? Du Yu pointed at himself and said, She is the young lady, while I am but a servant. Do you believe her actions are appropriate? What have you taught her? Are you not merely making a spectacle of her to everyone? Xiao Xia, infuriated, retorted, Do you think the young lady is unaware of these matters? I have laid out all the advantages and disadvantages for her. This is her choice. What? Du Yu was somewhat perplexed. I not only informed her of your differing statuses, but also explained that historically, no woman has taken the initiative in matters of marriage. After comprehending all the pros and cons, she still wishes to marry you. And what about you? I even gifted her the wedding gown my mother left for me. The mere thought of her marrying someone like you makes my blood boil. Xiao Yingchuan's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. She felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Yu. After hearing this, Yu still found it utterly absurd. No matter the circumstances, I absolutely cannot marry her. But why not? Xia Yingchun questioned, bewildered. Last night, the young lady confided in me about everything. She said you rescued her from a pitiful existence, allowing her to become a true person. She mentioned how you took her to the mountains to learn skills, helping her become someone of worth. For the past 20 years, she has yearned for you every single day. Do you know what that feels like? Now that she has finally waited for you. She wishes to marry you without regard for the opinions of society. Yet you simply run away. Are you truly a man? Yu did not expect Xia Yingchun to be so articulate. He found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Xia, you appear to be merely 15 or 16 years old. There are many things you cannot comprehend. Indeed, I do not understand. Is the young lady not admirable? Does she lack talent or beauty? Is she not deserving of your affection? Xia Yingchun pressed. This is not the issue. Yu shook his head. Xiao Zhongli is truly wonderful, but she absolutely cannot marry me. Gazing at Xia Yingchuan's furious visage, Yu murmured, I will seek out Xiao Zhongli and clarify everything. When Yu returned to Zhongli Chun's side, she remained kneeling at the door. Little Zhongli raised her eyes, her expression intricate. You have returned? I have matters that must be clarified with you. As Yu spoke, he approached Zhongli Chun and helped her to her feet. At that moment, Xiao Xia entered the room, her demeanor radiating fury, casting not even a glance in Yu's direction. Yu motioned for Zhongli Chun to sit beside him. Clad in a bridal gown, her expression was one of profound despondency, uncertain of how to proceed. What is it that you wish to convey to me? Yu began to articulate his thoughts. Little Zhongli, between us lies an expansive river, a vast divide that prevents our union. What manner of river is this? Zhongli Chun pondered aloud. To traverse this river would require no less than 2 millennia. Observing the sorrow etched on Zhongli Chun's face, Yu felt an intricate swirl of emotions within him. On either bank of this river we stand. Should you choose to marry me now, you would be forever barred from crossing to the other side. I do not comprehend, she replied, a glimmer of tears forming in her eyes. You say it takes 2,000 years to cross this river. How could I possibly behold you on the opposite bank? How did you manage to cross? Why can I not keep you here, on this side of the river? Yu tightly clutched his garments, confronting a situation he had never before encountered. Utterly at a loss for resolution. It felt as though he had experienced heartbreak without ever having known love. To be candid with you, Yu lamented, if you adhere to my counsel, we shall reunite after your mortal coil has ceased. After my mortal coil has ceased? Zhongli Chun remained silent. Yet Xiao Xia erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you saying that one must die to marry you? So after my death, I can be with you for eternity? Zhongli Chun inquired. Though it cannot be termed as eternal companionship, I assure you I will remain by your side. Will you accept this? Miss, do not place your trust in this man's absurd words. Xiao Yingchun admonished, her voice tinged with irritation. No, I believe him. Truly, this is a relief. Do you finally felt a sense of calm? Then what must I do with the remainder of my life? Little Zhongli, I want you to marry King Qi Xian when you reach the age of 40. Marry King Qi Xian? Zhongli Chun bit her lip. What folly is this? Xiao Yingchun was equally bewildered. Are you suggesting that the young lady should wait until she is 40 to wed and become a queen? Xiao Xia quickly turned to Zhongli Chun. Miss, you must not heed this man's nonsense. Such a thing could never come to pass. Xiao Xia, I trust him. Zhongli Chun reiterated her belief, gazing at Xiao Xia, before addressing Yu. Though this notion saddens me somewhat, it is your request, and I am willing to comply. Miss, Xiao Xia was nearly beside herself. You cannot agree to this. A woman should not delay marriage until 40. It would squander your youth. Without him, I might not even be alive to discuss youth, Zhongli Chun declared with unwavering conviction. Xiao Xia, you once said that your life is mine, and mine is his. Her tone carried a hint of sincerity that made Yu reluctant to listen further. Yet, he knew he had to fulfill his task, and continued, Little Zhongli. Marrying King Qi Xian is merely the first step. You must also assist him in securing peace within and without, quelling all turmoil in the state of Qi. This shall be your lifelong mission. Very well, I understand. Zhongli Chun confirmed once more with Yu. Thus, I shall cross that river and meet you, correct? Indeed. Yu felt a tinge of sorrow as he nodded and addressed Zhongli Chun, saying, Little Zhongli, You may perceive me as a selfish individual. Yet I wish to convey that all my actions are not for my own benefit. Should you choose not to marry King Qi Xian, the very existence of the Qi state could be at stake. I do not speak in hyperbole, and I am unable to disclose how I came upon this knowledge. Zhong Lichun smiled gently and replied, I understand. From the very beginning, I have been aware that you harbor your own secrets. When you are ready to share them with me, I will listen attentively. Du Yu smiled faintly, though the expression bore a hint of bitterness. The duration of this descent was limited to a mere 3 days, and now they found themselves on the final day. Xia Yingchun had prepared several dishes in the kitchen, and for the first time, Du Yu and Zhong Lichun shared a meal in a somewhat respectable setting. Yet, the atmosphere at the dining table felt peculiar. Du Yu was preoccupied with his thoughts, and Zhong Lichun appeared to be far from joyful. Is what I am doing truly right? A medley of emotions swirled within Du Yu, as he pondered whether he should have allowed another to rescue Zhong Lichun instead. As night fell, Du Yu took the initiative to bid farewell to Zhong Lichun and Xia. The last time he had departed was also under the cloak of night. Zhong Lichun was aware that this farewell would be no different. Watching Du Yu fade into the distance, she couldn't help but wonder how many decades it would be before they would meet again. It felt as though a part of her very essence was being severed from her, leaving her gasping in pain. Upon returning to the Bureau of Legendary Management, Du Yu remained silent for a considerable time. Dong Qianxiu, sensing his discomfort, refrained from disturbing him. Sister Qianxiu, how much time do I have? He inquired. This time, you can rest a little longer, perhaps half an hour, she replied. Du Yu nodded and inquired, could you take me to find Zhong Lichun? Dong Qianxiu lowered her gaze, pressed her lips together, and replied, Du Yu, you must understand your position. If you allow your emotions to get involved, I merely wish to see her, Du Yu interjected. With a sigh of resignation, Dong Qianxiu led Du Yu to her office, where Zhong Lichun sat quietly, cradling the garment Du Yu had previously given her. Oh, have you finished? Upon seeing Du Yu, Zhong Lichun instantly rose, her face illuminating with a hint of joy. Sister Qianxiu, could you step out for a moment? I would like to converse with her. Dong Qianxiu silently nodded and gently closed the door behind her. Du Yu gazed at Zhong Lichun, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered 3 words, Little Zhongli. Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in Zhong Lichun's eyes, and she furrowed her brow, succumbing to a heart-wrenching cry. I believed I would never hear those words again. Struggling to breathe through her sobs, she crouched down, enveloping herself in her own embrace. I thought you had forgotten all that transpired between us. I am willing to wait 2,000 years, even 10,000 years, but I am terribly afraid. I fear the moment you call me Miss Zhongli, for I dread the thought of you forgetting me. Du Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhong Lichun, allowing her to lean against him. Little Zhongli, I shall no longer refer to you as Miss Zhongli. I remember everything now, Du Yu declared through gritted teeth. That's wonderful, Zhong Lichun exclaimed, bursting into tears as if releasing the grievances accumulated over 2 millennia. After a considerable time, Du Yu inquired, Little Zhongli, I have come to ask you something. Have you ever felt regret? Regret? She echoed. Du Yu nodded, after waiting for me all this time. Do you not harbor even the slightest trace of remorse? I have never felt regret, Zhong Lichun replied without hesitation, each word articulated with precision, resonating like a breeze that swept into Du Yu's heart. She had never regretted, even after wandering alone in this dim underworld for 2,000 years. Her heart remained steadfast, untouched by remorse. Du Yu felt that the burden on his heart had lessened, yet gazing at Zhong Lichun's tear-streaked expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Little Zhongli, I will soon conclude my work, and afterwards, I will accompany you to any place you desire and engage in any activity you wish. I shall repay all that I owe you. Du Yu said earnestly to Zhong Lichun. Zhong Lichun nodded vigorously, as if affirming that this moment made her life worthwhile. Du Yu, revitalizing his spirits, returned to the hall. Sister Qianxiu, how did the rumors unfold? He inquired. There were several pivotal moments that required your attention. Dong Qianxiu, however, did not pose a single question regarding Zhong Lichun. Instead, she fixated intently on the screen, subsequently displaying several images. Zhong Lichun sat in her chamber, where Xiao Xia was meticulously combing her hair. Miss, just yesterday, we bid farewell to guests from the Qin, Zhu, and Lu families. Today, matchmakers from the Ouyang, Sun, and Yin families have come to propose, Xiao Xia informed her. Zhong Lichun pondered momentarily before responding. Xiao Xia, I do not comprehend. Since returning home, I have never stepped outside this room. These young gentlemen have never laid eyes on me. Why then do they wish to take me as their bride? Xiaoxia, while continuing to style Zhong Lichuan's hair, remarked, sometimes, marriage does not necessitate mutual affection, nor even a prior acquaintance. As the daughter of a scholar and a disciple of the esteemed Master Gigu, such titles attached to you will undoubtedly entice various nobles to seek your hand in marriage. Lord Pangwan and Lord Sunbin have already established their renown. As a fellow disciple of Master Gigu, your name alone resonates across the land, regardless of your actions. Zhong Lichuan paused in contemplation before asking, is there any way to make a man completely disinterested in marrying me? Impossible, Xiaoxia shook her head. With your beauty. Even if you were not the daughter of a scholar or a disciple of Master Gigu, suitors would still be drawn to you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichuan raised an eyebrow and murmured, beauty? Xiaoxia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, miss, your beauty surpasses mine. If you were to show your face on the street, the number of suitors would surely increase beyond what it is now. Splendid, Zhong Lichuan mused, then turned to Xiaoxia. Please convey a message on my behalf, stating that I am exceedingly unattractive. Ah, Xiaoxia gasped, dropping her comb in shock. Miss, why would you say such a thing? Because I can only marry King Qi Xian, Zhong Lichuan replied earnestly. Xiaoxia was at a loss for how to dissuade her, recognizing the fervent fixation in her heart. Miss, forgive me, but I cannot comply. Such rumors would ruin your reputation. I do not mind. Zhong Lichuan shook her head. Xiaoxia, I do not require your obedience. I have never regarded you as a servant. You are my only sister in this world, and I merely request a favor from you, hoping you will acquiesce. But Xiaoxia shook her head again. I simply cannot speak such words. You are truly beautiful. I cannot even fathom how to describe you as an ugly woman. Very simple, Zhong Lichuan said, picking up a pen and swiftly writing several lines, which she then handed to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia took it, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Heavens, miss, what you have written hardly resembles a human at all. Xiaoxia, I hope you will assist me. Zhong Lichuan earnestly reiterated the words once more. A month later, rumors began to circulate throughout the streets. Some claimed that the woman known as Zhong Lichuan possessed a forehead that was concave, resembling a hollow, and her eyes appeared to be sunken, akin to two dark recesses. Her complexion was as dark as charred wood, and she bore a nose that protruded defiantly, along with an Adam's apple more prominent than that of many men. Others asserted that Zhong Lichuan sported a bulging belly reminiscent of pregnancy, a head that was both large and unwieldy, and thinning hair. Passers-by often engaged in lively conversations about her peculiar appearance. Have you heard of the looks of Zhong Lichuan? Zhong Lichuan? I believe it should be Zhong Lichuan, don't you think? Ha! What a splendidly fitting name, Zhong Lichuan. Do you, upon reaching this point, accepted the documents handed to him by Dong Qianxiu, which prominently featured a passage recorded by Lu Xiang in the biographies of remarkable women? Zhong Lichuan, daughter of Qi Wuyan, is the rightful wife of King Xian. She is, in truth, unparalleled in her extreme ugliness, with a flat head and deep-set eyes, a tall and robust frame, a prominent nose and a thick neck, scant hair, a hunchback, and skin akin to lacquer. With a sigh, Di lamented. Why must you endure this? There is another matter I wish to show you, Dong Qianxiu replied, pressing a few buttons, which brought forth another image. It turned out that when tales of Zhong Lichuan's unparalleled ugliness began to circulate, the most anxious among them was her adoptive father. He had initially hoped to ascend the ranks of nobility through this unexpectedly gifted daughter, only to find that rumors of her being an unattractive woman were spreading throughout the city. Her adoptive father had often coveted Zhong Lichuan's beauty and held unwavering confidence in her appearance. In a fit of frustration to dispel the rumors, he summoned numerous young nobles to his home, vowing to showcase his stunning adoptive daughter. The young gentlemen were seated in 2 rows within the main hall. Yet Zhong Lichuan was noticeably absent, prompting murmurs among them. Is this a deception? One speculated. It seems so. We have waited an hour, another replied. Were we not told she was breathtaking? Why would someone so beautiful fear public view? The conversation swirled around the hall. Meanwhile, her adoptive father anxiously monitored the door, his heart racing. He had long dispatched someone to fetch Zhong Lichuan, yet she still had not appeared. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the assembled young nobles towards the entrance. A strikingly beautiful maiden glided in, her bright eyes surveying the room before she bowed with a smile and greeted the guests. Ah, Lady Zhongli, they exclaimed in astonishment. For she was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. The maiden slowly raised her hand, silencing the crowd, and spoke gently, Gentlemen, do not be misled. I am merely the lady's personal maid. Before they could react, the maid stepped aside, revealing the person behind her. The nobles turned their gaze, only to see a tall figure shrouded in black gauze, obscuring her features entirely. One gentleman sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Zhongli Chun, what are you doing? Remove that veil at once, so that we may behold your visage." "Desire to see my face? On what grounds?" Zhongli Chun retorted, channeling her energy to sweep her arm across the floor, creating a massive fissure in the hall. Every noble present stumbled, their faces pale with shock, as if they had encountered bandits. The closest to Zhongli Chun, Xiao Xia, nearly lost her balance, but Zhongli Chun discreetly steadied her. "Do you think that these feeble scions, are worthy of marrying me, Zhongli Chun?" she declared. "A monster. This woman possesses the strength of an ox and speaks with such insolence." The young aristocrats began to raise their voices in a tremor of agitation. "Listen well. I, Zhongli Chun, shall marry only a prince or a noble of high rank. Do not disturb me any further," Zhongli Chun stated coldly. "We shall not return." Du gazed at the screen for a moment before turning to Dong Qianxiu and inquiring, "Sister Qianxiu, in which year will my next descent occur?" Dong Qianxiu hesitated slightly and replied, "You have but one final opportunity for descent left. There are 2 time points available for your choice. Can we really choose?" Du asked, astonished. "Indeed," Dong Qianxiu affirmed with a nod. "The first descent point is the year when Zhongli Chun turns 40. And your arrival will ensure that she marries King Qi Xian. The second time point is the year following Zhongli Chun's ascension as queen, during which the states of Qin and Zhao simultaneously assault Qi. There exists a probability that Zhongli Chun may perish in battle." "Wait, Zhongli Chun may perish in battle?" Du expressed his confusion. "That doesn't seem right, Sister Qianxiu. If history records this battle, it implies that in every account, Zhongli Chun survives this conflict. She ought not to die." "Yes, in every previous tale, Zhongli Chun has indeed faced this battle," Dong Qianxiu clarified. "However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that in those tales, she always marched alongside her father, each leading a separate contingent against the enemy. Yet, in this particular narrative, her father has passed away, leaving her to lead the forces against the dual threats alone. Colleagues from the technical department have analyzed the probabilities, estimating a 60% chance of her demise in battle." 60%? Du shook his head in disbelief. "That is exceedingly high. So, what do you think? Which time point do you wish to descend into?" Du pondered earnestly. Indeed, both moments in time were of great significance. Had Zhongli Chun not wed King Qi Xian in the 40th year of her life, or if King Qi Xian had no desire to take Zhongli Chun as his consort, all would have been in vain. Yet the probability of death in battle loomed at 60%. Du fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 31. A carefree summer's arrival. After a considerable period of silence, Du finally spoke, recalling the year she turned 40. "Regarding the invasions from the state of Qin and the state of Zhao, it would be prudent to use a communication method to facilitate her escape. I believe this would be the most appropriate course of action." Dong Qianxiu nodded in agreement, stating that even if the state of Qi faced a crushing defeat, the overall dynamics of the realm would likely remain unchanged. Although the degree of the legendary completion might be somewhat lacking, it could still be regarded as fulfilled. Having deliberated on their strategy, Dong Qianxiu adjusted the time to the 40th birthday of Zhongli Chun and commenced preparations for the descent. Du reclined on the apparatus, contemplating the myriad of potential scenarios that could unfold while devising countermeasures. He waited for an extended period, only to realize that he remained within the legendary management bureau. "What is amiss, Sister Qianxiu? Has the descent encountered an issue? Du, please come and take a look." Du, upon hearing Dong Qianxiu's words, hastily rose and approached the screen. Within its confines, Zhongli Chun and Xiao Xia sat in their chamber, quietly awaiting the dawn. Zhongli Chun's visage remained unchanged, appearing as a youthful maiden of 17 or 18, while Xiaoying Chun had blossomed into an even more enchanting beauty, now in her mid-20s after a decade had passed. "Is it dawn yet, Xiao Xia?" she inquired. "Not yet, miss," came the reply. After a brief pause, Zhongli Chun asked again, "Is it dawn now?" "It is dawn, miss," responded Xiao Xia. "Let us depart." Both women rose in unison. Zhongli Chun donned a cloak, concealing her features, and they made their way directly to the palace of Qi. To avoid attracting any attention, she kept her hood drawn low, with Xiaoying Chun trailing closely behind. They traversed the path to the palace without hindrance, only to be obstructed by the guards. "This is a restricted area. Commoners are forbidden entry. Upon raising her hand, Zhong Lichun effortlessly dispatched 2 guards, then proceeded with Xiao Xia towards the main hall. Along the way, numerous guards rushed to intercept them. However, Zhong Lichun, while neutralizing those in her path to protect Xiao Xia, refrained from harming anyone else. The scene left you utterly astonished. Such actions would spell death for any ordinary individual, yet for Zhong Lichun, it seemed to be a different matter altogether. Upon reaching the grand hall where King Xian of Qi held court, a multitude of guards followed in her wake, having never encountered such formidable martial prowess. They hesitated to advance. King Xian was engrossed in the performance of a large group playing the yu, and the sight before him nearly caused him to tumble from his throne. Who dares? Protect the king! Protect the king! He bellowed. While the guards were reluctant to face certain death, remaining passive in the face of such an occurrence would also lead to their execution. Thus, a few audacious guards shouted and charged forth with their halberds. Zhong Lichun deftly sidestepped the sweeping polearms, seizing one by its shaft, and with a gentle twist, disarmed the guard. With a flick of her fingers, she snapped the blade from the halberd, transforming it into a mere staff. In an instant, she began to wield the staff with remarkable speed, and within the blink of an eye, the advancing guards lay vanquished at her feet. Before anyone could utter a sound, she hurled the staff forward, embedding it into the wall behind King Xian, half its length disappearing into the stone. Witnessing this spectacle, King Xian fell silent. It is not often one sees a mere mortal, let alone a woman, exhibit such strength, capable of driving a staff into a wall with such force. I am Zhong Lichun of Wuyanyi. Should anyone dare to approach further, do not blame me for my rudeness. Zhong Lichun of Wuyanyi. King Xian pondered, recalling the name. Could she be the legendary beauty spoken of in whispers? It is I, she affirmed. Zhong Lichun nodded slightly. King Qi Xian gazed upon the imposing figure of this woman before him. Her height was indeed formidable, yet her face remained concealed beneath her cloak, leaving her true appearance a mystery. As the daughter of an official, what brings you to seek an audience with me? He tremulously inquired. I have come to be your queen, she replied. Ah? King Qi Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, anger igniting within him. I have a harem of countless beauties. Why would I choose you, a renowned ugly woman, as my queen? King Qi, if you refuse to take me as your wife, the state of Qi shall meet its demise, Zhong Lichun declared coldly. Demise. King Qi Xian was infuriated, exclaiming, under my governance, this nation thrives in harmony. How could such a notion arise? Zhong Lichun remained silent, her gaze sweeping across the grand hall filled with 100 musicians. Your Majesty, do you enjoy the sound of the yu? Indeed, I do. It is my favorite, which is why I have assembled a troupe of 100 yu players, he responded. Perplexed by her intent, Zhong Lichun approached one of the performers and inquired, what is your name? Ah, I am Nanguo, he stammered. Zhong Lichun nodded and said, no need for the others to play. You shall perform alone for me. Ah? Nanguo was suddenly flustered. I. With a cold snort, Zhong Lichun remarked, Your Majesty, this man cannot play the yu at all. If you cannot discern a mere charlatan among your ensemble, how can you govern the entire state of Qi? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. They silently acknowledged Zhong Lichun's formidable insight. Recognizing her ability to identify a fraud among 100 musicians, surely she could overhear their whispered exchanges as well. A civil official hastily approached King Qi Xian and whispered, Your Majesty, this woman possesses extraordinary skills. It is said that Giguzi is adept in divination, and Zhong Lichun is one of his disciples. Her words should not be taken lightly. King Qi Xian found himself in a quandary. My dear minister, even if that is so, you must understand that I could never marry an ugly woman. Oh wait. Zhong Lichun suddenly recalled something and began to advance towards King Qi Xian step by step. What are you doing? King Qi Xian stammered, alarmed, yet reluctant to abandon his throne. The officials surrounding him, however, were not as steadfast. Upon witnessing Zhong Lichun's approach, they hastily retreated from his side. Zhong Lichun approached King Qi Xian and, with a deliberate motion, removed her cloak, revealing a visage as flawless as jade. Xia told me of your lascivious nature and insisted that I unveil myself to you, she declared, her bright eyes fixed upon King Qi Xian. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Xia also mentioned that should you wed me, you would also gain her favor. This is a deal not to be missed. Zhong Lichun's voice was but a whisper, audible only to King Qi Xian. Upon beholding her countenance, the king was momentarily entranced. Her eyes, reminiscent of a serene pool of water, graced her delicate, rosy complexion, while her lustrous hair cascaded down from her cloak, imbued with a fragrant essence. A subtle movement of her gaze stirred something deep within the king's heart. What celestial being is this? He pondered. To marry her would be worth dismissing 100 concubines from my palace. The world may not recognize Zhong Waianzhen, yet she is indeed a heavenly beauty. The king silently mused, then inquired, Who is this Xia you speak of? Surely the one renowned for her unparalleled ugliness cannot be the Xia you mention? Zhong Lichuan quietly gestured behind her, prompting King Qi Xian to glance over. There, not far behind her, stood another maiden, her head bowed in modesty. Yet she too radiated an ethereal charm. After a prolonged silence, the king suddenly slapped himself, questioning whether he was dreaming. Are you saying that both of you intend to marry me today? Indeed. Splendid. King Qi Xian proclaimed, I have decided to take Zhong Lichuan as my empress. The ministers were taken aback, puzzled by the swift shift in the king's demeanor. Your Majesty, we do not comprehend. Have you been coerced by this individual? A trembling civil official ventured. Zhong Lichuan glanced at King Qi Xian and softly implored, Please do not reveal my secret to others. She then donned her cloak once more and retreated. My dear officials, you are unaware that just moments ago, Zhong Waianzhen confided in me the deficiencies of our state, enlightening me as if I had been struck by a revelation. How shameful it is. Marrying her will undoubtedly aid in the prosperity of Qi. The king feigned sincerity. But Zhong Waianzhen is exceedingly unattractive. Your Majesty, enough. King Qi Xian interjected. My marriage to her shall serve as a testament to my reformation. Not only shall I wed an unseemly empress, but I shall also dismiss all the singing and dancing maidens. Let this be executed forthwith. The ministers were utterly bewildered. The king, who was typically enamored with beauty, had suddenly chosen to wed a notorious ugly woman and dismiss all the entertainers? Zhong Lichuan and Xia exchanged a knowing glance, aware that their plan had succeeded. On the night of King Qi Xian's wedding to Zhong Lichuan, he hosted a grand banquet for all his ministers, while Zhong Lichuan and Xia remained in their quarters. I have told you countless times, you need not accompany me, Zhong Lichuan stated. My lady, I have also expressed repeatedly that my life belongs to you. I must follow, Xia replied. Zhong Lichuan shook her head. This is merely my own obsession. Why should I burden you with it? Xia smiled gently. My lady, rest assured, I find great contentment in being able to accompany you throughout your life. As time gradually passed, the moon ascended to its zenith. From a distance, Zhong Lichun heard the approach of King Qi Xian's footsteps. He has arrived. Zhong Lichun murmured silently. Has he come? Xiao Xia rose, bowing silently towards Zhong Lichun, her eyes glistening with tears. Miss, I am grateful for your care over the past decade. Now, it is time for Xiao Xia to repay that kindness. Xiao Xia, if you regret this now, it is not too late. I do not regret. Xiao Xia shook her head, turned, and exited the room. She walked slowly to the center of the courtyard and collapsed onto the ground. Before long, King Qi Xian, reeking of alcohol, staggered in and immediately spotted the girl sitting on the ground, Xia Yingchun. Oh, aren't you the Xiao Xia who entered the palace with the queen today? The inebriated king slurred. Your Majesty, Xia Yingchun raised her head and gazed silently at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Do you find something lacking in me? Ah? King Qi Xian was taken aback. How could that be? My beauty. I think you are perfect in every way. Then why? Xia Yingchun wiped her tears. Did you host a grand banquet for the queen, yet deny me a rightful place? Of course I will. King Qi Xian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. From now on, you shall be my consort. Xiao Xia nodded quietly. Your Majesty, it is quite cold here. Would you care to take me somewhere warmer? Ah? King Qi Xian's eyes brightened instantly. Wherever you wish to go, my beloved, I shall take you. I wish to go to your chamber. It is chilly here. Oh dear beauty, King Qi Xian exclaimed, scooping Xiao Xia into his arms. Let us depart at once. Zhong Lichun listened quietly from within the room, her heart a tumult of emotions. Shortly after, Xiao Xia arrived at King Qi Xian's chamber. She gently pulled him down to lie beside her and extinguished the lamp. From this day forth, Xiao Xia would no longer be a girl. Her eyes, though filled with tears, still sweetly coaxed King Qi Xian. Miss, I will devote all my strength to protect that which you cherish. Before dawn on the following day, Xia Yingchun rose, prepared a basin of warm water, and entered Zhong Lichun's room. Zhong Lichun remained seated quietly, as she had the previous night, neither undressing nor lying down. Miss, did you not sleep at all last night? I have come to comb your hair, Xiao Xia said with a smile, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her brow. Xiao Xia, from today onward, there is no need for you to attend to my grooming. Huh? Xia Yingchun was momentarily taken aback. Why? You are a good girl. Xiao Xia, now that you have joined the royal family, you deserve a better life. No, please. Xiao Xia burst into tears. Miss, I have been combing your hair for 10 years. Do not send me away. Zhong Lichun turned to her, gazing at Xiao Xia with tenderness. I am not sending you away. You are simply no longer my maid. Xiao Xia had never felt like a maid by her mistress's side. Each day was filled with joy enough for her. I have already wronged you, and there is no reason for you to serve me further, Zhong Lichun said. Biting her lip, Xiao Xia was at a loss, willing to offer her innocence just to remain by her side. Beauty, called King Qi Xian from a distance. Where have you gone, Lady Xia? Go on, Xia Xia, Zhong Lichun smiled faintly. Remember to live a better life. And no, you mustn't. Xia Xia cried, shaking her head. If I had known I would have to leave you, I would have never allowed you to come to the palace. Zhong Lichun clenched her fists, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just then, King Qi Xian suddenly pushed the door open, catching sight of the tear-streaked Xia Xia and the stern-faced Zhong Lichun. Ah, my two beauties, what has transpired? He inquired. Before Xia Xia could respond, Zhong Lichun abruptly stood and, with a resounding slap, struck Xia Xia's face. Wretched girl, how dare you cry? If it weren't for you stealing the king on my wedding night, I would not suffer in solitude. Xia Xia was taken aback, instinctively covering her face as tears fell like torrential rain. She understood the strength of Zhong Lichun, yet this slap bore no pain. It was clear her mistress had restrained herself, merely performing for King Qi Xian. This realization deepened Xia Xia's anguish. And no, mistress, you cannot say such things. It will lead the king to misunderstand. Xia Xia cried out. I understand now. I will do as you say, but you must not act this way again. Good. Now hurry and leave. Zhong Lichun replied coldly. Xia Xia, feeling utterly lost, knew that if she did not depart, her mistress would surely do something even more distasteful in the king's eyes. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly fled. King Qi Xian glanced at Zhong Lichun, then at the retreating Xia Xia, sensing that the latter was easier to handle, and quickly pursued her. Beauty, wait for me, he called as he ran. Xia Xia looked back at King Qi Xian, unsure of what to say. Oh, my beauty, do not be angry. That fierce woman no longer wants you. Do you not have my favor? You must not refer to my mistress as a fierce woman. Xia Xia's heart ached beyond words. Perhaps no one in the world understood how gentle Zhong Lichun truly was better than she did. Chapter 32, A Matter of Concern, Zhong Wuyan. Xia Yingchun recited slowly. It appears that not all historical accounts are truthful. This girl named Xia Yingchun possessed a profoundly kind heart. It seems there is no need for me to descend this time. Dong Qianxiu gazed intently at the screen, fast-forwarding a few months. After Zhong Lichun ascended to the throne as queen, she diligently endeavored to govern the state of Qi, eradicating numerous treacherous ministers and revising the laws. In her spare moments, she would practice military drills, leaving herself hardly a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia exerted every effort at her disposal. Whenever King Xian of Qi sought to visit Zhong Lichun's chambers, she would resort to tears, tantrums, and even threats of self-harm. Over time, King Xian relinquished his aspirations for Zhong Lichun. After all, Zhong Lichun's demeanor was perpetually frigid, while Xiao Xia, though slightly less beautiful, was eloquent and adept in song and dance. The king, preferring not to court embarrassment, devoted himself to winning Xiao Xia's favor. In turn, Xiao Xia fiercely protected Zhong Lichun, who remained wholly absorbed in her political duties. As a result, the state of Qi enjoyed a period of tranquility, affording King Xian ample opportunity to revel with Xia Yingchun night after night. This unique and stable triangular relationship was something you could scarcely imagine, let alone believe, without witnessing it firsthand. Just then, a thought struck you. If Sister Qianxiu did not require my intervention this time, would I then be summoned during Xiao Zhongli's confrontation with the Qin and Zhao states? Indeed. Yet, Diyu found himself troubled, for it seemed they had overlooked a significant issue. Dong Qianxiu remained silent, fully aware of the dilemma at hand. Even if I were to descend, I would be of no assistance on a battlefield of cold weaponry. My solitary strength would be inadequate. Du Yu's expression darkened, and he remarked, my suggestion to you is to refrain from going this time. Refrain? Du Yu lowered his head in silence. What Qianxiu Jie said was not without merit. Could he truly be of assistance on such a battlefield, rife with chaos and strife? The technical department had recalibrated the calculations, revealing that should Zhongli Chun participate in the fray, the likelihood of his demise soared to an alarming 80%. The most prudent course of action at present was to use a message to persuade Zhongli Chun to forego joining the battle. Do you pondered for a moment? Feeling that this approach was flawed. If Zhongli Chun were to abandon the battlefield, the demise of the Qi state would be hastened. Would the legend of Zhongli Chun still hold? Would the course of the world remain unchanged? Qianxiujie, would you assist me in gathering some supplies? What do you require? Rocket launchers, grenades, and a Gatling gun that shoots blue flames. Dong Qianxiu shook her head, stating, Do you? Setting aside whether you can carry such an arsenal, how do you intend to contend against tens of thousands on your own? The renowned crossbows of the Qin state and the famed cavalry of the Zhao state are not to be trifled with using mere firearms. Do not worry. I possess a bit of ingenuity. If the situation becomes dire, ingenious? Dong Qianxiu sighed. Do you truly believe that the esteemed commanders of both nations, Bai Qi of Qin and Lien Pu of Zhao, would be defeated by your cleverness? Do you was taken aback? Were these two commanders of such formidable repute? They were undeniably legendary figures. Thus, I strongly advise you against this endeavor. I shall devise a means for Zhongli Chun to escape. That will not do. Ultimately, Du shook his head. Qianxiujie, allow me to go. If peril arises, you can summon me back immediately, for I have made a pact with Xiao Zhongli. Dong Qianxiu spent half a day trying to dissuade Du, ultimately conceding to his request. Du, I remind you once more. The life of an operator is far more precious than a mere C-grade legend. Should danger arise, we will ensure your immediate recall. I understand, Qianxiujie. In an era of turmoil, during the Warring States period, upon the land of Qi and Lu, the infantry of Ao descended. Du abruptly opened his eyes, his expression uncontrollably twitching. In that moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a colossal sandstorm, utterly devoid of light. The heat was unbearable. He stood amidst a battlefield teeming with tens of thousands engaged in fierce combat, the air filled with deafening shouts, the clamor of battle, and the clash of weapons. A tremendous sound surged forth, inducing a wave of dizziness within him. Yet, the swirling dust rendered him disoriented. He could not discern how many adversaries lay before him, nor could he identify the path of retreat. Trembling, he gripped the spear tightly, preparing to shout a battle cry, but as he inhaled, he was overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood mingled with sweat, decay, and the stench of severed intestines, an aroma that would haunt him for a lifetime. In the distance, a dark object hurtled toward him. Reflexively, Du reached out and cradled it in his arms, feeling its warmth and stickiness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a severed human head, marred by countless wounds, its face a tapestry of scars, disheveled hair clinging to the skin, some strands even embedded in the gaping wounds. A wave of revulsion surged within him. Du suddenly knelt down, retching violently upon the ground. The overwhelming sensation, the metallic tang of blood, and the terrifying tremor reminiscent of a cataclysm were uniquely characteristic of the era of cold weapons. Countless individuals rushed past Du, not sparing him a glance. After all, in this battlefield, there exist myriad reasons that could force a person to their knees. Du, beware of what lies behind you. Dong Qianxiu shouted fervently. Du had no time to react. He merely heard the sound of rushing wind behind him. In a flash, a hand grasped him and threw him aside. As he rolled on the ground and turned to look back, he saw a bald man wielding a large blade, swinging it through the air. In that moment of distraction, several soldiers from the Qi army pierced his body with their long spears. One soldier helped Du to his feet, panting heavily as he asked, "Which squad are you from? Did you get separated?" "Squad?" Du inquired, baffled. "A squad," as Dong Qianxiu elucidated, is the smallest military unit in ancient warfare, consisting of 5 individuals, 1 squad leader, and 4 squad members. Ah, Du gazed at the vast battlefield, utterly clueless as to where to find his own squad. He shook his head and replied to the man before him, "Everyone in my squad has perished. I am the sole survivor." "Perfect. We are left with just 4. The man clapped Du on the shoulder. "You shall join our squad. Let us focus on surviving for now. We need to see if we can find a centurion." Du rose and, to his surprise, noticed 3 others nearby. There was no time for pleasantries. They immediately turned back to confront the Zhao soldiers. "Brother, I am the sergeant, named Ditsong. What is your name?" "I am Ao." "Very well, Ao." With a swift motion of his spear, the sergeant repelled the enemy before him and addressed the remaining companions. "Our orders are to swiftly proceed to the northern flank to assist a beleaguered company of 1,000 men. We shall follow the standard and gradually move northward. If we can locate a squad leader or a centurion, our chances of survival will significantly improve. The most significant conflict Du experienced in his life occurred during his school days, when he and 3 classmates engaged in a brawl. A far cry from his current predicament. At that time, their most formidable weapon was a ruler, and their intent was not to inflict fatal harm upon one another. Fortunately, Wuchangdi possessed considerable experience. He did not seek to vanquish the enemy but rather orchestrated the collective defense of his unit, enabling them to collaboratively eliminate any adversaries in their path. By avoiding entanglements with others, their unit moved with greater swiftness than the rest. Captain, Du, drenched in sweat and panting heavily from the relentless journey and skirmishes, called out, "What's wrong? I wish to inquire where our commander might be." "Who knows?" Wu Chang glanced at Du and inquired, "Is this your first time on the battlefield? Once a fight ensues, it's not just the commander whose whereabouts become unclear. Even the direction may be lost. Our movements are dictated by the various banners." Du felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might not reach Zhongli Chun in time. Yet, Wu Chang's words held merit. The vast plain was engulfed in swirling dust and blood mist, with visibility reduced to mere dozens of meters. It was exceedingly difficult to discern the battlefield's dynamics in such conditions. "Hurry, we are nearing the encircled 1,000-man squad," a soldier shouted. "Captain, are we approaching the enemy camp? Why are there Zhao soldiers everywhere?" Wu Chang surveyed the surroundings, noting the number of Zhao troops had doubled. However, he was uncertain of their exact location. He knew only that he must obey military orders. Many units were converging in this direction, and they were advancing swiftly. Soon, more of their comrades would arrive. "Do not waver. We shall break through and unite with the 1,000-man squad. We are but one unit, and remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death." Wu Chang commanded, and the entire unit surged forward. They fought as one, targeting only those before them, swiftly carving a path through the chaos. However, the sheer number of enemies nearby resulted in injuries amongst them all. Upon breaking through the throng, the 5 soldiers were confronted by a towering mountain of corpses, stacked high. Atop this grim edifice stood a figure, coldly observing them. The soldiers surrounding the area were cowed by the might of this individual, none daring to advance. "Xiao Zhongli," Du shouted in recognition. Zhongli Chun seemingly sensed the familiar voice and glanced down from the summit, locking eyes with Du. "Ah, who is that? Is he a leader from our forces?" Wu Chang, having noticed Du's recognition of the individual, inquired. "Captain, you are mistaken. One of the foot soldiers interjected to defeat so many enemies. He must at least be a 1,000-man captain." "What 1,000-man captain? He is our commander," Du exclaimed, beginning to ascend the corpse mountain, disregarding the bodies beneath his feet. "Ah, your majesty?" a few individuals exclaimed in astonishment. A soldier, glancing at the towering woman before him, could hardly believe his eyes. Was it not said that the queen was unparalleled in her ugliness? The beauty of the woman before him was truly captivating. What time was it to still be preoccupied with such matters? Wu Chang kicked the soldier and swiftly followed Du up the mountain. Upon witnessing Du reach the summit, Zhongli Chun offered a faint smile and remarked, "It has only been 12 years, and yet here you are." Du scrutinized Zhongli Chun closely and noticed that she seemed to be injured. He inquired, "Little Zhongli, how did you come to be harmed?" Zhongli Chun clenched her teeth and replied, "It is my own incompetence. After assassinating the vice-general of the Zhao kingdom, I was surrounded on all sides. I witnessed the slaughter of one after another, and I have been killing relentlessly for 3 whole days." 3 days? Du lowered his gaze to the mountain of corpses, estimating that there were no fewer than 8,000 bodies piled up. "Little Zhongli, you have gone mad with killing." In the Zhao military tent, a tall, middle-aged man clad in armor sat upright, facing a pale-faced young general. The atmosphere between them was rather tense. "General Lien, 3 days ago you claimed to have encircled the 1,000-strong detachment of the Qi Kingdom's main general. Now, 3 days have passed, and you are still surrounding them. Do you not wish to explain yourself?" The pale young general asked coldly. "By Qi, when I first went to battle, you were still wetting your bed. Must I report my every action to you?" The middle-aged man replied, his voice tinged with anger. "I do not seek to command you. I merely wish to inquire when we might see the head of the Qi army's main general." Bai Qi retorted impatiently. "The sooner we decapitate her, the sooner I can return to Xianyang to report to the king." "Humph, this queen of Qi, Zhongli Chun, is indeed formidable, as rumored. Her 1,000-strong detachment has been decimated to just her alone, yet she continues to slay thousands," Lien remarked. There is no need for such rhetoric with me. Bai Qi shook his head. This merely speaks to the incompetence of the Zhao soldiers. Incompetence. Lian slammed his hand on the table in fury. My soldiers are also born of mothers and fathers. Knowing that this woman is not to be trifled with, why would I send my men to their deaths? In my estimation, if we maintain the siege without attacking, it won't be long before that woman succumbs to exhaustion and hunger. Thus, you claim Zhao soldiers are incompetent. Bai Qi scoffed. War demands victory. For the sake of victory, one must make the so-called sacrifices. What are you saying? Lian Pe, now irate, responded. As a general of the Qin kingdom, do you not regard the lives of your subordinates as precious? The lives of subordinates? Bai Qi's expression turned cold. Lian Pe, do not speak of their lives. If we cannot win this war, the entire nation will suffer the consequences. When the time comes, what of the lives of subordinates? Should war break out between our Qin and Zhao, if my king commands it, I would not hesitate to sacrifice not only soldiers, but also civilians. You. Lian Pe rose to his feet. Bai Qi, are you deliberately using Zhao as an example to provoke me? I would dare not. Bai Qi shook his head. General Lian, your reputation is renowned. How could you lose your temper here with a mere newcomer? Bai Qi uttered a quiet farewell and proceeded directly out of the tent. This formidable figure from the state of Qin was indeed terrifying. If Zhao were to confront him, Lian Pe could scarcely bear to contemplate the outcome. He could only shake his head silently, acknowledging that he was already past middle age, while Bai Qi had only just begun his military career. Should that day ever arrive, he hoped he would still be able to don his armor and take to the battlefield. On the mountain of corpses, 5 men led Bai Qi stood protectively in front of Zhong Lichun, confronting the enemy from 5 different directions. To their astonishment, they had followed the standard directly to the queen. Wu Zhang glanced back at you. Oh Wu, it seems you are already acquainted with Her Majesty. Wu Zhang. Let us set that aside for now. My task is to safeguard the queen, Du replied through gritted teeth. Although he was acutely aware of his mission to protect Her Majesty, he was at a loss as to how to fulfill it. You should leave, Zhong Lichun insisted. This battle has already been lost. Lost? Wu Zhang and several foot soldiers expressed their disbelief. How could they have lost? Numerous Qi soldiers were still scattered across the battlefield, and their commander, the queen, had not yet fallen. Though I do not recognize the 2 enemy commanders, their strategic prowess is unparalleled, and their formations are no less impressive than my own. I have been trapped for 3 days without any military orders. The Qi forces must surely be in disarray by now. A retreat is merely a matter of time, Zhong Lichun remarked, gazing at Du. I cannot allow you to be harmed. You must leave at once. Absolutely not. If we are to flee, we shall do so together. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichun clenched his teeth and declared, even if I could somehow escape this place, the Qi army would require a general of exceptional military acumen to join forces with me if we are to have any hope of winning this war. Alone, I cannot withstand the strategic maneuvers of those 2 enemy commanders. Du gritted his teeth, lamenting his lack of prowess in martial combat and his unfamiliarity with military strategy. This war seemed devoid of hope. Chapter 33, The Deathly Visage. Sister Qianxiu, Du gazed at the multitude of enemy soldiers nearby, silently questioning. Can your Qianxiu divine skills contend with this? Are you referring to the thousands surrounding you? Dong Qianxiu replied with resignation. In a conflict of this magnitude, I find myself utterly powerless. Du's mind whirled rapidly, contemplating strategies. Sister Qianxiu, how many of the items I mentioned have you prepared for me? In your time-traveling gift bag, I placed 482 to 2 military grenades. As for the rocket launcher and Gatling gun, they are simply too cumbersome to carry, she replied. Nodding thoughtfully at the 4 grenades, Du suddenly conceived a plan. Junior sister, he exclaimed, startling everyone around him. Master Giguzi sent me to check on you. And I see you are indeed in trouble. Hearing this, the soldiers of Zhao below murmured in dismay. Just one Zhong Lichun is already troublesome enough. Now a senior brother has come? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you Sun Bin or Su Qin? Even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to handle the situation. We must leave now, Zhong Lichun urged, her face etched with concern. What? Junior sister, you ask if my cultivation has improved? Ignoring Zhong Lichun's concern, Du continued, are you mocking your senior brother? Alas, as fellow cultivators, my abilities have certainly surpassed those of the past. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The nearby Zhao soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the identity of this remarkable individual. A few of the foot soldiers, having heard Du's declaration, were taken aback. Is this fellow truly an immortal? We certainly did not perceive any such aura during our journey here. Du Yu discreetly rummaged through his waist pouch. Sister Qianxiu, how does this contraption work? Could you perhaps inquire with me first before attempting to show off? It feels rather awkward. Enough with the trivialities, just instruct me swiftly. There is a component resembling a keyring. First, grasp the metallic safety catch firmly with your hand to trigger the spring. Only then can you remove the keyring-like object. Release the safety to activate the fuse, and after throwing it, it will detonate in 5 seconds. Understood. Du Yu cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the encircling Zhao troops and declared, should you persist in your siege, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Those who wish to preserve their lives may depart now. Though his words were somewhat intimidating, the unwavering military command left the Zhao soldiers reluctant to retreat. Very well, then. Du Yu bellowed, Shaolin's ultimate technique, the fire cloud palm. The bystanders were momentarily taken aback. Shaolin? What is the Shaolin? As the incantation of the fire cloud palm left his lips, a small black orb shot forth from Du Yu's sleeve, soaring directly into the ranks of the Zhao soldiers, striking one squarely in the face. Ouch! Cried the unfortunate soldier, feeling as though a heavy iron block had collided with his nose. Du Yu watched as the grenade landed among the crowd, a surge of regret washing over him. He shouted, run if you wish to live. Before Zhao Jun could comprehend the urgency of his words, the grenade erupted amidst the throng. A resounding explosion echoed. The formidable blast of the modern grenade propelling several individuals into the air, while others nearby were grievously wounded by the shrapnel, collapsing to the ground in agony. Du Yu single-handedly tore a bloody gap in the encirclement of Zhao Jun's forces. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all the Zhao soldiers, their faces paling in horror as they instinctively recoiled. The brutality of the act was simply too overwhelming. Du Yu, in a moment of reckless impulse, hurled the hand grenade without contemplating the consequences, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous lives at his own hands. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Du Yu. This is war. Dong Qianxiu's urgent shout jolted him back to reality. Their intent is to take your life, and thus you must take theirs. Do not dwell on it too much. Du Yu slapped himself across the face, gazing at the throng of soldiers below the mountain of corpses, and bellowed, I wish to refrain from further action. Withdraw your encirclement, and I assure you, no harm shall befall you. What is this all about? Zhongli Chun, bewildered, covered her wound and remarked, I have never witnessed you inflict such widespread injury with a single strike before. In dire circumstances, I can only employ this technique a limited number of times. Our immediate priority is to extricate you. No, their target is me, not you. Your chances of success in escaping alone are far greater, Zhongli Chun replied. Absolutely not. Du Yu thundered, have you forgotten our pact? If you perish here, how will you ever cross that river? Zhongli Chun fell silent, her heart heavy with concern for Du Yu's safety. Yet she dreaded the thought of never seeing him again. The Zhao army below the mountain, witnessing this exchange, began to retreat slowly. The ferocity of Du Yu's previous maneuver had made it clear that continuing the struggle would lead to a grim fate. Excellent. They are retreating. Little Zhongli, let us depart. Du Yu grasped Zhongli Chun's hand, ready to break free from their encirclement. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts echoed from the distance. As they looked on, the once uniformed Zhao army raised the banners of Qin behind them. The Qin troops have arrived. The sergeant shouted, alarmed. We are to be doubly encircled. Reinforcements? Zhongli Chun bit her lip, realizing that this time escape was truly impossible. Before them, the Zhao army parted slowly, creating a narrow path. A pale-faced young general, clad in shining armor and mounted on a war horse, approached with measured steps. Are you Zhong Wuyan? He inquired, surveying the figures atop the mountain, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhong Wuyan. You are the commander of the Qin army? Zhong Wuyan asked coldly. Indeed, I am Bai Qi. Before he could finish, Zhongli Chun vanished from her position, reappearing in an instant before Bai Qi, delivering a punch aimed at his throat with a cunning angle. Should she succeed in claiming the head of the Qin's commander here, a glimmer of hope might still remain for the war. Bai Qi's expression turned icy as he raised his large blade to intercept the blow, yet the force sent both him and his horse flying. The steed deftly adjusted midair, ensuring Bai Qi landed safely. Du Yu was taken aback, realizing that Bai Qi truly lived up to his reputation, as he managed to thwart such a swift ambush. Indeed, just as the rumors had foretold, Bai Qi rubbed his painfully throbbing hands with a wry smile. If he could eliminate someone of your caliber, he would be one step closer to becoming a great general. Slowly, Bai Qi began to retreat, But Zhong Lichun bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" Before he could pursue Bai Qi, several soldiers from the Qin army charged forth. They were markedly different from the earlier Zhao troops, appearing to be elite warriors who had been by Bai Qi's side, seasoned by countless battles. They attacked Zhong Lichun from cunning angles, and despite being already wounded, Zhong Lichun narrowly evaded them, retaliating by felling a few assailants. "I may not be your match, but today you shall meet your end," Bai Qi remarked coldly, issuing orders to those around him to signal the archers in the distance to commence their assault, aiming to rain down arrows upon Zhong Wuyan and the Zhao troops present. What? The Zhao soldiers initially thought they had misheard, but moments later, a deluge of arrows indeed descended from afar. "Danger!" Zhong Lichun shouted, immediately shielding Du Yu beneath him. "Your Majesty!" "Danger!" Wu Zhang leaped forward, placing himself in front of Zhong Lichun. Before Du Yu could process the situation, a tremendous sound erupted, resembling hailstones crashing down. After a cacophony of noise, Du Yu slowly opened his eyes. Little Zhongli. Upon seeing Zhong Lichun cradling him protectively, Du Yu gasped in shock. "I'm fine." But before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Lichun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Du Yu fixed his gaze, noticing that Zhong Lichun was pierced by 2 arrows. Although Wu Chong stood protectively in front of her, Zhong Lichun's robust physique rendered complete protection impossible. "Brother Wu." Du Yu finally came to the realization that Wu Chong bore the brunt of the injuries. He had shielded Zhong Lichun, yet his not-so-tall frame had been struck by numerous arrows, leaving him unable to utter a final word before he collapsed, lifeless. Du Yu cast a glance around, witnessing the demise of several foot soldiers who had fought alongside him, all succumbing to the rain of arrows, while a significant number of Zhao troops also fell around them. In the distance, the second wave of the Qin army's assault approached, a formidable throng of spearmen advancing steadily toward their position. "What should I do? What should I do?" Panic surged within Du Yu. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze to the distant figure of Bai Qi, fury igniting within him. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. Without further consideration, Du Yu retrieved a grenade from his pack, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward Bai Qi. "Du Yu, do not kill Bai Qi," Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, alarmed by the unfolding scene. The death of the renowned general Bai Qi would inevitably alter the course of history. The grenade landed right before Bai Qi. Although he did not recognize the object, an inexplicable sense of foreboding urged him to rein in his horse, lifting its front legs. Almost simultaneously, the grenade detonated, the tremendous shockwave slamming into the horse's chest, sending Bai Qi sprawling, while his steed was left in a gruesome state. What kind of technique is this? Bai Qi pondered, bewildered that such a seemingly insignificant object could wield such immense power. "Be cautious, my lord. It is said those two are cultivators." Bai Qi clambered to his feet, cursing under his breath. Even if they are cultivators, can they not be injured? With archers and spearmen taking turns to attack, Bai Qi declared, "Today, I shall publicly vanquish the celestial beings." As he observed the approaching Qin troops, Dong Qianxiu decisively urged, "Du Yu, abandon this. We will initiate your recall immediately." Now, Du Yu turned to glance at Zhong Lichun, who was grievously wounded, with 2 arrows still embedded in her back. If he were to leave now, Zhong Lichun would surely be slain. "No, Sister Qianxiu." Du Yu felt a rare surge of panic. Is there truly no other way? Can we send a message to their commander to retreat? Or perhaps, can I receive a few souls right now? Du Yu. Dong Qianxiu's frustration peaked. The Management Bureau will not jeopardize the lives of operators for a mere C-rank Legends protagonist. Du Yu gritted his teeth, gazing at the approaching enemy forces, and immediately retrieved a grenade. "Whoever dares to advance shall meet their demise," Du Yu bellowed, successfully stalling the advancing Qin army. "Whoever dares to halt shall perish," Bai Qi echoed with a voice imbued with authority. Although the Qin soldiers found themselves in a precarious situation, they understood the peril of provoking General Bai Qi and could only muster the courage to press forward. The formidable powers of the individual before them, while impressive, would not annihilate them all in an instant. At that moment, a soldier armed with a spear edged closer to Du Yu, seizing the opportunity to strike. Just then, Zhong Lichun suddenly regained consciousness, snatching the spear and swiftly plunging it into the soldier, ending his life. "Little Zhongli," Zhong Lichun remarked, gently pushing Du Yu aside. "It seems I cannot afford to slumber just yet. I must ensure your safe departure from this place." Observing the two prepare for battle, the Qin soldiers summoned every ounce of strength for their assault. From an unknown source, Zhong Lichun unleashed a remarkable vigor, wielding the spear with lightning speed. and in the blink of an eye, pierced the throats of 7 or 8 adversaries. Du Yu gritted his teeth and picked up a long spear from the ground, determined to protect Zhong Lichuan's back. As an ordinary man, Du Yu could only focus intently on the movements of those around him to avoid being struck. Yet the number of enemies was overwhelming. Alas, in a moment of inattention, Du Yu was pierced in the shoulder, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp. This is dire. Zhong Lichuan turned in shock and swiftly dispatched the enemy in front of Du Yu, but another foe seized the opportunity and slashed at her back. Xiao Zhongli, be careful, Du Yu shouted, leaping to engage the adversary behind Zhong Lichuan. In the chaos, he felt several more stabs, and now, all he could sense was pain coursing through his body, oblivious to the locations of his wounds. The encirclement tightened, and the specter of death loomed ominously. Zhong Lichuan hurriedly pulled Du Yu up from the ground, and the two stood back to back, eyes fixed on their surroundings. Du Yu, observing the two figures on the display screen. Dong Qianxiu was about to speak when suddenly she exclaimed, "Who's there?" "Huh." Du Yu sensed something was amiss in Dong Qianxiu's voice, but he was too preoccupied to inquire further. "What happened over there, Qianxiu?" Dong Qianxiu offered no response, severing their connection. Within the halls of the Legend Management Bureau, Zhong Lichuan was breaking into the main chamber, easily fending off several employees who attempted to stop her. "Zhong Lichuan," Dong Qianxiu shouted furiously. "What do you think you are doing? You cannot enter now." Zhong Lichuan's expression was tumultuous as she replied, "My heart suddenly aches. Has something happened to him?" "Regardless of his situation, this is the duty of the Legend Management Bureau. We will handle it ourselves. Let me through." "No," Dong Qianxiu roared. "According to the rules of the Bureau, one cannot enter the realm of legends. What nonsense is this? Do you not possess the ability to transport individuals to other locations? Send me to him now, and I shall assist him," Zhong Lichuan declared. "Do not be foolish." Dong Qianxiu retorted angrily. "If we could freely send someone to him, we would have already dispatched aid. Then you cannot leave him in danger." As the two faced off, Hisua approached calmly. "Zhong Lichuan." Hisua smiled slightly. "Do you know? You are not the only one who cares for Du Yu in this world. Perhaps the one most eager to save him within this room is the very Dong Qianxiu before you." "Her?" Zhong Lichuan regarded Dong Qianxiu coldly. "Indeed, your quarrel with her here could very well jeopardize Du Yu's life." Zhong Lichuan was deeply anxious but felt uncertain on how to proceed. "The only thing you can do is return to your room and wait quietly." Zhong Lichuan, her expression complicated, slowly took a step back. Dong Qianxiu, no longer concerned about anything else, shouted, "The soul summoning team, prepare to summon souls immediately. Employ the large-scale rapid soul absorption technique." "Sister Qianxiu, the rapid soul absorption method is being prepared and is expected to be completed in 5 minutes. Due to the overwhelming presence of dark energy, all living souls within 100 meters, apart from the operators, will be affected and rendered scattered," one of the staff members cautioned. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Lichuan made her way back, step by step. Just moments ago, she had clearly heard Du Yu's anguished cries from outside that room. Yet why were they denying her entry? For the first time, a sense of panic enveloped her heart. It felt as though something of immense significance was slowly drifting away from her grasp. She had experienced this feeling before, but this time it was profoundly palpable. Silently, she whispered his name, Du Yu. She had only just become acquainted with this name. Did it mean she would never have the chance to utter it again? "You promised that after this ordeal, you would accompany me anywhere, partake in any endeavor I wished, and remain ever by my side." Zhong Lichuan's countenance was clouded with sorrow, her heart aching tremendously. She felt as though the 2,000 years of waiting were crumbling into futility, the dim memories gradually fading from existence. When she finally regained her senses, Zhong Lichuan found herself back in Dong Qianxiu's office. She sat down despondently, cradling the coat that Du Yu had previously handed to her, lost in a haze of longing. If only it were possible, she would willingly trade her own life for Du Yu's, but what could she possibly do? "What is this?" A black object in Du Yu's pocket caught her attention. "Du Yu," Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, "you must focus on surviving, even if it means using Zhong Lichuan as a shield. We are initiating a rapid recall. We expect to cast the spell in 5 minutes." "What nonsense are you talking about, Qianxiu?" Du Yu replied weakly. "Xiao Zhongli has already sustained numerous injuries to protect me, and you want me to use her as a shield? Once the soul summoning begins, everyone nearby will perish." "So it matters little," Dong Qianxiu stated. "Everyone will die?" Du Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, Zhongli cannot die. Du Yu, this matter has already been decided." Dong Qianxiu bit her lip. After observing for days, she had witnessed Zhong Lichun's deep affection for Du Yu. If there were any possibility, she would genuinely wish to save Zhong Lichun. Yet, at this moment, that possibility no longer existed. Even if it meant sacrificing everyone nearby, the operator's life must be preserved. For the sake of all future legends, Zhong Lichun must be left to perish here. Even though this would mean her counterpart in the real world would vanish as well. Du Yu glanced back at Zhong Lichun, who appeared utterly exhausted. 3 days and nights of relentless struggle had rendered her gaze particularly weary. Could little Zhong Li endure any longer? I will not falter until you leave this place alive. No, we shall both depart together. Although Du Yu expressed such sentiments, he found himself at a loss as to what actions to take. As the enemy forces drew ever closer, he resorted to throwing another grenade. However, the soldiers seemed to have anticipated this tactic. They immediately raised nearby corpses as shields. And despite the gruesome disfigurement wrought by the explosion, the number of casualties among them was significantly reduced. Du Yu clutched the last grenade in his bag, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Could there truly exist a method to annihilate the enemy's commander with this single grenade, followed by the demise of the several thousand nearby, and ultimately eradicate the remaining tens of thousands on the battlefield? Then, he could retreat with Zhong Lichun unscathed. Despite believing his mind to be relatively sharp, he could conjure no such plan. Amidst the swirling sands of this battlefield, Du Yu envisioned his own demise. Bai Qi glanced at the two, recognizing their inevitable fate, and slowly approached them. One could not help but marvel at the joy it would bring to have comrades such as you. Bai Qi spoke coldly, yet regrettably. Our allegiances diverge. Today, I must send you on your way. Bai Qi, Du Yu shouted, desperation lacing his voice. May I speak with you? Speak. Bai Qi paused, intrigued. Are you seeking mercy? Indeed, I implore you to spare me and Zhong Lichun. In return, I shall unveil the nature of your future. Oh. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. My future? Yes. Do not forget, we are both disciples of Master Guegu, and I am particularly adept in divination. I can reveal your future, even foretell when you will orchestrate the slaughter of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, and predict your own demise. I will orchestrate the slaughter of 400,000 Zhao soldiers? Bai Qi's expression visibly shifted. Well, what say you? Is it a deal? A deal? Bai Qi erupted into laughter, his amusement growing louder, seemingly disregarding Du Yu's presence. You are truly entertaining, believing that by divulging my future, I would allow you to escape? Bai Qi's derisive gaze fixed upon Du Yu. When you spoke of my impending slaughter of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, I was utterly disheartened. To know in advance would strip away the joy of war. Du Yu was taken aback, pondering the peculiarity of the individual before him. Do you comprehend the source of joy on the battlefield? Joy on the battlefield. For someone like me, such joy is derived from two distinct sentiments. The exhilarating anticipation of not knowing who I may slay today, and the palpable tension of being unaware of when I might meet my own demise. It is only by existing within this psychological framework that the allure of the battlefield captivates me so profoundly. Do you perceive the individual before him as a madman, a gambler traversing the battlefield with reckless abandon? No, perhaps it is more accurate to assert that only such individuals possess the potential to become renowned generals. Since you are aware of my future, I can no longer permit your escape. Upon Bai Qi's declaration, an unsettling chill swept through the air, dimming the daylight. Has the weather shifted? Numerous soldiers gazed upwards, feeling an inexplicable shiver down their spines. What is transpiring? Dong Qianxiu was momentarily stunned, recalling the legends of a sudden, ominous wind. Could it be a soul-sucking device? Not at all, Assistant Dong. The soul-sucking device will not be ready for another 2 minutes. A staff member responded, indicating that the origin of this chilling wind was unknown. Do you? That wind is peculiar. Do your utmost to conceal yourself behind others until we ascertain the cause. Do you? Can you hear me? Dong Qianxiu felt a mix of confusion and dread as, regardless of her frantic calls, Du Yu remained unresponsive. What has transpired? On the battlefield, Bai Qi gestured with his hand, commanding, we are on the verge of a shift. Swiftly behead Zhong Lichun. The soldiers, upon receiving the order, brandished their weapons and advanced. Yet, at that moment, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Zhong Lichun and Du Yu simultaneously turned to face Bai Qi, mirroring each other's movements as they extended their hands, asking in unison, you think you can behead me? Chapter 35, Guarding the Malevolent Spirit. The onlookers observed the two figures, bewildered by the current situation. Their gazes were identical, filled with lethal intent and an icy demeanor. Despite the difference in their heights, their tone, expressions, and even their gestures were perfectly synchronized. A sense of inexplicable eeriness began to pervade the atmosphere. Dong Qianxiu, watching the astonishing scene unfold on the screen, was overwhelmed with questions. What are you doing? As anticipated, Du remained utterly unresponsive, though Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and instructed his subordinates. These cultivators have likely succumbed to madness. Eliminate them at once. No sooner had he spoken than Du had already flashed to Bai Qi's side, mirroring Zhong Lichun's previous movement. Bai Qi, having observed for some time, had not anticipated that this man possessed such remarkable agility, causing him to lag slightly in his reaction. Before he could raise his weapon in defense, Du unleashed a powerful punch that struck Bai Qi squarely on the nose, sending him flying. The sound of a sharp crack echoed, and it seemed Bai Qi's nose had been broken. As the soldiers regained their senses and lunged at Du with their weapons drawn, he swiftly employed his ethereal agility, evading their attacks from every conceivable angle. Seizing a spear in the heat of the moment, he dispatched a dozen men in an instant. The soldiers relentlessly pursued Du, but he toyed with them as if they were mere children, moving leisurely amidst the throngs. Despite being surrounded by thousands, Du wielded the spear with finesse, swiftly striking at the throats of his foes before vanishing without a trace, untouched by any assault. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the Qin army lay defeated. Dong Qianxiu watched in disbelief on the screen, then collected himself and instructed the staff, pause the soul absorption device. Immediately summoned the technical department. Du leapt gracefully beside Zhong Lichun, her gaze imbued with complexity as she regarded her. Then, with a chill in her voice, she inquired, "Can you still move?" Zhong Lichun nodded, sensing an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Du. "Very well, let us together carve our way out." Du emphasized the phrase "you and I," leaving the intent shrouded in mystery. Du helped Zhong Lichun to his feet, both wielding long spears, instilling a sense of dread within the ranks of the Qin army. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound filled the air, and the two vanished from sight. They appeared to be two ends of a mirror, executing identical movements in perfect synchrony. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted among the Qin soldiers, who, in a state of panic, attempted to retaliate, yet could not discern the location of their adversaries, only feeling their comrades fall one by one around them. Dong Qianxiu awaited the arrival of the technical department, urging them to analyze the current predicament. Based on his description, the technicians encountered a perplexing enigma. What did it mean for a chilling wind to sweep through, transforming Du into an entirely different persona? The technicians labored over their analysis, consulting various resources, yet remained baffled by this phenomenon, which had never been documented in the annals of the Bureau of Legends. One colleague astutely remarked that it felt as though two Zhong Lichuns had simultaneously materialized. Two Zhong Lichuns? A sudden realization dawned upon Dong Qianxiu. He hastily abandoned his work and raced out of the hall towards his office. The answer to this conundrum could only lie with one individual. "Zhong Lichun, what have you done?" Dong Qianxiu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Bai Qi lay on the ground, witnessing the annihilation of his elite forces. His expression, one of sheer disbelief. Could it be that the Qi army possessed two such formidable figures? On a battlefield governed by strategy and warfare, these two had single-handedly obliterated an entire battalion with overwhelming might. If that were the case, what was the purpose of fighting? What was the rationale behind conscription? What was the goal of seizing dominion over this realm? The military tactics he had studied since childhood and the experience he had accumulated seemed but a cruel jest. Who are you?" Bai Qi stammered as he gazed at the duo, realizing he stood on the precipice of death for perhaps the closest time in his storied career. "I am Zhong Wu Yan of the Qi," Zhong Lichun stated quietly. "And you? Who are you?" Bai Qi trembled, pointing at Du, "A figure of your caliber. Why have I never heard of you?" "Me?" Du replied with a cold smirk. "I am merely a malevolent spirit guarding the 8 directions." Dong Qianxiu sat slumped in his office, tears streaming down his face. What remained of Zhong Lichun? Only the coat of Du, which had accompanied Zhong Lichun throughout these days, lay on the ground, along with a scroll of the 8 directions ghost records spread beneath it. On the direction of the death gate in the ghost record, a bloodied signature was inscribed, as if someone had recently bitten their finger and signed their name there. From this moment forth, the signatories shall safeguard the possessor of the 8 directions ghost record, guarding the gate of death, ensuring an eternal existence devoid of reincarnation, until the very essence of their soul dissipates. Zhongli Chun, with a heavy heart, cradled the 8 directions ghost record, overwhelmed with sorrow. Did you not traverse that river? Were you not meant to explore many places with Du? The room was engulfed in a profound silence, leaving only the dazed Dong Qianxiu and the chilling name inscribed upon the 8 directions ghost record. A millennium ago, in the 7th level of the 18 layers of hell, the Mountain of Blades. Sister Dong, you must assist me this time, Mom Mian implored, a furrow of worry etched upon his brow. I truly do not know how to proceed otherwise. Fourth Master, we have only known each other for half a day. Please refrain from such familiarity. Dong Qianxiu replied with an impassive expression, feeling a sense of indignity. Alas, Sister Dong, if you can help me subdue this prisoner, I shall call you whatever you desire henceforth. Upon glancing up, Dong Qianxiu beheld a scene of unspeakable horror. Amidst the mountain strewn with blades, a tall woman was bound naked to a stone pillar, her body pierced by countless knives. The excruciating pain seemed to have rendered her numb, her visage devoid of emotion. The woman lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Dong Qianxiu, then at Ma Mian, and said, "What torture shall you inflict today? Proceed, if you dare. Sister Dong, behold, this woman's resentment runs too deep. No matter the punishment, her soul remains unshattered, as though she practiced some arcane method to fortify her spirit in life. Curiously, her soul is exceptionally pure, unlike the chaotic essence of ordinary souls." Ma Mian, in a state of agitation, stole a glance at Dong Qianxiu, realizing she had not grasped his intent. Thus, he spoke plainly. "So, Sister Dong, I implore you to have the Bureau of Legends assist in traversing back in time to resolve this matter. At the very least, we must uncover how she came to be this way, so I may discover a remedy. The earliest we could achieve this would be in a century." Dong Qianxiu adjusted her glasses, stating, "The subsequent schedule is entirely booked. A century? How can we confine her here for 100 years? We shall perish from exhaustion. Fourth Master, what crime has this woman committed?" "This woman is known as Zhongli Chun," Ma Mian lamented. "Approximately 1,000 years ago, while crossing the Naihe Bridge, she vehemently refused the Mengpa soup and publicly shattered Mengpo's stall. This unprecedented event incensed the kings of hell. Now, she encountered my elder brother, Yo Tu, on the street. A mere collision led to a fierce altercation, nearly causing my brother to self-destruct his primordial spirit." Self-destruct his primordial spirit? Dong Qianxiu was astonished that the seemingly formidable Nyo Tu could be driven to such extremes by a wandering soul. "Sister Dong, why do you think this woman refuses to drink the Mengpa soup? It suggests she harbors memories she does not wish to forget." Dong Qianxiu adjusted her glasses once more. "Since she has endured such suffering, perhaps we should consider releasing her." Release her? Ma Mian had contemplated the situation. However, he feared that if she were released, she might cause further trouble. Yet, if chaos ensued post-release, what course of action could they take? If disorder arose again, they would simply apprehend her once more. Dong Qianxiu, upon seeing the battered and bruised Zhongli Chun, felt a pang of compassion. "Fourth Master, she has endured the trials of hell. You no longer have justifiable grounds to subject her to further torment." Though her words rang true, capturing her had proven quite troublesome. This time, they had lost 16 Shai, and my elder brother had sustained injuries that necessitated his retreat for recuperation. Only then were they able to subdue her. To speak fairly, it is imperative that you fortify your own skills and expedite the training of more formidable Inchai. It is unacceptable to detain this woman indefinitely. Should the higher-ups become aware, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Ma Mian found himself in a quandary. "Sister Dong, you do make a valid point. Since we have employed the most severe punishments, and yet she remains unbroken, we cannot be blamed for the outcome." Dong Qianxiu gradually approached the woman. "Greetings. I am Dong Qianxiu, the newly appointed assistant of the Bureau of Legends. I am here to aid you in escaping this torment. May I inquire about your obsession?" "Obsession?" The tall woman cast a cold glance at Dong Qianxiu, replying icily, "I possess no such thing. Are you truly unaware that you have transformed into a vengeful spirit?" Dong Qianxiu adjusted her spectacles and continued, "Allow me to rephrase my inquiry. After wandering through this underworld for so long, what is your reason for refusing to reincarnate?" The tall woman gradually lifted her gaze, blood trickling down her cheek. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and slowly uttered, "I must cross a river that has flowed for 2 millennia to find a person." Chapter 36. If I should feel sad in the rapidly shifting battlefield, Had it not been for the sudden command from the deputy general of the Qin army to unleash a barrage of arrows to separate Bai Qi from those monstrous foes, Bai Qi would be dead by now. Although he was hastily evacuated by the arriving reinforcements, Bai Qi understood that this battle was likely lost. After all, those two had managed to retreat unscathed and would soon regroup, preparing to launch another assault. Du Yu and Zhong Lichun did not pursue Bai Qi. Instead, they seized 2 horses and hastened toward the headquarters of the Qi kingdom. Zhong Lichun glanced at Du Yu and remarked, "This feels rather strange." "Strange? In what way?" Du Yu replied coldly. "It is both familiar and unfamiliar." "Is that so?" Du Yu nodded noncommittally. "One day you shall find it as peculiar as I do. For now, let us focus on securing victory in this battle. I cannot prevail alone. At least a commander-level vice-general is needed." "Not to worry. I am here," Du Yu assured. "You? Rest assured. This battle is ours to win," Du Yu declared, pulling on the reins and retrieving a Qi military flag from the ground, charging into the throngs. "I am the newly appointed vice-general of Zhong Lichun. All Qi soldiers, heed my command," Du Yu shouted, prompting the captains to raise their battle flags in unison. The intact units moved south under the blue banner, while the damaged ones shifted west beneath the red banner. "Execute immediately." Observing Du Yu's commanding demeanor, Zhong Lichun recognized that he indeed possessed the qualities of a leader, yet she wondered about the circumstances. With the army pressing forward, Zhong Lichun put aside her concerns and pulled her horse in another direction. "All captains, heed my command. I am General Zhong Wuyan of Qi. Immediately reorganize the troops around you and reform the lines. Maintain a 10-pace distance between units. Execute at once." The weary Qi soldiers, upon catching sight of their general, felt their depleted strength slowly return. "The queen has returned. Our general is still alive?" Despite her evident injuries, the fact remained that the general of Qi was indeed still among them. "Captains, form up and follow me," Du Yu bellowed. "If you wish to survive, then run." Although the soldiers did not recognize Du Yu, his overwhelming presence was akin to that of a general. Du Yu swiftly rode into the midst of several Qi soldiers trapped in peril, piercing through the enemies to rescue them. Upon witnessing this, numerous squad leaders promptly began to reorganize their troops, transforming the previously scattered crowd into a cohesive formation. "All Shirchong, raise your hands," Du Yu shouted. A few individuals in the crowd responded by raising their hands. "Is this all there are?" Du Yu murmured to himself, noting the rather limited number of Shirchong. However, he quickly regained his composure and announced, "All Shirchong, I hereby appoint you as centurions for the time being." The remaining squad leaders were all promoted to Shirchong, merging with the teams beside them. "We shall launch a full-scale assault today. Form 1,000-man squads immediately." Du Yu's command was executed with remarkable precision, swiftly reorganizing a disarrayed multitude of Qi troops. At that moment, a young man clad in armor galloped from the distance, accompanied by a throng of cavalry. Upon spotting Du Yu issuing orders, the young man was filled with curiosity and hastened to the front, inquiring, "Who are you? What is your rank? Why are you here organizing the troops?" Du Yu glanced at the young man before him and could not help but smile. How intriguing. It had been 2 millennia since he had encountered someone like him. "Quang Zhang, if memory serves, you are now a general commanding 1,000 troops. Yet it seems you are left with but 100? The young general, addressed as Quang Zhang, was perplexed by this stranger's intimate knowledge of his affairs, finding his tone rather presumptuous. "Do not speak nonsense. For the past 3 days, I have led my troops to reinforce the entire battlefield. The current stalemate has cost my subordinates their lives." "Oh, is that so?" Du Yu raised an eyebrow. "Then I must indeed thank you. By my command, I hereby appoint you as a general of 3,000 troops. Immediately regroup and prepare to launch a vigorous assault." 3,000 generals? Quang Zhang was taken aback. "But who are you to promote me?" "Quang Zhang," Du Yu bellowed. "Have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" "Huh." Quang Zhang was bewildered. "You once stated that should you be called upon in a time of crisis, you would defend the military orders with your life," Du Yu declared. "You?" Quang Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom why he sensed the aura of the queen from this man before him. "If we are to survive this battle, it is best not to ask too many questions," Du Yu urged, pulling the reins of his horse. "I grant you 1 hour to prepare 3,000 men. When you deem the moment right, strike at the Zhao army's encampment." "The Zhao army?" Quang Zhang pondered, then spoke candidly. "Forgive my frankness, but the Zhao army's offensive is not particularly fierce at present. The most formidable force these past days has been the elite guard led by Bai Qi of the Qin army. We should first dismantle that unit. Bai Qi's elite guard has been completely annihilated, and Bai Qi himself has been injured, Du replied coldly. Our sole objective now is the Zhao army's encampment. Really? Huang Zhang could hardly believe that such a formidable unit had been vanquished, but soon realized another complication. Even so, the terrain surrounding the Zhao encampment is intricate, with 3 possible routes for ingress and egress. Even if we launch a surprise attack, Lien Po will surely escape through one of the other paths, aided by reinforcements from the returning Zhao troops, leaving our forces encircled. Rest assured, Du said, his expression impassive, his gaze particularly steely. At the appointed time, 3 divisions of 3,000 troops will simultaneously strike from all 3 routes, and Lien Po will have no avenue of escape. 3 divisions? Huang Zhang contemplated this and inquired further, and you mentioned that I should deploy my troops when the time is right? What exactly does that entail? I have already stated. Du replied, casting a glance at Huang Zhang. It is when you deem it appropriate. Unbeknownst to Lien Po, the tactics of the Qi army had grown suddenly inscrutable. The Qi forces, which had been scattered across the battlefield, began to withdraw in an orderly manner, leaving behind only a few highly mobile cavalry to engage with the Zhao army, while the remaining infantry gradually retreated. Although Lien Po sensed the hint of a conspiracy, he could not pinpoint where the issue lay. Before he could react, the western mountains, where the Zhao army camp was stationed, were suddenly ambushed by 3 battalions. Despite the presence of 20,000 soldiers defending the camp, they could not withstand the onslaught of these 3 groups, each comprising 3,000 men. What level of coordination would be necessary for such disparate forces to launch a simultaneous assault? What manner of commander would lead 3,000 troops into the stronghold of 20,000 without certainty of the others' participation? This conundrum perplexed Lien Po. As the sun set behind the mountains, the armies of Qin, Zhao, and Qi retreated. Although they had successfully repelled the primary commanders of Qin and Zhao, the casualties suffered by Qi were far greater. Lien Po, displaying remarkable forbearance, donned the garb of an infantryman and seized the chaos to escape. Upon learning of Lien Po's retreat, Bai Qi opted to sound the retreat as well, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, the entire coalition of Qin and Zhao withdrew. This battle became the singular and peculiar victory in Bai Qi's extensive military career, comprising over 70 engagements. From an analytical perspective, Qin and Zhao were defeated, yet in essence, it was Qi that emerged vanquished. The commanders of the 3 battalions convened atop the mountain, raising their arms in triumphant cheer. The battle had been arduous, yet they executed it splendidly. Just then, in the midst of their celebration, Du paused, perplexed. As he beheld the gentle eyes of Zhongli Chun, who seemed transformed, inquiring, "Have you returned?" Du nodded slightly. Although the memories of the recent past lingered, he felt as if he had been entirely unable to command his own body, as if another entity were manipulating him. "Did we win?" he inquired. "Indeed, we emerged victorious." A bitter smile crossed Du's face. His time here was limited to 3 days, yet the remaining 2 were predominantly spent tending to his wounds and recuperating. Zhongli Chun was not in a much better state. Residing within the royal palace complicated matters considerably when it came to concealing Du. Fortunately, Zhongli Chun's peculiar temperament meant that few sought her out, granting her and Du rare moments of tranquility. That King Qi Xian truly is a despicable individual, Du remarked while applying medicine to his injuries. He ignores you while you lead troops into battle, and now that you have returned in triumph, wounded, he remains indifferent? What of it? Zhongli Chun replied dismissively. Our relationship with King Qi Xian has always been one of mere collaboration. Du understood the implication behind her words and chose not to probe further. At that moment, a faint knocking echoed from outside the door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a lantern hanging outside. "Who is it?" Du asked, a hint of unease creeping in. "Do not fret at this hour. There is only one person who would come," Zhongli Chun reassured him. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Xiaoxia, her face etched with concern. "Miss, how are you? I have come to tend to your wounds." Upon spotting Du, Xiaoxia gasped, "Who are you? How dare you be here in the middle of the night with the miss?" "Wait, you are." Du smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, it is I. The servant whom you struck." "My goodness," Xiaoxia gazed at Du in disbelief. "After 12 years, you have changed not at all. Surely, you are just like the young lady, are you not?" "Well, there is a slight difference," Du replied, shaking his head. "Even if we are old acquaintances, you cannot remain here forever." Xiaoxia turned back to close the door, saying, The young lady has sustained an injury. How will you assist her? Very well. I shall take my leave, Du said with a slight grimace as he slowly rose to his feet. It is of no consequence. Zhong Lichun shook her head at Du, saying, if you feel uncomfortable, simply turn your head away. This palace is far more perilous than the courtyard you once inhabited. Oh, Du silently nodded and faced the wall. Faintly, one could hear Xiao Xia assisting Zhong Lichun with her clothing, tending to the wound. Neither spoke, and Zhong Lichun did not utter a cry of pain. Only the sound of the small knife cutting through the gauze and the clinking of the medicinal jar could be heard. In the flickering candlelight, the room was enveloped in an unusual tranquility with the three of them. Du called out to Dong Qianxiu several times, only to find her unresponsive. However, drawing from previous experience, Du remained composed, surmising that she was likely occupied with post-incident matters. Xiao Zhongli, in silence, murmured that she would soon be departing once more. This time, upon her departure, she would not return to seek him out again. A pang of disquiet surged within Zhong Lichun's heart, yet he calmly replied, understood. Therefore, let us agree that next time, it shall be your turn to find me. Tears welled in Zhong Lichun's eyes, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. You must live this life to the fullest. Do you understand? Du softly addressed the wall. I will, came the response. Du pondered for a moment before continuing. If the passage of 2,000 years becomes overly burdensome, you may relinquish it at any time. Do not force yourself. It will not be arduous. Zhong Lichun shook his head. When I am weary, I shall sleep on the streets. When hunger strikes, I will seize what I need from the wicked. And when I am unclean, I will bathe in the river. 2,000 years will swiftly pass. It is not as simple as that, Du replied through gritted teeth. My concern lies in your potential sorrow. That is of no consequence. Should I feel sadness, I shall indulge in something sweet. I am Zhong Lichun. The CAF I discovered today possesses a rather intriguing name. It reflects my current state, bitter waiting. I cannot recall when it began, but every morsel I consume has lost its sweetness. Each day brings me greater sorrow than the last, yet I cannot find anything sweeter to suppress this anguish. How long has it been? Perhaps 2,300 years now, 300 years beyond our agreed time. I fear that one day I may forget the reason for my wandering in this underworld. At that point, my spirit may very well dissipate. But why has he not appeared as promised? Is it because I have failed to fulfill his expectations? Is it due to my past sorrows? I vowed to him that I would not succumb to sadness, yet how can I avoid it? I sampled a dessert from the table. The attendant claimed it was the sweetest in the establishment, yet I could not discern its sweetness. My heart is truly bitter. The man at the adjacent table has been observing me. Is it due to the sorrow etched upon my face? No. I cannot allow anyone to witness my distress. In a moment of impulse, I struck the man. I could no longer contain my emotions, and this time, my blow was too forceful. He crashed through the door and flew outside. The attendant inquired why I resorted to violence. I told her it was because I was in a foul mood, though I felt a pang of regret for my words. Suddenly, an ominous figure emerged outside, cursing loudly, and I contemplated sending him flying as well. But a mad woman emerged to obstruct my path. She seemed oddly familiar, as if I had encountered her long ago. Yet her identity eludes me. Today, everyone witnesses my sorrow, and I cannot allow them to leave. Without warning, the mad woman conjured a shield. But it posed little challenge to me. I shattered it with ease. I apologize, I said, though I bear no grudge against you. But today, you cannot leave. For I dread that when I next encounter him, he will have heard from others of my past sadness. I must finish this quickly and devour the dessert, for otherwise my sorrow will deepen. Stop! I suddenly heard a thunderous shout that took me aback. This voice is one I have awaited for over 2 millennia. I turned to see him. He appeared exactly as he had when I first laid eyes on him, unchanged. It seemed he spoke extensively. But my mind was a blank slate. I heard nothing. I am acutely aware that my heart no longer harbors sorrow. I yearn to share the sweetest delicacy on the table with him. Yet, why has he turned me down? Has he truly forgotten me? He instructed me to remain here, while he went to procure a few oranges for me. Oranges, I know, are also sweet. It appears he has not forgotten. He remembers me, indeed. The last time, I failed to heed his words, allowing others to witness my despondence, which caused him to arrive 3 centuries late. This time, I shall not stir. I will obey and await his return right here. Xiao Zhongli, we made a pact. Next time, it shall be your turn to seek me. I recall his words from that moment. Yes, I have found you, just as we promised. Chapter 37, Side Story 2. Sister Dong Qianxiu. Upon awakening, Du called out for Dong Qianxiu. This time, it seems, you have orchestrated something remarkable for me, have you not? Sister Qianxiu? Du called out several times, only to realize that Dong Qianxiu was nowhere to be found. This was the first time Du opened his eyes and discovered that Dong Qianxiu was absent from the screen. Where had he gone? Du rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings with a sense of unease. What puzzled him was the evasive glances exchanged among the staff, as if they were concealing something from him. Xiao Qi. Du called out to the young woman who had previously attended the roundtable preparatory meeting with him. Stop right there. Xiao Qi exclaimed, startled, causing the documents she held to scatter across the floor. Where is Qianxiu Jie? I don't know, she stammered. Xiao Qi, are you deceiving me? And no, she replied timidly, her eyes avoiding Du's gaze. What is truly happening? Du asked with a stern expression. If there is a problem, I will address it. We are colleagues now. Do not hide anything from me. Xiao Qi glanced at him, let out a sigh, and said, Qianxiu Jie is in her office. You should go find her. In her office? Du nodded. Perfect. I shall also pay a visit to Xiao Zhongli. Without another word, Xiao Qi swiftly ran away. Du felt a sense of perplexity, yet he could not quite comprehend the situation at hand. He traversed the grand hall of the Bureau of Legends and entered the corridor, swiftly locating Dong Qianxiu's office. The door was ajar, and there sat Dong Qianxiu in quiet contemplation, but there was no sign of Zhong Lichuan. Sister Qianxiu? Du paused momentarily upon seeing Dong Qianxiu. Where's Xiao Zhongli? Du entered the room and glanced around, discovering that he was alone except for Dong Qianxiu. In Dong Qianxiu's hands rested a black scroll, and upon closer inspection, Du recognized it as the record of the 8 directions. However, it appeared altered from the moment he first acquired it, as if someone's name had been inscribed upon it. Du, come here and take a seat. I have something to discuss with you, Dong Qianxiu said slowly. Du's heart sank, as an ominous premonition washed over him. No, this cannot be, he uttered, his voice trembling. He forced a bittersweet smile and addressed Dong Qianxiu. Sister Qianxiu, please, do not say anything. I have yet to find Xiao Zhongli. I must go and seek her out first. No, I must tell you, Dong Qianxiu insisted, biting her lip. You cannot. Du wandered aimlessly around the room, calling out, Xiao Zhongli, please come out. Do not frighten me. Dong Qianxiu recognized that Du had come to a realization, and she slowly rose to her feet, gently placing the Book of Ghosts aside. In this world, you are the only one who can see her now. If you wish to speak with her, she resides deep within your heart. With that, Dong Qianxiu quietly exited the room. After a long while, Du finally sank into a seated position. Is it true? Have you truly ceased to exist in this world? Du gazed at his coat lying on the ground, still imbued with Zhong Lichuan's warmth and the fragrant scent she left behind. He gently picked up the coat, cradling it in his arms as Zhong Lichuan had done before. Where do you usually reside? He inquired. When I am weary, I rest on the streets. When hunger strikes, I seize the provisions of the wandering spirits. When I am unclean, I bathe in the river of oblivion. Doesn't this bring you sorrow? When sadness envelopes me, I indulge in sweet delights. Those fleeting memories continuously surfaced in Du's heart, as if a dagger had been thrust into it, twisting and turning relentlessly. Du lowered his head and discovered that several items had been pressed beneath his coat. One was a piece of wrapping paper, completely devoid of color, encasing a candy that had melted countless times. Another was a white flower, its hue faded and thoroughly dried. Lastly, there was an orange that appeared quite fresh, yet remained unpeeled. Upon seeing these items, Du could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. On the desk in Dong Qianxiu's office lay an abundance of candies and snacks, sent by the staff after learning that Zhong Lichuan had a penchant for sweets. Yet, inexplicably, Zhong Lichuan had not touched a single piece. Perhaps she felt that she no longer needed to indulge in sweet delights. Perhaps she would never feel sorrow again. Du wept bitterly, seizing a handful of candies from the table and frantically stuffing them into his mouth. Yet he could not taste any sweetness, only an overwhelming bitterness. It turned out that indulging in sweet treats during moments of sorrow was utterly futile. Director, I have something to discuss with you, Dong Qianxiu said solemnly upon finding Hisua. Xiaodong, what troubles you? Hisua inquired. I believe Du is ill-suited for the operator position. Oh. Hisua raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why is that? His heart is too kind. The legends he encounters will leave a profound impact on him. The last time it was the sun-shooting archer, and now it is the saltless maiden. Dong Qianqiu could hardly fathom the consequences if he were to endure too much. She feared he might ultimately shatter. So, you cannot bear to witness his potential collapse. He Suo discerned astutely. Dong Qianqiu fell silent. Xiao Dong. In this world, every cause has its effect, he Suo remarked calmly. When I presented all the legends to Du Yu, he chose the saltless maiden. Do you think that if he had not chosen her, Zhong Lichun would still remember him? Director, I do not quite understand. Zhong Lichun would wait for Du Yu with unwavering devotion for 2 millennia. Thus, Du Yu would inevitably wish to return to the legends to seek the truth. Once he returns, Zhong Lichun would undoubtedly wait for him for another 2,000 years. Because of Du Yu's character, he could never neglect Zhong Lichun, hence their fates were sealed from the very beginning. Is that truly the case? Let me ask you. Under similar circumstances, would Zhong Lichun fall in love with Zhang Qisheng? Zhang Qisheng. Dong Qianqiu pondered earnestly before replying no. If Zhang Qisheng were the operator this time, he would likely complete the task in mere days, for he possesses celestial powers that would prevent him from falling into peril. However, he would never develop feelings for Zhong Lichun. In fact, he might not even enter that legend at all. Indeed, he Suo affirmed. It is precisely because Du Yu harbors emotions typical of mortals that he has achieved an unprecedented level of completion in these 2 legends. Everything that transpires in his life is preordained. It is simply his nature, and thus it must occur. Are you suggesting that Du Yu's profound capacity for affection makes him more suitable for this position? Haha. He Suo chuckled softly. I have said nothing definitive. I merely shared with you the principles of cause and effect that govern our existence. Du Yu stood in a pitch-black clearing, where a large character for ghost was inscribed at its center, surrounded by 8 crimson lines extending outward. He was oblivious to his whereabouts. Ever since Zhong Lichun had vanished, he had been haunted by this scene every time he closed his eyes, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Where's this place? Du Yu wandered aimlessly forward, utterly unaware of the direction. After a short while, he discerned a figure in the distance. Seemingly as perplexed as he was about this place, lifting her head to glance around. As he drew closer, tears streamed down Du Yu's face. Xiao Zhongli. With a loud cry, he rushed forward and embraced her before she could react. Huh. Zhong Lichun slowly turned her head, and an instant smile illuminated her face. Du Yu. She too extended her arms to embrace Du Yu, marking the first time she called his name and held him close. Xiao Zhongli, I am so sorry. I thought I was helping you, but in the end, it was you who saved me. Sorry for what? Zhong Lichun blinked and replied to Du Yu. How could that be? I am now in your heart. We shall remain together forever. This is the closest I have ever been to you in over 2 millennia. Du Yu wept for an extended period before gradually regaining his composure. He and Zhong Lichun slowly took their seats. Little Zhongli, shall we engage in a heartfelt conversation? After all these years, do you not have much to share with me? Zhong Lichun nodded vigorously, revealing a beautiful smile. Assistant Dong, Du Yu has been sitting here motionless for 3 days now. Should we not attend to him? Xiao Qi inquired with a worried expression in Dong Qianqiu's office. Look at his smiling countenance. Does he appear troubled? Dong Qianqiu understood that Du Yu had entered a profound inner world and might be conversing with Zhong Lichun. Thus hesitating to intrude. Let us not disturb him. There are many legends awaiting our whispers. Come, let us depart. Dong Qianqiu patted Xiao Qi's shoulder and guided her away. Extra Story, Chapter 1. The 12 Guardian Animals in Antiquity. A priest approached the Queen Mother of the West and bowed respectfully. I report to the Queen Mother. The guardian animals of the 12 earthly branches have been selected. Please review them. The Queen Mother gazed thoughtfully at the sun in the mortal realm, but soon returned to the matter at hand, stating, I shall not look. Recite them for me to hear. As you command, the priest replied, unfurling a scroll with care and reciting. The guardian animals of the 12 earthly branches are as follows. Rat for the hour of Z, ox for the hour of Cho, tiger for the hour of Yin, cat for the hour of Mao, dragon for the hour of Chun, snake for the hour of Si, horse for the hour of Wu, goat for the hour of Wei, monkey for the hour of Shun, rooster for the hour of Yu, dog for the hour of Su, and pig for the hour of Hai. I do not quite understand how you selected these 12 guardians, the Queen Mother remarked. If your Majesty wishes to know more, I shall gladly explain. The rat for Z signifies abundance, as a full granary breeds rats, representing ample sustenance. The ox for Cho symbolizes diligent labor, as it embodies hard work and sincerity. The tiger for Yin denotes victory in battle, as it reigns supreme. The cat for Mao represents bountiful harvests through its hunting prowess. The dragon for Chun stands as a divine entity. Hold on, the Queen Mother interrupted, taking a moment to ponder. The priest bowed his head, refraining from further comment. I find no fault with the other guardians. However, the cat must be dismissed. The Queen Mother furrowed her brow, confessing, for some reason, the mere mention of the word cat unsettles my spirit. A persistent shadow haunted her, and whenever it appeared, two words echoed in her ears: great cat, great cat, great cat. The priest dared not oppose her, bowing respectfully and stating, Your Majesty is wise. Yet to remove the cat from its guardianship at this moment may lead to challenges in finding a suitable replacement. Then let it be a rabbit. The Queen Mother replied coolly. A rabbit? The priest was somewhat perplexed. Since the Queen Mother of the West had made such a decision, he should not have voiced any dissent. However, the rabbit was not particularly affectionate towards humans, displaying a rather indifferent temperament. Do not speak foolishly, the Queen Mother interrupted. Who dares claim that a rabbit cannot possess feelings? I have witnessed a sentimental white rabbit, surpassing most of the people in this world. Thus, the anxious priest complied and knelt in reverence, leaving the Queen Mother alone in the vast hall. With a contemplative gaze, she looked at the moon in the heavens and then at the sun in the mortal realm. She remained in uncertainty about the well-being of the white rabbit on the moon, as well as the condition of the mortals beneath the sun. Extra story. Chapter 2. Chang'e guards the moon. Chang'e, since you have transcended to immortality in a mortal form, I am aware that you still harbor concerns for the earthly realm. A tall figure clad in a jade robe sat at the center of the heavenly court, speaking robustly to Chang'e. Thus, I shall make an exception and arrange for news from the mortal world to be delivered to you regularly. What would you like to know? Chang'e gradually bent down and performed a bow, replying, If it pleases the Heavenly Emperor, I would like to receive updates about a certain individual. Who is this person? This individual is named Yi, a resident of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent in the Eastern Yi Kingdom, who was once the hero that shot down 9 suns. Very well. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and instructed the Star of Venus beside him. Go and procure information about Yi, ensuring it is delivered regularly to Chang'e in the Palace of Eternal Cold. The Star of Venus, standing beside the Heavenly Emperor, calculated briefly but appeared troubled. There seems to be no individual by the name of Yi in the mortal realm. Could Chang'e be mistaken? Upon hearing this, Chang'e felt a sharp pang in her heart. Could it be that he had already perished? The Heavenly Emperor seemed to perceive her concern and said, Venus, send a message to the Earth Mother and inquire whether Yi has reported to the underworld. Understood. The Star of Venus gently closed his eyes, while Chang'e refrained from interrupting, genuinely fearful of receiving dreadful news. After a moment, the Star of Venus shook his head and reported, I convey to the Heavenly Emperor that the Earth Mother has stated this. He is not yet reported to the underworld. What nonsense! Not in the underworld, nor in the mortal realm. Has he transformed into a deity? The Heavenly Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Chang'e. I have provided you with an opportunity, yet you have squandered it. You may withdraw. Chang'e, in a state of panic, felt that something was amiss. How could he possibly not be found in both realms? Wait. A figure approached from the distance. It was the Supreme Laozi, the embodiment of moral virtue. Upon seeing the Supreme Laozi, the Heavenly Emperor nodded respectfully. The Supreme Laozi inclined his head and slowly spoke. I have heard that the ruler of the mortal realm, Emperor Yao, has taken a person named Yi from the village of the sun-shooting hero. However, this individual is not called Yi, but rather Hou-Yi. Might this be the person Chang'e is searching for? Hou-Yi. Chang'e felt a flicker of confusion. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Yet she was certain no one else in the village bore the name of Yi. Fairy Chang'e, have you made your decision? Will you receive regular updates from this individual named Hou-Yi? The Heavenly Emperor inquired, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Within the vast and desolate confines of the Moon Palace, Chang'e cradled a white rabbit, gazing into the distance as if anticipating something. Soon, a small black dot emerged swiftly from the direction of the mortal realm. Ah, it's coming! It's coming! Chang'e exclaimed joyfully, her movements animated with delight. The dot gradually enlarged, revealing itself to be a small bird, entirely cloaked in black. The bird held a piece of silk scroll in its beak and gently placed it before Chang'e. With utmost care, Chang'e unfurled the scroll, which bore a single line. Hou-Yi has triumphed in his western expedition alongside Emperor Yao. Despite the brevity of the message, Chang'e read it 7 or 8 times. She then meticulously tucked the scroll away, placing it among her other precious scrolls. These simple words represented her sole source of solace. Jade Rabbit, Chang'e mused. stroking the rabbit nestled in her arms. How peculiar it is that while you typically share my joys and sorrows, you remain so indifferent when I receive news from my beloved. The white rabbit cast a glance at the scroll, its expression unreadable. Chapter 38. The eerie visitor. You had not stepped outside for 4 days, and it seemed that everyone in the Legend Management Bureau shared a tacit understanding. Refraining from disturbing him, Dong Qianqiu continued her daily vigil, monitoring every potential issue within the legends. At the slightest deviation, she would communicate with the characters within the tales, often masquerading as the Queen Mother of the West under Du Yu's tutelage, significantly enhancing the success rate of the legends. On this day, amidst the usual operations of the Legend Management Bureau, a low, ominous knock reverberated through the air, signaling the arrival of a visitor. Who could it be? A staff member naturally approached to open the door. Typically, guests at the Bureau were a rarity, but since the U.S. arrival, this had evidently changed, likely indicating yet another visitor seeking to ingratiate themselves. Initially, Dong Qianqiu paid no heed, assuming it to be yet another celestial envoy delivering gifts to Du Yu. However, moments later, the staff member who had opened the door was suddenly shoved aside, collapsing right before Dong Qianqiu. The entire Bureau fell into a stunned silence. In the millennia since its establishment, no one had dared to cause a disturbance here. Who possessed such audacity? As Dong Qianqiu turned, she beheld 2 figures standing at the entrance. One was a tall man, bare-chested, adorned with strange tattoos, and sporting 2 antler-like horns protruding skyward, exuding an exceedingly eerie aura. Beside him stood a woman, scantily clad, whose demeanor mirrored his, albeit with an added touch of seduction. Dong Qianqiu reflected that she had never encountered these individuals in the underworld and could not recall any prominent figures who matched their appearance. Thus, she resolved to observe the situation, gradually aiding the prostrate staff member to his feet, inquiring, "What transpired?" "I do not know," the staff member replied, rubbing his head. "I informed him that we were busy and unable to receive guests, and then he suddenly pushed me down." "Truly outrageous," Dong Qianqiu murmured, pondering how even the celestial realm had never dared to confront the Legend Management Bureau so openly. Who were these audacious intruders? Given their confidence in breaching the Bureau, it was evident their intentions were far from benign. "You wait to the side," she instructed the staff member, who nodded and stepped aside. "And where is the director?" Dong Qianqiu asked another individual nearby. "Quickly summon the director." "The assistant director has not seen the director for several days," the staff member replied awkwardly. Just then, the 2 intruders slowly entered the room, surveying their surroundings before speaking. "Who is Dong Qianqiu?" Dong Qianqiu was taken aback. She had assumed they were there to see Du Yu, not realizing they sought her. Yet, if that were the case, there seemed little cause for alarm. She stepped forward and declared, "I am Dong Qianqiu." "Excellent." The man nodded slightly. "Come with me. Someone wishes to see you." "Come with you?" Dong Qianqiu replied, casting a cold gaze upon him. "What if I refuse?" "Do not be ungrateful." The man twisted his wrist and remarked, "If you wish to avoid this place being flattened, it would be prudent to accompany us." "Flatten this place?" Dong Qianqiu could hardly believe her ears. "Oh dear. Speak more reasonably." A seductive woman, adorned with a pair of horns, gently chastised the man before turning to Dong Qianqiu and assuring her, "Do not worry, Qianqiu sister, we mean you no harm. A significant person wishes to meet you." Dong Qianqiu could not discern the cultivation levels of these 2 individuals, causing her to hesitate. Having worked here for a millennium, her acquaintances were few, and she had never made enemies. Why would anyone wish to abduct her? "Sister Qianqiu cannot go with you," a voice resonated from afar, illuminating the corridor with a familiar silhouette. "Du Yu? Is that you? Are you unharmed?" Dong Qianqiu inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Du Yu replied with a faint smile, appearing quite content. "I had an extensive conversation with Xiao Zhangli and have come to understand many matters." What a relief. A weight lifted from Dong Qianqiu's heart. For now, she decided to set aside her concerns and address the immediate predicament. Du Yu waved his hand, directing his attention to the 2 individuals before him. "Who are you? And where do you intend to take Sister Qianqiu?" "Some matters are not suitable for discussion here," the man replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, it is none of your concern." With that, he reached out to seize Dong Qianqiu's wrist. She attempted to repel his grasp with her energy, but the man's strength was formidable, and he firmly held her wrist, rendering her immobile. "Release her." Du Yu's expression hardened instantly, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. "Let go of Sister Qianqiu." "Oh." The two individuals raised their eyebrows at Du's sudden transformation. The 8 directions ghost record, so it is you. Humph, ignoring them. Du gripped the man's wrist with great force. An ant dares to shake a tree. The man coldly retorted before releasing Dong Qianxiu and launching a punch at Du. The fist flew toward Du's face like a clap of thunder. Du's countenance turned icy. Although he had borrowed strength from Zhongli Chun, he could clearly sense that this man's power surpassed his own. He crossed his arms defensively, stepping back several paces. Before he could regain his footing, the man extended his hand, releasing a gust of dark, ominous wind towards Du, who was lifted off the ground and slammed against the wall. Du let out a muffled grunt. Although the man before him possessed formidable strength, he seemed to refrain from inflicting harm. Du promptly rose to his feet, employing Zhongli Chun's ethereal agility, and in an instant, he appeared behind the man, channeling all his energy to strike at the back of his head. The man merely tilted his head slightly, evading the blow, and then extended his hand to strike at Du. A resounding crash echoed as Du staggered back several paces. Not bad, the man remarked, glancing back at Du. Have you already reached the point where you can wield power without being possessed by a spirit? It appears the spirit you selected has considerable trust in you. The alluring woman standing nearby leaned closer, a playful smile on her lips as she observed Du. Dear brother Du, you are not yet able to fully harness the spirit's power. Should you require my assistance in dealing with him, simply ask, and I may consider it. Who are you? Du inquired, flexing his sore wrist. He mused that the man's strength likely surpassed even that of Zhongli Chun, indicating he must be a significant figure in the underworld. The woman beside him, though she had not engaged, radiated a power that was evidently on par with the man's. We are but humble messengers, the man declared with an air of disdain. Dong Qianxiu, are you now willing to accompany us? Dong Qianxiu, already astonished by the scene unfolding before him, quickly replied, I will go with you. But please do not harm Du. Excellent, the man nodded, turning to leave. However, as he glanced back, a fierce gust of energy surged toward him. Boom. The man extended his hand, deflecting the oncoming force, causing the entire Bureau of Legends to tremble. The great judge, Du and Dong Qianxiu simultaneously turned their gazes towards the exquisitely dressed figure outside the door, a sight that was indeed peculiar. Ju entered the room with an impassive demeanor and coldly remarked, Is it truly possible for someone to create a ruckus at the Bureau of Legends? Recognizing Ju immediately, the man replied, I advise you to refrain from getting involved in this matter, lest it become uncontrollable. Oh? Ju sneered. Is there anything in this underworld that I cannot manage? Apart from the absurd conflict between the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors, there is nothing that I, Ju, cannot resolve. Huh? The man smiled faintly. In your eyes, is the conflict between the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors the greatest chaos? Your perspective is rather limited. Ju, somewhat perplexed, noted the man's audacity. Yet, he could not discern the identity of this individual. Anyone capable of withstanding his strike must possess strength comparable to the 8 great Yin officials, compelling him to take this encounter seriously. Choosing silence, Ju summoned the soul hook pen with his right hand, channeling his magical energy. The pen surged with an overwhelming aura of Yin, causing the talismans affixed to it to fade away. Countless whales of souls rushed in from all directions, entering the pen, while the temperature in the room plummeted. The once mundane instrument transformed into a luminous artifact. Death command, Ju bellowed, as the soul hook pen soared into the air, swiftly inscribing a series of incantations, aimed directly at the man before him. Oh, the man frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. Are you truly intending to engage me seriously here? With a firm step onto the ground, he unleashed a formidable aura, his hands weaving intricate seals as a surge of blood energy erupted forth, filling the air with a faint metallic scent. Blood wave technique. In an instant, the blood light surrounding the man erupted, colliding with Ju's death command, resulting in a cataclysmic roar that resonated throughout the surroundings, as both forces dissipated into ethereal smoke. Du and Dong Qianxiu were left speechless. Utterly astonished by the level of combat unfolding before them, it was evident that the two individuals in front were of true immortal caliber. Suddenly, the void shattered once more as 2 more figures arrived, landing with a thud, none other than the Oxhead and Horseface. Who dares to harm my brother Du? The Oxhead bellowed upon landing, his voice echoing thunderously, while the Horseface beside him bore traces of fresh blood, indicating he had just been administering punishment in the underworld. What is happening? Why are they all here? Dong Qianqiu pondered, only to turn and discover Yu grinning mischievously, holding a phone, unbeknownst to them. He had stealthily sent out several ghostly messages seeking assistance. The horseface, eyes darting, assessed the situation and instinctively grabbed the ox head. Third brother, what is the current state of affairs? Should we inquire further? Inquire. About what? The ox head snorted, hot breath escaping his nostrils. Since ancient times, it had been said that the Management Bureau was the protector of the celestial beings. Any disturbances could be swiftly quelled. This was the established order. The enchanting woman observed the scene before her and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, this is quite the predicament. Chi-Gui, you promised to execute the task swiftly and cleanly. Yet now 3 of the 8 great Inkai have arrived. What do you intend to do? Perhaps you should plead with me for assistance. Chapter 39. The Big Shots. The man smirked coldly. Do the 8 great Inkai believe they can hinder me, even in full force? The horseface, donning a broad smile, stepped forward and inquired. May I ask what celestial rank you 2 hold? And under which Deluo Jin Xian do you serve? Scram, the man replied icily. Oh dear. The horseface chuckled lightly. The esteemed immortal appears rather impatient. I shall take my leave for now. With that, the horseface clasped his hands together in a bow, and a slender object shot from his back, hurtling towards the man's face. The man, startled, reached out and seized the elongated shadow, only to discover it was a black serpent formed from energy. Xianin snake, explode. The horseface shouted, and the serpent detonated in the man's grasp. A vast wave of energy engulfing him. Third brother, now's our chance. The horseface yelled back, prompting the ox head to spring into action, channeling his energy. His horns doubled in size as he charged towards the man engulfed in the shadowy mass. I am coming. A resounding crash echoed as a hand emerged from the swirling darkness, firmly grasping the ox head's horns while the other waved dismissively, dispersing the surrounding energy. Just a trivial skill, the man remarked, applying slight pressure, causing the celestial magic surrounding the ox head's horns to crack faintly. Ah, let go of me, the ox head exclaimed. Panic-stricken, Cui Jueshin felt an ominous foreboding. The man's cultivation clearly surpassed his own. With the addition of the ox head and horseface, it would be difficult to repel him. However, since Yu had sent a distress signal, it would not be long before Lao Qi and Lao Ba arrived. In terms of combat prowess, Lao Qi and Lao Ba were certainly his equals. The immediate task was to delay their opponent. With this in mind, Cui Ju took out the soul hook pen, the infernal hell formation. Cui Ju inscribed several runes with his pen, directing them towards the man. These runes did not directly attack him, but instead landed around him, illuminating one another and forming an encirclement. Once the formation was complete, the man felt something wrap around him, as if draining all his strength. Unwillingly, he released his grip on the ox head, who seized the opportunity to roll away from the formation. The man surveyed the surroundings coldly. Do you know where I cultivated to become an immortal? This infernal formation means nothing to me. He advanced step by step towards the edge of the formation, where the runes, conjured by Cui Ju's magical power, hovered. With a wave of his hand, the runes began to tremble violently. Yet Cui Ju had evidently infused the formation with immense magical energy, rendering it temporarily unbreakable. The alluring woman suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. Cui Ju, you do not wish to kill me, directing all your power to maintain this formation as if to buy time. After saying this, the enchanting woman slowly approached, her hands glowing with pure black light. With a forceful motion, she shattered one of the runes, causing the formation to collapse effortlessly. With a smile, she added, but I'm afraid, Cui Ju, what we lack most is time. If you continue to obstruct us, we shall have no choice but to deal with you. Stop everything. A cold voice resounded from the heavens. Cui Ju's expression brightened. Wonderful. They have arrived. A pair of figures, one black and one white, descended slowly, positioning themselves amidst the chaos. Lao Qi, Lao Ba, let us swiftly join forces against these 2. Cui Ju shouted, preparing to reconstruct the formation. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the black and white impermanents had disregarded the ongoing battle and instead bypassed Yu, approaching Dong Qianqiu directly. Lao Qi, Lao Ba, what are you doing? The white impermanents, Xie remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Assistant Dong, you should go with them. What? Dong Qianqiu thought he had misheard. What did you say, 7th Master? What nonsense are you spouting, Lao Qi? The ox head bellowed. Do you think the same, Lao Ba? These 2 have come to the Bureau of Management to abduct people, and we, the 8 great Inkai, have dispatched 5 of our own. only to let them seize our target? Third brother, the white impermanence, Xie Bian, glanced at the ox head and said, "This matter is far more serious than you realize. Everyone, refrain from fighting. Lao Ba and I will guarantee Assistant Dong's safety with our very lives." Hai Hai sighed and said, "Assistant Dong, as old Xie mentioned, your safety will be ensured by the two of us. However, this time, you must make the trip. Seventh Master and Eighth Master, do you?" Felt a pang of irritation at the side, but upon observing the expressions of Hai Hu and Bai Wuchang, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Are they of considerable significance? Indeed, far more than you can fathom. Bai Wuchang, Xie Bian, nodded in affirmation. Who exactly are they? Do you inquired. If I do not know where Qianxiu is to be taken, I cannot possibly agree. Xie Bian turned to the couple and asked, Qi Gui, Mei Gui, may I disclose this information? The enchanting woman known as Mei Gui smiled faintly and replied, "It was meant to be a secret, but given the circumstances, we cannot proceed without informing them, can we?" Xie Bian nodded slightly and addressed the group, "Assistant Dong, Brother Du, and the rest of you, please stand down. These two are Qi Gui and Mei Gui from the realm of spirits, and their master is the founder of the underworld, Empress Hutu." Empress Hutu. The group gasped in astonishment, with you appearing most shocked. Dong Qianxiu had previously enlightened you about the celestial hierarchy of the underworld, clearly stating that while Empress Hutu founded the realm, she had little interest in management, delegating authority to the northern Emperor Fengdu and the eastern Emperor Taishan. The two governed the underworld, while Empress Hutu lived a semi-reclusive life. Why, then, had she appeared here to forcibly take Dong Qianxiu? Empress Hutu wishes to see me? Dong Qianxiu asked in bewilderment. Indeed, Qi Gui affirmed. This was originally confidential. But now that so many are aware, I will have difficulty reporting back. Exactly. Mei Gui kicked Qi Gui lightly, who remained unfazed, while she continued to scold him. It's all your fault. You should have communicated properly instead of resorting to violence. I am not adept at conversation. A swift approach is more effective, Qi Gui retorted coldly. But why? Dong Qianxiu asked, confused. I have no acquaintance with Empress Hutu. The reasons cannot be divulged. Mei Gui stepped forward and gently patted Dong Qianxiu. However, you must trust us. Empress Hutu's summons is certainly not intended to harm you. Had it been otherwise, given our prowess, you would not have survived this long. Though her words were harsh, there was a kernel of truth. As the personal attendants of Empress Hutu, their cultivation levels likely rivaled those of the Tinyama kings, making it exceedingly easy for them to claim a life here. Very well, I shall accompany you. Dong Qianxiu nodded and turned to a staff member, instructing, if you encounter the director, please convey my regards. There is another matter to consider. The enchanting ghost, Qianxiu's sister, smiled faintly and addressed her, saying that the Empress of the Earth had instructed that once you depart, you shall not return for a considerable time. If the new operator wishes for your swift return, it would be prudent to assist the Empress. Here is a jade pendant. The enchanting ghost turned back and handed the pendant to Du Yu, instructing him to keep it on his person. The legendary arrival of the 8 great Yin officials will be facilitated, and at a critical moment, the Empress will convey her message. To ensure Qianxiu's early return, I must assist her? Something about this feels peculiar. Upon receiving the pendant, Du Yu glanced at the eerie and enchanting specters, pondering if the Empress was using Qianxiu as leverage against him. You abducted Qianxiu to use her as a hostage? It may not strictly be a threat, but it carries a similar implication. The enchanting ghost chuckled lightly, advising him simply to focus on his work. Focus on my work? Du Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Although I am unaware of the Empress's true intentions, how can I possibly work without Qianxiu? I cannot provide insight into that. After all, this is a matter concerning your Bureau of Legendary Management. The enchanting ghost shook her head, stating that she had delivered all that was necessary, and the rest was now up to them. With a wave of her hand, she, along with Dong Qianxiu and the eerie ghost, vanished in an instant. What is truly happening? Du Yu stared blankly at the departing Dong Qianxiu. Seventh Master, Eighth Master, is everything truly all right? Do you know the Empress of the Earth? Not just us. Every one of the 8 great Yin officials has been personally selected by the Empress, sighed Fan Wuju. However, only we are acquainted with the eerie and enchanting spirits. Du Yu, still uneasy, pressed for more information. What kind of person is the Empress of the Earth? And why did she take Qianxiu? Fan Wuju pondered briefly before responding. I cannot fathom her reasons for taking Assistant Dong. Yet I am confident that the Empress is not malevolent. Assistant Dong should be safe. Additionally, the volume of the 8 directions of ghosts you possess was entrusted to me by the Empress for you. Ah? Do you recall that Dong Qianqiu had mentioned the 8 directions of ghosts was a technique used by the Empress when she established the underworld? Yet, this technique was now being conveyed to him through Fan Wuju. What could the Empress's intentions possibly be? If the old woman wished to harm you, there would be no need to bestow the 8 directions of ghosts upon you, remarked Xie. Therefore, let us place our trust in that old woman. Du Yu found himself in a predicament. It seemed that Dong Qianqiu would not return in the foreseeable future. Could the legendary work continue? The duo of Niu Tu and Ma Mian, having witnessed the conclusion of the matter, bid farewell to Du Yu and departed. At that moment, Hisua's figure slowly approached from afar. Director, Du Yu felt as though he had spotted a beacon of hope, rushing forward to recount the recent events to Hisua. Oh, is it true that Empress Hutu has taken Dong Qianqiu? Hisua's expression shifted noticeably. Indeed, what are we to do? Hisua pondered briefly before responding. Very well. I trust that young Dong will be safe. We shall proceed with our duties as usual. But without Sister Qianqiu, who will convey messages to me? Fear not. There are many messengers still available. That little Qi you are acquainted with is one of them. The Empress seldom issues commands, since she has made a request. Let us hasten to prepare the legendary tales of the 8 great Inkai. The issues currently at hand involve the legends of the Grand Judge Cui Ju and the Black and White Impermanence, both of which we have already sealed. The legends of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, Judge Wu Zhongkui, and the Locking Masters have not encountered any problems, Hisua remarked calmly. Director, do you truly believe in that Empress Hutu? It feels as if you are unfazed by the events that have transpired. Or as if you were already aware that this would occur. Do you scrutinized Hisua, voicing his doubt? Me? Hisua stroked his beard and chuckled. How could that be? Then where did you just go? With such a significant incident occurring at the Bureau of Legend Management. The Ikai scattered across the underworld rushed to assist, yet you did not appear, Do you pressed. Hisua chuckled awkwardly in response, explaining, I am of advanced age. My movements are slow. Do you refrained from probing further? Yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Little do, Xie Bian remarked, gently caressing his own countenance. As an employee of the Legend Management Bureau, it is imperative that you maintain a respectful demeanor towards the director. Hisua promptly interjected, Indeed. We must prepare for the legend at hand, which pertains to several of you. It is an age-old rule of the Bureau that one must not appear in their own legend, so I shall not detain you any longer. With that, Hisua turned and entered the room. Just as he was about to follow, Cui Ju called out to him once again. Young Du, Cui Ju whispered. Have you given further thought to the matter I entrusted to you last time? Du pondered for a moment, realizing he had been contemplating this matter for quite some time. After all, the fact that Cui Ju had presented was indeed perplexing. The leader, Du, reflected and inquired. Could you enlighten me as to why? Whenever others implored me, they sought my assistance to return to the past, hoping to forge a brighter future. Yet you wish for me to traverse back in time to disrupt your legacy, preventing you from becoming the Grand Judge. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Cui Ju, with a bitter smile, replied, Becoming the Grand Judge is undoubtedly magnificent. I would possess unparalleled power and attain immortality. However, such a price entails the loss of the most cherished individual in my life. If given the opportunity, I yearn to experience an alternative existence. Another infatuated soul, perhaps? Du murmured to himself. Then have you consented to my request? Cui Ju inquired. Du hesitated, stating, It is not that I am unwilling to acquiesce. But you are aware that should you fail to become the judge, an overwhelming influx of Tai Shu would ensue, resulting in a transformation of the underworld's dynamics. I believe if I do not ascend to the position of Grand Judge, there must be others capable of fulfilling the role, correct? Elder brother Fan Wujiao seemed to grasp the situation and hastily approached, asking, Brother, what are your thoughts? Do you no longer wish to serve as an official? Cui Ju also displayed a troubled expression, confessing, There remains a knot within my heart, one that I cannot untie nor bypass. Elder Xie Bian stepped forward and suggested, Since you cannot reach a decision, why not consult your former self? Oh, indeed, Du suddenly exclaimed. Let us refrain from making the decision for you. Much like the tale of Yi and Chang'e, I shall inquire of your past self, allowing you to make your own choice. Cui Ju remained silent for an extended period before finally conceding. It seems this is the only path forward. Dear brother Du, I entrust this task to you. Du bid farewell to the 3 individuals and entered the legendary management bureau, where he found Shao Qi and Shao Jin already awaiting him at the round table. Du, This preparatory meeting will be conducted by the two of us, said the diminutive Xiao Jin with a smile, producing the documents in her hand. The absence of Dong Qianxiu left Yi with a sense of emptiness, yet he understood that as a venerable figure of the underworld, Empress Huda had the authority to take Dong Qianxiu away, leaving him with no recourse. The first legend to be discussed was Cui Ju and the tiger. Allow me to present the summary of this legend, Xiao Jin stated while adjusting her glasses. Cui Ju, the current chief judge of the Department of Justice in the underworld, and also a literary judge, had once served as the magistrate of Qixian County in the Luozhou Prefecture, present-day Qixian, Hebei City, Hunan Province. In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, a woman's son was devoured by a ferocious tiger. The grieving mother beat a drum at the courthouse to seek justice. Consequently, Cui Ju dispatched the officer Li Neng to capture the tiger, convening a court session to question the beast about its transgressions. The tiger acknowledged its misdeeds, and recognizing its willingness to reform, Cui Ju chose not to punish it, instead assigning it to the woman as a foster son. From that day forth, the tiger cared for her diligently, causing no further harm. Upon hearing of this incident, Empress Huta deemed Cui Ju capable of discerning right from wrong, understanding morality, and thus appointed him as the chief judge. Are there any questions? Upon hearing this, you could only find it utterly absurd that there were individuals who would interrogate a tiger. Even more astonishing was the fact that the tiger had confessed. Nevertheless, you understood that this was merely a legend. To truly grasp what transpired, one must witness it firsthand. At this juncture, my companion, Xiao Qi, softly began to speak, introducing the current issues surrounding the legend. You strained his ears to listen intently, as Xiao Qi's voice grew increasingly faint. He had to concentrate harder to catch her words, but all he could discern was her soft murmuring. Shortly thereafter, she uttered, "That is the issue surrounding the legend." "What?" You exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "Sister Qi, I can hardly hear you. Could you please speak up?" Xiao Qi appeared startled, visibly anxious. This disposition filled you with concern. Could she truly become a messenger? "Yes, I apologize. It's my first time collaborating with an operator, and I'm a bit nervous." "Let me repeat myself," Xiao Qi said, raising her voice slightly. However, compared to an average person, her tone remained subdued. "The issue with this legend is that after the old woman's son was devoured by a ferocious tiger, she chose not to report it to the authorities." Xiao Qi timidly explained. "Thus, Cui Ju has yet to bring this matter to trial. Is that so?" You pondered for a moment, and then inquired, "Is this classified as a grade C task?" The reason for his question stemmed from the belief that this legend seemed rather simplistic. It appeared that to complete the task, all one needed to do was prompt the old woman to report the incident. Indeed, Xiao Jin nodded. Although the difficulty of the task is low, mishandling it could result in the great judge disappearing from the mortal realm. Thus its seriousness should not be underestimated, ultimately classifying it as a grade C task. "That is indeed true," you replied. "Very well, let us commence our preparations without delay. Please lie down over there," Xiao Qi whispered, gesturing towards the descending apparatus. "We can begin." You contemplated before saying, "Have you forgotten something?" "According to protocol. Aren't you supposed to ask me what items I plan to take with me?" "Take items with you?" Xiao Qi laughed awkwardly. "I'm afraid I lack that capability." Sighing, you remarked, "Sister Qianxiu, if you do not return soon, I fear I shall meet my demise within this legend." You composed himself and inquired, "Is this a long-term legend or a short-term one?" "It is a short-term legend," Xiao Jin replied. "It will only manifest once, lasting for 7 days." You nodded and said, "All right, let us commence swiftly. The era is the glorious Tang dynasty, and the location is Qixian, Luozhou. The nefarious figure, Jiang Qin, has arrived." As Du opened his eyes, he discovered himself clad in a set of garments reminiscent of the black attire of the Jinyui, strikingly well-crafted, yet composed of ordinary materials. He found himself standing in a courtroom. "You 3 rogues, come forth and pay your respects to Lord Cui Ju. From this day forth, you shall serve him," proclaimed a captain dressed in red. "Rogues?" You glanced at his own attire, and then lifted his gaze to the figure of Cui Ju seated in the courtroom. The latter appeared unchanged, though his gaze lacked the depth it bore in the present. Before you could fully grasp the situation, the individuals beside him bowed their heads in reverence, prompting him to hastily mimic their gestures. Goodness, the plot was unfolding at an astonishing pace. "Do not be so formal," Cui Ju remarked with a smile. "I wonder what transgressions you all have committed." "What, pray tell, is a rogue? Must one indeed commit a transgression?" "Xiao Qi, what is the meaning of rogue? What wrong have I possibly done?" A faint voice replied, "You have erred, and thus you are called a rogue. I can hardly hear you. Your voice is far too soft." Before Du Yu could pose further inquiries, the captain in red stepped forward, pointing at Du Yu, and declared, "You speak first." Just moments ago, Du Yu had contemplated whether he could mimic others and recount a few supposed misdeeds, but it seemed he had to face the music. As for me, if I were to recount my wrongs, it would surely bring tears to the eyes of men and shatter the hearts of women. Cui Ju, who had initially appeared disinterested, suddenly perked up at Du Yu's words. Yet, he soon realized something. "What did you just call me?" "Leader," Du Yu replied, immediately regretting his choice of words. In this era, who addressed officials as leader? Intriguing. Do continue, Cui Ju encouraged with a smile. Du Yu no longer hesitated and spoke candidly. "At the outset, I gathered a few of my brothers and confronted a tyrant named Jiaoying at the ferocious waters. This villain was formidable, and it took us quite some time to determine the victor. Had it not been for my younger brother, Xiaoba, who sacrificed himself there, I fear I would not have the privilege of standing before you now." After hearing this, Cui Ju fell into a palpable silence. Du Yu was perplexed by the current situation and continued, "My leader, please do not be anxious. There is more to the story. Later, I joined a gang known as the Qi family gang. We had two formidable rivals, the Qin family gang and the Zhao family gang. I had a close confidant, the female leader of the Qi family gang, who inadvertently found herself surrounded by thousands from the Qin and Zhao gangs. Without a second thought for my own safety, I plunged into the fray, unleashing my Shaolin mastery, the fire cloud palm, and dispatched over 100 adversaries in a matter of moments, ultimately managing to rescue her." Cui Ju's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation as he glanced at the red-clad captain, both wearing peculiar expressions. Was this not sufficient? Du Yu thought to himself. What grievous transgression must one commit to warrant such scrutiny? Moreover, upon returning to our gang, my confidant and I could not let go of the indignation we felt. With thousands at our backs, we stormed back into the territories of the Qin and Zhao gangs, claiming the lives of tens of thousands. Finally, Cui Ju raised his hand to interrupt Du Yu, rubbing his temples in evident distress, and turned to the red-clad captain, saying, "Li Nong, are you certain this individual is among the inaugural sent from Chang'an?" The captain, known as Li Nong, found himself in a bind. He dared not lie, admitting, "These individuals indeed hail from Chang'an. However, I had no inkling they would include such ruthless marauders. Ruffians?" Du Yu surveyed the room, wondering if they were referring to him. Forming factions and shedding blood in abundance. Cui Ju felt a headache coming on. "If what you say is true, your actions would warrant the extermination of 3 clans according to the law. How then could you be deemed a mere ne'er-do-well?" Chapter 41. A warm gesture. What? The extermination of 3 clans. Du Yu was taken aback. "Did I say too much?" Xiao Qi, feeling the pressure, interjected, "Du Yu, I am truly sorry. I was far too anxious. Please do not be upset. I was not angry, yet your role as a communicator seems more decorative than functional. Can you truly manage this?" But communicators are scarce, and I have been here longer than anyone except Qinqiu. Please, do not take offense." Sighing, Du Yu shook his head. "I am not angry. However, you should take your time to acclimate." Cui Ju then inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Du Yu," he stammered, hastily calling out to Xiao Qi in his mind. "By the way, you did not inform me of my name during the meeting, did you?" Xiao Qi checked the records and whispered, "Ne'er-do-well Jiangqin." "What? Jiangqin?" Du Yu felt a wave of panic. "If I am indeed at fault, let the chief judge pass sentence upon me, rather than assigning me a communicator with such a feeble voice. I can hardly hear." "Ne'er-do-well," the official pressed. "I am asking you a question." Du Yu could only grasp the gist and steeled himself to respond. "I am ne'er-do-well Yuan Xiangqin." "Ne'er-do-well Yuan Xiangqin?" Cui Ju scratched his head, finding the name rather peculiar, reminiscent of a young maiden. "Huh, and a foolish maiden at that." Du Yu chuckled, his face a canvas of embarrassment. "Very well, I shall address your matter later. What are the other 2? What transgressions have they committed?" One of the miscreants replied, "I knocked out a man's tooth in the street." The other miscreant added, "In my hunger, I resorted to stealing a chicken." Once they had spoken, all eyes turned to Du Yu. "Is that all?" Du Yu was taken aback. "Engaging in theft and brawling in the streets qualifies one as a miscreant?" "Indeed," Xiao Qi interjected. "You are joining a band of miscreants, not a cult." Du Yusin remarked that this situation was indeed difficult to resolve. Had she known that one day the messenger would transform into this little 7, she would have taken it upon herself to diligently supplement her knowledge of history. "Xiangqin, ah." Cui Ju called out to Du Yu. What is it, Jishu? Du replied. Jishu. It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, go ahead, leader. Cui Ju sighed and said, I understand that as individuals with dubious backgrounds, you all must harbor your own secrets. It is perfectly fine if you choose not to share them, due to a shortage of personnel in Qixuan. I have specifically petitioned the court to allow you few to assist. Now that you have arrived in Qixuan, we are, from this point forward, akin to family. I hope that you will gradually come to trust us. Whenever you feel inclined to recount your past, I shall lend a willing ear. However, I implore you not to attempt to deceive me with the tales spun by itinerant storytellers. Although Cui Ju's voice was soft, it radiated warmth. Should the three of you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek out either myself or Captain Li. The day is drawing to a close. You should first take your rest. Tomorrow, Captain Li will guide you in your duties. Upon hearing this, Du nodded in agreement. Relieved that Cui Ju did not place any credence in his elaborate explanation, otherwise, he would have met his end on the very first day of his arrival. Du expressed his gratitude to Cui Ju and stepped out of the grand hall. The immediate priority was to locate the elderly woman whose son had been consumed. No, that was not the pressing matter. The focus should be on another individual. Xiaoqi, let us converse, Du stated upon exiting. Ah, converse about what? Xiaoqi inquired. Why is it that your voice diminishes at critical moments? I have mentioned it before, Xiaoqi stammered. I feel a bit anxious and somewhat afraid. So, it is not that your voice is soft, but rather that your courage is lacking? How peculiar. I suddenly recall that each time I called you from behind, you would jump in fright, like a startled cat. What is there to fear? It is I who am enshrined in legend, not you. When trouble arises, I stand in front. Yet, I have only been in this role for a century and have never collaborated with an operator. I fear I will falter. Du sighed, shaking his head, and said, Xiaoqi, do not fret. I have already completed the feat of shooting down the 9 suns. This Class C task poses no difficulty. Besides, do you not wish for Sister Qianqiu to return soon? Du understood that although Xiaoqi appeared rather unreliable, she harbored no ill intentions, and thus he could only offer her encouragement. Xiaoqi also patted her own cheek and said to Du, I was in the wrong just now. I shall not err again. Du smiled and said, That's more like it. All right, I must head to the old woman's house now. Please guide me there. Xiaoqi nodded slightly. Sure, the old woman's residence is. Though her voice remained soft, Du was able to hear her clearly. After considerable effort, Du finally arrived at the old woman's house under Xiaoqi's direction. It turned out that the old woman did not reside in Qi County at all, but rather at the foot of a mountain outside the county. The journey to Qi County would take half a day. One of the reasons for not reporting to the authorities was likely the distance, which would be arduous for her frail body. Why does this mountain seem somewhat familiar? Du looked up at the mountain, feeling as though he had visited it recently. Perhaps it was simply because many mountains bore a resemblance to one another? Xiaoqi interjected, This is Yuming Mountain, which can now be seen near Qi County in Hebei City, Hunan Province. In the Warring States period, it was known as Gigu Mountain. Ah, the master of Gigu? Du was quite surprised to learn that 2 legends had occurred in proximity to the same mountain, leaving him to ponder whether it was mere coincidence or a manifestation of fate. However, considering that it was now the Tang dynasty, approximately a millennium had passed since the Warring States era, it seemed unlikely that any reclusive sages remained atop this mountain. Knock, knock, knock. Du regained his senses and knocked on the door of the modest dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Is anyone there? After a moment, a voice, frail and aged, emerged from within. Who stands outside? I bring warmth to the lonely old, he replied. Warmth? The old woman pondered, somewhat perplexed. However, as visitors were a rarity at her doorstep, she contemplated for a while before finally deciding to open the door. Du focused his gaze and observed that the elderly woman had a head of silver hair, her eyes gleaming with vitality. Her frame was slender, neither hunched nor unsteady, suggesting she retained a degree of robustness. Was she a dignitary? The woman, upon glancing at Du's attire, displayed a fleeting look of disdain, which swiftly dissipated. She then inquired, What business does the official have with this old woman? Oh, Du replied with a slight smile, Lord Cui Ju, the magistrate of Qixuan County, has commissioned us to tally the number of elderly individuals living alone in the county. At the year's end, there will be a distribution of benefits. May I ask if you are the sole occupant of your household? No, the old woman has a son, she responded, and with that, she attempted to close the door. Du, quick-witted and agile, swiftly extended a foot inside. Wait, he murmured, perplexed, and quietly inquired of Xiaoqi, Have I arrived at the wrong time? Is her son still alive? There is no issue with time. That old woman's son has already been devoured by a fierce tiger, Xiaoqi replied, her voice soft yet distinctly clear. If that is the case, why is this old woman fabricating lies? Has she truly lost her wits? Without a moment's hesitation, Diyu pushed open the door and entered the room. Sir, what are you doing? The old woman, both perplexed and somewhat irritated, wondered how one could so brazenly intrude upon another's home. Dear madam, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of your son and when he might return. Diyu took a seat at the table, entirely disregarding the notion of being a guest. The old woman cast a meaningful glance at Diyu before replying, my son has gone up the mountain. And as for when he will return, I am afraid I do not know. After speaking, she resumed her task of tidying up the scattered dishes and remnants of chicken bones left from the meal. Diyu continued to observe the woman before him. It was evident that her thoughts were clear and her logic coherent, showing no signs of dementia. However, he pondered how the similarly lucid and logical director he could be afflicted so severely. Madam, allow me to be forthright. I suspect your son has passed away. Diyu stated directly. Is that so? The elderly woman did not even turn her head, responding coolly with a question of her own. Intriguingly, Diyu mused to himself that her reaction was decidedly abnormal. A typical person, upon hearing such news, would either become angry, deny it outright, or promptly ask him to leave. Yet, this woman appeared utterly indifferent, as if the matter did not concern her at all. Diyu observed the elderly woman's intention to conceal something, yet he refrained from pressing further. He rose to survey the room. Madam, have you just finished your meal? Diyu inquired. Yes, I was unaware that the official would visit. Otherwise, I would have prepared an extra set of utensils, the old woman replied indifferently. Thus, you reside with your son, yet you only set the table for yourself? The woman halted her movements, turning to face Diyu, and stated, Sir, I have already informed you that I do not know when my son will return, hence I did not prepare his utensils. Is that so? Diyu raised an eyebrow. How many days has your son been away? 3 or 4 days, I believe. The old woman pondered before continuing. No, it has been longer than that. He heard that a celestial being had appeared on the nearby mountain and went to seek enlightenment. I see. Diyu glanced at the chicken bones the old woman had gathered and remarked, Your son has been gone for 3 or 4 days. Yet you were still able to venture out to hunt and catch mountain chickens. That is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman gritted her teeth and retorted, Sir, what exactly do you mean? Diyu increasingly felt that this elderly woman was not to be underestimated. The secrets she concealed were far more numerous than he had anticipated. He then spoke, Madam, if your son has indeed passed away, it is our duty as officials to address this matter. To conceal such information is in violation of the law. Violation of the law. The old woman furrowed her brow and replied, The old woman knows nothing of the law. All I know is that I have not reported it to the authorities. So, sir, do not waste your efforts. Night is approaching. It would be wise for you to return home early. How peculiar indeed. Diyu pondered swiftly in his heart, recognizing that the elderly woman undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Her son had indeed fallen prey to a tiger, yet the question lingered. Why had she chosen not to report the incident to the authorities? The memories of over 1,000 detective anime episodes that Diyu had once watched gradually surged into his mind. Could it be a case of using another's hand to commit murder? Yet, it seemed implausible. Why would this elderly woman resort to the aid of a ferocious tiger to slay her own son? Diyu pondered for a moment, then rose to his feet and addressed the elderly woman. Indeed, the hour is growing late. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 42, Diyu and the Tiger. Diyu stepped outside, pondering the suspicious aspects of the old woman. He meticulously catalogued every illogical detail, much like his previous endeavor of shooting down the 9 sons, believing this would lead him to clarity. First, the old woman was unequivocally aware of her son's demise, yet chose not to report it to the authorities. Second, she exhibited no sorrow. Third, there was the matter of the mountain chicken. No matter how robust she appeared, it was inconceivable that she could hunt the swift bird. Xiaoqi listened intently, jotting down every point to avoid forgetting. So, Diyu, what shall we do now? Should we inform Cuiju? Xiaoqi inquired tentatively. No, we cannot approach Cuiju yet. There is a crucial figure we have yet to encounter. Crucial figure? Xiaoqi asked in confusion. You have met the old woman. Cuiju, and evenly ditto. Who else is there? Minghu. Minghu? Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback. What are you planning? Is it only permitted for Cuiju to confront the tiger, while I am not allowed? Diyu scoffed. I wish to ascertain the true nature of that man-eating tiger. With that, Du made his way toward Yunming Mountain. After a millennium, although the landscape had altered, the mountain's shape remained unchanged. Du ascended the winding path slowly. Countless blossoms had bloomed and withered over the ages on this mountain. One wonders if the great mountain possesses emotions. Zhongli Chun. Du closed his eyes and found Zhongli Chun awaiting him. Du, she smiled, saying, I have heard everything. Rest assured, I will protect you. Haha. Du joined her in laughter. That is not what I meant. I wish to ask, what feelings arise upon returning here? Feelings? Zhongli Chun gazed outward through Du's eyes, a hint of melancholy surfacing within her. After a moment of silence, she replied, I never imagined I would one day return to this place. I nearly forgot it, yet seeing it again warms my heart. Indeed, Du affirmed. This embodies the beautiful memories you cherish. We all harbor such delightful recollections. Beautiful memories, Zhongli Chun echoed thoughtfully. Speaking of which, I truly miss the old man. Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. Du sensed something amiss. It seemed she had omitted one. What about Pang Wan? Pang Wan. Who is that? Ha ha ha. Du laughed heartily in the depths of the mountains. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Zhongli. Perhaps it is best to forget. Remember only those four. Du wandered through the deep mountains for 2 hours, and as the night descended into its latter half, he found himself unable to catch even a glimpse of the ferocious tiger. Xiao Qi, is this tiger truly residing in these mountains? Du inquired. Indeed. Xiao Qi scratched his head and replied, there may still be areas you haven't explored. Allow me to draw you a map. Draw a map? Du chuckled in exasperation. While I have no objections to that, how do you intend to present it to me? As Du just finished speaking, a map suddenly materialized before him, startling him. He reached out to touch it, but found it utterly elusive. What was happening? Xiao Qi timidly remarked. The reason I became a communicator is that I possess the ability to transmit images. Transmit images? Du gazed at the map obstructing his view, which indeed depicted the entire mountain in its entirety. This was astonishing. Could you transmit some comic books to me? Du, Xiao Qi said, somewhat irritated. Have you finished looking? If you're done, I will withdraw it. Otherwise, it will obstruct your vision. Yes, I've finished. Du smirked, adding, I never knew you were quite impressive. Qianqiu's sister lacks such a skill. How can they be the same? Xiao Qi whispered, Qianqiu's sister indeed cannot transmit images. But her ability is also unique. She can allow you to take small items when entering a legend. Du finally understood. It turned out that one could not always take items when entering a legend. Only when the communicator was Dong Qianqiu could one do so. This meant that the Legend Management Bureau was quite an intriguing place, with each communicator possessing different abilities. Indeed, Xiao Qi affirmed, but most of the time, you will only interact with Qianqiu's sister, so the abilities of others become inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Du fell silent, following the map drawn in his mind by Xiao Qi to seek out several concealed mountain paths. Yet, regardless of how he shouted into the mountains, there was no sign of the fierce tiger. Could it be that the tiger was in such a deep slumber? Did it not desire to feast upon a living being present in its domain? Zhongli Chun resided within Du's consciousness, utilizing his eyes to gaze outward. To an uninformed observer, it would appear as though Zhongli Chun were seated in a cinema, for the entire dark expanse was illuminated by a brilliant screen. With Zhongli Chun positioned before it, attentively watching the movements on the screen. Zhongli Chun suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Xiao Zhongli? Du paused and responded. Turn left here, Zhongli Chun instructed. Left? Du turned his head to the left, only to find a thicket of weeds. There was no path in that direction. Are you certain? Absolutely, Zhongli Chun nodded. This direction leads to a stone cave where the old man used to linger. If we cannot find the tiger anywhere on the mountain, it would be wise to investigate there. A cave? Du smacked his forehead. Of course. Xiao Zhongli. You possess knowledge of some hidden locations on this mountain. Perhaps this time you can indeed be of great assistance. Du pushed aside the underbrush and ventured deeper into the mountains. After approximately half an hour of walking, a concealed stone cave suddenly came into view, its entrance long obscured by overgrown weeds. Were it not for Zhongli Chun's guidance, anyone would have mistaken it for an ordinary mountain wall. Entirely unaware of the hidden sanctuary beyond, Du cautiously approached the entrance of the cave, peering inside, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. Du, this place is far too perilous. I shall lend you my strength, spoke Zhongli Chun coldly. I have heard the sound of breathing within. Indeed, is something lurking inside? Du paused momentarily, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze transformed into one of steely resolve. Let us proceed, little Zhongli. Du treaded lightly, gradually making his way into the cavern. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cave was not only profoundly deep but also intricately labyrinthine in its layout. At this rate, I might get lost, Du mused, glancing at the fork before him. Which path should we take next, Xiao Zhongli? That remains unclear, came the response. I am only aware of the location of this cavern, but I have never ventured inside. Du could only advance cautiously in the darkness, guided solely by the sound of Zhongli Chun's breathing. To his astonishment, he soon discovered a glimmer of light. Could it be that someone was present? He never anticipated that within the pitch-black cavern, there would be the flicker of a candle. As he listened intently to the rustling sounds emanating from around the corner, Du felt a surge of anxiety. Was there truly someone living here? The only way to uncover the truth was to proceed further. Gathering his courage, he moved toward the distant light around the bend. After all, with Zhongli Chun's strength beside him, neither man nor beast posed a significant threat. However, as Du rounded the corner and beheld the candlelight, a wave of trepidation washed over him. It mattered little whether it was a person or a tiger. At least both were within the realm of comprehension, but the sight before him was perplexing. A tiger, seated upon a stone bed, held a candle and was intently examining the inscriptions on the wall. What a strange scenario this was. It was neither a tiger nor a human. Suddenly, the fierce creature caught a whiff of something and turned its head, locking eyes with Du. Who are you? The tiger's deep voice unexpectedly articulated human speech. Du was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Why did you speak first? Xiao, witnessing this peculiar exchange, seemed to grasp the situation and remarked to Du. It appears this tiger has gained sentience and is in the process of becoming a demon. A demon tiger? Du began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that supernatural beings indeed existed. In an era teeming with spiritual energy, it was most conducive for such entities to arise, especially given that Yunming Mountain had once been the abode of Master Gigu, a place rich in spiritual essence. Thus, the emergence of demons here was not surprising. As Xiao pointed out, what should I do then? Exterminate the demons? Du tentatively inquired. Perhaps it would be wise to observe the situation first, Xiao whispered. Though demons are born of the essence of heaven and earth, animals by nature are benevolent and typically do not inflict harm. Do not inflict harm? Du found the situation rather absurd. This tiger demon had devoured the old woman's son. However, upon reflection, he wondered if the reason the old woman refrained from reporting the incident to the authorities was indeed this tiger demon. Who exactly are you? The fierce tiger fixed Du with its emerald green eyes, observing him with caution. Du had never contemplated how to deal with such an occurrence and felt somewhat at a loss. Hold on a moment, brother tiger. Let me think about what to say. The tiger replied, You must leave quickly. This is my territory. If you do not depart soon, I shall not be so courteous. Du scratched his head, surprised by the unexpected courtesy of this fierce tiger. In light of this, he decided to forego any form of politeness himself. Du walked straight to the side of the fierce tiger and sat down upon the stone bed. Brother tiger, it is rare for someone to seek you out. Do not be in haste to send me away. What is it that you are observing? The tiger immediately bared its sharp fangs and glared menacingly at Du. What is this? Du cast a casual glance at the inscriptions adorning the stone wall, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Before him loomed a wall prominently engraved with the 7 characters of the 13 essays of the strategists. Beneath that lay a dense array of smaller texts. As he surveyed the entire cavern, he discovered not only the life story of Master Gigu, but also his various theoretical works, including the strategists, the 7 arts of Yinfu, and the inner transmission of Guanlingyi. This cave encapsulated the entirety of Giguzi's lifelong learning. Upon reading, Du could not help but be moved to tears. Tiger brother, you are studying the Ghost Valley late at night by candlelight. You are indeed a role model for our generation. If I possessed your determination, I would either be at a prestigious university or a top-tier institution by now. Mighty Tiger, taken aback by Du's peculiar demeanor, responded, What you say is beyond my comprehension. Can you decipher the inscription on this wall? The words inscribed here often elude my understanding as well. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Mighty Tiger continued, Brother Tiger, forgive my candidness, but your intellect has only recently awakened, and the material you are engaging with seems rather esoteric. When we human children first learn to speak, we typically begin with the 3-character classic or 100 family surnames. Who starts with Ghost Valley right off the bat? Chapter 43, War Affairs? The 3 or 4 classics? Mighty Tiger inquired, puzzled. The 3-character classic, Di reiterated. Suddenly, Shaoqi seemed to sense something amiss. Do you? You are in the Tang dynasty. The 3-character classic was authored by Wang Yinglin during the Southern Song dynasty. Shaoqi, I often find it difficult to distinguish such matters. You will have to forgive my ignorance, Di replied softly. Oh, Shaoqi acknowledged, then abruptly felt something was off. No, you have made an error. What am I accustomed to? Do you cease to engage with Shaoqi and patted the shoulder of the tiger. Brother Tiger, I understand your curiosity about the human world. If you wish, I can frequently accompany you for conversations and impart some knowledge. Years from now, should you transform into a human form, it will be much more convenient. Are you not afraid of me? The tiger inquired, gazing at Du Yu. Afraid? Du Yu chuckled softly. I have fought alongside colossal serpents towering 10 zhang. How could I possibly fear you, a mere little tiger? But I can speak, and they are all afraid, the tiger retorted. That is perfectly fine. The great serpent I am acquainted with is also capable of speech. Really? The tiger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are there other creatures in this world that can converse like humans? Indeed, there are many, Du Yu affirmed, nodding. Just among those I know, there is quite a multitude. By the way, there are 4 disciples in your era who ventured to the western heavens, battling speaking creatures along the way. The tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is that true? It seems you are unaware of much. Du Yu sighed. Very well, I am not pressed for time today. Let me explain to you how animals cultivate to become demons. The tiger nodded vigorously. Its inquiries were indeed numerous, yet no one had provided answers. It could only continuously seek insights from the remnants of Giguzi's teachings. However, after a long wait, Du Yu remained silent. Shaoqi, puzzled, asked Du Yu, why have you stopped speaking? Du Yu, slightly irritated, addressed Shaoqi, sister, what has happened to our tacit understanding? How could I possibly know the methods by which animals transform into demons? It entirely relies on your explanation. I will learn by repeating your words. Shaoqi blinked. Sensing that while Du Yu had a point, she struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Thus, she commenced elucidating the principles of animal transformation into demons. Du Yu meticulously recounted her teachings to the fierce tiger, which served not only as a learning experience for the tiger, but also as an educational process for Du Yu himself. For an entire hour, Du Yu spoke eloquently while the tiger nodded in agreement. If your cultivation is sufficient to form an inner elixir within your body, you can summon your mystical powers to transform into human form. However, the transformation of beasts into humans contravenes the natural order, provoking the divine thunder of the heavens and resulting in a catastrophic transformation tribulation. A transformation tribulation? Indeed, most monsters and spirits cannot withstand this trial. They either perish or revert to their original forms. Yet, if you can endure the divine thunder, you shall attain true enlightenment, and even beasts can ascend to immortality. Observing the tiger's eager expression, Du Yu could hardly contain his laughter. How remarkable, the tiger remarked. So, I am here on this mountain, absorbing spiritual energy to become a demon? Precisely, Du Yu affirmed. And what of this transformation tribulation? Is it formidable? The tiger inquired further. Indeed, the more heinous the deeds of a demon, the more severe the tribulation. Heinous deeds? Yes. Such as the act of devouring the son of the old woman living at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, the tiger's eyes widened in shock, and its pupils constricted in alarm. You know? Du Yu nodded thoughtfully, yet he remained perplexed. Thus, he inquired, Brother Tiger, you do not strike me as the malevolent creature that preys upon the innocent. What compels you to descend the mountain and devour humans? The tiger demon silently lowered his head and murmured, I cannot disclose that. Very well, Du Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Since I have bared my soul to you for quite some time, yet you choose to withhold your secrets, let us cease our conversation. You may continue your existence as a tiger demon, while I shall persist in my role as Yuan Xiangqin. Du Yu rose to his feet, preparing to depart, when suddenly, the tiger demon extended its claws and grasped him. No, it's not that. I simply cannot divulge this information. I have made a promise to another. The tiger demon articulated slowly. In any case, you never regarded me as a friend. Du Yu sighed, lamenting. I made a special trip to this mountain at night to impart wisdom and resolve your uncertainties, yet you... Oh, never mind. The tiger demon, feeling a surge of urgency, quickly waved its large paw, exclaiming, No, I am truly delighted to have someone to converse with. Then, will you share your thoughts with me? Du Yu inquired. However, I genuinely cannot reveal it. I have given my word to the girl. Girl? Do you furrowed his brow, realizing there was indeed a girl in this tale? Is she significant to you? Very significant, the tiger demon replied, nodding vigorously. Do you pondered for a moment, realizing that a breakthrough was necessary in this tale, and that it was essential to locate a little girl named Yaotu? Tiger, I have a request, and I hope you will oblige. What request? You mentioned that many people fear you. I possess a method that would allow you to step into the public eye with legitimacy, alleviating their fears. Do you spoke with utmost seriousness? This way, you would no longer be confined to this mountain, and you could spend your days seeking out Yaotu. Is that true? The tiger appeared genuinely delighted. Indeed, do you affirmed with a nod. What you must do is quite simple. I need you to admit to having consumed the son of the elderly woman residing below the mountain. Before long, she will report the incident to the authorities, and the magistrate will summon you for questioning. Regardless of what he asserts, you must confess your guilt. By doing so, he will declare you the adopted son of that woman, thereby allowing you to coexist with humanity and seek out the girl you mentioned at any time. Diu's words were somewhat profound, leaving the tiger demon in a state of partial comprehension. However, there was one statement it grasped clearly. As long as it acknowledged having consumed a human, it could coexist with humanity and live alongside the girl. Tom was not on their side, tiger brother. Diu rose to his feet, assuring, I shall return to seek you soon. You must understand that my midnight visit to the mountain was not intended to deceive you. The tiger demon stood there, momentarily frozen, its thoughts soaring far beyond the clouds. Could it truly live alongside the girl? Diu bid farewell to the tiger demon and descended from Mount Yunming. In the underworld, Dong Qianxiu sat within a vast stone cavern, illuminated by numerous torches ignited by ghostly flames. At the center lay an enormous stone table, laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Gazing at the feast before her, Dong Qianxiu could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Before her sat a woman appearing to be in her 30s, her hair styled in a high bun and adorned in martial attire. The striking features of her face, complemented by her fitted garments, exuded both the allure of femininity and the valiant spirit of masculinity. Were it not for the presence of the Qi demon and the Mei demon standing behind her, Dong Qianxiu would scarcely believe this individual to be the foremost figure of the underworld, the Lady of the Earth, Hutu. Are you the Lady of the Earth? Dong Qianxiu inquired tentatively. Indeed, I am Hutu, the woman replied, her expression clouded with worry as she restlessly shook her legs, clearly agitated. Lady Hutu? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback by her tone, but soon regained her composure and asked, What is it that you summoned me for? Sigh, let me be frank. Lady Hutu exhaled deeply. I can't hold it in any longer. Hey. The towering Qi demon suddenly interjected. How can you just blurt it out? Did you not meticulously prepare a plan? But I simply can't restrain myself. Lady Hutu slammed her hand on the table. I have always been forthright. And now I am tasked with orchestrating such a monumental affair. It's driving me to distraction. The Qi demon, now incensed, retorted, Are you out of your mind? I have already engaged the 8 great messengers for your plan, and now you abandon it without a word? Did I instruct you to take action? Enough. The Mei demon, attempting to mediate, stepped forward and said, I believe the Qi demon has a point. Your behavior is excessive. Oh, so you two are forming an alliance now? Lady Hutu shot back. I am simply being fair. Do you both wish to be punished? Come on. Do you think we fear you? Dong Qianxiu found herself utterly perplexed. Were not the Qi demon and the Mei demon subordinates of Lady Hutu? At that moment, these two minions were embroiled in a loud quarrel with the highest authority of the underworld, and it seemed a physical confrontation was imminent. Esteemed beings, Dong Qianxiu finally interjected. While your quarrel is surely a matter of your own household, I ought not to interfere, yet I am curious. What does this have to do with me? The three fell silent and turned their gazes toward her. Mad woman, speak. The Qi demon said brusquely, You insisted on bringing her here. Now explain yourself. Alas, I am truly at my wit's end. Lady Hutu waved her hand dismissively. Listen, Dong Qianxiu, do you not understand? The underworld is on the brink of ruin. The underworld is doomed? Dong Qianxiu was confused. What do you mean, my lady? The reason I brought you here encompasses 2 significant matters. The Lady of the Earth scratched her head and said, Firstly, I wish to inquire about the stance of the Legend Management Bureau. Secondly, I wish to assess the capabilities of the new operator. Dong Qianxiu shook her head, still perplexed. Lady of the Earth, I do not comprehend your first point. What does the stance of the Legend Management Bureau entail? What stance should we adopt? To put it simply, The Lady of the Earth reorganized her thoughts and asked, hypothetically speaking, if the Emperor of the Northern Infengdu were to engage in war with the Emperor of the Eastern Yutaishan, which side would the Legend Management Bureau support? Instantly, Dong Qianqiu's mind went blank. She had initially believed this was merely casual conversation, only to be taken aback by the Lady of the Earth's startling statement. The two highest leaders of the underworld are on the brink of war? Lady of the Earth, is this merely a hypothesis? Dong Qianqiu asked, somewhat alarmed. If the Emperor of the Northern Infengdu truly sought to wage war against the Emperor of the Eastern Yutaishan, the consequences for the underworld would be far from trivial. Countless souls would be left unmanaged, potentially even escaping to the human realm. Should souls be exiled to the mortal world, the celestial realm would inevitably have to intervene. Thus, should turmoil arise within the underworld, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity would undoubtedly be affected. Have you discerned this? It is not merely a hypothesis, replied the Lady of the Earth. 7 days ago, the Emperor of Fengdu was gravely injured by the King of the Wheel. Chapter 44. The Woman and the Tiger, the King of the Wheel. One of the 10 Yama Kings? Dong Qianqiu was bewildered. Why would a Yama King attempt to assassinate an emperor? Even you find this peculiar? The Lady of the Earth sighed. In my view, a Yama King would not possess such audacity. However, those of higher rank might. Understanding dawned upon Dong Qianqiu. Are you suggesting that the King of the Wheel was instigated by the Emperor of the Eastern Yutaishan with the intent to slay the Emperor of the Northern Infengdu? That remains to be seen. The Lady of the Earth shook her head. Currently, the judges are intensifying their interrogation of the King of the Wheel. Regardless of the outcome, this represents a significant event that has never transpired since the establishment of the underworld. At last, Dong Qianqiu grasped the gravity of the situation. Lady of the Earth, I understand now. She stated, you wish to ascertain which side the Legend Management Bureau would assist should war indeed break out. If that is the case, you should consult the director rather than me, an assistant. Why is that? The Lady of the Earth pouted slightly. I do not have a favorable disposition towards that individual. Disfavor? Indeed, my instincts have always been quite accurate. I can typically discern a person's character at a glance. Yet, that he is inscrutable to me. Dong Qianqiu offered a wry smile. That does not necessarily imply the director is a villain. I never claimed he was a villain. The Lady of the Earth refocused her attention and asked Dong Qianqiu, let us not digress. What is your choice? Dong Qianqiu looked up at the three individuals and replied. Then, Lady of the Earth, what is your choice? The Empress of Earth was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, then let out a cold laugh and remarked, when two little ones engage in a scuffle, it is only natural for me to penalize the one who strikes first. Her intention was unmistakable. Pointing directly at the great Emperor of Mount Tai, Dong Qianqiu nodded in understanding. I see. Although you have shown me your true feelings, I must extend my apologies. The duty of the Bureau of Legends has always been to preserve the past, not to initiate conflict. Even if war were to erupt, we can only fulfill our own responsibilities. With a sigh, the Empress of Earth conceded. Indeed, it seems that you will neither aid the Northern Een nor the Eastern Mount. Even if this realm faces annihilation, we have witnessed too many destructions, Empress. Dong Qianqiu, unfazed, continued, if war truly breaks out, it may one day become a legend. Akin to the battles led by the Flame Emperor against the Yellow Emperor, which, despite the countless casualties, gave rise to captivating tales. That is when our work truly begins. Is that so? The Empress of Earth replied, her face etched with concern. However, what I just expressed is merely my own stance. I cannot speak for the new operator. Do you? Dong Qianqiu added. The Empress of Earth paused. He might have a different choice? While Do You may appear frivolous, I know he cherishes emotions more than anyone else. Perhaps this is tied to his solitary upbringing, where he values every bond, believing that even the smallest of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. When Dai was ensnared by the 9 infants, Do You charged at them with a bow and arrow, solely because he regarded Dai as a friend. When Zhong Lichuan was on the brink of death, Do You, aware of an escape route, chose not to abandon her simply because she held him dear. Although I cannot predict his choices, should war ensue, it is highly likely that Du will side with Cui Ju, Fan Wujiao, and Xie Bian. Haha. The Empress of Earth suddenly laughed, just as the specters predicted. To win over an operator, one must first secure the allegiance of the 8 great Ikai. The reason I allowed Du to enter the legend of the 8 great Ikai is to ascertain their loyalties. If any harbor rebellious thoughts, I shall compel Du to alter their histories, ensuring they cannot become Inkai. Eradicate them fundamentally? Dong Qianqiu shook his head. Du may not heed such an order. The Empress of Earth then regarded Dong Qianxiu. Isn't that why I have kept you here? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Was he truly a hostage? Just then, a small boy bounded in from outside, seemingly innocent and sporting a pair of antlers, appearing no older than 7 or 8. Granny! Granny! The child shouted as he ran. Oh, little Wraith has returned. How delightful! The Earth Mother inquired. The child known as Wang Yang entered and seized an apple from the table, devouring it with fervor, proclaiming, "They have uncovered the truth." The Wheel King was indeed commanded by the great Emperor of Mount Tai to assassinate the Northern Emperor of Fengdu. Is this truly the case? The Earth Mother turned her gaze towards Dong Qianxiu, stating, "The war has long since commenced." Du Yu stood before Cui Ju, who wore a contemplative expression. Are you truly serious about what you just said? A ferocious tiger devours a man, yet the old woman fails to report it to the authorities? Indeed, my lord. Du Yu affirmed with unwavering certainty. He had come to realize that there was no necessity for the old woman to report the incident. It sufficed to ensure that Cui Ju was informed and to enlist the tiger's cooperation, thereby allowing events to unfold naturally. Cui Ju would dispatch Li Ning to apprehend the tiger, conduct a direct interrogation, and ultimately award the old woman the status of an adopted son as recompense. This legend required only the involvement of Cui Ju and the tiger. The old woman was of little consequence. Cui Ju nodded thoughtfully and said to Du Yu, "You may leave for now. I shall attend to this matter shortly." Du Yu was in high spirits. Regarding the intervention of legends, he had now become quite adept. Sometimes, all it took was a little thought, and the challenges would be effortlessly resolved. As Du Yu exited the official's office, he found himself lost in thought. An inexplicable sense of unease gnawing at him. Despite the simplicity of the task at hand, something felt amiss, particularly regarding the elderly woman. No, he felt it necessary to seek her out once more for clarity. After taking only a few steps, he encountered Captain Li. "Isn't that the newcomer, Yuan Xiangqin?" Li inquired. "Oh, Captain Li, I have some matters to attend to near Yunming Mountain. We shall converse later." With that, Du Yu hurriedly departed. Watching Du Yu rush away, Captain Li called after him, "Be sure to return promptly. The magistrate summoned me just now regarding an urgent task." "I understand. That is precisely why I am heading to Yunming Mountain. We will meet there shortly." At the foot of Yunming Mountain, Du Yu approached the wooden cabin for the second time. "Sir, was my previous explanation not sufficiently clear?" The elderly woman, upon opening the door and seeing Du Yu, displayed evident displeasure. She attempted to close the door, but Du Yu swiftly blocked it with his hand. "It was clear enough," Du Yu replied. "I no longer care about your reasons for failing to report this matter, for I have already informed the county magistrate on your behalf. He assured me that he would address it promptly, and a resolution shall soon follow." "What did you say?" The old woman's eyes widened in shock. "I said I have reported it," Du Yu reiterated. The elderly woman fell silent, turning away to rummage through something on the table. Du Yu observed her with growing bewilderment, increasingly unable to comprehend her demeanor. After a prolonged search, the woman finally retrieved a bone knife from the table and suddenly whirled around, swinging it menacingly at Du Yu. "Ah!" Du Yu gasped, startled. Fortunately, his recent experiences had sharpened his reflexes. He swiftly rolled to the side, increasing the distance between them. "Madam, what are you doing? Are you attempting murder?" Du Yu exclaimed, exasperated. You reported it to that scoundrel." The elderly woman's hands trembled violently with rage. "That scoundrel?" Before Du Yu could fully grasp the meaning of those words, the voice of Li Dutu reached him from behind. "Yuan Xiangqin, is that you?" Li Dutu was accompanied by the 2 unruly newcomers from yesterday, all 3 armed with bows and arrows and knives in hand. "Come with me. Under the orders of Lord Cui Ju, today we shall administer justice to the ferocious tigers in this mountain." "Wait." Du Yu was momentarily taken aback, convinced he must have misheard. "Administer justice on the spot? That is unacceptable," the elderly woman shouted, brandishing a bone knife as she rushed out of the house. Du Yu was momentarily taken aback. What was the situation now? An elderly woman stood before Li Ning and his companions, trembling as she clutched a short boning knife. The 3 men, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively drew their blades. "How audacious!" Li Ning bellowed. "What are your intentions, woman?" Du Yu hurriedly stepped in front of the elderly woman and said, "Li Dutu, you should first lower your weapons. Let us clarify the matter." Facing the officials with their swords drawn was already grounds for legal repercussions. What more could be unclear? Li Ning snorted coldly, seemingly unwilling to relent. "Ninggu, please calm down." Du Yu was solely focused on protecting the old woman, fearing for her safety, Before turning back to her, "Elder, you too should lower your weapon. It would be disastrous if things escalated." "No," the elderly woman shouted, resolutely refusing to allow them to ascend the mountain and harm Si Huang. Si Huang. Du Yu was taken aback, his mind filled with increasing questions. It appeared this matter would not be easily resolved. Li Neng stared at the old woman for a long time, gradually revealing a hint of confusion. "Could you be the woman who reported to the authorities 3 years ago?" The elderly woman remained silent, gripping her weapon even tighter, her body trembling. 3 years ago, a report was made? Just as Du Yu pondered this perplexing situation, Li Neng slowly sheathed his blade. "So it truly is you?" His expression was complex, a blend of bemusement and mockery. "Since you are but a madwoman, I shall not hold it against you." Lord Cui Ju mentioned that a woman's son was devoured by a ferocious tiger. Could that individual have been yours? You wouldn't listen to any advice back then, and now you reap the consequences. The elderly woman seemed to be reminded of a painful memory, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sank to the ground. "Yuan Xiangqin, do not pay heed to this old woman. We must hasten up the mountain. If we delay any longer, nightfall will soon be upon us," declared Li Neng, turning with the 2 companions toward the path leading upward. The elderly woman, realizing her powerlessness, could only weep silently in place. "Elder, do not worry," Du Yu said before departing. "I will not allow them to slay that tiger. It holds great significance for me." A glimmer of hope appeared in the elderly woman's cloudy eyes. "Really?" "Indeed," Du Yu assured her. "My purpose in coming here is to address this matter, and besides, we have met twice before. At no point did I ever express an intent to take the tiger's life." The elderly woman grasped Du Yu's arm tightly. "You must save it. Please save Si Huang." "I will remember." Du Yu nodded, comforting her before following Li Dutu and the others into the mountains. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, as Du Yu contemplated Li Dutu's earlier phrase, executing justice on the spot. How could Cui Ju be so resolute? Was the intent to slay the tiger? No. Du Yu recalled an important thought. Only executing justice on the spot was a rational decision for a conventional official. Those who would judge a tiger were indeed exceptional. Yet it was precisely because Cui Ju was so unconventional that he had become the great judge of the underworld, was it not? What must be done now is to find a way to prevent these 3 individuals from locating the tiger. After all, the mountain is crisscrossed with numerous paths, and it took me an entire night to discover that cave. Without my guidance, I believe they will be utterly incapable of finding that stone cavern. The 4 of them wandered under the blazing midday sun for quite some time, their throats parched and dry. "Li Dutu, where exactly is the tiger on this mountain?" one of the unruly men inquired after wandering for so long. "Do not worry. I possess a method to draw it out. You all should prepare your bows and arrows, ready to strike the moment the tiger appears," Li Dutu replied thoughtfully as he stepped into the middle of the mountain path. "A method?" Du Yu pondered, momentarily bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Dutu suddenly shouted, "Si Huang, the girl has come up the mountain to see you." His thunderous voice echoed through the valley. "This is not good," Du Yu silently lamented. It appeared that Li Dutu had indeed had prior encounters with the tiger and was privy to certain secrets. As expected, the bushes in the mountains began to rustle, indicating that something was approaching. Before long, a tiger's head cautiously emerged from the underbrush, appearing somewhat hesitant. For 3 years prior, someone had lured it out with a similar ruse, nearly resulting in its demise. However, as the tiger peered out, it suddenly spotted Du Yu, and to his astonishment, a glimmer of a smile crossed its fierce visage. It relaxed, revealing its full form from the thicket, for it recognized that a friend had come. "Don't come any closer. Run away," Du Yu bellowed. Simultaneously, 2 arrows flew swiftly toward the tiger. The tiger, taken by surprise, evaded one arrow, but the other struck deep into its foreleg. With a fierce roar, the tiger charged toward the 2 archers. "No," Du Yu bellowed, rushing forward to embrace the formidable tiger. "Brother Tiger, you cannot take a life. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you kill them here, not only will you incur divine retribution, but you will also be unable to live with that girl." Just as the tiger was about to respond, Du Yu covered its mouth and whispered, "There is one more thing. Never speak in the presence of those you do not trust." "Yuan Xiangqin, what are you doing? Befriending this man-eating tiger? Have you lost your mind?" Li Dutu expressed his annoyance. "Brother Tiger, remain calm. Allow me to handle this matter, will you?" As Du Yu observed the tiger gradually calming down, he released his grip and turned to Li. "Li Dutu, this tiger must not be harmed. I need it to return to Lord Cui Ju." "That is unnecessary," Li scoffed. The order from the Lord is to kill it. That is because there are matters I have not clarified with the Lord. Please grant me a little more time, Du Yu implored. Do you not understand? I said it is unnecessary, Li retorted, growing increasingly irate. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for charging you with obstructing the officers of the law. I will deal with you as well. Kill me? Du Yu scoffed. Let us make a wager. A wager? Li echoed, incredulous. Indeed. I will take on the three of you alone. If I win, you grant me one more day. If I lose, you may not only slay this tiger, but also take my life. Li laughed mockingly. Yuan Xiangqin, do you truly wish to challenge me? I am a distinguished candidate personally recruited by Lord Shui-ju. And what of it? Du Yu retorted with a cold smile. I am also a recruit of Lord Shui-ju himself. A recruit? What is that? Li queried. You are too low in rank to understand. Humph. You are merely being obfuscatory. Enough. Du Yu, let me take the stage, Zhang Lichun interjected suddenly into Yu's mind. Not a chance. If you enter the fray, those three will surely perish, and the legend will be difficult to fulfill. It is not yet at that critical juncture. Ah? Zhang Lichun was taken aback. If I do not participate, how will you defeat these three? Du Yu let out a hearty laugh and addressed the three before him, saying, If you have elders at home, inquire about the cultivation techniques that enabled the victory over the 9 infants during the reign of Emperor Yao. The mention of Emperor Yao left Li Dutu and the 2 ruffians somewhat bewildered. Are you quite mad? They exclaimed. Hey, the divine legacy of millennia. Du Yu suddenly froze. Just as Shao Qi, far away in the distance, also stood motionless. What on earth? Sister Qianxiu isn't even here. Du Yu exclaimed, realizing that he could not count on Shao Qi. I really can't do it, Shao Qi said nervously. This truly was a difficult predicament. Du Yu understood that given Shao Qi's character, her shout of hey, grandson, would likely go unheard. Shao Qi, I just remembered, can't you transmit images? Du Yu asked urgently. Yes, you should find any image, preferably one with a single color, a dark one, Shao Qi replied. Where could I find that? Or perhaps I could just use a watercolor pen to draw one for you. Du Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, that could work. How long will it take? 1 or 2 minutes, Shao Qi whispered. I only have a red watercolor pen. Is that okay? Anything will do. Hurry. Li Dutu looked at Du Yu, bemused. As if he were conversing with someone, his expressions vividly animated. Ignore this lunatic. You too. Apprehend him, Li Dutu commanded. Understood. The 2 ruffians rushed toward Du Yu. Hey, you're cheating. I haven't even shouted start yet. Du Yu instinctively stepped back. The 2 ruffians paid no heed. They drew their knives and charged at Du Yu. He dodged their attack with agility while asking, Shao Qi, how much longer? Almost there, I've finished half. Shao Qi responded. Half. Du Yu sidestepped another slash, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that these ruffians were merely undisciplined civilians, lacking any systematic training, far from the soldiers of the Warring States era. As another wave of attacks came, Du Yu not only evaded the knife strikes, but also kicked one of the ruffians to the ground. However, he had put too much force into the kick, nearly losing his balance. Humph, with your meager skills, you dare to boast? Li Neng observed Du Yu for a moment, and, realizing he had no real martial prowess, rolled up his sleeves and drew his knife, charging at Du Yu. As a martial arts champion, Li Neng's punches and kicks were far superior to those of the 2 ruffians, and Du Yu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Sister Qi, are you ready yet? Du Yu called out. Almost done, just 1 corner left. Shao Qi replied. 1 corner is irrelevant. Show him the image now. Du Yu shouted. Just as Li Dutu prepared to end Du Yu's life with a decisive strike, a vast expanse of red suddenly enveloped his vision, obstructing his view completely. The knife that was about to strike Du Yu came to an abrupt halt. Li Dutu thought something had blocked his sight and reached out to grasp it, but found nothing at all. What is happening? Upon witnessing the success of his plan, Du Yu chuckled coldly, suddenly rising to his feet and delivering a punch that sent Li Neng sprawling. Ha! Du Yu exclaimed, for those with children at home. Do inquire about the technique employed by the mute messenger. What sorcery is this? Although Li Neng's eyes widened in shock, he could discern nothing, his vision engulfed in crimson. Sorcery? Humph, this is a celestial technique. I hereby christen this move the Red 7 technique. Red 7 technique. Shao Qi interjected, a frown creasing his brow. Isn't that a name I find somewhat familiar, akin to that of a beggar? Not just any beggar, but the leader of the beggars, Du Yu replied with pride. Seizing the opportunity while Li Neng was distracted, he rushed forward to deliver a few more kicks. The nearby rogues, sensing the precarious situation, hastened to intervene. Red 7 technique. Shift. Du bellowed. The first rogue to charge forward immediately lost his footing, as Du struck him down with a powerful blow. The second rogue, thinking he had found an opening, prepared to attack Du from an unguarded angle, only to be met with a similar crimson vision. One after another, the three assailants fell before Du. Although they sustained no significant injuries, the terror within their hearts only intensified. It was as if this man truly possessed some arcane sorcery. Du, utterly exhausted and panting, inquired, "Are you three willing to concede? Will you continue this fight?" The trio hesitated, not daring to advance any further. Lineng asked, "Who exactly are you?" "My identity is of little consequence," Du replied, catching his breath. "If you truly care for Lord Ju, you must not slay this tiger. I intend to take him to meet Lord Ju." Li Dutu and the two ruffians exchanged glances. He had never intended to yield to this man's strength. However, after enduring a beating from Du's spells, he found himself reconsidering. With an opportunity for retreat presenting itself, he thought it wise to concede, though it sounded somewhat dubious. It was evident that after such a prolonged confrontation, Du had not drawn his weapon, suggesting he was not a villain. Li Dutu gestured towards the dagger at Du's waist, remarking, "Oh, I see you possess a blade after all. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I shall heed your request this once. I will return to report to Lord Ju, and you should promptly take the tiger down the mountain." Li Dutu concluded before departing with the two ruffians. Du hurriedly ran to the side to check on the tiger demon crouched in the bushes. "Tiger brother, how are you?" The tiger demon hesitated for a moment, gazing at Du, and replied, "Did you not say that if I confessed to the officials about consuming humans, they would allow me to live together with the girl?" Du, while tending to the wounds of the tiger demon, remarked, "In theory, that is indeed the case. However, I am uncertain where the issue lies. Later, you shall accompany me down the mountain, and I will personally address this matter." The tiger demon nodded in response. Du further remarked, "Tiger brother, if you genuinely wish to immerse yourself in the human experience as I suggest, you must divulge all your secrets to me. What do you think I want to know? There are many matters concerning the men you have devoured, the girl you mentioned, and matters related to Si Huang. Anything that pertains to you intrigues me. I cannot speak of it. Take me to the girl, and I shall facilitate a conversation between her and you." Du pondered for a moment and then replied, "All right, I shall take you to meet the girl." Shaoqi was taken aback for a moment and asked, Do you know who the girl is?" "I have a pretty good idea," he responded. Chapter 46, The Girl and Si Huang. Du carefully bandaged the wounds of the tiger demon and led it down the mountain. The tiger demon followed closely behind him, its eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Soon, Du brought it to a wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain. Before Du knocked on the door, he glanced back at the tiger demon. Noticing its intense gaze fixed upon the wooden cabin, its expression unusually tense. It seemed my conjecture was indeed correct. Du knocked on the door and said, "Girl, I have brought Si Huang." The door of the wooden cabin creaked open, revealing an elderly woman who peered out, her eyes swollen and red, as if she had just emerged from a bout of weeping. Upon seeing the tiger demon, the old woman rushed forward, and the tiger demon displayed a sorrowful expression. The two, one human and one demon, embraced each other, weeping inconsolably. Du gazed quietly for a long while, then spoke softly, "I have fulfilled both of your wishes. I have protected Si Huang and allowed Si Huang to meet the girl. Now, should you not also fulfill my wish?" The elderly woman lifted her tear-filled eyes and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Du fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I wish to uncover all the truths, including the story of you two, the fate of your deceased son, and the events that transpired between you and the county magistrate." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman slowly rose to her feet, opened the door, and invited Du inside. She then poured him a bowl of floral tea. "You have shown kindness to us both, esteemed sir. If you truly wish to know, allow this old woman to share with you." The woman's weary eyes flickered with a profound sadness as she parted her lips and began to recount a tale steeped in melancholy. It was 44 years prior when a hunter settled at the foot of Yunming Mountain. Though referred to as a family, it consisted solely of two individuals, an aged man and a girl of 11 or 12. The old man's name was Zheng Lu, while the girl bore no name. He simply called her girl. The townsfolk initially presumed them to be father and daughter, but upon inquiry, discovered that the girl had been taken by Zheng Lu from an unknown place to serve as his wife. Every couple of days, Zheng Lu would venture into the mountains with his bow and arrows, while the girl foraged for wild vegetables near their home. Their lives, though modest, were sufficient to stave off hunger. Zheng Lu was a skilled hunter, consistently returning with a bountiful catch. And this routine persisted until one winter when he captured a young tiger on the mountain. The tiger, lost and alone, had strayed away from its mother, prompting Zheng Lu to act swiftly. He shot it in the hind leg with a single arrow, bound its limbs with rope, and left it in the backyard. With heavy snow looming, Zheng Lu contemplated when he might slaughter the young tiger for sustenance, perhaps even fashioning a new hat from its luxurious fur. Meanwhile, the girl developed an affection for the small tiger, often sneaking bits of dried meat to feed it when Zheng Lu was not watching. She tended to its wounds with care, applying medicinal herbs, perhaps finding in the creature her sole companion in that isolated wooden dwelling. She named the young tiger Si Huang, for its fur shone a brilliant yellow. One day, as Zheng Lu observed the heavy snowfall, he furrowed his brow and said to the girl, "We want to be able to hunt for the next few days. Tomorrow, we shall slaughter that young tiger for a meal." At these words, the girl felt a pang in her heart. The wind howled, and the snow fell thickly, while the young tiger trembled outside in the cold. Unable to bear the thought of the tiger's demise, the girl decided that night to release Si Huang, unbinding its legs and setting it free. Upon discovering this, Zheng Lu was consumed by rage and punished the girl severely. His fury stemmed not only from the loss of several days' worth of food, but also from her grave transgression of releasing a tiger back into the wild. Should the young tiger grow and descend the mountain come spring, it would undoubtedly seek revenge. Yet the pressing question remained: would their remaining provisions last until the warmth of spring returned? In a fleeting moment of impulse, Zheng Lu contemplated the notion of killing the girl for sustenance. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to don his trench coat and pursue the injured young tiger throughout the night. Given its wounded hind leg and prolonged hunger, he believed it would not stray far. Thus, on that night, amidst the fierce snowfall, Zheng Lu ventured into Yunmeng Mountain. This decision marked his final departure. The girl awaited his return at home throughout the night, plagued by an unsettling premonition. Perhaps, from that moment forth, she would never see the filthy old man again. Indeed, on the following day, and the day after that, he failed to return, even as the snow ceased to fall. Each day, she subsisted on the snow outside, her body becoming gaunt and emaciated. Conflicted emotions swirled within her, a sense of discomfort enveloping her, yet tears eluded her. Finally, on the fourth morning, she was roused from her slumber by a series of faint sounds outside her door. She donned her clothing and opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of the lively young tiger, clutching a wild rabbit in its mouth. The young tiger placed the rabbit at her feet before darting away, its plump form leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. The girl cradled the still warm rabbit in her hands, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, unsure of what to feel. Thankfully, this rabbit spared her from starving during the frigid season. Henceforth, every 2 or 3 days, the young tiger would deliver fresh prey to her doorstep. The girl watched as Si Huang gradually matured into a formidable tiger, while Si Huang bore witness to her transformation from a little girl into a young woman. Unbeknownst to her, from a certain age, the girl had grown accustomed to the regular offerings from Si Huang, akin to a man heading out to hunt for his family. All transformations traced back to that fateful day. On that day, Si Huang, as was customary, placed the day's catch at the entrance of the wooden cabin and, brushing against the door with its back, departed. Upon stepping outside, the girl's expression shifted drastically. This time, the prey turned out to be a barely alive human infant. In haste, she scooped the child into her arms, seeking ways to warm it. She prepared some rice porridge to nourish the infant, and as its breathing gradually stabilized, her anxious heart began to ease. Yet, where had this infant come from? The girl ascended the mountain to confront the mighty tiger, yearning to uncover the origins of the child. Though unafraid of the beast she had known since childhood, she found herself at a loss for words. The origins of the infant remain a mystery, leaving the young girl in a quandary. She could only traverse Qi County, inquiring from household to household, yet was unable to uncover which family had lost their child. Not long after, whispers began to circulate through the county, alleging that the girl, living alone outside the county, had borne a wild child with some man, and now the father was nowhere to be found. In a fit of fury, she departed from the county, resolved to raise the child in solitude beyond the city. Years passed swiftly, and the child grew into his teenage years. Throughout this time, the girl concealed the truth of his origins from him, claiming to be his mother, and asserting that his father had gone hunting in the mountains years ago, never to return. She named the child Mengshan, as she bore no surname and was uncertain of what name to bestow upon him. Inspired by the fierce tigers of the nearby Yunming Mountain, she chose the name Mengshan. The girl poured all her affection into Mengshan. Yet he seemed akin to a vengeful spirit. From a young age, Mengshan took pleasure in capturing insects, methodically plucking the legs from live creatures, relishing in their quivering forms. As he grew older, he discovered Si Huang, who would occasionally bring him game. Mengshan would often ambush Si Huang with sharp implements, but Si Huang, having watched Mengshan grow, could not bear to harm him and instead fled. Unaware of his wrongdoing, Mengshan felt no compulsion to confide in the girl. One fateful night, the girl awoke from a dream, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her arm. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Mengshan brandishing a bloodied pair of scissors, with a deep gash now marring her arm. Shocked, she drew him close and earnestly implored, "Mengshan, you must not harm others, especially not your mother." To which Mengshan responded with a chilling smile, "Why must I not harm others? Why is it permissible for humans to hurt animals, but not one another? Why may you, my mother, not be harmed by me?" The girl's heart sank. Mengshan was but 11 years old. Regardless of the love she lavished upon him, she received no reciprocation. As Mengshan matured, the situation grew increasingly harrowing. At 20, he yearned for the vibrant life of the county, bustling with vehicles and people, far more exhilarating than the wooden cabin beneath the mountain. In the county, he heard tales and slander about the girl, as others mocked her and fabricated stories of her seducing men. Finding humor in these sordid tales, Mengshan laughed along, returning home to recount them to her. Listening to such vile words emanate from her own son, the girl wept daily, unable to comprehend the tragedy that had befallen her life. Abducted by an elderly man in her youth, she had finally found a semblance of hope, only to face another specter of despair. From dawn till dusk, the young girl felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if there were no one to converse with, engulfed by feelings of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. This persistent gloom shadowed her existence until one fateful day when Si Huang spoke. When Si Huang uttered its first words, the girl's expression remained blank. Perhaps the relentless hardships of life had driven her to madness. How could the fierce tiger she had known since childhood suddenly find its voice? It was only after a considerable time had passed that the girl came to grasp the astonishing nature of this event. Si Huang truly could speak. Instead of fear, she felt a surge of joy, for now she had companionship, not in the form of the malevolent humans who harbored ill intentions, but in the shape of Si Huang, her steadfast companion for the past 2 or 3 decades. Si Huang, recognizing that every time it spoke, the girl experienced delight, began to visit her more frequently to engage in conversation. However, Si Huang was perplexed. Each time it approached the hunters on the mountain to speak, they fled in terror. Why did they react so differently from the girl? The newly awakened intellect of Si Huang could not comprehend this disparity. Si Huang provided the girl with the motivation to survive, and she no longer paid heed to Mengshan, who, nearing 40, still squandered his days idly wandering the county. The girl and Mengshan had transformed into strangers, scarcely exchanging words for a long time. Then, 3 years ago, a fateful event transpired that still sends shivers down the girl's spine when she recalls it. Chapter 47. The court as hell. On that day, Si Huang, as usual, arrived at the girl's home clutching a mountain chicken, but unexpectedly stumbled into a trap. Someone had dug a deep pit along Si Huang's path. Subtly concealed by a lattice of vines, and numerous bamboo spears jutted upward from the pit's depths, poised to condemn any unfortunate soul who fell into it. Si Huang clung desperately to the rim of the trap with its forepaws, its hind legs thrashing against the wall, but its massive form was on the verge of succumbing. Inside the house, the girl felt an inexplicable unease that evening. Suddenly, she heard peculiar noises not far from the wooden cabin and hurriedly set down what she was holding to rush outside. After several paces, she beheld Si Huang, its body half exposed, and was struck by a wave of terror. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Si Huang's forepaw. Yet the weight of the mighty tiger was beyond the strength of a frail girl. How could she surrender? Si Huang was her only hope in this world. She clutched Si Huang's paw tightly, exerting every ounce of her strength, even to the point of shattering her own teeth. "Girl, you must leave. Hurry," Si Huang roared. "I want tea leave. I want tea," she cried, feeling the weight of despair as she sensed Si Huang descending further into the pit. What to do? In that moment, panic engulfed her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She released her grip, glanced at the pit, which was not very deep, and slowly leapt down into it. Girl, what are you doing? As the girl skillfully evaded the bamboo spears, she made her way to the feet of Si Huang. She hoisted his two powerful hind legs onto her shoulders and stood up with great effort. Si Huang, step on me and get out. Si Huang, feeling something beneath his feet, panicked and leaped forcefully, his entire body springing out of the trap. However, the immense weight was far too much for an elderly woman to bear, and with a sharp crack, the girl felt as if her shoulder had shattered. The excruciating pain threatened to render her unconscious. Girl, Si Huang turned back to gaze at her, extending his mighty claw in an attempt to pull her up. The girl reached out with all her strength, yet she could not grasp the nearby Si Huang. In his urgency, Si Huang waved his claw, inadvertently slicing her hand with deep gashes. It's no use, the girl said despondently. You must go, Si Huang. No, I must save you, Si Huang insisted, filled with anxiety. It's pointless. This trap was certainly dug by Meng Shan. When he returns, let him rescue me. You must leave, the girl implored weakly. After much coaxing, Si Huang, tears welling in his eyes, finally departed. Time passed, and the girl leaned against the wall, drifting into a troubled sleep. When she finally opened her eyes again, she saw Meng Shan standing at the edge of the pit. Meng Shan, she murmured through the agony, slowly lifting her head. Please, rescue me. I am injured. Rescue you? Meng Shan looked at his mother with confusion. If I save you, this trap would have been dug for naught. I only intended to skin a tiger for some money. But you've spoiled my plans. You. The girl could hardly believe that her son, whom she had toiled to raise for over 40 years, could be so indifferent to her life and death. However, I have long been curious to see what happens to a person who dies without care. They say they become infested with worms. Let us put you to the test. I will take my leave now. Do not forget to call for me when you perish. With that, Meng Shan turned and returned to the wooden house, leaving the girl in the pit to weep bitterly. Oh, heaven! What sin have I committed? The girl remained in the pit for an entire day, without food or water. Fortunately, the following day, Si Huang returned, having procured a rope from somewhere. He tossed one end into the pit and held the other in his mouth, finally pulling the girl up. Si Huang intended to carry her to the caves of Yunming Mountain to recuperate, but the girl stubbornly refused. She insisted that Si Huang return to the mountain, and with her weary body, she trudged all the way to the Qi County Yamen, beating the drum to plead her case. Due to an injury on her shoulder, she could barely lift her hands. Instead, she repeatedly struck her silver-haired head against the drum of lamentation. Each resonant beat of the drum seemed to echo the sound of her shattered heart over the years. In that moment, she no longer regarded Meng Shan as her son. She yearned to sever the ties of over 40 years of torment. An elderly woman, past her 60s, stood before the court, accusing her own son, Meng Shan, of matricide. The magistrate, Cui Ju, was taken aback upon hearing this, hastily convening court to interrogate the matter, and promptly sent men to apprehend Meng Shan. Before the assembly, the elderly woman recounted her son Meng Shan's transgressions in detail. Cui Ju listened gravely, frequently casting glances toward the wretched son. Meng Shan, he declared, as a fellow son, I am profoundly ashamed to hear of your actions. He struck the gavel, asserting, Today, your mother shall enumerate your misdeeds. Do you acknowledge your guilt? With what seemed irrefutable evidence, both the elderly woman's testimony and her visible injuries, it appeared that Meng Shan could not evade the clutches of justice. However, just as Cui Ju was about to issue a sentence, Meng Shan erupted into inconsolable tears. This outburst halted Cui Ju's proceedings, startling even the elderly woman. My lord, I am wrongfully accused, he cried. Wrongfully accused? Upon hearing these words, Cui Ju's countenance shifted dramatically, akin to a child publicly chastised for misdeeds. How so? He inquired hastily. My lord, Meng Shan wept, wiping his tears. My mother has grown old and bewildered. She now believes I intend to harm her. She mistakes me for a beast, while she regards a fierce tiger on the mountain as her son. Her madness leaves me utterly confounded. You wretched creature, what nonsense are you spouting? The elderly woman exclaimed, her voice trembling with anger. Oh, Cui Ju pondered thoughtfully. Meng Shan, this is merely your uncorroborated claim. You assert your mother is delusional and mistakes a tiger for her son, but do you possess any evidence? I do have evidence, my lord. Meng Shan pointed at the elderly woman. You may summon a physician to examine her injuries and ascertain whether they were inflicted by me or by a tiger. The elderly woman, seated there as if struck by a bolt from the blue, exclaimed, No, You must not examine my wounds. She cried out in a frenzied manner. The injuries on me. This anguished cry led Cui Ju to suspect that the elderly woman's faculties were indeed impaired. Li Dudo, observing from the side, grasped the situation and approached Cui Ju, saying, "My lord, there is no need to summon a physician for a routine examination. I can assist." "Very well," Cui Ju replied. Li Dudo swiftly ascertained the nature of this woman's injuries. Li nodded in agreement and proceeded to hold the elderly woman down. Despite her vigorous resistance, he meticulously examined her wounds. After some time, he sighed softly. "Reporting to you, my lord, the elderly woman's palms are covered in bloodstains, indicating they were inflicted by sharp claws. The dislocated shoulder was not caused by human hands. It resembled the aftermath of being trampled by a colossal figure." The old woman ventured to speculate that a ferocious beast must have pinned her shoulder to the ground, poised to strike with its claws, only to be thwarted by her palm. What? The elderly lady could scarcely believe her ears. What sort of judgment was this? Is this what the populace refers to as the impartial and just constable? My lord. The old woman refused to concede, continuing, "I, an aged matron, bear many scars from years past, sufficient evidence that the mountain of dreams has long sought to harm me. I bear deeper wounds, knife cuts, burns, and gashes from sharp weapons. My lord, I also possess further proof that my mother has long been deranged, having recognized that ferocious tiger as her son many years ago." Cui Ju pondered for a moment, glancing at the old woman and then at the mountain of dreams. And he felt that the words of the mountain seemed to resemble the truth more closely. "Dream Mountain, do share with this official what evidence you possess." "My lord, should you venture up the mountain in search of the tiger, merely call out, 'Si Huang, the girl has come to see you,' and the ferocious tiger will undoubtedly appear. As for Si Huang, it is my childhood name, for in my youth, I was rather simple-minded, always referring to my mother as girl. Upon seeing me so pale and emaciated, my mother named me Si Huang, and this name has lingered in her heart ever since. Gentlemen, feel free to ascend the mountain and summon the tiger Si Huang. Should it respond, it will confirm the veracity of my words." "You wretched beast! Wretched creature!" The old woman cried in anguish. "How can your heart be so cruel? Mother, you are mistaken. I am not the wretched beast. I am your son." "The one on the mountain is the true wretched creature," Dream Mountain coldly retorted. "Alas, that was a close call. I nearly misjudged the situation," Cui Ju sighed. Shaking his head, "Li Nong, I command you to swiftly gather brave men from within the county. A bounty of 2 taels awaits those who ascend the mountain to slay the tiger. Your humble servant obeys." No. The loneliness and helplessness of the old woman at this moment were beyond words. She cried out in the court, insisting that they must not ascend the mountain to kill the tiger. "Alas," Cui Ju sighed, addressing Dream Mountain, "you must take good care of your mother. As for the matter of the tiger, leave it to me. The commoner obeys. As for you, old woman, I offer you a piece of advice. Discern who your true family is and who the wretched beast is, lest you ultimately harm yourself." "Dog official," the old woman shouted. "You, this dog official, lack discernment. I curse you to eternal damnation after death." Cui Ju found her words chilling. He believed he had made the wisest decision. Yet this madwoman continually unsettled his spirit. Dream Mountain feigned concern as he assisted the old woman from the court, whispering, "Just wait. One day, I shall personally see to your demise." The old woman ground her teeth, swallowing the bitterness within. "Wretched beast, I shall not perish so easily." She stifled her tears, her heart brimming with indignation. Has the world truly changed? Or has it always been thus? Upon returning home, the elderly woman, shrouded by the cloak of night, ascended the mountain and summoned the spirit of Siyuan. With utmost seriousness, she instructed it that no matter who ventured up the mountain in search of her, it must remain hidden, and that Siyuan should refrain from visiting her for the next several months. Although Siyuan was unaware of the reasons behind her command, it had unwavering faith in her words. After executing her plan, the woman concealed a sharp pair of scissors beneath her pillow. Days later, she witnessed a group of armed individuals climbing the mountain. Although her heart was heavy with concern, she masked her fears, praying only for Siyuan to evade this calamity. The days that followed were spent in constant trepidation. Sleepless nights and weary days plagued her, for whenever she closed her eyes, she envisioned the specter of her childhood, Mengshan, standing beside her with scissors in hand. Mengshan no longer concealed the torment of his twisted soul. He severed her means of sustenance, intent on watching her perish from starvation. Yet the elderly woman refused to yield. resorting to foraging for inedible plants under the cover of darkness, stuffing them into her mouth in desperate gulps. This hellish existence persisted for 3 long years. Chapter 49. Justice at last. The woman's spirit shattered. On this fateful night, she slowly rose. A revelation dawning upon her. If Mengshan did not perish, she would be the one to die. To ensure Mengshan's demise, she must strike first. Observing him slumbering not far away, she stealthily retrieved the sharp scissors from beneath her pillow. Trembling, she approached Mengshan's bedside. Her gaze devoid of the tenderness once held in her childhood. Now, only the fierce resolve to vanquish a malevolent spirit remained. Today, I shall slay you, vile creature. Should the Earth Mother condemn me to hell, I shall embrace it without regret, she silently vowed. As she extended her hand to pierce Mengshan's throat, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ah, you wretched old hag, Mengshan bellowed, kicking her aside. Years of malnutrition left her without the strength to contend with him. He rained down brutal kicks upon her prostrate body. I wanted to see if you would starve from your incessant grazing, yet you wish to end my life prematurely? His expression twisted with malice. He seized her hair, preparing to slam her head into the ground. Today, I am in a good mood. I am curious to see the color of your brain matter. Let us see you put on a show of exploding skulls. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the door of the wooden cabin was suddenly flung open, revealing a fierce tiger with emerald eyes, glaring menacingly at Mengshan, its countenance a mask of indescribable fury. Is that you, Siyuan? Do you wish to see the color of brain matter too? Mengshan taunted. Do not fret. I shall save this old hag's flesh for you. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the night, Siyuan lunged at Mengshan with blinding speed. The events of that night eluded Siyuan's memory, and when it regained its senses, only half of Mengshan's head remained. Under the mournful light of the moon, the elderly woman wept heart-wrenchingly, cradling Siyuan in her arms. Do you silently listen to the elderly woman's lengthy tale? His fists clenched tightly. Sir, you should be aware of what lies ahead, she said, her eyes devoid of tears, as if this ordeal had brought her not sorrow, but merely anguish. Far away at the Bureau of Legends, Shao-Chi displayed a somber expression upon hearing the story. Was it true that for some, living felt akin to hell? Do you? This poor woman evokes such pity, Shao-Chi murmured softly. Elder, I wish to see your wounds. Do you stated? The old woman, without hesitation, removed her garments, revealing her harrowing injuries. Lacerations, bruises, and burns marred her body. The long-term malnutrition having caused her abdomen to sink deeply, her ribs starkly visible on either side. Shao-Chi, do you called again? I am here. What are the chances of Si Huang lying? Si Huang lying? Shao-Chi paused momentarily, comprehending Du Yu's implication, for it was typically challenging for a newly sentient spirit to grasp the concept of deceit. I harbor no issues. Du Yu turned to face the elderly woman and Si Huang, declaring, Elder, Si Huang, you both shall accompany me. Sir, what do you intend to do? Today, I shall seek justice for you. With that, Du Yu forcefully pushed open the door, his eyes ablaze with fury. The elderly woman, trembling, followed hesitantly, asking with concern, Justice? What do you mean? I wish to slay Mengshan, and since Si Huang has consumed him, for us, not being punished would be the greatest form of justice. Nonsense. Du Yu shouted vehemently. Do you intend to live the remainder of your lives burdened by guilt? I shall confront Cui Ju now. You need not worry about anything. Just follow me. The old woman and Si Huang exchanged glances, bewildered by this sudden transformation in the usually jovial official. Du Yu, accompanied by the elderly woman and Si Huang, made his way directly towards Qi County. Throughout the journey, Si Huang frightened numerous townsfolk, yet Du Yu remained indifferent, quickening his pace toward the county office. Suddenly, Li Neng, standing outside the magistrate's office, spotted Du Yu and exclaimed, Yuan Xianqin, have you brought the fierce tiger down from the mountain? I just inquired with Lord Cui Ju about this matter, and his stance was clear. A tiger is still a tiger. Bringing it to the court is out of the question. Du Yu cast a cold glance at Li Neng. Taken aback, Li Neng noted that Du Yu's aura was entirely different from before. With a swift motion, Du Yu pushed Li Neng aside and strode directly toward the high hall. Cui Ju, come out. Du Yu shouted into the hall, yet received no response. The elderly woman trembled slightly, suggesting, perhaps we should let this go. Si Huang nodded in agreement. Let it go? Du Yu gritted his teeth, declaring, I am infuriated beyond measure and will not let this pass. Follow me. Du Yu, accompanied by a person and a tiger, stormed into the inner courtyard, where Cui Ju and his family resided. Cui Ju, come out. Do you bellowed? Xiaoqi, watching the scene unfold, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Do you? What are you planning to do? You must not forget your identity, nor the legendary purpose of your arrival here. Xiaoqi, I intend to make Cui Ju the true judge. Li Neng also entered, followed by two unsavory characters. Yuan Xiangqin, isn't this a bit excessive? He remarked. Today, whoever intervenes shall face dire consequences. Du Yu's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura of menace erupted from him, instilling such fear in Li Neng and his companions that they dared not take another step forward, while Xiaoqi fell utterly silent. Upon hearing a sound emanating from within a room, Du Yu, with the keen hearing and perceptive vision bestowed by Zhong Wuyan's extraordinary cultivation, swiftly located Cui Ju. With a decisive kick, he flung the door open, revealing Cui Ju inside, accompanied by a gracefully attired elderly woman. Cui, who is this? Inquired the woman. Yuan Xiangqin? What brings you here? Du Yu, without uttering a word, stepped forward and dealt Cui Ju a resounding slap. The sound echoed. Cui Ju had never been struck with such force before. He stood there in shock, staring at Du Yu. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Cui Ju, I once held you in high esteem, believing you to be a discerning official, capable of distinguishing right from wrong. It is precisely because you have done me a kindness that I feel compelled to awaken you today. Du Yu declared fiercely, following up with another slap that sent Cui Ju sprawling to the ground. Yuan, do not go too far. Li Ning, sensing the escalating situation, rushed forward with a knife drawn, aiming a strike at Du Yu's face. Du Yu did not flinch. Instead, he extended two fingers and firmly grasped the blade. With merely the edge of the knife held, Li Ning found himself unable to retract it. Li Neng, I shall reiterate, this is a matter between Cui Ju and myself. Let no one intervene at the cost of their life, Du Yu stated coldly, then delivered a swift kick to Li Neng's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. Having previously endured a kick from Du Yu, Li Neng found this one incomparable. He felt as though his very insides were convulsing, nearly shattered by the impact. The elegantly dressed elderly lady witnessing this scene was taken aback, falling to her knees. Ah, hero, though I know not what my son has done wrong, I beseech you, in your magnanimity, spare his life. Mother, please rise, do not kneel. Cui Ju exclaimed. Mother? Du Yu's expression softened as he approached and helped Cui Ju's mother to her feet. Do not worry, esteemed elder. I have come to ensure your son understands the distinction between right and wrong, not to take his life. Understand the distinction between right and wrong? Cui Ju slowly rose. Incredulous. Preposterous. I have served as an official for over a decade, never once misjudging a case. What authority do you possess to instruct me on discernment? Never misjudged? Du's simmering anger reignited. Cui Ju, how dare you speak such words? Today, we shall revisit a case. Do you dare? Revisit a case. Cui Ju was equally incensed. Every case I have adjudicated is etched in my memory. I recall each one distinctly, without error. Very well. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Du Yu stepped aside, revealing a man and a tiger behind him. Do you remember this man and this tiger? Cui Ju glanced at the fierce tiger and was startled, yet he feigned calmness and nodded. I remember. A madwoman claimed a man-eating tiger as her son and accused her own offspring as a monster. As fate would have it, she has now caused the death of her own child. Given the tiger's bloodthirsty nature, what purpose could there be in revisiting this case? The elderly lady and the official were further disheartened by Cui Ju's demeanor. Du Yu let out a cold smile. It seems I have arrived rather late. Had I been present in the courtroom back then, I would never have allowed you to so brazenly bully a helpless elderly woman. What exactly do you mean? Du Yu ceased to speak and strode directly before Si Huang, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms. Si Huang, do you wish to consume me? Du Yu inquired. Si Huang was momentarily taken aback by the scene, silently shaking his head. Why would he ever desire to devour Du Yu? Since you were said to have a thirst for blood, Du Yu unsheathed the dagger at his waist and made a cut along his arm, crimson liquid gushing forth instantly. He then extended his arm once more towards Si Huang. And now, do you wish to consume me? Upon witnessing the astonishing wound, Si Huang's face was instantly etched with concern. He wished to utter something, but recalling Du Yu's prior admonitions, he could only fervently shake his head, hoping that Du Yu would cease to inflict harm upon himself. Cui Ju, observing this scene, was momentarily stunned. Could this fierce tiger possess a semblance of humanity? Du Yu let out a cold snort, sheathed his dagger, and turned to Cui Ju, saying, You have never even met the most crucial character in this case. Yet you hastily conclude it to be a man-eating tiger. How can you not be aptly named the dog official? Although Cui-ju was initially taken aback by the scene before him, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "That only suggests it is a tiger with human-like qualities. It does not prove that Dream Mountain intended to harm this elderly woman." "And what of the outcome?" Du retorted angrily, after hearing the woman's account. "Did you examine her old wounds? As for Dream Mountain, a man over 40, aimlessly wandering the streets without accomplishment, how could he possibly support his aged mother? Where does this elderly woman, without a son to care for her, procure her sustenance? Have you sent someone to inquire about the true nature of Dream Mountain? If he were indeed as virtuous as he claims, why did he not take his mother for treatment at the first opportunity, allowing her to endure a long journey in her wounded state to reach the county office? If this woman truly had lost her sanity, why would she recklessly strike her forehead against the grievance drum?" Cui-ju paused, realizing he had never contemplated these matters. Meanwhile, Cui-ju's mother, standing nearby, looked at the elderly woman with concern. "Did you not vow to be a discerning and just official? How then can you falter?" Cui-ju felt troubled, questioning whether he had indeed misjudged the situation. Chapter 49. Cui-ju confronts the tiger. Cui-ju's mother, her expression one of distress, slowly approached the group and addressed Du, saying, "Hero, this is all due to my poor guidance. If you still harbor discontent in your heart, then take my life first." Du shook his head with a hint of exasperation. "Elder, I have already stated that my purpose today is not to take anyone's life. I merely seek to reclaim justice." "Justice?" Cui-ju's mother let out a bitter smile. "In this world, there is no true justice. I have urged Ju to study diligently since childhood, hoping he could one day become a virtuous official, advocating for justice for the many. As a seasoned individual, I have experienced the treacherous nature of society. How could I possibly raise a child incapable of discerning right from wrong? Yet, this case is undoubtedly a monumental miscarriage of justice." Du asserted. "You, as a mother, must understand the despair of a child who is neglected, living in constant fear of hunger and cold. How tragic that existence must be." Cui-ju's mother visibly faltered, glancing at the elderly woman behind Du. The lines of their faces bore some resemblance, though the elder appeared significantly more worn, the ravages of time evident upon her. "Ju, I believe this case warrants a renewed examination. If this woman before us truly bears a grievance, restore her innocence. If not, I trust that this esteemed hero would not harm you," Cui-ju's mother said gravely. However, Cui-ju appeared troubled, for the key figure, Meng Shan, had already passed away, leaving no avenue for a retrial. "Who claims that?" Du stepped closer. "If you have erred in judgment, are you prepared to perpetuate this mistake? Do not engage in sophistry here. Meng Shan is dead. Who am I to question now? Shall we interrogate the elderly woman again?" "Interrogate the tiger," Du replied. "The tiger?" Cui-ju's mother expressed her astonishment, murmuring, "Esteemed hero, this seems utterly absurd." Yet Cui-ju gazed at Du, deep in contemplation. "Indeed, who says we cannot interrogate the tiger?" After a prolonged deliberation, he turned to bow to his mother, then back to Du, "The elderly woman, Si Huang, and Li Neng, convey my orders. The old case shall be retried. Summon the tiger for questioning." "Understood." Du glanced at Cui-ju, thinking to himself that this was indeed the great judge he had always envisioned. Then he turned his gaze to the elderly woman, contemplating before addressing Cui-ju. "Leader, to ensure absolute certainty, I have a few matters to clarify before the court convenes." A commanding voice reverberated through the hall as Cui-ju ascended to the bench. Residents of the county flocked to witness the proceedings, for this case was truly extraordinary. In the courtroom, an elderly woman knelt. Alongside her lay a fierce tiger. "Elderly woman, please present the details of the case before the assembled villagers," commanded Cui-ju. The old woman complied. With conviction, she recounted the events, her words resonating with strength, her thoughts coherent and her logic seamless, leaving no room for doubt about her sanity. She began her narrative at the foot of Yunming Mountain and concluded with the tiger's predatory nature. Under Du's instruction, she omitted the fact that the tiger, Si Huang, could speak, yet this did not imply that her words were untruthful. After all, she meticulously detailed the malevolence that had transpired in the mountain. As she spoke with emotion, the elderly woman lifted her garment, revealing numerous old scars upon her body, some inflicted by scissors, others by sickles. And more still were the remnants of long-healed bruises, with even more severe ones caused by fire. These wounds could not possibly have been the work of a beast. Cui Ju nodded solemnly, as this was much of the information he was hearing for the first time. It appeared he had indeed erred significantly 3 years prior. After a moment of reflection, he recalled Dus instructions and turned to the elderly woman. You assert that this tiger possesses human-like qualities. Grateful for your act of salvation. Do you have any evidence to substantiate this claim? The elderly woman nodded and replied, I can demonstrate this to you, my lord. She turned to the tiger and instructed, Si Huang, pay your respects to our lord. The tiger obediently nodded and bowed before Cui Ju, causing the gathered villagers to murmur in astonishment. Indeed, the tiger seemed to possess human understanding. Now, Si Huang, bow to Captain Li, the elderly woman continued. The tiger surveyed the crowd, locating Li Nung among them, and bowed again. Gasps of wonder filled the air. The tiger clearly distinguished between the lord and Captain Li. Si Huang recognized each individual present. The elderly woman continued, yet, by nature, it is gentle and poses no threat to humans. If the villagers doubt this, let them recall that Si Huang has resided on Yunming Mountain for 44 years without ever harming any of you. The villagers exchanged glances, realizing they had never heard of the tiger descending the mountain to harm anyone. My lord, I have finished my account. Please render your judgment. Cui Ju nodded, looking at Si Huang before asking, Si Huang, do you understand my words? The tiger nodded in affirmation. Did you truly consume the creatures of Ming Mountain? Again, the tiger nodded. Did you do so to save this elderly woman? Si Huang nodded for the third time. Cui Ju remained silent for a while before speaking. In light of your gratitude and loyalty, although you have consumed the Dream Mountain, I have decided to impose a lighter penalty on you. This matter shall not be pursued further. You are hereby ordered to return to the Cloud Dream Mountain and must not descend again. Do you have any objections? Si Huang felt somewhat troubled upon hearing this and quietly glanced at Du Yu. My lord, I have something to say, Du Yu said as he bowed to Cui Ju. I have already discerned that you are no ordinary person, Cui Ju remarked, intrigued. What is it? This elderly woman is advanced in years and without kin. Since Si Huang has devoured her son, why not declare him her adopted son? Cui Ju was taken aback, not expecting the cunning idea from this rogue. Yet, the suggestion held merit. To assign a fierce tiger as an adopted son to an elderly woman? Cui Ju harbored some reservations, for Si Huang was indeed a tiger, and it is said that raising a tiger invites trouble. However, Si Huang was not akin to other ferocious tigers. What could the elderly woman possibly intend? Elderly woman, I ask you, if Si Huang were to be declared your adopted son, caring for your needs and providing for your old age, would you consent? The old woman trembled slightly and replied, if it could truly be so, I would be profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, my lord. Upon hearing this, Si Huang also felt a surge of emotion, nearly speaking out. Seeing this, Cui Ju felt reassured and nodded in satisfaction. The townsfolk erupted in cheers. This trial would surely become legend. Far away in the Legend Management Bureau, Shao Qi smiled upon witnessing this scene, realizing that this tale was nearing its conclusion. Do you? Go find a secluded place. We must summon you back. Summon me back? Yes, the tale is ending, and the operator can return. That is not quite right, Shao Qi. Du Yu pondered, recalling that one vital event had yet to transpire. An important matter? Indeed, just as Cui Ju completed the judgment of the fierce tiger, a sudden chill swept through the entire court, and thereafter, a radiant light filled the courtyard. A woman clad in brocade garments descended slowly from the heavens. Here she comes. Du Yu smiled faintly. The townsfolk stood in stunned silence, for such a spectacle had never graced their eyes. The woman in brocade floated in midair, gazing down upon the masses, her presence radiating golden light that obscured her visage. She extended her hand, her voice ethereal. I am the daughter of Gonggong, known as Hutu. Upon hearing this proclamation, the townsfolk all knelt in reverence. Indeed, it was a divine being incarnate. It is Lady Hutu. Even Cui Ju hastily descended from his elevated seat, kneeling to pay respects to Lady Hutu. Who does not know that Lady Hutu governs the realm of the underworld? In order to appear less conspicuous, Du Yu also knelt down. He silently pondered the nature of the Earth Mother, who had taken Dong Qianxiu away by force. What kind of person could she truly be? The Earth Mother paused for a moment and spoke. I, indeed, have witnessed the events transpire before my very eyes, and I am filled with great joy. I had not anticipated that among mortals there exists such discernment of right and wrong, profound understanding of righteousness and courageous. astute individuals who could bring about a resolution to this tragic affair. The gathered crowd, kneeling with their faces to the ground, listened intently to the Earth Mother's voice, which bore an air of authority, too afraid to lift their heads. The deity, who was usually the recipient of countless prayers, had truly descended to the mortal realm. "You may rise," the Earth Mother said calmly. Only then did everyone slowly raise their heads to behold her true form. Contrary to the depictions in popular imagery, the Earth Mother was not a benevolent old matron but a strikingly heroic figure. "I wish to elevate this person into the celestial ranks as the leader of the Een officials, to bestow upon them magical powers and grant them longevity. Therefore, I have come to inform the mortals." You smiled faintly. Indeed, by incorporating Ju into the celestial ranks, the legend could finally reach its conclusion. Slowly, Mother Hutu turned her gaze toward the grand hall and extended a finger toward Du, inquiring, "Do you wish to become an Een official?" Who? Du cast a glance around and confirmed that the Lady of the Earth was referring to no one else but himself. "Me?" Du exclaimed in astonishment. "You want me to become a ghostly messenger? Is this not utter chaos?" "Indeed, I have witnessed all your actions," she replied. "You possess discernment, distinguishing right from wrong. As a person of questionable repute, you dare to confront the Lord of a county." Du hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, Wait. This simply won't do." Just as I was about to speak, he was once again rendered speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. He found himself utterly unprepared with words to convey. The words of Lady Hutu were interrupted by Du, leaving her somewhat astonished. It was indeed the first time a mortal had dared to interrupt her discourse. Observing Du's expression, Lady Hutu discerned that he was entirely different from other mortals. Not only did his eyes lack the astonishment typically seen in those who witness celestial beings descend, but there was also no trace of reverence. Could it be that he was not an ordinary mortal? With a hint of curiosity, Lady Hutu cautiously conveyed her thoughts to Du. "Your aura seems rather peculiar. Have you already ascended to immortality?" Upon hearing the transmission, Du finally felt a sense of relief. Lacking any magical powers, he could not speak freely but could only respond through the conveyed message. "Your Highness, I cannot possibly agree," Du replied. "My identity is rather peculiar. Though I am not an immortal, I am certainly not an ordinary mortal. One might consider me a transcendent being outside the conventional hierarchy." The Earth Mother, perplexed, found herself in a rather awkward predicament. She was in desperate need of talented individuals from the human realm, and to her dismay, her initial attempt at recruitment had been met with rejection. Would she truly have to retract her offer publicly? Chapter 50. The Earth Mother's eyes darted about as she felt the weight of many gazes from the local elders upon her. What should she do? After a long moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. "Silence!" she bellowed, and at her command, all mortals within the county office ceased their actions. Du cast a glance around and noticed that, apart from the villagers, Ju, Li Nong, the old woman, and Si Huang all stood motionless like statues. "Oh dear! It is sweltering," sighed the Earth Mother, as she finally descended to the ground. With a sense of relief, she lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of fair, elongated legs. Who decreed that one must don such attire when descending to the mortal realm? It is both stifling and lacking in breathability. Du was taken aback. The Empress of Earth seemed like a completely different person. However, this transformation made communication much easier. "Hey, you there, come over," the Empress beckoned impatiently. I'm coming. Du hurriedly approached her. "What orders do you have, my leader? What exactly is going on?" The Empress fanned herself with her skirt and remarked, "My binding spell cannot restrain you. You are indeed no ordinary being. But who are you, really? I have never encountered you before." "Oh dear," Du replied, looking rather troubled. "My identity is far too unique. I cannot serve as an official in the underworld. As for my identity, I truly cannot disclose it." "This is quite troublesome," the Empress sighed. "So what do we do now? You have publicly rejected me, and I find myself in a rather awkward position." "That's simple." Du leaned in and suggested, "Why not appoint that Ju as a ghostly official? He would be quite suitable for the role." "Who? That county magistrate?" The Empress glanced at Ju. While he was not unpleasant to look at, he was rather foolish. He couldn't even discern the lies spoken by Meng Shan. Indeed, Du agreed, he was truly foolish at that time, and it infuriated me. Right? I have often found him unsatisfactory. There were several occasions in the heavens when I couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to descend and give him a good thrashing. The Empress rolled up her sleeves. Oh, by the way, since he cannot move right now, I should go kick him while I have the chance. Wait, wait. Do you quickly grab the Empress? Thinking to himself that she was rather impulsive. My leader, you are a great celestial being. It hardly seems appropriate to descend and kick a mortal, even if you have him bound. That's true. The Empress pouted. If the Queen Mother of the West finds out about this, I would surely face a lengthy reprimand. Indeed. Do you concur? But that Shui Ju will truly become a ghostly official one day, and a remarkably good one at that. Is that so? The Empress regarded Du Yu with suspicion. I cannot even foresee this matter. How do you know? Du Yu felt it was only fair to confide in her, as she appeared to be quite reasonable. To be honest, my leader, he began after a moment's thought, I hail from a millennium in the future. And my purpose here is to ensure that Shui Ju adheres to history and becomes the chief ghostly official, the literary judge. The literary judge? The Empress's eyes sparkled with interest. I have yet to decide how many ghostly officials to recruit, and you already know he will be one? If you truly come from a millennium ahead, how many ghostly officials have I ended up with? Du Yu, intrigued by the arrival of the Earth Mother, promptly seated himself beside her and remarked, though there are countless messengers, it is you, revered Earth Mother, who has appointed 8 as their leaders. Known as the 8 great messengers, the 8 lords of the underworld. The 8 great messengers? The Earth Mother raised a hand and interjected, wait a moment. Du Yu was perplexed, observing as the Lady of the Earth rummaged through her bosom for quite some time before producing a small notebook. With a flick of her hand, a pen materialized. Now, continue speaking. Who are the 8? Du Yu was momentarily taken aback. Excuse me, leader, what do you mean? Are you asking me to reveal the plot? Reveal the plot? The Lady of the Earth inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. No, do not overthink it. I merely wish for you to directly state who these 8 individuals are, thus sparing me the exhaustive search across the realm. Once identified, we can finalize their appointments. That is what we call revealing the plot. Du Yu exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Lady of the Earth would be so straightforward. Leader, I cannot do that. You must seek out these 8 individuals through various fortuitous encounters or by following your own heart. The Lady of the Earth pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that I select 8 individuals based on my own inclinations, and they shall then become the 8 great Inkai? She queried. Indeed, leader, after all, this was a choice you once made. But today, I have chosen you. And yet you are saying it is not feasible. The Lady of the Earth bit the end of her pen, contemplating. By this reasoning, I boldly conjecture that as long as the individuals I select differ from those in your world, you will be compelled to come here and correct me. What? Du Yu was taken aback. Although the Lady of the Earth appeared somewhat brash, her role as the foremost figure in the underworld indicated a sharp intellect. That is indeed the essence, leader. Now I understand, she replied with a mischievous grin. If you refuse to divulge the identities of these 8 individuals, do you believe I will not simply designate 8 commoners from Qixin as the 8 great Inkai, compelling you to run about endlessly? Du Yu had not anticipated that the Lady of the Earth would abandon convention and resort to such a threat. Leader, this is quite unacceptable. Are you intentionally trying to create trouble for me? Du Yu found himself at a loss for words, realizing too late that revealing his identity to the Earth Mother was a mistake. It seemed that the rules of the Bureau of Legends must be adhered to. So, tell me, my dear, it would save both of us a great deal of trouble. The Earth Mother nudged Du Yu with her elbow. Isn't that right, brother? Absolutely not. Du Yu shook his head. He could hardly believe that such a high-ranking deity would resort to trickery. While it might seem advantageous for him, the potential consequences could be dire. How about this, esteemed leader? Let us both take a step back. How so? I want to disclose the identities of these 8 individuals, but I can share their official titles. You could then seek them out based on their positions, which might prove more convenient. After a moment of contemplation, Du Yu added, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully decided on their titles, have you? The Earth Mother's face flushed with embarrassment. Do they even need titles? I thought we could simply have them sworn as brothers. Oh, but that's simply one to do. After all, they are 8 immortals. Du Yu paused, suddenly realizing that indeed, these 8 individuals could be seen as sworn brothers. It appeared that the Earth Mother's perspective had a profound influence on the underworld. Just tell me whether you accept my proposal. If you refuse, I would rather run back and forth endlessly, for I have stirred a considerable mess, Du Yu insisted. I have superiors who would certainly blame me. Very well, brother, the Earth Mother nodded. It's a deal. Please, go on. Do you reminisce about the intricate hierarchy of deities in the underworld that Dong Qianxiu had once elucidated to him? Articulating the positions of 8 individuals, foremost were the civil and military judges. The civil judge presided over the law, while the military judge adjudicated the malevolent spirits. Next was the beast-faced Rakshasa, whose sole duty was to apprehend and punish various malevolent ghosts. Following was the general of gold and silver, tasked with escorting souls within the underworld. Fourth were the black and white impermanents, responsible for traversing between the realms of the living and the dead, guiding the departed from the mortal world. The Lady of the Earth took out a small notebook and diligently recorded these details. It truly seemed rather cumbersome. Gazing at the crooked and densely packed script in her notebook, she pondered whether such meticulous distinctions were necessary. Would it not have been more convenient to simply enumerate them from 1 to 8? Du shook his head. Having fully grasped the nature of the Empress of the Earth, Your Majesty, consider this. If you do not delineate these responsibilities clearly, there will be no one to undertake them, and ultimately, you will be left to shoulder the burden. Wouldn't that be more troublesome? The Empress pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. I shall remember these 8 official positions. But what shall we do now? Now, she continued, a hint of irritation in her voice. Everyone has witnessed me pointing at you, inviting you, and yet you have declined. How am I to resolve this situation? Your Majesty, it appears you are not one to fuss over details. Shall we simply adopt a stance of denial? Not fuss over details. Hee. The Empress chuckled mischievously, finding the term rather amusing. So what shall we do? Let us proceed thus. With a commanding shout, the Empress declared, release. Instantly, everyone resumed their activities, while she remained suspended in the air, and Du continued kneeling beside Cui Ju. What just happened? Cui Ju inquired, perplexed, having sensed something unusual but unable to articulate what transpired. The gathered villagers exchanged glances, yet, being in the presence of a deity, none dared to speak. Cui Ju, I have awaited your decision for quite some time. Are you ready? The Empress asked. Who? Me? Cui Ju was taken aback. Why are you waiting for my decision? The villagers were equally astonished, wondering why a decision from the county magistrate was now required instead of the anticipated induction of the notorious figure into the celestial ranks. Indeed, I just remarked that you, as the magistrate, discern right from wrong, and I intend to induct you into the underworld. The Empress paused, discreetly consulting a small notebook before feigning nonchalance as she tucked it away. You are to become a literary judge. Surely, you heard that correctly? The crowd was left bewildered, questioning whether they had truly misheard. Yet, in the presence of the Empress, no one dared to voice their confusion. Can it be that I, Cui Ju, am truly to serve as an official in the underworld? He wondered aloud, astonished. The Empress has declared it. Thus, it shall be. The Empress nodded. Should you agree? I shall assist you in ascending to your new position at once. Du smiled and nodded. At last, the legend was fulfilled. The humble official was filled with trepidation as the Lady of Earth descended personally. He ought to have accepted the decree without hesitation, yet given the peculiar circumstances, he found himself unable to comply. Cui Ju bowed deeply and responded with solemnity. Another refusal? Chapter 51. The Heart's Not the Lady of Earth forced a smile, her expression betraying her displeasure as she silently berated Cui Ju 1,000 times in her heart. Today truly is a day of misfortune. At this rate, I shall lose all face. Despite the myriad grievances swirling within her, she endeavored to keep her voice as calm as possible. Pray tell, what is the reason behind your refusal to become an Ikai? I am unable to forsake someone who holds a place in my heart, Cui Ju replied, bowing once more to the Lady of Earth, thus rendering himself unable to acquiesce. Du suddenly recalled that prior to his arrival in the legend, the Grand Judge had mentioned this very matter. He spoke of an obsession that still ensnared his heart, a fixation from which he could not escape. Du hurriedly exchanged glances with the Earth Mother, hoping she would convey a message on his behalf. However, the Earth Mother seemed oblivious to his silent plea. Little Seven. Du could only call out to her in his mind. What is it? She replied, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Please relay a message to the Earth Mother for me. I cannot initiate the communication myself. All of his hopes now rested upon Little Seven. What? Little Seven exclaimed, her voice trembling. I have never spoken to such a high-ranking deity before. You must overcome your psychological barriers. The Earth Mother is quite approachable. Du encouraged. All right then. What should I say? I will utter a phrase, and you shall repeat after me. Du organized his thoughts and spoke. Lady Hutu. Ju indeed has some lingering attachments that he cannot release. Please grant me a little more time. I shall return tonight. By then, whether success or failure, I will provide you with a definitive answer. After Du finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the Earth Mother, awaiting Shao-Chi to convey his words. How is it? Has she finished? Du inquired. Yes, she has completed her response, Shao-Chi replied timidly. Did she reply to you? Indeed, she affirmed. What did she say? She said, Who are you, you little brat? Don't send messages to me recklessly. Go away. Du let out a sigh. Indeed. These words seemed to echo those of the goddess Hutu. Relay to her that this message comes from a young man a millennium hence, entrusted to me for delivery. Soon, the goddess Hutu, suspended in midair, raised an eyebrow and glanced towards Du, offering a slight nod. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Ju, saying, Becoming an official is of great significance. Do not rush to provide me with an answer. I shall grant you more time to ponder this matter. I will descend once more this evening. At that time, I expect your response. Upon hearing this, Ju dared not refuse and quickly bowed in gratitude. The many mortals within the county office also bowed deeply, bidding farewell to the goddess Hutu. As they beheld the celestial figure departing into the distance, the mortals hastily followed her out of the office, bowing every few steps until they had pursued her beyond the county. After expressing their heartfelt thanks to Du, the old woman and Si Huang, accompanied by the escort of Captain Li, set forth towards Yunmeng Mountain. Within the courtroom, only Ju and Du remained. They exchanged glances, and it was Ju who first broke the silence. Xiangqin, your slap today has truly awakened me. Were it not for you, I might have remained lost in my delusions. Du smiled shyly and said, Leader, you have shown me great kindness. Were it not for your appearance, I fear I would have already been reborn in another life. I would have been unable to receive fair treatment. Nor would I have had the opportunity to witness so many breathtaking legends. Oh, Ju paused momentarily. I do not quite comprehend. Have we met before? He continued. I recall the first time I laid eyes upon you. You struck a burly man right before me. In hindsight, that slap may have been inspired by my own teachings. Recollecting the image of Ju adorned in splendid garments, Du reflected on how his arrival not only brought justice but also instilled hope. How peculiar. Ju mused softly. Your narrative is vividly articulated, yet I have no recollection of such an event. Of course, you would not remember, Du replied. For all these occurrences transpired after you became a Yinchai. I became a Yinchai? Ju asked. Does that mean I am destined to become a Yinchai in the future? How do you know this? Du lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking. Since I have already breached the regulations by revealing my identity to the Empress of Earth, it is no harm to disclose it to you once more. I hail from over 1,000 years into the future, sent by your own self to assist you in unraveling your inner turmoil. Sent by my own self? Ju was striving to comprehend the profundity of this statement. Indeed, the you from a millennium hence has become a spectral messenger, enjoying immortality and wielding supernatural powers, yet your heart remains ensnared by a lingering attachment. You have expressed a longing for someone you cannot relinquish, and if circumstances permitted, you would yearn to experience an alternate existence. Du recounted Ju's words verbatim to him. Ju pondered deeply. Is that so? The person I cannot let go of now. Will I still be unable to release them even 1,000 years hence? Du was acutely aware that assisting Ju in this endeavor might entail significant risks. The worst-case scenario would be that Ju truly had no intention of becoming a Yinchai. Is this truly the right course of action? Shao-Chi inquired softly. If the Grand Judge does not appear, your existence might never materialize. You would have traversed the Naiha Bridge on your very first day in the underworld. Currently, there exists the possibility of your complete disappearance from the realm of the dead. If I were to vanish, it would merely signify my reincarnation, Du pondered before responding. Consider it a gesture of gratitude towards Ju. A millennium hence, I still claim to have someone I cannot forget, Ju remarked in silence. Indeed, thus I wish to inquire. Do you, my superior, find it difficult to let go of your beloved wife? Du had encountered infatuated souls like De, and he suspected that Ju was similarly afflicted. My wife. Ju gazed at Du with hesitation before stating, my official spouse passed away 7 years ago. Du was taken aback. Was it not his wife whom Ju could not relinquish? Then, do you have any other affections? Ju contemplated briefly and replied, none. For these past years, My sole focus has been on enhancing the governance and development of Qi County, and I have yet to take another spouse. Du Yuzhen wished to slap herself in the face. When she initially heard Ju mention that he had someone he couldn't let go of, she naively assumed he was a love-struck individual. However, it turns out that Ju's heartache does not stem from a lover. So what then? Is the source of his emotional turmoil? Leader, who is the person you cannot let go of? Ju offered a bitter smile and replied, "It must be my mother." Oh, Du began to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Ju refrained from becoming a Inchai out of fear that no one would provide for her mother in her twilight years? Upon reflection, this notion held some merit. After all, once Ju consented to become a Inchai, she would ascend immediately. Her mother had endured countless hardships throughout her life and had painstakingly raised her to become a county magistrate, thus affording her the chance to enjoy the blessings of the mortal realm. If she were to depart, it was difficult to imagine how her mother would spend her remaining days. Wait, Du interrupted Ju. Please do not be hasty in your refusal. I have learned from legends that one should never make decisions on behalf of others. What do you mean? Ju inquired. If you harbor any doubts, perhaps you should directly ask her what she truly means, Du suggested. Sometimes, decisions made solely from your own perspective may not necessarily be the best choice for others. Ju was taken aback by his words. Is that so? You go ahead. I shall remain here, waiting for your return. Ju ambled towards the rear courtyard, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself at the threshold of her mother's chamber. Several times she contemplated raising her hand to knock, but was at a loss for words. Juer, are you out there? Came the gentle voice of the elderly woman within. Yes, mother, your child is here, Ju replied. Come in. Ju slowly pushed the door open and entered the room, still wearing a hesitant expression, unsure of how to begin. Today, I heard that the Empress of the Earth has personally designated you as Inchai, her mother stated with a warm smile. It is a pity that I, being of advanced age, cannot witness her true form. Mother, Ju said, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Why have you not accepted the offer? Her mother, fiddling with a string of prayer beads, inquired, Are you worried about me? Yes, your child must honor filial piety and ensure your comfort in your later years. Juer, have you forgotten my teachings? Ju shook her head. I would never dare to forget your guidance. When I was but a child, my sister was taken by a hunter. When I reported it to the authorities, the official refused to take action, stating that women are of little worth, and no case shall be filed. At that moment, I resolved that if I were to have children, I would ensure they become officials, and good ones at that. Ju nodded and responded, I shall adhere to your teachings, striving throughout my life to be an upright and just official, never daring to misjudge a case, except for today's matter. Her mother did not respond and continued. Later, I gave birth to my first child, who should have been your elder brother, yet he too was abducted by thieves. I vividly remember the appearance of that thief and reported it to the authorities. Although a case was filed, they only found the thief's corpse and failed to locate your brother. They informed me that the thief had been wounded by a beast and that the child had been devoured. The case was hastily closed. A fortune teller once claimed that this child was fated to be a solitary star, but he is still my flesh and blood. Elder brother? As Ju raised his head, he pondered why his mother had never spoken of this matter. His mother did not respond, merely shaking her head as she spoke. I have always contemplated how wonderful it would be if there existed a judge in this world who could discern right from wrong, able to see all moralities and never err in judgment. A judge? Juer, is this not a splendid opportunity? Ju's mother looked at her son. You could follow Lady Tu, becoming the judge of the underworld, and from this day forth, dwell in the realm of the deceased, severing all ties of right and wrong in this world. Mother, the child understands. Go now, Juer. To promise your mother that you will become the eternal guardian of good and evil is the greatest filial piety you could offer. Ju's mother stood, gently ruffling his hair as she had done in his childhood. Though the meager salary you have accumulated over the years may not be much, it is sufficient for me to live out my days. Ju pondered for a long while before bowing deeply to the ground. Was this truly what his mother had been thinking all along? A heart's knot, yet to be formed, quietly unraveled in that moment. Chapter 52. An ominous foreboding. Du stood quietly outside, and unbeknownst to her, the sky had darkened. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Ju emerged slowly. The hesitation in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a newfound resolve. Leader, have you consulted your mother? Du inquired. Indeed, Ju nodded slowly. My mother hopes even more than I do for a just judge in the underworld. Wonderful. It seems the legend has truly come to an end. We now await the Lady of Hutu to take you away. Just then, Du suddenly received a transmission. Hello? Can you hear me? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Du was taken aback. Is that you, Lady Hutu? Indeed, you recognize me, came the response in a tone of nonchalance. What kind of remark is that? We only met this afternoon. How could you forget so soon? This afternoon? Lady Hutu pondered for a moment before inquiring. Have you concluded your matters? Has Ju become the judge? Yes, Du replied, feeling that Lady Hutu's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, yet he nodded, having accepted the invitation from his superior. Very well. Do me a favor and ask him a question, Lady Hutu said. What question? Inquire if, one day, should I command him to assassinate the Lord of the Underworld. Would he be willing? Du was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend the meaning of the statement. Could you please repeat that, leader? I might have misheard due to poor signal. The reply came. If one day he were to assassinate the Emperor of Mount Tai, would he be willing? This time, the message was crystal clear, and Du would have preferred to have misheard it. Was this segment truly part of the legendary tales? With a perplexed expression, Du called out to Shao Qi, uncertain of the situation. Shao Qi, he implored. Is there such a plot in the legends? However, no response came from Shao Qi, regardless of how persistently Du called. How peculiar. Both Qinxiu and Shao Qi seemed to share the same fate, vanishing at the conclusion of the legends. Leader, I urge you to reconsider. Du realized he had to rely on himself to resolve the matter. I can inquire on your behalf without issue, but what if he refuses? If he declines, I have my own plans, replied the Lady of the Earth. Du pondered for a moment and said, All right, I shall ask you a question on your behalf. He turned to Ju, carefully organizing his thoughts, and inquired, Leader, if one day the Earth Mother were to request that you assassinate a formidable figure in the underworld, would you acquiesce? Ju was taken aback by the notion of being an assassin at the behest of the Earth Mother. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Xiangqin, are you speaking with sincerity? To a considerable extent, yes. This query is one that the Earth Mother has instructed me to pose to you. Du remarked, slightly disdainful, for he had no inclination to entertain such frivolity. I cannot provide an answer to that, Ju responded earnestly. Firstly, I am not well acquainted with the Earth Mother. And secondly, I lack knowledge regarding the adversary she wishes to eliminate. Although the rationale behind her desire for assassination remains unclear, it is essential to uphold a sense of right and wrong in all matters. Any grievances should be addressed openly and with dignity, rather than resorting to the indecorous act of assassination. Upon hearing Du's words, he found that Ju's reasoning held considerable merit. Leader, Du silently communicated with the Lady of Earth. Do you perceive this? Your inquiry comes rather prematurely. While I appreciate your forthright nature, it is unwise to intimidate him. We have a millennium ahead. Whether Ju's loyalty is genuine hinges entirely upon your capability as a leader. The Lady of Earth paused, taken aback by the depth of his insight. Is it truly contingent upon me? She pondered before stating, I shall tentatively accept that Ju's response is conditional, thus allowing him to pass. Pass. What does that signify, leader? What would happen if he were to fail? Du called out to the Lady of Earth, but she seemed unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, the voice of Shao Qi gradually echoed in his mind. Are you all right? Shao Qi inquired timidly. I am fine, Du replied, regaining his composure. But what about you? Where did you go just now? Why were you unresponsive? I have been here all along. However, your image suddenly vanished. My image disappeared again? Du was taken aback. Perhaps it is time for you to upgrade your equipment. This situation is perilous for me. Strange. Our equipment has always been maintained. Such an occurrence has never transpired before. As the two conversed, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the Lady of Earth once more donned her splendid attire as she descended to the mortal realm. Du turned around and glanced at his superior. The Lady of the Earth smiled, casting her gaze upon Du and Ju. Well, do you think I was punctual? Ju, have you made your decision? Yes. My lord, I have decided to become a judge, though I am somewhat perplexed. Your Highness, the message you instructed Xiangqin to convey has left me feeling rather anxious. The message I instructed to be delivered? The Lady of the Earth pondered briefly. What message? Du was taken aback. No, my superior, that seems a bit unfair. Are you burning bridges after crossing them? Ju was equally astonished. Wasn't that question just now posed by the Lady of the Earth? The Lady of the Earth, confused, replied, "How have I burned bridges? What was the message?" Shao Qi, joining in the confusion, inquired, What exactly transpired just now?" Du Yu gazed at the situation before him, as if a realization dawned upon him. The Earth Mother, who stood before him, seemed oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Could it be that the Earth Mother from moments ago was someone entirely different? Du Yu retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, a token entrusted to him by the esteemed Empress of the Earth, who had instructed that in moments of dire need, she would send him a message through it. Could it be that the voice he had just heard belonged to her? No wonder there was an oddity in her words. Yet something felt amiss. Why did the Empress appear not to recognize him? If they had crossed paths before, she ought to remember him, just as Zhong Lichun did. "My dear brother, we seem to converse quite well. Would you not consider working under my command?" The Empress inquired, casting her gaze towards Du Yu. "I hail from a millennium hence. I cannot serve in your realm," Du Yu replied, a trace of caution inadvertently woven into his speech. "Fear not. It is perfectly acceptable for you to visit me 1,000 years later," the Empress remarked, seemingly oblivious to any peculiarity, and continued, "If you do not accompany me today, then we shall take our leave." Du Yu nodded and remarked, "It seems we may encounter one another many more times, perhaps 1,000 years hence. Or perhaps in the tales of the two spectral messengers below." The Earth Mother, accompanied by Cui Ju, gradually ascended into the skies, their destination unknown. Shao Qi also activated the soul summoning device, returning Du Yu to the Legends Management Bureau. Upon awakening, Du Yu bore a countenance marked by complexity, still clutching the jade pendant in his hand. A thought struck him. If only Dong Qianqiu had the ability to transport items into the realm of legends. How then did this jade pendant accompany him to that mystical domain? "Shao Qi," Du Yu inquired, "where does the Empress of Earth reside now? What do you intend to do?" Shao Qi responded with a hint of confusion. "I sense that something is amiss. I must seek an audience with her." "To see the Empress of Earth?" Shao Qi shook her head. "Unless she chooses to reveal herself, there is no one in the underworld capable of encountering her." Du Yu felt a sense of foreboding. The Queen of the Underworld intended to assassinate the great Emperor of Mount Tai, an event that would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire netherworld. As she contemplated this alarming revelation, she severed her ties with the Bureau of Legends, indicating her awareness that the ramifications of such knowledge could be dire if too many were informed. It was no wonder that the Queen specifically insisted on the summoning of the 8 great Inkai. She intended to utilize this clumsy method to sift through the 8 individuals. In Du Yu's eyes, this approach would not only be counterproductive, but would also more readily undermine their resolve. Regardless of the Queen's ultimate objective, he was compelled to unravel this matter. Otherwise, should she threaten him with Dong Qianqiu and command him to disrupt the tale of a certain Ikai, the entire netherworld would descend into chaos before she could even achieve her goal of slaying the great Emperor of Mount Tai. Yet, how could he possibly meet the Queen of the Underworld? "Du Yu, are you all right?" Shao Qi inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "I'm fine. Shall we hasten our preparations for the legend of the Black and White Impermanence?" The legend of the Black and White Impermanence. "Shao Qi, why are you so eager to complete the legends of the 8 great Inkai?" "Because it is the director's command." Suddenly, Du Yu recalled that the director's demeanor regarding this matter had been rather peculiar. He seemed to possess some hidden knowledge. "Where is the director?" Du Yu turned to Shao Qi and asked. "I'm not certain. He left shortly after you entered the legend." Du Yu is currently at a loss. If he rashly ventures into the legend of the Black and White Impermanence, he may once again encounter the Lady of Earth. But is she a foe or a friend? And what could possibly motivate her to engage in such peculiar actions? Du Yu lowered his gaze to the jade pendant in his hand. Given the circumstances, to safely return Dong Qianqiu without disrupting the legends, the only individual he needed to address was the goddess Hutu. His eyes narrowed with intensity, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. He raised his other hand and struck the jade pendant with a powerful blow. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, leaving a crack upon the pendant's surface. It was indeed no ordinary object. Du Yu examined the pendant closely. Even the strength of Shao Zhongli could merely leave it with a fissure. "What are you doing, Du Yu?" Shao Qi questioned, perplexed. Du Yu remained silent, raising his fist and striking the jade pendant relentlessly until it shattered in his grasp. "Now, you can no longer communicate with me, Lady Hutu. What will you do this time? Will you not reveal yourself to meet me?" As Du Yu contemplated his next course of action, the powder from the jade pendant unexpectedly began to emit a wispy green smoke. Before either of them could react, a faint green light flickered forth, meandering throughout the room. and gradually coalescing into a human form. Du was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Emerging slowly from the green light was a woman clad in green. She raised a delicate hand to her forehead, her eyes glistening with tears, her crimson lips curving in an angry pout. However, before long, she unexpectedly let out a chuckle. Despite the tears, "Why did you hit me?" the woman inquired with a smile. Chapter 53. Ning. Du gazed intently at the woman in green before him. "Did I strike you?" "Indeed," the young girl replied, her face adorned with a smile, yet it was evident that a significant bump had formed on her head. Du looked at Xiaoqi with a puzzled expression. "What is going on? Did I not summon a jade pendant?" Xiaoqi, equally bewildered, felt a greater sense of trepidation than confusion. If the green-clad maiden before them were an adversary, she contemplated fleeing at that very moment. The green-clad maiden paid no heed to either of them, instead rushing to Du's side to examine the shards of the jade pendant beneath his feet. "My house has been destroyed," she lamented. "House?" Du glanced at the fragments scattered on the ground and suddenly understood. "I see now. You are the spirit of a magical artifact that has taken on human form, as often depicted in cultivation novels, are you not?" "Spirit of an artifact?" Not quite." The green-clad maiden chuckled inappropriately, then added, "Do you really think this jade pendant resembles a magical treasure? Then who exactly are you?" Du asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I am Ning," the green-clad maiden replied with a forced laugh, as she carefully gathered the shards from the ground. "Oh dear, this is quite troublesome." Upon hearing this, Du felt somewhat perplexed. "My dear lady, is this jade pendant of great significance to you?" "Indeed," Ning replied with a smile. "Without it, I might very well lose my spirit within just 2 days." Du was indeed a bit perplexed. According to the young lady's account, she had inadvertently destroyed her only refuge, and without a haven, she would soon dissipate. Given the gravity of the situation, how could it be that this girl named Ning appeared quite cheerful? "Ning, how about we strike a bargain?" Despite finding the girl rather peculiar, Du recognized the necessity of addressing the more pressing issue at hand. "You must tell me how you came to be within the jade pendant bestowed upon me by the Earth Mother. In exchange, I shall devise a means to preserve your soul from disintegration. Would that be agreeable?" Ning hesitated for a moment, contemplating, before responding with a smile. "Perhaps I should simply let my soul scatter." Du and Xiaoqi exchanged glances. What was amiss with this girl? She emanated a peculiar sense of dissonance. When the phrase soul scattering was mentioned, her fear was palpable, yet the smile upon her face remained unwavering. "Perhaps I should rephrase my offer," Du proposed. "I will first endeavor to safeguard your soul, and then you shall divulge the details regarding that jade pendant. What say you? Safeguard my soul first." Ning was clearly taken aback. "Even if I withhold all information, you would still be willing to assist me?" "Indeed," he affirmed. Xiaoqi discreetly tugged at Du's sleeve and inquired, "But do you truly know how to protect her soul?" "I must confess I do not," Du replied. "But I am acquainted with an expert in soul management." He then turned back to Ning and asked, "So what do you say? Shall we strike a deal?" "Very well," Ning nodded. "If I do not lose my soul, I shall be able to assist Lady Hutu in greater endeavors. I accept your terms." Du slightly nodded, took out her phone, and decisively dialed Xie Bian's number. "Shadozi?" Xie Bian answered the call in his usual manner, picking up within 3 seconds. "Indeed, it is I, 7th Master. What is it?" "I would like to inquire about something." Du succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening intently, Xie Bian pondered for a moment before responding. "According to your account, that woman cannot possibly be the spirit of the artifact. Otherwise, she would have vanished the instant the jade pendant shattered." Xie Bian paused briefly and continued. "If her manifestation was compelled by the destruction of her vessel, she would dissipate after a few days. Hence, she might be a vengeful spirit." "A vengeful spirit?" Du inquired. "Indeed," Xie Bian affirmed. "Most ghost stories from the mortal realm are attributed to vengeful spirits. These entities often inhabit objects, and upon their destruction, the spirit gradually fades away. Notable examples include embroidered shoes, videotapes, and dolls." "7th Master, you've certainly watched quite a number of films," Du remarked. "Indeed, one must love their craft," Xie Bian replied, feeling somewhat elated by Du's praise. He cleared his throat and continued, "However, whether or not she is a vengeful spirit can only be determined upon encountering her. Currently, I am occupied with affairs in the mortal realm and cannot return immediately." "Oh, it's no trouble, 7th Master. Please continue with your duties." "Little Du, have you become entangled with a vengeful spirit?" Du asked playfully. "My second brother, Zhong Kuei, My third brother, Nyo Tu, and my fourth brother, Mamian, are all experts in capturing vengeful spirits. Would you like me to inform them? That won't be necessary. For now, let us assume she is indeed a vengeful spirit. If I wish to preserve her essence, what steps should I take? Preserve her? That is quite simple, Xiebian replied. In the mortal realm, vengeful spirits are considered outcasts, but not in the underworld. On Sanshengstone Walking Street, there exists a specialized shop for vengeful spirits, offering various artifacts for their habitation. Should you have difficulty locating it, you may inquire with anyone on the street. After you thanked Seventh Master and hung up the phone. He turned a glance at Ing Ning. I have been to the 3 Live Stone Pedestrian Street. It is not far from here. Would you like to accompany me? Ing Ning pondered for a moment, smiled, and replied, sure. A girl dressed in black stood outside the gates of the underworld, beside a van, with a man and a woman standing outside it. The girl glared at the man before her, pacing back and forth in anger. After a while, she finally gathered her words and pointed her finger at the man's nose, exclaiming, I will say this one last time. I, Fan Xiaohua, am an official. I am not your dedicated driver. Every time you meet a new girl, you call me to pick her up. What do you take me for? Oh, dear official, you said with a forced smile. I truly could not think of anyone else. And this girl is quite unfortunate. If you do not come to help, her soul will soon dissipate. Fan Xiaohua glanced at the woman in green before her and remarked, so she is a vengeful spirit? Why do you always attract such peculiar individuals? Last time it was Sister Zhongli, who was frighteningly fierce. And now this girl has been laughing uncontrollably in the van. Du scratched his head, realizing how peculiar the situation appeared. In any case, I appreciate your help. Sister Insha, he smiled at Fan Xiaohua. Humph, no need to thank me. I want to come next time, Fan Xiaohua retorted, forcefully slamming the car door before ascending into the sky. Hee, that sister is quite nice, Ing Ning chuckled in response. Of course, Du acknowledged. I owe her a great deal. As they conversed, they entered the gate of ghosts. Ha 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 ha. Upon crossing the threshold, Ing Ning suddenly burst into laughter. Du turned back, intrigued. Ing Ning was laughing so hard she could hardly stand, pointing at the multitude of ghosts queuing in the distance along with the black and white impermanence from the Xie and Fan families. Look at all these people. It's so funny. What's so funny? Du frowned, utterly perplexed by Ing Ning's sense of humor. Wow, is that the river of forgetfulness? How amusing. Ing Ning continued to giggle, pointing at various commonplace sights, while the many wandering souls along the 3 Live Stone Pedestrian Street looked on in bewilderment. Du felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have come alone, never anticipating that even in death, he would experience social humiliation. Ing Ning, could you please stop laughing? He finally implored. They had been searching for over an hour without any sign of the vengeful spirit shop, and Ing Ning's incessant laughter was beginning to irritate him. Why shouldn't I laugh? Ing Ning asked, puzzled. We've been searching for ages, and we still have no idea where that vengeful spirit shop is. I should have inquired about its name from Lord Qi. If this continues, you might lose your wits. Will I be unable to laugh if I lose my wits? Ing Ning replied. If we fail to find that shop, I will be in despair whether I laugh or not. Du shook his head, having finally grasped the elusive clues regarding the Earth Mother. He could not allow them to slip away so easily. After inquiring from numerous individuals along the way, the two finally discovered a rather inconspicuous little alley where a shop named Strange History Studio specialized in vengeful spirits. Upon entering, they encountered a gaunt old man seated within, brewing tea. Behind him hung an array of everyday items, diverse in nature. As they approached, they noticed that besides the tea-making utensils, there was a table adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, yet not a single word was inscribed upon the paper. Beside the table stood a tattered sign bearing the words Mr. Strange History. The old man lifted his bleary eyes to glance at Du and said in a monotone voice, 1 story in exchange for a bowl of tea. 1 story for a bowl of tea? Du's expression faltered. What a peculiar transaction this was. Dear sir, I do not partake in tea. We wish to purchase some items related to vengeful spirits, Du respectfully stated with a bow. The old man's eyelids fluttered as he replied, 1 story in exchange for a vessel. Ha ha ha. Ing Ning suddenly erupted into laughter, finding the notion of storytelling as a means to procure goods utterly hilarious. Upon hearing her laughter, the gaunt old man lifted his eyelids to regard Ing Ning. Dear sir, I have no stories. May I simply purchase with money? Du inquired earnestly. Upon hearing Du's serious response, Ing Ning burst into laughter once more. The old man, intrigued, fixed his gaze upon Ing Ning. slowly rising to his feet, his eyes gradually widening, revealing a whimsical smile upon the face of a green-clad maiden. Du Yu was perplexed by the situation. The old man's gaze resembled that of a father who had just reunited with his long-lost daughter. The elderly gentleman turned around, rummaging through a wooden box behind him, and soon produced a substantial stack of manuscripts, densely inscribed with text. "Not this one, nor this one," he muttered as he leafed through the pages, quickly creating a chaotic scene on the table. Du Yu, bewildered, felt as though he encountered nothing but peculiar individuals today. "Ah," the old man exclaimed, "I found it." Du Yu glanced at the elderly man and inquired, "What have you discovered?" The elder, trembling as he held a manuscript, replied, "Once there was a daughter of the fox spirit who later married a man named Wang Sheng. She was perpetually cheerful, endearing herself to many. Yet her radiant smile attracted the covetous gaze of wicked men from the neighboring village. In a twist of fate, she orchestrated the demise of these scoundrels, only to be met with scorn from her mother-in-law, who berated her for her lack of shame. From that moment on, she lost her smile, and no matter the attempts to amuse her, laughter would never again grace her lips. This tale is known as Ing Ning." The elder raised his head, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "Have you heard this story?" Chapter 54, The True Ing Ning. Du Yu listened in utter confusion. Was this tale truly a story? He lamented the absence of the encyclopedia of the underworld, Dong Qianxiu, for had he been present, these trivial inquiries would have been effortlessly resolved. "Old man," he remarked, "your narration is captivating, yet the reality diverges from your tale." Ing Ning, with a gentle smile, interjected. The woman did not lose her smile, but rather something else entirely. The elderly man's face displayed a look of bewilderment. "How can that be? I distinctly recorded this narrative." He flipped to the final page of his manuscript and proclaimed, "Though the woman ultimately lost her smile, she lived happily ever after with Wang Sheng." "Ha ha." So, Ing Ning, with a twinkle in her eyes, inquired, "From whom did you hear this story?" The old man, taken aback by her question, paused to ponder. "If my memory serves me correctly, this tale was recounted to me by the male protagonist, Wang Sheng. Thus, you never met Ing Ning in the end?" Ing Ning chuckled, bending over in mirth. Du Yu seemed to have grasped the situation. If his conjecture was correct, this elderly gentleman had chronicled the tale of Ing Ning. Yet it appeared to diverge from the actual events. "Pray tell, who are you, esteemed elder?" Du Yu inquired. The old man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I am but a humble enthusiast of alternate histories, hardly worth mentioning. He resumed his focus on his manuscript, perplexed. Could it be that the story I documented is erroneous? Du Yu shook his head helplessly and inquired, "Elder, we are truly pressed for time. Could you please show us the vessel that houses the vengeful spirit?" The elder, without raising his head, softly replied, "Without a tale, not a single item shall be sold." Du Yu gritted his teeth, bemused by the encounter with such an eccentric old man. "Very well, I shall regale you with a tale." Du Yu sat down before the elderly figure and inquired, "What story would you like to hear?" The old man, intrigued, meticulously prepared his ink, filled his brush, and slowly replied, "I wish to hear of the heartless, of the infatuated spirit. I long to hear of the chilling nightmares, of the endless tales of phantoms." After Du Yu finished listening, he was momentarily taken aback. He had initially prepared in his mind the thrilling and captivating tales of the Three Little Pigs and Little Red Riding Hood, yet before he could utter a word, he found himself silenced. "Your taste is indeed unique, dear elder," he remarked. "The better the story, the more exquisite the vessel it deserves," the old man continued. Du Yu found himself in a quandary. A heartless individual, a lovesick specter, nightmares, phantoms. To put it plainly, it was merely a ghost story, was it not? Yet, he had not encountered many ghost tales in his life. Du Yu decided to tempt fate by wagering on the classic Hong Kong film The Unholy as his gamble. At that moment, Ing Ning stepped forward, seized the piece of paper left by the elder on the table, swiftly read it through, and then donned a smile, inquiring, "If I tell such a story, can I exchange it for the container?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Very well," Ing Ning nodded. "Allow me to recount the tale of Ing Ning for you. Let us see how you receive it." Du Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, indeed, I have a living ghost story right beside me. "Would you like to recount it once more, Ing Ning?" The old gentleman gazed curiously at the young girl before him, and slowly replied, "I am quite fond of Ing Ning. If your tale does not do her justice, it shall not count." Ing Ning nodded and began her narrative. "Dear elder, your account of the first half is indeed accurate. On the Lantern Festival, Wang Sheng first encountered this cheerful girl, Ing Ning. From that moment on, he became consumed with thoughts of her, longing only to see her smile again. After much inquiry, Wang Xing finally found her, only to discover that she was his distant cousin. He returned home to inform his mother, vowing to marry her. However, his mother revealed that her sister had long since passed, making such a cousin impossible. She feared that this girl was not of this world. Yet, love-stricken Wang Sheng paid no heed to these warnings. He brought Ying Ning home and wed her. In truth, Ying Ning was not Wang Sheng's cousin. She was the daughter of a fox spirit. Though humans and spirits were destined to walk different paths, she was eventually moved by Wang Sheng's sincerity and gifted him a jade pendant left by her mother as a token of their affection. Ying Ning was amiable and charming, perpetually adorned with a smile, endearing herself to both the household servants and the neighbors alike. Anyone outside could hear her joyous laughter resonating within the courtyard. Yet, only Ying Ning understood that her unwavering smile was a mask. Her mother had warned her that the cries of a fox spirit would bring misfortune to humans. Moreover, Wang Sheng cherished her smile, which had captured his heart at first sight. Thus, no matter how sorrowful her circumstances, she maintained her smile, at least for Wang Sheng's sake. However, this naive smile not only drew criticism from her mother-in-law for her perceived lack of modesty, but also attracted the unwanted attention of the neighbor's son, who mistakenly believed her smile was an invitation. He would often lurk by the wall, watching her every move with a lascivious gaze. As Ying Ning recounted this portion of her tale, the old man interrupted her, saying, "Young lady, your story aligns perfectly with my account. It cannot be deemed credible. Do not be hasty, dear elder. From this point forward, my narrative will diverge entirely from yours." Ying Ning confided in her mother-in-law about the neighbor's son. However, the elder insisted it was due to Ying Ning's flirtatiousness. If she had not smiled so foolishly at him, he would not have harbored such thoughts. Lacking her mother-in-law's understanding, Ying Ning turned to Wang Sheng, only to find him complicit with his mother, firmly attributing the trouble to Ying Ning's supposed indiscretion. Although heartbroken, she dared not weep, fearing that her tears would bring misfortune to her beloved family. Thus, she continued to smile, for within this home resided her cherished Wang Sheng. One evening, while Ying Ning was tending to flowers in the courtyard, she suddenly heard someone scaling the wall. Before she could react, she was seized from behind, intent on an unspeakable act. Yet, being no ordinary girl, she swiftly vanished from his grasp. The man felt a searing pain in his lower body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he was clutching a piece of dry wood, from which emerged a scorpion the size of a crab. The scorpion had stung him, causing him unimaginable agony. His anguished cries attracted the attention of the entire Wang family, young and old alike. Before Ying Ning could utter a word in her defense, the man accused her of luring him into this sordid affair, claiming she had unleashed a venomous creature upon him. What manner of a modest and disloyal woman could exist in this world? Raised by a fox spirit, Ying Ning was utterly unaware of human complexities. Though wronged, she could not articulate her innocence and merely offered a foolish smile to convey her lack of malice. Shortly after returning home, the son of the neighbor succumbed to death. The county magistrate, aware of the man's already dubious character and the circumstances of his demise, exonerated Ying Ning. However, her life grew increasingly difficult. The mother-in-law approached Wang Xing, asserting that Ying Ning not only brought trouble with her incessant laughter, but had also orchestrated harm with poisonous creatures. Believing her sister could not have borne such a daughter, she concluded that this girl must be a malevolent spirit and advised Wang Xing to dismiss her before she could wreak further havoc. Alarmed by the implications, Wang Xing complied with his mother's wishes and issued a divorce decree to Ying Ning. Alone and vulnerable, Ying Ning found herself abandoned, especially in her delicate condition. Expecting Wang Sheng's child, confounded by the sudden change in Wang Sheng, who had once shown her affection, she could not fathom why he had turned against her. No matter her pleas, Wang Sheng's disdain only deepened. The very smile that once captivated him now fueled his loathing. Despite her rejection, Ying Ning clung to him, and Wang Xing resorted to various means to rid himself of her, resorting to violence and humiliation. Yet, she persisted, her irritating smile unyielding even in the face of her injuries and starvation. She remained oblivious to her transgressions until one fateful day when Wang Xing poisoned her food with arsenic. The poison not only claimed Ying Ning's life but also that of her unborn child. Even in her final moments, she could not believe that the man she cherished had turned against her. Aware that a murderer must pay for his crime, Wang Sheng buried Ying Ning in his backyard, silencing her laughter forever. He claimed to the outside world that she would no longer smile. However, Ying Ning's restless spirit could not abandon Wang Sheng and refused to be reborn, seeking refuge in the jade pendant she had gifted him. Her sole connection to the world, Wang Sheng, seemingly unaffected, soon took a new wife, erasing any trace of Ying Ning from his heart. The jade pendant was cast into a dark, cold lake, severing Ying Ning's last link to him. In that moment, she comprehended the painful truth. Wang Xing had never truly held her in his heart. Since then, Ying Ning has remained at the bottom of the dark lake, where she can only smile at the fish and the stones. Ying Ning did not lose her smile. Rather, she lost her life. Her story came to an abrupt halt as she turned to the old man and inquired, "Is this tale sufficient to exchange for a vessel?" The elderly gentleman gazed at Ying Ning in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. "Surely this story has yet to reach its conclusion?" "No," Ying Ning replied, "for me. This is the end." Yet for Wang Xing, it was far from over. "Indeed?" The old man looked at Ying Ning with excitement. What became of Wang Xing? Wang Sheng's newly wedded wife, harboring ulterior motives, conspired with the steward, absconding with the family fortune. In a single night, Wang Sheng fell from grace, left with not even a pittance for a bowl of tea. No wonder you suddenly realized that a wealthy young heir would recount this tale to the old gentleman merely in exchange for a bowl of tea. The old man slowly rose, stroking his beard, and chuckled. "I never imagined that one day I would encounter a character from my own story and hear her declare that my account is erroneous. You know who I am now?" "How could I not?" The elder replied with a wry smile. "From the moment you began, I had an inkling. Your understanding of Ying Ning surpasses that of the Wang Xing who narrated this tale to me. I had cherished this story of Ying Ning. Yet I am dismayed to find the conclusion written incorrectly. I am truly remorseful." "Do you?" interjected, "Elder, this is not your concern. You are merely a chronicler." "Enough," the old gentleman replied. "Today, the world is engrossed in the erroneous tales of Ying Ning, and I am too ashamed to face it. You may freely select from the containers of vengeful spirits in this shop as a form of compensation for Ying Ning." "The world is engrossed?" You pondered, slightly perplexed. "Is Ying Ning truly that renowned?" Chapter 55. The historian of anomalies. Ying Ning paid no heed to the two. Instead, she wandered about the room with a gentle smile. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a shop of vengeful spirits, you might have mistaken it for an ordinary general store. From exquisite jade and gemstones to mundane pots and pans, everything was surprisingly displayed together. "Oh," Ying Ning was captivated by an object that drew her attention. "What is this?" You followed her gaze and noticed an old, slightly tattered sachet resting quietly on the shelf. The owner of this sachet had been brutally killed by her own husband, and her vengeful spirit had originally lingered within it. However, her husband summoned a Taoist priest to exorcise the ghost, ultimately dispersing her soul. The elder explained that this object harbored profound resentment and might indeed be suitable for her. Ying Ning nodded thoughtfully, a naive smile gracing her lips. "I quite like the appearance of this sachet. Shall we go with this one?" You nodded in agreement, and in the blink of an eye, Ying Ning transformed into a swirl of green light, vanishing into the incense pouch. Observing that matters had reached a conclusion, You picked up the pouch and addressed the elderly gentleman, saying, "Since everything is settled, I shall take my leave." Before You could finish his sentence, the incense pouch in his hand cracked with a sharp sound, and in an instant, it erupted with a resounding explosion. A powerful wave of dark energy swept through the room, nearly sending You flying. Regaining his composure, he focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, Ying Ning reappeared. "Ah!" he exclaimed in surprise, "what has happened? If you dislike the new abode, there is no need to destroy it." Ying Ning appeared equally bewildered, replying, "I did not break it. I have no idea how this occurred. It exploded as soon as I entered." The elderly gentleman scrutinized Ying Ning, a look of confusion crossing his face as he remarked, "Could it be that your grievances are far more profound than those of the pouch's previous owner? Yet, that should not be the case." After pacing the room for some time, he added, "According to the tale you just shared, your grievances should be relatively comparable." Upon hearing these words, You felt somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at the elder. "Old sir, we inadvertently damaged your goods. How about we offer you some compensation? Or perhaps I could tell you a story. I know one about a zombie in a mountain village, if you wouldn't mind." The old man waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No matter. This was my oversight. I did not anticipate that Ying Ning's grievances would run so deep. Please wait." The elder retreated to the back room, rummaging for some time, and soon emerged, cradling a wooden box in his hands. The box was square and painted red, though it appeared to have been soaked in water. As the old man opened the box with a graceful motion, a radiant glow emanated from within. revealing it to be filled with an array of gold and silver jewelry. "Wow," Du exclaimed, captivated by the apparent worth of the contents. "Old sir, is this a collection for Ying Ning to try one by one?" "Not at all," the elder shook his head. "This entire wooden box, along with the treasures inside, constitutes a singular vessel originating from a vengeful spirit that lies asleep at the bottom of the lake. This woman was once a courtesan, yearning to reform her ways. After a long journey, she encountered the scholar she adored and offered her savings to him, hoping he would redeem her. However, once freed, the scholar, fearing a future devoid of funds, sold her to another for a mere handful of silver. In a fit of rage, she presented this treasure chest, denouncing the scholar for his betrayal, and then sank into the lake with it. Over the years, she became a vengeful spirit of the waters. It appears to be the tale of Du Shenyang, who angrily sank her treasure chest," Du murmured. "Old sir, your abilities are truly remarkable. Can such a thing really be retrieved?" "Rest assured, this is not a treasure I have retrieved myself, but this item is indeed suitable for Ying Ning," the elder said, gently pushing the treasure chest forward. Upon seeing it, Ying Ning broke into a silly smile and, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a green light and dove into the chest. Du and the old gentleman gazed intently at the treasure chest upon the table, noting that this time it was evidently more fruitful than the last. Ying Ning had not made an appearance for quite some time. It seemed that they were nearing a resolution, and Du let out a sigh of relief. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when the treasure chest began to tremble violently. "Old gentleman, be cautious." Du abruptly pulled the old man, and in an instant, the treasure chest burst open, scattering various pearls and agates like fireworks. As anticipated, Ying Ning reappeared once more. It seems still inadequate." The old man was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is the conclusion of Ying Ning's tale? As a vengeful spirit of the water like Du Shenyang, why do you harbor a far greater resentment than she?" "I cannot divulge that," Ying Ning replied with an innocent smile. "Old man, do you possess anything even more formidable here?" "Just wait." The old man, refusing to concede defeat, returned to the back room and resumed his search. At this moment, Du silently gazed at Ying Ning. He had once heard the story of Du Shenyang, whom he regarded as a tragic emblem of womanhood. After all, she was born in a realm of pleasure, with the singular aspiration of leading an ordinary life, only to be ultimately betrayed by her beloved. Yet, did Ying Ning harbor an even greater grievance? Had her suffering far surpassed that of Du Shenyang? Indeed, it seemed so. The elderly gentleman approached unsteadily, cradling several items in his hands. As he placed them upon the table, he began to expound. The golden crow blade, wielded by Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu during his final moments. This blade not only embodies the formidable resentment of Xiang Yu but has also claimed countless lives. Exuding a chilling aura, the white silk of Do Yi, which she clutched as she faced execution, stained with her blood and the snow of June, holds profound bitterness. Dried human skin inscribed with the words loyalty to the country, taken from the back of the renowned General Yu Fei, contains boundless remorse. And one can still hear the wails of the damned. The Mocs sword, forged by the master craftsman Gan Jiang, is historically significant as the first sword created through the blood sacrifice of a living being, infused with the resentment of Gan Jiang's wife, Mocs. Du gazed in astonishment as the elderly gentleman meticulously retrieved one treasure after another, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Wait, sir," Du exclaimed, extending his hand to halt the old man, who was on the verge of unveiling yet another item. "What is the matter?" Du paused for a moment and said, "Old sir, if these items do not meet Ying Ning's resentment, they will inevitably explode. Each of these is almost a treasure of unparalleled significance. Are you certain you wish to take such a risk?" The old man displayed not a hint of hesitation on his face as he replied, "If we do not swiftly find a vessel for Ying Ning, she will likely dissipate, will she not? If I am to uncover the true conclusion of Ying Ning's tale, I can no longer concern myself with these artifacts." Du found himself in a predicament. Although the items laid out on the table were renowned objects of resentment, no one could assure him of their guaranteed success. Just as he was hesitating, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon glancing at it, a wave of elation washed over him. "Seventh Master, how are things on your end? I've just finished my tasks here. Do you need me to come assist you?" "Yes, I desperately need your help." Before Du could finish his words, the air within the vengeful spirit shop began to warp, as Sieb Bayan descended from the heavens. The phone call was still ongoing. "Ah, little Du," Sieb Bayan remarked, hanging up the phone and tucking it into his pocket. "From your tone, One might think a calamity has befallen us. Yet, hasn't old Pooh already presented all the treasures of the shop? He lamented. I even forwent my facial mask to rush here at the earliest opportunity. The elderly gentleman known as Old Pooh immediately knelt upon seeing Xia Bian, exclaiming, I pay my respects to Lord Qi. Xia Bian hastily approached to assist the elder, saying, Old Pooh, please, do not stand on ceremony. What is the current situation? Diyu stepped forward and recounted the recent events to Xia Bian. Oh? Xia Bian raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Ying Ning, a petite girl with a considerable air of grievance. Huh. Ying Ning gazed back at Xia Bian with interest, as if she had received a compliment. Allow me to examine. Xia Bian extended a hand above Ying Ning's head, a radiant white light emanating from it, casting an even colder aura throughout the room. After a moment, he summoned the same white light and directed it over the table laden with items imbued with resentment. No, this will not suffice. None of these will do. Xia Bian remarked. Fortunately, I was called here. Otherwise, these items on the table would have been rendered useless. Elder Pooh was taken aback. Could even these most renowned artifacts not containing Ning's grievances? Xia Bian nodded. It appears so. Perhaps collectively, these items might accommodate Ning's resentment, but individually, they indeed fall short. Diyu found himself hesitating. Was there truly no way to saving Ning? Although they had only known each other for half a day, she was his only link to the goddess of the earth. Did Seventh Master have no solutions at all? Xia Bian smiled slightly and replied, There is indeed a method. There should be a highly vengeful object still present in this room. Another one? Diyu glanced around, utterly unaware of what Xia Bian referred to. However, he pondered whether the owner of that object would be willing to part with it. Does that object even have an owner? After careful consideration, Diyu realized that all the containers in this room, for reasons unknown, belonged to Old Pooh. If there were to be an owner, it must be Old Pooh. Old Pooh, Xia Bian addressed the elder, to contain such a powerful, vengeful spirit, only the pin you possess could possibly suffice. A pin? Diyu turned to look at Old Master Pooh, pondering whether this venerable gentleman's brush was indeed the most potent vessel of